Chapter 109, One Flagpole. The bolt of lightning closed in on the broken god, charging at its upper back. The moment it touched, thunderclaps reverberated in the sky, but that broken god did not stop. He was not at all bothered by the black bolt of lightning, even if there were numerous black electrical arcs traveling all over his body. Nevertheless, the blood of the wings of the moon that created the broken god were rapidly disappearing after it was attacked by the bolt of lightning that had gathered all the power Baitu had sacrificed from the awakening realm. It made the amount of time that the broken god could exist become even shorter. According to Su Ming's calculations, before the axe could even fall down, the statue would disappear. Yet even if that axe only contained a tiny fragment of the power of the former Xing, killing a mere berserker in the awakening realm was nothing. Xing raised the giant battle axe, and countless moaning voices rose from within, as if a large number of angry spirits that had died under this axe ages ago also came into existence. They surrounded the axe as it swung down. No. Despair appeared in Baitu's eyes. As the battle axe sunk down, he felt as if the pressure of tens of thousands of mountains fell upon him. He could not fight back. He trembled and raised his hands instinctively, trying to block death falling on his head. A black light flashed in his body at that moment. The black ray of light that had helped him to avoid death last time appeared again. It surrounded his entire body and turned into a spherical ball of light. This was his last resort. Nonetheless, the giant battle axe surrounded by the numerous wailing angry spirits continued slashing downwards. The moment the axe touched the black light, it shattered. It didn't even manage to stop the axe for a fraction of a second. The light might as well have never existed, allowing the battle axe to slice through and head towards Baitu, who sank into despair. Baitu was about to die. Su Ming's hatred for this person filled his entire body. Yet the moment the axe was about to fall on him, the space before Baitu twisted, and a person in black robes walked out. He raised his right hand, and a brilliant light flashed around it. A purple shield appeared and clashed against the approaching battle axe. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The shield in the newcomer's hand shattered. He retreated and grabbed Baitu, who was at that moment filled with despair and excitement. They quickly withdrew until they were 1,000 feet away before stopping. The person's face was hidden under his black robes, and there was no way of telling whether he was injured. Su Ming smiled wanly. The moment the battle axe was blocked, the broken statue of the god of Berserkers formed by the blood of the wings of moon reached its limit. It disappeared into the air like a large cloud of red dust scattered into the wind. He felt a force charging towards him, and his body tumbled backwards, turning into an arc before he crashed on Dark Dragon Mountain. He coughed out blood and trembled. Since he was no longer capable of suppressing his injuries, they all appeared like a tidal wave crashing into his body, including the ones he had sustained when he forcefully increased his level of cultivation. His vision became blurry. That was the feeling of death. Su Ming bit his tongue with his remaining strength and forced himself to stay awake. He struggled to sit up and looked at the person in black robes standing before Baitu in the distance. My lord, there was lingering fear on Baitu's face. He knew that if the person in black robes had not arrived when he did, he would have certainly died. Looks like I've underestimated the tribes located at the borders of the Alliance of the Western region. First, the two people in the Awakening Realm from the weak branch of Meow Man could combine their chi and use 3 attacks with the power of the later stages of the Awakening Realm. Now, I see a young lad like you training the pure fire berserker art. You even managed to summon Xing's broken statue. That attack just now. If it were not because your power is too weak and could not provide enough strength, I would not have been able to withstand it. The person in black robes spoke with a hoarse voice. His body trembled slightly, and there was lingering fear on his face. If it were not because Baitu was still useful to him, and because the power of the axe from the broken god was not enough, he would not have come forward to save Baitu's. Blood trickled down from his lips, which went unnoticed because of the black robes covering him. Bone Sacrifice Realm. You killed Jingnan. The elder stood on another summit. He no longer had any strength left to fight. He spoke unhurriedly as he looked at the person in black robes. They are, after all, from the great tribe of Meow Man. With how protective Meow Man is of their own, killing them would just be troublesome. The person in black robes cast a glance at the elder, and he laughed suddenly. His laughter was hoarse and ghastly. He looked at the elder and brought out a black plate from his bosom with his right hand. There was a complete spine carved on the plate, and it was exuding wisps of cold air. He threw it, and the plate charged towards the elder before it floated before him. When the elder saw the plate, his expression changed, and he looked incredibly sour. Besides looking for the ruins of Fire Berserker here, I also came to find you. Mo, you did not let us down. If you died in by Tu's hands, then you wouldn't be one of us. But you must pay the price for the mistake you committed in the past. As the person in black robes spoke, he retrieved the black plate and no longer paid any attention to Mo Sang. Instead, he walked towards Su Ming. I didn't think I'd be able to find an heir of the Fire Berserkers here. Su Ming let out a light sigh. His expression was calm. Even without the presence of the person in black robes, he would not have any chance to recover. There was only death waiting for him. He did not even look at the person in black robes, but turned his eyes towards the elder standing on another summit. His gaze was gentle. He had already done everything he could. This is the end. I'm sorry. I couldn't take care of him properly. The elder fell silent. He thought that what had happened was entirely due to him accidentally joining that frightening group of people in the past. He closed his eyes bitterly. Yet at the moment the elder closed his eyes, his body suddenly jolted. A yellow light suddenly appeared on his body, and in an instant, it grew so bright it blinded everyone's eyes. A presence that did not belong to the world appeared, erupting forth from the elder's body with a lofty and mighty air. The moment the presence appeared, the person in black robes who was walking towards Su Ming stopped and turned his head back abruptly. There was a hint of amazement and shock on his face, which was hidden underneath the black robes. He saw the piercing yellow light erupting forth from Mo Sang's body. As the light glowed, it gathered on Mo Sang's clavicle. A muffled boom echoed in the sky, and a small yellow flag the size of a palm flew out from Mo Sang's clavicle before coming to float 7 inches above his head. Mo Sang trembled. He opened his eyes abruptly and lifted his head. When he saw the small yellow flag, he was stunned. You? Why are you here? The appearance of the small flag threw the elder into disbelief. He had thought that this thing would never appear in his life, because the person who had given it to him had fused the flag into his blood. The elder had tried countless times in the past, but he could not sense it. He could only vaguely feel its presence. The elder was stunned. He took in a sharp breath and abruptly looked at Su Ming. There was an absent-minded look in his eyes, as if he had just understood something. He struggled up and grabbed the small flag. The moment the elder held the flag in his hands, it shot up to at least 30 feet tall. It was no longer a flag, but a giant flagpole. Its color also instantly turned to black from yellow, but the flag banner was not completely black. There were stars shining within, a brilliant sky shining with stars. That sky was unfamiliar. It was not the night sky seen by all the members of the Berserker tribe when they raised their heads. It belonged instead to a place far away. Perhaps the people there would find this sight familiar when they raised their heads. The heart of the person in black robes trembled furiously. A feeling that something bad was about to happen turned into a strong sense of danger within him. It made his expression change, and he quickly moved forward, wanting to stop Mo Sang's actions. Yet he could not stop Mo Sang from lifting up the giant flagpole and standing on the summit. He stood on the peak of the mountain and stretched out his right hand, causing the flagpole to lie horizontally. When the elder swung it to his left, it stirred up wind, making the entire banner spread open like a wave. When the person in black robes got closer, Mo Sang had already drawn a circle around his body with the flagpole in his right hand. The banner danced in the air, and once it gently touched Mo Sang's face, he swung it in the air, and it changed once again. It became larger, and in the blink of an eye, the stars on the banner suddenly started glowing incredibly bright. The banner even flew from the elder's hands and started rotating on its own in the air. It became larger, wider, and in the span of a breath, the banner became as large as a patch of sky filled with stars. As it danced in the air, the colors of the sky and earth changed, the wind and clouds tumbled backwards, and with a cry that reverberated through the air, the banner flew into the sky, and their sky was replaced by the gigantic banner. The night sky was suddenly replaced by the starry sky on the banner, causing the night sky to change in a heartbeat. This was an art that changed the sky. This was an art that made the night sky disappear by replacing it with the starry sky in the banner. Right then, Su Ming was stunned. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. That starry sky above was completely unfamiliar to him. Baitu was also dumbfounded as he trembled. He could not see any familiar stars. The night sky in his eyes was foreign. This was a patch of sky he had never seen before. None of the stars in the sky were familiar. The starry sky at night was a sight that everyone saw every day since they were young. Each and every one of the stars would bring about familiarity to those who saw them. The distance between the stars and the pictures they form would slowly be engraved inside people's memories. If, someday, that were to suddenly change, then everyone would immediately notice it. That sort of unfamiliarity would make panic rise in their hearts. The person in black robes trembled furiously as he looked at the unfamiliar starry sky. Even if he was a powerful berserker at the bone sacrifice realm, the terror did not diminish, because he knew certain things. The sky of another world. This is the sky of another world. The moment the starry sky appeared, the elder coughed out blood and staggered backwards. Nonetheless, he quickly shouted to Su Ming, who was staring at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Su Ming, remember this sky. When he finished shouting out his words, the elder fell, completely drained of his strength. Su Ming jolted, then looked at the unfamiliar stars in the sky. The sky suddenly lit up with a strong burst of starlight. The stars flashed brilliantly and started moving. Right before everyone's eyes, the light from the stars joined together and formed a faint outline of a person. The person was so huge that he seemed to cover the entire sky. As the light from the stars grew brighter, the person's face also became clearer. It was a middle-aged man. The moment the light from the stars created the face on the person, Su Ming shuddered and disbelief appeared on his face. He stood there, completely stunned. The face of the gigantic person formed by the light was greatly similar to Su Ming's own. Chapter 110. The wind blew away all traces. When the starlight drew out the outline of the face, everyone present saw that the person had his eyes closed. In the air, the person in black robes let out a low growl and withdrew in one swift move. He charged towards Baitu and grabbed him, as if he was about to leave the place with him. He could feel a presence that made him horrified, coming from the unfamiliar sky. The presence made all the hairs on his body rise. That feeling was one he had not experienced for many years. At that moment, he no longer had any desire to catch Su Ming. There was only one thought in his head. He had to quickly get out of this place. Yet the moment he grabbed Baitu and was about to leave, the person formed by the light coming from the replaced stars in the sky opened his eyes. His gaze held an oppressive might and aloofness. It was just one glance, and a boom sounded in Baitu's head. That look that came from the person in the sky gave him a feeling that the person had already surpassed the northern fallen god of Berserkers he had summoned by sacrificing his life. Who was he? The person in black robes was petrified. The fear in him made him not care about anything else. A large amount of black mist appeared from underneath his feet. He grabbed Baitu and they hastily disappeared into the air. The moment the person in black robes tried to disappear with Baitu, the person that looked rather similar to Su Ming in the sky raised his right hand. He did not clench his fist, but closed his fingers together and pushed down towards the earth. The moment he pressed his palm, a wind that blew downwards stirred up. That wind blew past the place where the person in black robes disappeared with by Tuesday immediately. That space in the air started twisting, and the person in black robes and Baitu were forcefully dragged back from their escape. The very instant they were dragged out, Baitu let out a scream, and his arms were torn into pieces of flesh and blood. The person in black robes stood in front of Baitu and coughed out blood. His face, which was hidden under the black robe, was filled with terror and panic. What is with his power? This has far surpassed the bone sacrifice realm. This person from another world, could he be at the Berserker soul realm? The palm strike coming from the sky may have seemed slow, but in reality, it traveled down really quickly in the direction where the person in black robes and Baitu were. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The moment the palm pressed down, the person in black robes let out a shrill cry. He grabbed Baitu, who was standing behind him, and once he infused some power into him, threw him towards the incoming palm. Baitu could not even resist. The moment his body touched the palm, the power that was infused into him by the person in black robes exploded, causing his entire body to burst apart with a bang. A strong force came forth and shook the entire area, but the palm did not stop for even a moment. It was as if that force was nothing. It went through the force caused by Baitu's explosion and rushed toward the person in black robes. The eyes of the person in black robes were bloodshot. He could not escape. As he lifted his arms quickly, the 13th piece of his spine let out a great power that fused into his arms. He pushed at the palm coming towards him. A booming sound echoed once again in the sky. The person in black robes let out a sharp and pained cry. His arms, hidden under those black sleeves, were immediately ripped into pieces. Even his black robe was torn apart, revealing the face he had kept hidden. It was an old man with a black picture on his body. That picture looked like an eye, and on his back, an old and aged presence came from the 13th piece of his spine. I can tell that is a will that has been left on that instrument for many years. It is just a thought, and yet it is already this strong. That person, he must be an incredibly powerful berserker in the other world. The old man coughed out blood. As his arms trembled, they were torn into bloody ribbons. He knew that death was hanging right over his head. As his body tumbled backwards, he struggled to lift up his right hand and grab at the air. A beast's skin appeared out of nowhere in his hand. There was silver fur on that beast's skin. It looked incredibly valuable. At that moment, the old man took the beast's skin and wore it. At the same time, he also started making signs with his hands, drawing out a blood-red picture on his body with his 10 bloodied fingers. That picture was the same as the berserker mark on his body. It was an eye. Beast form transformation. As the old man growled, silver light shone brilliantly on his body. In an instant, an incredibly strange change happened to his body. After the beast's skin was placed on his body, it started spreading to cover its entirety under that silver light. Right before Su Ming's eyes, he turned into a ferocious silver beast. That ferocious beast was like a bull, but it only had one eye. Its entire body was covered in silver fur. There was lightning flashing on the 2 horns on its head. At the moment, all the power from the bone sacrifice realm was fused into the 13th piece of the beast's spine under the silver beast skin. The beast let out a roar and crashed into the incoming palm. The palm's incoming assault caused the beast to tremble when it touched the silver bull beast. The 2 horns on its head immediately shattered, and the silver fur on its body fell away from its body as if it was shaved away. When all of its fur was scraped off, a layer of the beast's skin was torn away from its body. A light flashed, and the bull disappeared. The old man's body materialized once again. His face was pale, and his eyes showed despair. As he coughed out blood, the palm pressed on his body. His arms burst apart, and his legs, too, disappeared. His torso was the only thing left, but on his back, the 13th piece of his spine jolted, and with a boom, it shattered. When the bone shattered, the old man let out an ear-shattering cry of pain. There was also despair in his voice. He knew that his berserker bone was crushed by this hand. From now on, even if he survived, he would no longer be a powerful berserker in the bone sacrifice realm. It's just a thought, but it's so strong. He smiled brokenly and closed his eyes. Yet the moment he did so, their world, which had experienced the string of battles, started to become unstable. Now, as the palm pushed down, the space around the old man started cracking. These cracks started spreading outwards quickly, and in an instant, they shattered like a mirror that fell to the ground. This was the shattering of space. There was space between the sky and earth, but it was invisible and no one could see it. Yet if it was to suffer an incredibly strong attack, then the shattering of space would appear for an instant, though it would rapidly recover on its own afterwards. However, the moment it shattered, a void that swallowed everything would be formed. That void had incredibly powerful absorbing powers that could suck in everything around it. At that moment, as the space shattered above Dark Mountain, a void appeared. It was a black vortex. The moment it appeared, the person in black robes was the first to be forcefully taken in, causing him to avoid that palm strike that made him fall into despair. At the same moment, a large amount of gravel fell from all the mountains nearby. Dried up plants, black snow, and all the other things flew up and were sucked into the void. Su Ming could no longer move. When that strong absorbing power appeared, his body was pulled towards the void. He was sucked into the void along with the gravel and plants. The moment he was sucked in, he saw the elder lying on the other summit. He had his eyes closed, and there was no way of knowing whether he was alive. He was also sucked into the void. That was the last scene Su Ming saw. After that, darkness fell upon his eyes. He lost consciousness. The void only appeared for the span of a few breaths before it closed up and disappeared. The world returned to normal. The starry sky from the other world in the sky also gradually disappeared. The gigantic person, too, slowly faded away. Cracking sounds reverberated through the air, and the black flagpole turned rapidly back to yellow before turning into ashes that were blown away by the wind. A thunderous boom reverberated through the land, and cracks appeared on the ground. All of the remaining black snow disappeared. A gigantic outline of a palm appeared on the land. As the thunderous booms echoed in the air, one of the 5 summits on Dark Mountain crumbled, and its dust scattered into the air. Everything gradually returned to silence. In a patch of forest that was not affected, a small monkey dashed forward with anxiety. It climbed up Dark Dragon Mountain, where Su Ming was taken in by the void. On the summit, it looked at the sky and let out screeches that sounded as if they were calling out to him. The screeches lasted for a long time until the little monkey looked at the land in the distance with a bitter face. It could see the other side of the mountain. In its memories, Su Ming had once mentioned that he wanted to see what the other side looked like. Gradually, the little monkey climbed down the mountain. From then onwards, no one saw a flash of red running around the forest ever again. The night of the blood-red moon that appeared once every few years also never appeared again, and neither did the wings of the moon. After the battle, Dark Mountain, which had 5 summits, now looked as if someone had sliced off one of its 5 fingers cleanly, turning it into a mountain with only 4 summits. Black Flame Mountain was also missing its peak. It ended. Windstream Tribe was in a state of disarray. When Jing Nan and Wan Yin returned, these 2 powerful berserkers of the awakening realm chose to isolate themselves to train. They kept their lips sealed tight about the things that had happened in Windstream Mountain. All the matters within the tribe, no matter great or small, were handed over to Shi Hai and the others. Even the training of Yuang and the others were set aside. Their injuries were too grave. If it were not because their enemy had seemed to be holding back due to fear of something, the 2 of them would not have been able to return. Dark Mountain Tribe became an affiliated tribe of Windstream, and the 7th tribe located outside the Mudstone City. It was also the weakest tribe. The only berserkers within the tribe were the tribe leader, Bei Ling, and the handicapped head of the guards. The elder did not come back. Leichen did not come back. Su Ming, too, did not come back. Amid their sadness, Dark Mountain Tribe sent some people back to Dark Mountain after a few days had passed. They found the corpses of their people, Nansong and Shan Hen, and relayed what they saw regarding the 4 summits of Dark Mountain to their tribe members waiting back home. Surrounded by grief, they held a funeral for their deceased tribe members, which coincidentally fell on the same day as the promise made between Su Ming and Bai Ling. They did not know about Shan Hen's betrayal. He was buried together with his other tribe members. On the day of the funeral, rain fell together with snow from the sky. It was very cold. Standing outside Dark Mountain Tribe in the freezing snow and rain was a girl in white. She stood there quietly and touched the bone earrings hanging off her ears. It was unknown whether there were tears falling as snow and rain trickled down her face. End of Arc 1. Arc 2. The World of Wind and Cold. Chapter 111. Waking up to unfamiliar sights. Rain tumbled down from the sky and hit on the big tree leaves, creating lashing sounds. A large amount of raindrops accumulated on the leaves and slid down along the veins on the leaves, forming a tiny stream that fell from the tip of the leaves. This was a rainforest. The ground was filled with mud, and as rain fell on it, swamps were formed. The sky was dark. Only the occasional lightning lit up everything in the world for an instant. The thunder roared and tumbled forward, echoing in the night before disappearing quietly. In the deeper part of the forest was a mountain range that was hidden in the night. The mountains there were not tall, and could not compare with Dark Mountain. They were not tall, but they were many. At that moment, lightning sliced through the sky and brightened up the earth. On one of the middle mountains, a person was lying on the ground. This person had been in this deserted place for a few days. There was no clue to how he had appeared there, wearing a torn beast skin shirt and looking incredibly pathetic. The person lying there unmoving was a young man that looked to be in his 20s. He had a clean and handsome face, but there was a scar marring it. His eyes were closed, and there were many wounds on his body. These injuries had already turned white, and no blood was flowing out. The rain continued falling for a few days before letting up. The sky became clear, and the dark clouds dispersed. The land welcomed the sun. It was now summer. Once the rain passed, mist gradually rose up on the land. There was also an incredible heat that seemed to want to burn everything alive. That young man that lay on the mountain did not move. He seemed as if he was dead. A few days more passed again. There were some bald vultures circling in the sky. The eyes of these bald vultures were cold. As they flew in the sky, they had their eyes fixed on the person lying on the mountain. They circled above as if hesitating. Finally, one of the bald vultures lost its patience. It dove down towards the young man's body, flapping its wings as it circled above the young man before landing on his chest. The vulture used its sharp beak to poke at the prey it had been eyeing for the past few days. It watched its prey's face as it continued poking and eating his flesh. Gradually, it relaxed. In its eyes, this was definitely a dead person. Soon, the remaining bald vultures in the sky dove down and landed on the young man's body without a sound and with cold eyes. Yet the moment they landed, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed the first bald vulture that had landed on his chest with his right hand. Shocked, the other bald vultures wanted to fly up, but their bodies seemed stuck on the young man's body. They could not fly. The young man brought the bald vulture to his mouth and bit into its neck, drinking its blood. The blood, which tasted foul, flowed down his throat and into his body, making a sharp stab of pain develop in his body, which had gone numb due to hunger. Yet that pain allowed a hint of warmth to finally appear in his entire body. Very soon, the bald vulture stopped struggling, having lost all of its blood. The young man took a deep breath and placed the bald vulture in his hands by the side. He grabbed another one that could not fly away from his body and leisurely drank its blood. It was not until all the 7 bald vultures stuck to his body had died that a hint of red finally appeared on the young man's face. He lay there and looked at the sky. It was very blue. The sun was blazing hot. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. He was Ming. He had already woken up a few days ago in the ring. Upon waking up, he could still hear the fragile voice calling out to him in his dreams. The voice that called him brother accompanied him even as he woke up. When his mind cleared from sleep, he felt sharp pain bursting out from his entire body. He had no strength left, not even to lift his hands. He could only lie on the ground and feel the raindrops falling on his body. The rain fell on the wounds all over his body, and he soon grew numb amid the pain. It was not just his body that became numb, his heart too grew numb. Over the past few days, he laid on the ground as his mind was thrown into extreme confusion and bewilderment. He remembered a vortex appearing in the air above Dark Mountain due to that one palm strike from the person in the starry sky. When he was sucked into the void, he saw the elder getting sucked in as well with his eyes closed. He had no idea whether the elder was dead or alive. He didn't know what that vortex was, nor why it had appeared, just as he didn't know where he was. Yet as he looked at the blazing sun in the sky and the unfamiliar mountains by his side, he had a vague feeling that he was no longer at Dark Mountain. He didn't want to believe that the elder had passed away, but he also knew that the elder's injuries were much worse than his. The final sight where the elder had lain unmoving with his eyes closed made Ming not want to think. There was pain in his heart, one of losing the closest person to him. The elder won't die. Ming closed his eyes. The grief on his face was gradually hidden away. Ever since he was young, he had lived under the protection of the elder. He had never left the tribe for a long period of time alone. So now, surrounded by unfamiliar sights, Ming felt lonely, but he knew that he had to become stronger. When he opened his eyes once again, there was no longer any sadness in them. It was hidden deep within his heart. No one could find any hint of sadness on him. His eyes were calm, so calm that they were cold. He struggled to sit up. Under the blazing sun, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, silently circulating his chi around his body. Yet the moment his chi started moving, sharp pain stabbed him, making him lurch forward, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Ming knew that his body had sustained incredibly deep internal injuries after forcefully breaking through and increasing his power, going through that long chain of battles, and being heavily wounded in the last battle. These internal injuries had now all surfaced. All 243 blood veins of the blood solidification realm are still here, but before I recover, I can't use all of them. Ming panted harshly. He clenched his right fist and lifted it up. A sharp pain rose in his body, but there were no changes whatsoever on his face. He had already learned to bear with the pain. I should be able to use the power of 100 blood veins, which is around the peak of the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. But these injuries will only become more serious with time passage. I'll just grow weaker until the day I die. Ming was silent and continued circulating the chi in his body amid the sharp pain. Gradually, the sky darkened. When the moon appeared, Ming lifted his head and looked at it. Threads of moonlight fell down and surrounded him before they blended into his body, nourishing him. The night passed by quickly. When the morning sun lit up the earth, it dissipated the slight hint of cold brought by the night and replaced it once again with blazing heat. Ming opened his eyes and let out a shaky breath. The color on his face was much better than the previous day, but he still felt weak. He frowned, and after checking his body, he sighed. If I had not mastered fine control and used the moonlight to heal myself, then after going through those events, I wouldn't have even been able to use the power of 100 blood veins. Even so, I can only use the power of 98 blood veins now. I have to think of a way to get rid of these internal injuries. I need enough medicinal pills to cure myself. Ming fell into momentary silence, touching his bosom to look for his items. He had been sucked into the vortex earlier and had no idea whether the few items he kept away in his bosom were still around. He had a broken bag, the little bone Xuan hen held on to before he died, and the beast bone given to him by the tribe leader before they parted ways so that he could tell whether the tribe was safe. Besides these, there was also a sun made of bone, a broken shard of Dark Mountain statue of the god of Berserkers, and a bottle that was slightly cracked but not broken, containing 2 drops of Berserker blood. As he looked at these items, Ming held up the shard from Dark Mountain tribe's statue of the god of Berserkers. This was the shard that had cut his face when the statue exploded, leaving a scar. Ming looked at it and closed his eyes. After a long while, he placed all the items into the broken bag. There might be some problems with the bag, but it was his only choice right now. Once he finished packing up, Ming stood up and rubbed the center of his brows with his right hand. There was a contemplative look on his face. He had to rely on himself for everything now. This meant that he had to be careful and not make even the slightest mistake. This place is unfamiliar to me. With my current condition, before my power completely recovers, I can't leave this rainforest. These woods are dense, so I might find some of the herbs I need. A flash passed through Ming's eyes as he thought. He slowly climbed down the mountain with his weakened body. For a few days, he searched the entire forest and the mountains carefully, staying on constant alert. The elder is not here. After those few days, Ming sat by a river on one of the mountains, a hand pressing onto his chest. It hurt there, causing him to be unable to hide the grief on his face. After a while, Ming used indifference and calmness to bury his sorrows. He washed himself in the river and looked at his face reflected in the water. That face no longer held the tenderness of a boy at 16 years of age, but now had faint signs of age. Just how many years did I stay in that vortex? Ming touched the scar left by Dark Mountain's statue of the god of Berserkers and quietly washed his body clean. He put on his clothes and tied his hair in a bundle before sitting down by the river and looking at the sky without making a sound. Why did the elder's face change after the person in black robes brought out the plate? Who are the we mentioned by the person in black robes? By 2 might be dead, but from the words of the person in black robes, this battle was started due to someone else. The big flag that flew out of the elder's body at the final moments of the battle turned into the starry sky. That person in black robes said that it was the sky from another world. What did he mean by another world? The elder asked me to remember that sky. Could my birthplace be? A complicated look appeared on Ming's face as he thought. The deepest image left behind by the changed sky was the person formed by the starlight. Who was that middle-aged man that looked somewhat similar to Ming? An answer formed in his heart, but he could not be certain of it. Is he my father? As those questions rose up one after another, Ming could feel that a great veil of mystery fell upon what had happened that day and on his own person. It covered everything in his sights, and he could not see clearly. Also, where am I? How far am I from Dark Mountain? Bai Ling. I still remember the promise, but I can't fulfill it now. Ming closed his eyes. Xiaohong, are you all right? As dusk arrived and the sky gradually darkened, Ming left the river and went into the forest. His back seemed lonely and desolate as he staggered onward. Chapter 112. Fire appearing when lightning struck wood. The heat during summer in this unfamiliar place made the air stifling even if it was night. With rain pouring down once every few days, more swamplands were formed from the mud on the ground, making it hard to traverse. Ming was extremely unused to this. There may have been rainstorms where he grew up in Dark Mountain, but they were rarely like in this place, where it seldom stopped raining, and this had been going on and off for more than a month. Ming's injuries became worse. The weakness he felt grew as days went by. Even if he used fine control to suppress it and moonlight to nourish his body, as time passed by, the blood veins he could use had decreased to 80. Within the deeper parts of the rainforest, on the low mountain range that housed a lot of mountains was a small mountain. There was a naturally formed crack on it, and Ming sat cross-legged inside. There was no water in there, but the walls of the mountain were wet. When he placed his hand on the walls, he could feel cold wetness. There was ash left behind on the ground by a fire. During the past few days, Ming had stayed here. The inside of the naturally formed crack was built in the shape of a gourd. It was not big, but neither was it small. It served as a place for Ming to avoid the rain and quench herbs. There were a lot of cracks like these in the mountain range. Ming hadn't spent much time before finding a cave that was more secluded compared to the rest. Even if it rains nonstop, the plants here are still very dense, some of which are strange. There is even plenty of that supposedly rare thousand-leaf flower growing here. Something flashed in Ming's eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the herbs situated close before him on the ground. These were the herbs he'd found within the month of traveling carefully around the rainforest under the rainstorm. As he looked at the herbs, Ming stood up. He felt that his body was also damp and wet, which made him incredibly uncomfortable. It's a pity that while there are a lot of herbs here, there isn't any cloud gauze grass. I can't create mountain spirit, but the herbs required to create scattering dust and south asunder are mostly complete. I only need night glitter branch. Ming frowned. This was the reason why he could not create any pills this month. Even as he got out of his meditative state, he was still thinking about it. It was still raining outside. Thunder would boom in the sky occasionally. Ming had already gotten used to this sound. He walked out quietly and arrived at the entrance of the cave. The first thing that entered his sights was lightning slicing ferociously through the dark sky, which brought light upon the place. It was soon followed by thunder booming, as if there was someone roaring so loudly in the sky it shook the earth. Lightning flashed in the sky and lit up the land, but it became dark again in an instant. Rain battered the ground, and some of the raindrops fell on Ming. He took in a deep breath. The stifling air of summer was somewhat gone. It was much more comfortable standing where he was rather than inside the cave. Even if it was much more humid here, there was also a slight refreshing feeling. Ming looked at the dark sky and land. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. Even the rain was unusual, but Ming no longer let his loneliness show on his face. Instead, he hid it away deeply. His eyes were calm as he looked at the land and fell into deep thought. Without Night Glitter Branch, I can't create any pills. Am I really supposed to walk out of the rainforest to search outside in my weakened state? The frown on his face grew deeper. After a long while, Ming let out a light sigh. At that moment, amid the rumbling thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly cracked as if wanting to split the sky apart. The moment it crackled in the air, it was as if it discovered that it was too close to the rainforest where Ming was and changed direction. Right before Ming's eyes, the bolt of lightning fell down in a straight line. With a crash, it plunged into the rainforest a distance away from him. Soon, black smoke rose into the air as lightning continued crackling in the sky. There was also light caused by the fire. Although the light was soon extinguished, when Ming saw that sight, he felt his heart jolt. A thought flashed in his head at that moment. This place should not be suitable for Night Glitter Branch to grow. I remember this herb is common in Dark Mountain. Every time I collected it, there'd be sparks of fire flashing. If it fell on my body, I'd feel as if I was scorched. It must be because the power of fire is hidden within Night Glitter Branch. This place is constantly raining, so it's always moist. This herb can't grow here. When Ming was at Dark Mountain, he did not think about it so much. Yet now, since he was alone in this unfamiliar place, he had to rely on himself for everything. A glint appeared in his eyes. He looked at where the bolt of lightning struck deep in the rainforest. Ming took a few steps backward and returned to the mountain cave. He took one of the herbs piled on the ground and stared at it intently. This is the iron core flower. This thing. Ming flicked it gently, and a sound as if metal crashed into metal echoed in the cave immediately. This thing should contain the power of metal. That's why this herb is so sturdy, and why it's so hard for normal people to collect it. There's also the catalpa. This herb grows densely. I've never paid much attention to them, but now. Ming took another herb and broke one of its leaves. Liquid flowed out from the broken part of the herb, but it only lasted for the time required for an incense stick to burn. The liquid gathered at the broken part and formed a round, protruding shape. Ming knew that if he planted this herb on the ground, then before long, young leaves would grow from the broken part. They would look incredibly vigorous, a strange sight that made stunned people. I've never thought much about the 5 herbs needed for scattering dust, but now, it's clear that they're herbs belonging to the 5 different elements. The power of metal, the power of life, and then there's the fire from the Night Glitter Branch. As for the other 2 herbs, they're the commonly cited ones that contain the power of water and I don't need the leaves of this herb, but its roots, which are buried underground. There was a contemplative look in Ming's eyes. He stared at the roots that still contained some dirt lying among the herbs. This should be the power of earth. I need 5 different elements to create the enigmatic scattering dust, and now I'm lacking one of them. But if the basic principle behind the pill is this, then I might be able to find something to substitute it. Ming's eyes flashed. This problem had been bothering him for quite some time. Now that he saw that bolt of lightning, he felt his spirits lift up. He immediately turned around and created an afterimage as he left the cave, charging into the rainstorm. Rain fell on his body, and soon he was drenched. Water fell down his hair, but he ignored it, moving extremely quickly. He ran along the small mountain and entered the rainforest down below, dashing towards where he saw the place lightning had struck earlier. Mud filled the ground of the rainforest. There were also a lot of rotting leaves that gave out a humid smell. Lashing sounds echoed in the air as the heavy rain poured down from the sky. Ming sped through the rainforest. Soon, he took a leap and crouched on a wet and slippery branch. Before him, he saw a big tree so tall it reached the sky. That tree was obviously much taller than the other trees around it. Yet it was black. The branches had turned into ashes, causing the tree to look like a wreck. Black smoke rose from the tree. There may have been rain falling down around it, but Ming could still feel remnants of a frightening might coming from around it. He observed for a while before leaping from the branch and approaching the black, dried-up tree. He raised a hand and touched the surface. A hint of warmth came from it. The surface may have been drenched by rain, but when Ming used a bit of force in his fingers and clawed in, he could feel that the insides of the tree were dry. The power of lightning is related to fire. When that bolt of lightning fell upon this tree, it caused all the water vapor on this originally wet tree to evaporate, turning it dry and making it burn after it was struck. Over here, there is nothing that contains more power of fire than this burnt tree. Ming jumped up, and the 80 blood veins in his body suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. He hit the tree a few times. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the tree bark crumbled completely, revealing the hot core of the tree. Ming positioned his right hand in the form of a knife and sliced downwards. Immediately, the core of the tree, which was 30 feet tall, was cut down. He quickly cut it into several parts and placed inside the broken bag. However, the space of the bag was limited. He could not place some of the cut core parts into it. Ming hefted them on his body and charged into the rainforest, back towards that mountain cave. I should be able to substitute fire since my blood contains it. Or I could even burn trees to create the effects of Night Glitter Branch. But nothing can compare to the natural fire created by the bolt of lightning. As Ming ran, many different thoughts appeared in his head. Before long, he returned to the crack and went into the cave with rain dripping down his body. Ming panted slightly and placed the charred and slightly hot cores down. Then he took out the other cores from the broken bag. He looked at these materials and took a deep breath. Once he sat down cross-legged, he started soothing the chi in his body. After the span of time required for 2 incense sticks to burn, Ming opened his eyes and raised his right hand. With one single thought, a ball of fire suddenly appeared on his right hand with a crackling sound. The ball emitted warmth and heated up the area, causing the entire cave to be filled with light. Ming's face was serious as he carefully used fine control to manipulate the fire in his hand. He observed it for a moment. Once he waited till the fire in his hand had stabilized, he quickly grabbed the herbs necessary to create scattering dust from the pile by his side. He used his left hand to move them, then carefully placed into the fire in his right hand. This was the method he had thought of when he found that there was no place like Black Flame Mountain in this unfamiliar place. His chi contained fire, and after the battle with Bai Tu, Ming felt that some part in his body had changed. This ball of fire was one of the changes. He no longer needed fresh blood to summon it. That was why he had thought about this method, using his hand as a medicinal cauldron to quench herbs. Ming had already created scattering dust multiple times. He was pretty familiar with each of the steps needed for this pill. Nonetheless, this was the first time he used his hand as the cauldron. After a short period of discomfort, he slowly mastered the technique. The tree core that was struck by lightning was the final item placed into the fire. As he looked at the 5 materials melting and blending together within, Ming focused all his attention on the fire in his hand and began the process of quenching the herbs calmly. Chapter 113, Encountering Other People. When the morning of the second day arrived, the rainstorm was still pouring heavily outside. The world outside looked blurry due to the rain, but Ming's eyes were bright as he sat in the cave in the crack on the mountain, though he looked exhausted. In his right hand, a ball of black liquid was tumbling about, as if about to gather together. Yet after a few tries, it could still not fuse together. Su Ming's heart was as calm as the still water in an ancient well. He controlled the fire in his hands, and after a moment, the flames suddenly became greater and turned into a fireball, hiding away all the black liquid inside. After a while, Su Ming's face turned pale. His body was in a weakened state. Using the fire in his chi for a long period of time was a little too much for him. He panted harshly, and the fire in his right hand gradually disappeared. There were 3 black pills in his palm. A nice medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose, making Su Ming feel refreshed the moment he smelled it. He brought the 3 pills before his eyes and scrutinized them. The medicinal pills weren't green, but their fragrance was familiar to Su Ming. Without any hesitation, he placed 1 pill into his mouth. It was still hot, but it didn't hurt Su Ming. The moment the medicinal pill touched his tongue, it melted. Su Ming closed his eyes and quietly experienced the feeling. It's a little different, but it's definitely scattering dust. Su Ming mumbled and placed the other 2 scattering dust pills away. He sat down cross-legged and meditated. Once a large amount of the fatigue in his body went away, he looked at the herbs piled before him, and a resolute look appeared on his face. If I can use the core of the tree struck by lightning to create scattering dust, then I can use the same method to create South Asunder. I have no idea what the effects of that medicinal pill are, but I'm quite certain that it won't increase the power of my chi like Mountain Spirit. After all, there were 3 types of medicinal pills provided after I opened the second door. I can ignore the welcoming of deities. Now, since Mountain Spirit increases chi, then it's highly possible that South Asunder won't repeat this effect. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows. Most of his hopes were placed on South Asunder. If his analysis was incorrect, then he would have to leave this place in his weakened state and search for a method to recover outside. To ensure that he could definitely create South Asunder, Su Ming did not immediately start the quenching process, but rested for a long while until the sky became dark once again. After an entire day's worth of rest, Su Ming began creating South Asunder, the pill that could possibly be very important to him. Half a month passed by slowly. Su Ming had already been in this unfamiliar place for 2 months. His body had become even weaker during the past half a month due to him creating medicinal pills. Nonetheless, because it was Su Ming's first time creating South Asunder, failure was inevitable. Yet due to his continuous hard work, after half a month, he managed to create 2 South Asunder. Su Ming's face was pale, but his eyes were calm as he looked at the purple pills that were clearly larger than scattering dust, being the size of a fist. There was no medicinal fragrance from it, and it looked incredibly normal. After a period of silence, Su Ming took one of the pills decisively and placed it in his mouth without hesitation. After going through so many things, he was no longer a child. He could analyze on his own now. Ever since he started creating the medicinal pills, besides scattering blood, which he had created on accident, everything else was harmless. More importantly, he did not have the luxury to waste even 1 pill for experimental purposes. When the purple pill entered Su Ming's mouth, it did not melt immediately. Instead, it slowly broke apart and slid down his throat with a bitter taste. After that, Su Ming took 1 scattering dust and swallowed it. Once he was done, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, circulating the chi in his body to feel the effects of South Asunder. Time trickled by. After an hour, Su Ming suddenly shuddered and the 243 blood veins surfaced on his body. However, only about 80 of these blood veins glowed in a brilliant red color. The rest of them were dull. The trembles shaking Su Ming's body became more intense, and a pained look appeared on his face. After a moment, he opened his eyes and coughed out a mouthful of black blood. The black blood fell on the ground, letting out a rotten stench. The moment Su Ming spat the blood out, a hint of red appeared on his cheeks. Around 10 of the dull blood veins on his body became revitalized. They no longer emitted a dull light, but slowly glowed with a brilliant red light. After a long while, Su Ming's breathing calmed down. He looked at the final South Asunder in his hand. South Asunder has curative effects. If only I had managed to create this pill before the tribe went into battle. Su Ming closed his eyes and let out a light sigh. He stayed in the mountain range located deep in the rainforest, seldom going out. Every time he did so, it was because he had used up all of the herbs or ran out of the replacements for Night Glitter Branch, having to go out to seek more of them. Fortunately, the rainforest was huge, and it was not uncommon for lightning to strike trees. Usually, when a bolt of lightning struck a tree, it would provide Su Ming with a large amount of materials. In the blink of an eye, A year passed by. During that year, there was a period of half a year where there was no rain. Yet there was no sight of snow that would have made Ming feel at home. It was as if there was no winter in this place. His injuries were too deep. During that year, he had taken in a large amount of South Asunder, but it only made his chi recover to around 190 blood veins. He was still slightly away from his peak condition. In the course of that year, there were many times that Ming found tracks left by people when he went out searching for herbs. Once he even saw a team made of a dozen people hunting a giant snake in the rainforest. These berserkers were around the 5th and 6th level of the blood solidification realm. Only one man was at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. By the looks of the others around him, the man was someone who was rather renowned. They did not wear beast skins, but sackcloths. Most of them used spears as their weapons, and they seldom used bows. Almost everyone in the team wore a black bell that did not emit any sound on their wrists. Most of them only had one bell on their wrists, but that man had two. Ming also noticed that there was a teenager at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm among these people. His face was pale, as if he was sick. He was surrounded and protected by the team, and Ming saw 4 bells on his wrist. This was a completely different tribe compared to Dark Mountain and Windstream. When Ming was observing, he did not stand too close to them. Even so, he still attracted the attention of the man at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. The man did not make any sound immediately, but he did get closer to where Ming stood during the battle, all while acting as if he did it unintentionally. However, his actions were a little foolish in Ming's eyes. He left. With Ming's speed, if he wanted to leave, that man would not be able to stop him. Ming did not bother himself with these people, but continued searching for herbs. Once the sky started to darken, he ran into the group of people once again when he was returning to his cave. At that moment, they were setting up a simple beast skin tent in the rainforest while protecting the teenager with 4 bells. It looked like they were about to spend the night there. The man at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm held a spear and leaned against a big tree while keeping watch of his surroundings with bright eyes. Ming crouched on a tree in the distance and watched these people. His eyes slowly brightened up. His power might not have completely recovered, but at least he could fight now. He wanted to know where this place was and what tribes were around here. These people were obviously very averse to outsiders. If he approached them carelessly, they would likely not listen to his words and instead just engage him in battle. As his eyes flashed, Ming lowered his head. He retreated without a sound and vanished into the rainforest. Time passed by. 2 hours later, when the bonfire these people had made lessened the humidity in the air, the expression of the man leaning against the tree suddenly changed, and he clutched onto the spear in his hand tightly. The other people noticed his actions, and their demeanor changed as well. Soon, the roar of a beast came from the deeper parts of the rainforest. A creature that looked like a tiger, but with spikes about half a foot long protruding from its spine, swiftly charged out towards these people. Black Sting. These people immediately let out shocked cries, and chaos ensued. This creature likes fire. Extinguish the fire, quickly, the man at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm said immediately. He held the spear in his right hand and ran towards the wild beast. This beast may be strong, but it was just about the level of a berserker at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. The man could fight against it. Yet the moment he left the team to fight against that Black Sting, and his people extinguished the fire, the area became shrouded in darkness. While the people spent the next few short moments getting used to the darkness, a person charged out with a speed like lightning towards the teenager that was protected by the team. The stranger was too fast. When these people finally reacted to his presence, he had already closed in on the teenager. Without waiting for the pale-faced youth to resist, the person slammed the heel of his palm at the back of his neck, knocking him out, and grabbed him under his arm before escaping. These people were momentarily stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Even the man's face immediately turned sullen. He wanted to pursue the stranger, but he was unable to chase away that Black Sting. With that slight delay, the person who caught the teenager disappeared deep into the forest. Ming sped through the rainforest with the teenager locked under his arm. He held no grudges against these people, so that's why he would not kill them without a reason. Even if he chose to lure a wild beast towards them, he still made sure the creature was one that these people could chase away without anyone dying. His target was only this teenager. This boy was definitely not of common birth. He must know quite a lot of things. If Ming wanted to know about this place, this was the only thing he could do. Once I get my answers, I'll let him go. Su Ming dashed through the forest into the distance. He circled the forest once and came to a more secluded corner before placing the boy down. He crouched down and scrutinized the teenager before understanding a few things. When he first saw the teenager, he could already tell that there were some problems. Once he got closer and confirmed it, Su Ming fell into momentary silence before bringing out one south asunder and scattering dust from his bosom and placing both in the teenager's mouth. Only then did he leisurely take a few steps back. He brought out a beast skin from the broken bag in his bosom. It was from a beast he'd hunted down for food during the past year. He placed it around himself, covering his body and face, and sat down against a tree not too far away from the teenager. He grabbed a small piece of wood with his right hand from his side. With a tiny flick of his wrist, the wood charged towards the teenager's brows. Su Ming did not use too much strength, but it was still enough to wake him up. The teenager opened his eyes in pain. There was confusion in his eyes, but it soon turned into a calm look. His face may have been sickly pale, but there was no panic on it. He looked at Su Ming, who was sitting before him with a beast skin covering his entire body. "Who are you?" Chapter 114, The Land of South Morning. The teenager's calmness did not seem fake, as if there truly was no hint of panic in him. That sort of attitude was not rare on an old person, but if a teenager could show such calmness, then it showed just how extraordinary his status was. He looked at Su Ming, and his eyes did not shine, nor did they waver. Yet when he looked at Su Ming, he cast a discreet glance over his entire body, as if trying to find where Su Ming came from through the minuscule clues on his body. Su Ming sat there with his entire body covered by the beast skin robe. The teenager's actions once he woke up made him look at the teenager with a hint of praise. Yet even so, it was impossible for the boy to find clues on his person. "You've had those wounds on your body for many years." Su Ming did not answer the teenager's question, but instead spoke slowly with a slightly hoarse voice. The teenager maintained a stoic demeanor and looked at Su Ming. He did not speak because he knew that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to make mistakes. It was better for him to know what was the motive of this person who had captured and brought him here. It should have been left behind on purpose by a powerful berserker not long after you were born. Su Ming continued speaking unhurriedly. The teenager was shocked, but his face remained unchanging and blank. "Go on and sense the injuries in your body. See whether there are any changes." Su Ming spoke calmly, the tone of his voice not once rising. Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. The teenager was momentarily stunned. He cast a glance at Su Ming warily, then hesitantly closed his eyes and circulated his qi. He did not notice it once he woke up, but once he started circulating his qi, he opened his eyes abruptly. During that instant, he could clearly feel that the injuries in his body had healed slightly. He might be shocked, but he forced himself to be calm. He knew that he was wounded when he was 5, and someone cast a berserker art on him, but that person had made sure he would not die, just be gravely wounded. With this, the caster could detain his father's training, causing his father to need to waste a large amount of qi once in a while so that the teenager could continue living. These injuries were incredibly sinister. Over the years, he had consumed many herbs, yet it only allowed him to continue living, but did not heal him. Even the tribe leader, the elder, and the others could not do anything to help him. They had once said that if he wanted to recover, then the only way was to find the person who had cast that berserker art and kill him so that the berserker art would become unstable. Only then could it be dispelled. Now, however, the injuries in his body had healed a little. This was something he had not expected. His breathing quickened slightly. He lowered his head hastily, and as he checked the injuries in his body once again, he hid away the light in his eyes. He had begged the heavens to make him recover countless times in the past. He did not want to hold his father back. Yet over the years, as he looked at his father's face becoming older, he started wanting to die. If it were not because he still had some worries left, he would have left the world behind a long time ago. This time, the people in the tribe had come to this rainforest to gather herbs for the tribe. He came with them, not to heal his injuries, but to prove that he was also a member of the tribe. Yet the protection provided by the tribe on the way made him sigh internally. He lowered his head, and a thought appeared in his mind. He lifted his head, no longer hiding his emotions. Instead, he looked at Su Ming dumbly, and on his face was excitement and a desire to live. "You?" The teenager took a deep breath, and his voice trembled slightly. "The injuries in your body are too great. I can't heal you completely, but I should have at least made you slightly better." Su Ming opened his eyes. He looked at the teenager as if he could see through his thoughts, with eyes hidden under the robe. His voice was bland. The boy felt as if he had been seen through by Su Ming's one glance. He had always been intelligent since he was young. He had revealed his excitement and desire to continue living on purpose earlier. When he heard Su Ming's words, he let out a breath of relief in his heart. If Su Ming had been certain, he would not have believed him. He was well versed in his own condition. What do you want? The teenager fell momentarily silent before his expression returned to a blank look. He hid his nervousness away and looked at Su Ming as he spoke softly. Where is this place? Su Ming did not bother with any ploys and schemes. He simply stated his question. The information he wanted would let others get an inkling about him right from the get-go, so he might as well not hide. This is Wide Han, the teenager said softly, but then a thought appeared in his head, and he continued speaking. Wide Han Forest is very big. This place is just a part of the forest. If you continue deeper and go over the mountains in the province, then you'll find yourself in a much bigger rainforest. As for how far away it goes, I'm not sure. I only know that if you go from where I came from, then in half a month, you'll reach Han Mountain City. This city is built using mountains. You'll definitely pass through this place if you want to go to the Great Tribe of Freezing Sky. It's a very prosperous city. The teenager spoke in detail. There were questions in his heart, but he did not show it. The Great Tribe of Freezing Sky. Su Ming frowned and let out a sigh internally. The farthest place he had ever gone since he was young was Windstream Tribe. He had never even heard of other tribes before. The Great Tribe of Freezing Sky is one of the two big tribes in the land of South Morning. The teenager cast a glance at Su Ming and started explaining. His questions regarding this person became greater. He could somewhat tell that Su Ming was not from this place. This guess made his animosity towards Su Ming lessen by a great deal. What he was worried about the most were the people who held ill will towards his tribe. Through the clues he obtained from this person, he gradually began to let his guard down. Which tribe does Han Mountain City belong to? Su Ming's tone was casual. If he hadn't wanted to let this boy feel at ease so that he could obtain more information, he would not have revealed so many hints and clues about himself. Su Ming's question made the teenager even more at ease. A smile appeared on his face. Han Mountain City does not belong to a tribe, but three tribes: Puqiang Tribe, Lake of Colors Tribe, and Tranquil East Tribe. The city is controlled by these three tribes. I'm from Puqiang Tribe. Senior, if you have a Berserker art that could heal my injuries, why don't you join Puqiang Tribe? You can become a guest there. We from Puqiang Tribe are courteous towards our guests. If you agree to it, you can find a place to rest there as well as understand the land better. If you have the chance, you could even obtain the chance to get into Freezing Sky Clan. When the teenager spoke about this, he seemed to cast a casual glance at Su Ming, scrutinizing him. Getting into that clan is too hard. Su Ming's expression was calm. He could understand all the boy's actions and see through his thoughts. Compared to Su Ming, this person was just a young La Su. The teenager touched his nose and smiled sheepishly as he spoke. You're right. Getting into Freezing Sky Clan may be difficult, but it's not impossible. 10 years ago, a person from Han Mountain Tribe managed to pass the test and become a Berserker of Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming was momentarily silent before he stood up. He could tell that everything the boy said was mostly true besides his own status. This information was not some sort of secret to begin with, so there was no need for him to lie to him. Once he sorted out the information in his head, Su Ming obtained a vague outline of the place. This place was indeed a completely different region from where he came from. In truth, when he looked at the stars in the sky at night, he could already tell that there was a sense of something wrong with them, though they were still somewhat familiar to him. Once Su Ming got up, he did not look at the boy. He did not even bother to ask for his name. Even if the boy had not told him that he belonged to Puqiang Tribe, Su Ming would not have asked. Not that Su Ming believed that the boy belonged to whatever tribe he spoke of. While the teenager was smart, he was still naive like a chick that had not experienced storms in life compared to Su Ming. Su Ming felt that he was looking at himself when he looked at the boy. The teenager was completely stunned when Su Ming walked into the rainforest. He had already pictured multiple scenarios and what he would say for each one of them in his head. All of them were for the sake of ensuring his own safety. Yet all these preparations were for naught when Su Ming leisurely went into the distance. He only asked about the information about this area. This person is really strange, but he has no ill will. The teenager touched his nose. In truth, he had already noticed that there was an astringent feeling in his mouth when he woke up, as if he had been fed something. Once he combined the facts that his injuries became better and that Su Ming left without a word, the teenager became certain that the person before him truly had no ill intentions towards him. If he wanted to harm me, then there would have been no need for him to heal my wounds. I would still have told him everything that did not involve the secrets of the tribe. But he didn't. He chose to heal my wounds first instead. He must have also lured in that black sting because that beast was around the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Big brother Ming could handle it, and none of my people would die because of it. Thoughts flew quickly through the teenager's head. When he saw that Ming was about to vanish into the forest, he quickly got up and ran towards him. "Senior, please hold on." His voice traveled in the rainforest, but Ming did not stop. With one move, he disappeared from the teenager's eyes, vanishing into the distance. The teenager ran down the path for some time, but he found nothing. Regret appeared on his face. How could he walk so fast? I was too careful, and now I missed my chance to be healed. The more the teenager thought about it, the more regretful he became. Hesitation appeared on his face, as if he had a tough time making a particular decision. At that moment, rustling sounds came from within the rainforest. The teenager did not move. He could tell that his people were approaching him. Before long, the man at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm charged out, and behind him were all his other tribe members. None of them had died. When they saw that the teenager was safe, these people let out sighs of relief. The man called Ming moved towards him and asked a few questions in a whisper, but the teenager simply shook his head. He did not speak, neither did he talk about his conversation with Ming. He had his own thoughts in his heart. There was no longer any hesitation in him. He had made his decision. Ming walked quietly through the rainforest. He had taken down his robes and was walking towards the mountain range located before him with an uncertain expression on his face. The land of South Morning. Han Mountain City. The great tribe of Freezing Sky. Freezing Sky Clan. Ming did not know what Freezing Sky Clan was, but from the boy's words and expressions, he had a vague understanding regarding the tribe. This Freezing Sky Clan should be a different existence compared to a tribe. This is the land of South Morning. How far is it from my home? Ming let out a light sigh. He remembered that the person in black robes had mentioned that Dark Mountain was part of the alliance of the Western region, and Windstream tribe was a weaker branch of Meow Man. *****. Translator's note. Regarding Lake of Colors tribe and Tranquil East tribe. The very first occurrence here is actually not Lake of Colors, Yanshur, or Tranquil East, on Dome, but Feng, which is, roughly translated, Shade Halberd and Peace Square respectively. However, from the next chapter onwards, the names for these two tribes changed to Yin and Dong. Since the names Yinger and Feng were only used once in this chapter and were changed to Tianshur and Undong next, I decided to keep Tianshur and Undong instead. Chapter 115. He would not commit past mistakes. 2 months had passed since Ming got into contact with the Berserkers of this place. He chose to continue staying at the place and create South Asunder, allowing his injuries to slowly recover. Right now, he was sitting in the cave with his legs crossed. Once he swallowed South Asunder, he sat for a time without a sound. There were only 10 dull blood veins from the 243 blood veins in his body. The rest of them showed signs of life now. During the past year, the mini South Asunder had allowed him to slowly recover and stabilize the serious wounds and internal injuries he had sustained previously. While recuperating, he would often find himself missing his tribe, the elder, Xiao Hong, Bai Ling, and Lei Chun. Ming did not know whether the tribe was well. He did not know whether Xiao Hong was still playing happily in Dark Mountain. He did not know whether Bai Ling was still waiting for him because he did not fulfill his promise. Every single time he thought about it, Ming's heart would clench in pain. He was all alone in this unfamiliar place. When he looked at the moon in the sky, he would think of his home, the elder, whom he still refused to believe was dead, and everything that was familiar to him. Yet he had no idea where his home was. The only thing he knew was that Windstream tribe was a weaker branch of Meow Man in the alliance of the Western region. However, it was clear that there was an incredible distance between the alliance of the Western region and the land of South Morning. Yet he did not know where the path between them was either. I need a map that leads me to the alliance of the Western region. Also, I need to make myself stronger. Only then can I have the strength to find my way home. Only by making myself stronger can I make the people mentioned by the person in black robes pay the appropriate price. During this period of time, Ming would often keep thinking about the battle between his tribe and Black Mountain tribe. There were a lot of clues that he had missed during that fight, and all those clues pointed towards the person in black robes. Ming opened his eyes and got out of his meditative state. He looked at the darkness around him and loneliness struck him. This feeling was one that he had not gotten accustomed to over the past year. He had been in this cave for a long time. Ming walked out silently and stood outside the crack. He looked at the moon in the sky. It was quiet all around him. He sat down and breathed in the slightly humid air before bringing out a Xuan made of bone about the size of a fist and stroking its surface gently. After a long while, a moaning song seemed to be blown from a Xuan that no one else but Ming could hear. The notes seemed to echo in the air. The moaning sound contained sorrow, and the song continued for a long time. Ming did not know how to play music. There was a crack on the Xuan made of bone, making it impossible for it to produce any sound either way. That song was not played out. It simply existed in Ming's heart. He held the Xuan made of bone and closed his eyes as he listened to the song in his heart. This was the only sound that could keep him company in this place. It was as if he could really hear the song playing his ear, making him feel like he could find familiarity in this place. Every single time he felt lonely, he would think about the beautiful moments that had happened in the past. Every single time he felt estranged, he would think about the happiness in the past. After a long while, when the moon in the sky reached its brightest moment, Ming closed his eyes and sat down. His body began to glow in the moonlight. Gradually, faint illusions formed by moonlight floated out from his body and surrounded him. These illusions were wings of the moon. The wings of the moon were created when the elder of Fire Berserker tribe had cast a great divine art to grant those within Fire Berserker tribe immortality. This art was then modified by the god of Berserkers with the eternal creation art, changing them into creatures that were neither human nor beast. But after passing ages, the divine art had become weaker, causing breaks to appear in their cursed immortality. However, when they fought against Baitu and the person in black, it was not enough to wipe out their existence. Their bodies might have been destroyed, but their souls still surrounded Ming and were hidden inside his body. They would appear under moonlight, but no one else besides those who practiced the ways of the Fire Berserker could see them. Ming did not obtain a clear answer from this. It was simply an understanding he obtained from the interaction between him and the souls of the wings of the moon. This was Ming's greatest support now. It was also the reason why he was not bothered by whether the boy 2 months ago had spoken of his existence to other people or not. He did not want to kill without reason, but if someone came to him looking for trouble, then they had to be prepared to face death. When the moon in the sky gradually disappeared and the morning sun appeared in the horizon, faint shouts came from the rainforest at the foot of the mountain. Senior, 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 I'm sorry. Senior. Ming's face was calm. He had been hearing this voice once every few days for the past 2 months. This rainforest was incredibly big, and there were a lot of mountain ranges here. It might not be as hard as trying to find a needle in a haystack if someone tried to search for a person here, but it was close. The voice belonged to that boy. 2 months ago, when Ming left, he had already anticipated that this would happen. The boy was simply making a choice between choosing to talk or not talk about him. If he did, then he would perhaps bring about a lot of attention from his tribe and strong berserkers would come here. But Guanghan Forest was huge. Trying to search for a person inside it was hard. Besides, if Ming wanted to hide, it would make the search even harder. More importantly, these people would come asking for something from him. With the boy's intelligence, this sort of situation would not only not bring anything good to him, it might even make Ming displeased. The boy did not make Ming disappointed. For the past 2 months, he had always come alone to call out to Ming. Ming heard the voice calling out to him from a distance. He did not bother himself with it, but instead returned to the cave and continued creating South Asunder so that he could heal the injuries in his body. After a few days, the voice gradually disappeared. Half a month passed by. When there were only 9 blood veins left that were still dull on Ming's body, he heard that faint voice calling out to him once again from the rainforest. Senior, Senior. The voice had been calling out to him for 2 days and would continue to do so. Ming opened his eyes as he got out of his meditative state. There was a contemplative look on his face. I won't make the same mistake as before. Ming looked as if he had just remembered something. He walked out of the cave and donned on the beast's skin robe before running into the rainforest. Feng Mu's face was filled with remorse as he walked through the rainforest. There was also caution and alertness in his expression while he held a black bone blade in his hand. The blade exuded a chilling presence, and it was the weapon he used to defend himself. After all, leaving the tribe alone to come to this place was a very dangerous thing to him. If he met any of his enemies here, that blade could serve its purpose. He continued running around the rainforest and shouting out the same words he had been repeating for the past 2.5 months. Senior, senior. After a long while, he leaned against a big tree as he panted harshly. There was a helpless look on his face. Could it be that the strange person has left? If that wasn't the case, then since I've been calling for almost 3 months, he should have heard my voice. If he still hasn't left, then it means he doesn't want to see me. Feng Mu let out a long sigh, and his expression became bitter. He looked at his surroundings and gritted his teeth before continuing onward. Senior, are you still here? The sun was about to set and the shadow of the moon was up in the sky. With a defeated look on his face, Feng Mu shouted once again towards the sky. I'm here. The moment Feng Mu finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind him. The voice appeared too suddenly, causing Feng Mu to jump in terror. He got up and quickly leapt forward, turning around with a face filled with wariness. He lifted the blade in his hands, but when he saw the person standing on a branch on the tree that was behind him, he was pleasantly surprised. Senior, I've been searching for you really hard. It's been almost 3 months. Feng Mu lowered the bone blade quickly and looked at Ming, who remained covered by the beast's skin, with excitement. Taking a few steps forward, Feng Mu bowed at Ming. Senior, please save me. I am Feng Mu. I hid the truth from you earlier. I am from Tranquil East Tribe, and my father is the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. If you can treat the injuries in my body, then my father and I will definitely reward you greatly. This blade is my apology to you for when I lied to you earlier. Please accept it. The teenager called Feng Mu quickly handed over the black bone blade with both hands, an earnest look on his face as he bowed once again. The bone blade let out a black light and exuded a ghastly presence. It was clear that it was not some common object. In fact, it was just like blood scales, a counterfeit Berserker vessel. This item would be incredibly valuable to a small tribe. Ming's eyes flashed. From the blade the boy gifted him, it was not hard for him to guess that the 3 tribes controlling Han Mountain City were middle-sized ones. There was no way that they could be small tribes. Ming moved to stand before Feng Mu. He cast Feng Mu a glance and took the black bone blade. He did not use his chi, but let the formless wings of the moon residing in his body to activate it. Immediately, the bone blade emitted a brilliant black light. The chilling air on the blade instantly disappeared, and the bone blade turned red, as if it was burning. A strong wave of heat flowed out. It made the trees around them fall into a state as if they were burning and were about to turn into dried wood. The heat crashed into Feng Mu, forcing him to move back. A stunned look appeared on his face, his heart pounding against his chest. He could not determine Ming's level of cultivation, but he knew that even the powerful berserkers in his tribe could not let the blade exude such a mighty presence. Only people like his father could. When the blade was first given to his father, such a shocking effect was produced as well, but the presence that was emitted was not heat, but cold. Could it be? Could it be that he's in the awakening realm? Feng Mu's mouth was dry. He felt relieved that he did not tell anyone about this, but chose to come alone. If he made this person displeased, then the consequences would be terrible. Feng Mu could not see Ming's face, which added to his mysteriousness. At that moment, Ming lifted his left hand and with one swift motion, threw 2 pills into Feng Mu's mouth before he could even see them clearly. Ming then activated his chi and made those 2 pills melt, causing Feng Mu to not even be able to feel their shape. A hot stream flowed from the boy's mouth into his body. I'll give you the span of 15 breaths to remember this herb. When you come here next time, bring 1,000 of this herb to me in exchange for your healing items. Also, I do not like other people spying on me. This is the only time I'll allow it. Ming's voice was placid, but there was a hint of dreariness in his hoarse voice. He swung the bone blade with his right hand, and immediately, the bark of a big tree beside him fell off. The shape of an herb appeared on its surface. That picture was the one herb Ming was lacking to create mountain spirit, cloud gauze grass. He did not care about Feng Mu after that. Instead, he got up and took a step into the sky. The formless soles of the wings of the moon were underneath his feet. He stepped on one of them and walked away in the sky. No one could see the soles of the wings of the moon underneath his feet. In Feng Mu's eyes, Ming was walking on the air. It made him widen his eyes and take in a sharp breath. Is he really in the awakening realm? After a long while, he finally reacted to it, but very soon, he remembered the latter half of Ming's words. He was momentarily stunned before looking around himself immediately and seeing a strong-looking person walking out from within the rainforest. Father, Feng Mu rubbed his eyes. He looked incredibly shocked. The big man wore a blue robe. He walked to Feng Mu's side with a stern expression and looked in the direction Su Ming had left in, frowning. How are your injuries? He asked with a low voice. Feng Mu felt apprehensive. He quickly checked the injuries in his body. Once he discovered that they had become slightly better, he immediately nodded his head. Father, have you been following me all this while? That man discovered you. Could he really be in the awakening realm? Doesn't seem like it. The chi in his body is. The man frowned. Before he finished speaking, the picture of the cloud gauze grass on the tree bark beside him gradually turned into wooden shards and fell off. This was the strength of Su Ming's fine control. He could already control all his chi precisely. Exactly 15 breaths. This is the fine control of the awakening realm. The man's pupils shrank. It's over. I haven't memorized the shape of that herb. Feng Mu immediately became anxious. The man took in a deep breath. He might still be a little dubious, but he was mostly certain about what he had seen now. He turned around and spoke to Feng Mu sternly. That's cloud gauze grass. I'll help you get it. Respect this person. Don't offend him with your words or your actions. When you see him, treat him as you would treat the adults in the tribe. He might be a stroke of good luck to you. Chapter 116, Spirit Plunder. Su Ming walked briskly through the rainforest after he left Feng Mu. His face was blank, and there was no hint of any change in his expression, betraying his emotions. But his heart remained highly cautious. If anything moved around him, he would immediately notice it. In truth, he had not noticed that Feng Mu's father had followed them. His words and actions were all for the sake of him avoiding trouble. When he was in Dark Mountain, he had encountered something similar. At that time, he was facing Sikong. Seeing only Sikong then, he hadn't considered whether a person with such a status would be able to leave the tribe alone after causing such a huge commotion under the eyes of the powerful warriors in the tribe. Only when the elder guided his thoughts did Su Ming see the things he had neglected. However, that was Dark Mountain. With the elder's protection, he was not in too much trouble. But he was in an unfamiliar place now. The elder was not here to protect him. He had to rely on himself for everything, no longer allowed to make the slightest mistake. He might not have noticed anyone following behind Feng Mu, but there were too many suspicious things about this. With Su Ming's intelligence, a few months were enough for him to analyze everything completely. There was no way that a wounded boy who was only at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm would be able to enter the rainforest alone during these months, and then would remain safe every single time. Even if the boy wanted to come alone, his family would definitely notice it and follow him from the shadows. It was only logical for them to do so. Also, the boy's injuries had been slightly cured, and he was snatched away by Su Ming while in the forest. Even if he had not said a word about it, his other tribe members who had followed him into the forest would definitely speak of it. From all these clues, it was not hard to guess that someone was following Feng Mu, and their target was Su Ming himself. That was why Su Ming had only chosen to appear unhurriedly after a few months. The extraordinary blade given to him by the boy made Su Ming even more certain that this Tranquil East tribe was definitely not a small tribe, but a middle-sized one. It was impossible for a boy with such a high status in the tribe to come out alone. Thus, Su Ming deduced that there was someone observing their conversation. The only reason they chose not to act rashly was because when Su Ming had taken the blade, he used the souls of the wings of the moon to show the power of burning flames, giving others the impression that he was at the awakening realm. Besides, he also walked in the air with the souls of the wings of the moon, and entered fine control with his mind to leave behind the mark on the tree, while saying that it would stay for 15 breaths. All these served as a warning for those who saw it. Su Ming wanted to make others hesitant to act by his warning. After all these were built on the premise that he could heal the boy's injuries little by little. Under this premise, he had taken complete control of the situation. If he could also make others wonder about his power, then his chances of remaining safe would increase even more. Su Ming looked composed. He did not immediately return to his cave, but chose to walk in circles around the area. Only when the sky became completely dark and the moon hung high in the sky was he certain that no one was following him. Only then did he return to his cave. He sat down cross-legged in the cave. Su Ming waved his right hand before himself, and the souls of the formless wings of the moon scattered, spreading outside the entrance of the cave. Over the past year, Su Ming had been using this method to be on guard against any possible accidents. If all is well, then I can soon leave this place. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes as Su Ming sat down. Once he thought about his actions, He immersed himself in circulating the qi in his body. Gradually, blood-red light flashed on his body. This sort of training and healing for a long period of time was dry and dull. Not everyone had the patience for it. Yet Ming gradually got accustomed to this life during this last year. He got used to being alone in the silent cave, not saying a word, and healing his wounds quietly. He created South Asunder constantly and continuously consumed medicinal pills to heal his injuries, causing the internal wounds and injuries he sustained previously to slowly recover as time passed by. 1 month went past. A voice calling out to him appeared once again in the rainforest. This time Ming also made him wait for a few days before going to the boy without making a sound on one of the nights. Once he healed Feng and obtained the cloud gauze grass he wanted, he once again made a request for another herb. Feng looked incredibly respectful. He practically fulfilled all of Ming's requests, telling him most of the things that had happened within the 3 tribes during the past 4 weeks since they had last met, as long as they were not secrets. It allowed Ming to understand his surroundings more, including the unique Berserker arts within the 3 tribes. It allowed some form of groundwork for their trade after that. There may have been a lot of herbs in the rainforest, but it was still difficult to collect all the necessary ingredients to create medicinal pills. Yet with Feng around, Ming's speed in creating the medicinal pills gradually increased. He even managed to obtain Night Glitter Branch due to the tacit acceptance from Feng's father, who allowed Feng to get those herbs from Han Mountain City to pay respect to Ming. He even started coming to the rainforest more often, bringing along with him certain basic necessities, like clothes that looked remarkable. Feng's father was the one who had thought of the clothes. He reminded Feng to prepare them, and he also took into account Ming's habit of covering his face with the beast skin robe, hence most of the clothes he made Feng bring were with a hood. There were 3 sets in total. Sackcloth could not even begin to compare with them. Senior Imo, I had to spend a lot of effort to order these clothes from Han Mountain City. Within our tribe, only the elder and the leaders can wear them. Feng boasted about his attentiveness, which indeed made Ming grow more fond of him. Yet because of his cautiousness, Ming still appeared irregularly every single time Feng came to him, and never told him about the cave where he stayed. Half a year passed by just like that. Ming had now stayed in the forest for 2 whole years. His injuries had healed completely 1 month ago. The moment all 243 blood veins appeared, the incredible power of the 7th level of the blood solidification realm erupted forth. With the complete set of herbs, Ming also created a lot of mountain spirits. Once he ate them, it allowed his power to increase steadily once he recovered. With enough medicinal pills, Ming started thinking. He had 2 types of pills in his hands now, Mountain Spirit and South Asunder. Their numbers were not few. Ming had about a dozen of each. He looked at the medicinal pills in his hands and mulled over them for a moment before he made his decision. I should go and see what would appear once I open the second door. Ming put the medicinal pills away and touched the black piece of debris hanging over his neck, which had accompanied him to this place. The mysterious black piece of debris had provided Ming with multiple recipes to make several types of medicinal pills. It allowed his injuries to recover and his training speed to increase. He had now accumulated enough medicinal pills to open the second door. Ming closed his eyes with determination. Using the previous way which had allowed him to enter the strange dimension, his entire body instantly let out a black light within the rather safe cave. The black light turned eerie, and once it enveloped him, it gave off a brilliant flash, then disappeared without a trace along with Ming's body. It was still that place covered by fog. Ming soon got used to the dark. He charged forward through the fog, and soon saw the familiar mountain and the tunnel at the foot of the mountain in the fog. He looked at the mountain without a sound and walked in. The pictures around him were the same. He went past the first door and before long arrived at the second door. Like the last time when he had opened the first door, Ming took a few steps forward and brought out South Asunder and Mountain Spirit from his bosom, placing each individual pill into the small holes. Once he placed all the medicinal pills into their rightful places, Ming took a few steps back and looked at the door carefully. All the small holes on the door gradually gave off a strong light. As the light spread out, booming sounds echoed around them, creating a lot of echoes reverberating off the walls. Very soon, the second door slowly opened outwards. It started off with a mere slit before both sides of the door gradually opened with a bang, revealing the tunnel within. Ming's eyes were calm. He did not act rashly, but waited till the door was completely open. He looked inside and saw that the tunnel, the walls themselves, was giving off a red light. All was silent. Ming waited for a while longer before lifting his feet and walking into the tunnel. He did not immediately charge ahead, but looked at the carvings on the walls around him. They still portrayed people creating medicinal pills. He noticed it since he had opened the first door. These carvings on the walls seemed to be guides for the techniques of herb quenching. If Ming mastered them, then it would prove to be a great help when creating those medicinal pills. He walked forward unhurriedly, memorizing the drawings carved onto the walls. An unknown amount of time passed by. Once he reached the end of the drawings, a rather small chamber appeared before him. The third door was within this chamber. There was only the picture of one medicinal pill on this door. Ming had also seen most of the herbs required for this medicinal pill. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he cast a glance at the small holes underneath the picture of the medicinal pill. He had already experienced this twice. Through the creation of 3 medicinal pills, he could already tell that the amount of holes required to open each door underneath each medicinal pill in this mysterious place signified the level of difficulty in creating that pill. The more holes there were, the easier it was to create them. With that one glance, Ming frowned. There were only 2 holes underneath the picture of that medicinal pill. This pill might be the most difficult pill to create besides the welcoming of deities among the pills I can create now. Ming frowned and moved forward, pressing his right hand on the door. At that moment, the familiar swelling pain appeared once again in his head. As the door glowed brightly, scenes of the creation of this medicinal pill appeared in Ming's head. After a long while, Ming's right hand trembled. A strong rebounding force sprung up from the ground, and he took a few steps backward. He lifted his head quickly, shock evident in his eyes. Spirit Plunder. Ming took in a sharp breath. From the information he acquired, besides the name and the method to create this pill, for the first time, he also obtained the description of the effects of this pill. If you place an illusionary spirit within the pill, you can use it to harm others, and also use it to nourish your soul. Ming's eyes flashed. He carefully memorized the herbs needed to create Spirit Plunder and closed his eyes. There was a complicated look on his face. I'll need a large amount of these herbs to create this pill. I can't use a regular cauldron either. I have to use the body of a person near death as the cauldron and place the herbs necessary in the corpse to refine them. I also can't use regular fire to create this pill. I have to collect the miasma of corpses and lead lightning to strike down on it to refine the herbs. By this, I can also avoid creating changes to the world once I create this medicinal pill. Ming fell into contemplative silence. He cast a profound look at the stone door before he turned around and walked outside. Even if creating the pill is hard and the success rate isn't high, once I create it, the strength. Ming recalled the description of the pill in his head. Snatch an illusionary spirit. This illusionary spirit should be the materialization of a berserker mark, like Black Mountain Tribe's tribe leader's blood bear or Xuan Hen's blade. I don't think there would be anyone below the awakening realm who could resist against it. I might even be able to kill those of the awakening realm. This isn't a medicinal pill anymore. Ming's eyes glinted as he walked out. An eerie light flashed in the cave in the deeper part of the rainforest. Ming's body slowly appeared. He sat down, touched the black piece of debris hanging from his neck, and fell into a contemplative silence. I need 19 types of herbs. I know most of them. They're among the pictures on the bamboo slip the elder gave me. I'm only unfamiliar with one of them. But that's not the main point. The main point is that among these 19 herbs, there are 3 which I can't use straight away. I'll need to plant their seeds in the bones of strong wild beasts and make them grow there. From the information provided, I'll need bones of beasts equivalent to powerful warriors in the awakening realm. Chapter 117, Going Out. It's about time I took a trip to Han Mountain City. That morning, Ming got out from his meditative state. His face still held the traces of the complex thoughts formed after an entire night of thinking, but he had already made a decision in his heart. He put away the medicinal pills in a pouch and looked around the cave. He had stayed in this place for 2 years and had no intention of not returning. He was already familiar with this place, and it was a good location for training. The information provided by Feng Mu about the area around here should be mostly accurate, but I'll need to take a look at it myself, especially that Puqiang tribe. Also, since this Han Mountain City is on the path that must be taken when going to the great tribe of Freezing Sky in the land of South Morning, then I might be able to find a map leading me to the alliance of the western region. Ming's eyes flashed. He walked out of the cave and stood outside. The wind was moist. It was once again the rainy season, the very season that welcomed him when he first came to this place 2 years ago. He touched the broken bag in his bosom. This thing did not change at all during the past 2 years. The broken parts in the dimension did not spread out, making Ming feel more at ease. Besides the large amount of medicinal pills he put in the bag, it also contained a lot of fur and bones from beasts he had hunted down in the past 2 years. The information Feng provided allowed Ming to understand that the tribes within the land of South Morning were different from the alliance of the western region. They may also need herbs, but most of what they wanted were taken from wild beasts. For example, the first time he met Feng, the boy and his people had been hunting that snake to obtain its poisoned sac and bones to create medicine. Once he made all the necessary preparations, Ming dashed down towards the rainforest at the foot of the mountain. When night fell, for the very first time, Ming walked out of the borders of the rainforest. He wore a long robe as blue as the sky. His black hair danced in the wind. Before him were an endless, grassy plains. Ming lowered his head and averted his gaze before moving forward. The sky and land was huge, but besides him, there was no one else. In truth, few people came to this rainforest. Even if some did, most of them were there only to collect the ingredients to create medicine. The moon hung in the sky and moonlight shone on the ground. Ming moved silently forward. He was so quick it was as if there was a long arc whistling by. However, this arc did not rise into the sky, but stuck closely to the ground while speeding forward. Feng once said that I'll need to continue for 10 days in this direction. Ming already knew where Han Mountain City was located for a long time from Feng. He also knew the details of this city. It is a very chaotic city, controlled by 3 tribes at the same time. Because of that, it's treated as a hub, and that's why there are a lot of powerful berserkers there. Those 3 tribes usually turned a blind eye towards these people, sometimes even choosing some powerful berserkers to become their guests and inviting them to join with luxurious gifts. Ming's eyes flashed, and his speed increased. The land of South Morning was mostly formed by mountain ranges. This vast land, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the land of mountain ranges, as they numbered tens of thousands. The tribes here were also built around the mountains in a manner completely different from those in the alliance of the western region. As there were a lot of tribes in the land of South Morning, there were also a lot of strange varieties of berserker arts. There were also a lot of powerful berserkers among them. The existence of the great tribe of Freezing Sky tribe, and especially the existence of the Freezing Sky clan, also provided a strong basis for the might of the land of South Morning. Freezing Sky clan was a mysterious place that was completely under the control of the great tribe of Freezing Sky. It was not a tribe, but a school. It was a school that belonged to berserkers. As long as they were berserkers from the land of South Morning, it did not matter which tribe they belonged to. If they could pass the test set by Freezing Sky clan, then they could enroll the school. In the land of South Morning, Freezing Sky clan was famous for being incredibly powerful. There were a lot of rumors about the place. According to legend, 6,000 years ago, the elder of Freezing Sky tribe built the clan with the help of some outsiders. As time passed by, Freezing Sky, which had been a middle-sized tribe, slowly became more powerful and turned into one of the 2 great tribes in South Morning. Only then did Freezing Sky clan rise up in status. It was said that there were 100,000 berserkers at Freezing Sky. It was the first ever place to break the restrictions between tribes in the entire land of South Morning and make their berserker arts open to public, causing those who had vast potential to obtain a place where they could become powerful berserkers. According to legend, the reason why the great tribe of Freezing Sky could become the head of South Morning was closely related to this Freezing Sky clan. There was a rumor about that clan saying that everything within was an imitation of the mysterious other world, where the methods of training and tribes themselves were widely different from those on this one. Legends said that this other world had no tribes, only schools. Due to the success of this Freezing Sky clan, over the past 1,000 years, the trend of schools became popular in the land of South Morning. Many tribes started imitating them, especially the Western Sea tribe, the other big tribe that was of equal standing to Freezing Sky. They built the Western Sea clan, and with its appearance, conflict arose between these 2 schools. Similarly, besides the small tribes, those middle-sized tribes with some power would also imitate the big tribes, building their own schools within their tribes. However, these schools were centered around the tribe's own berserkers. They could not dispel their aversion towards outsiders. Most of them would only allow part of their Berserker arts to be inherited to attract powerful guests from all around the place to join them and increase the tribe's strength. The schools and the guests were mostly only using each other, and they would always be wary of the other. Ming had gotten to understand all this over the past half a year while talking with Feng. He was not too taken aback by the strangeness of South Morning. After all, he might have come from the alliance of the Western region, but since young, he had only been around the area of Dark Mountain. His understanding of the alliance of the Western region was not as great as his knowledge about the land of South Morning at this moment. Han Mountain City, more accurately speaking, was built in this environment. It had been around for 2,000 years, but it had only been taken over by Puqiang, Lake of Colors, and Tranquil East for less than 400 years. Feng Mu mentioned before that their bamboo slips in their tribes recorded the Great Battle 400 years ago. At that time, Han Mountain City was ruled by an incredibly powerful middle-sized tribe called Han Tribe. When it started weakening, the three tribes that were under its rule took over. Once they killed all the tribe members of Han Tribe, they successfully took Han Mountain City under their rule. They wanted to conquer that city because whoever ruled it obtained the right to communicate with Freezing Sky Clan. Besides, whoever conquered Han Mountain City also became the lord of the area. The ruling tribes could enjoy some special privileges that Feng Mu did not know about. The powers of the three tribes were about the same, and they did not have any strength left to fight, or else Han Mountain City might once again experience a change in its ruler. This was why the leaders of the three tribes decided to form a treaty. All three tribes would control the city at the same time. However, the city was not controlled by the tribes, but by the school created by the three tribes. The information Feng Mu provided rose up in Ming's mind. After a few days, as Ming stood at the summit of a mountain, he saw a tall mountain not far away from him. It was dusk by then. There were no plants growing there, but there was a city built on it. The entire mountain was made of rocks. It was incredibly sturdy. Windstream Tribe's Mudstone City could not even hope to compare to this. This was the most magnificent city Ming had ever seen in his life. He stood at the summit and stared at the city on the mountain for a long time before he took a deep, long breath. There was a bright light in his eyes. He could somewhat understand why the elder left Dark Mountain multiple times when he was younger to travel around the world now. Only when a person had seen more and experienced the true world could he be said to have truly grown. If not, then only his body would grow, not his soul. Ming did not go immediately. He sat down cross-legged instead, the mountain breeze blowing in his face and lifting his long hair. He could feel that the many wings of the moon within his body were growing restless when he got closer to this place. He closed his eyes as he sat down, but soon reopened them. The shadow of the blood-red moon appeared in his pupils. The shadow of the blood-red moon was faint, and no one else could see it. Yet at that moment, the world changed in Ming's eyes. He saw 3 bundles of mist floating above the city. The 3 bundles of mist were red, black, and white in color. There were also 3 tall mountains surrounding the city at the corner of his eyes. There were also 3 bundles of mist of 3 different colors floating above the summits of those 3 mountains. They looked magnificent, as if they were afraid no one would know just how strange and mysterious this place was. The bundle of mist on the mountain to the far left was red. Ming could see the faint outlines of a woman's face in that red mist. Her face was cold and dark, making all those who saw her face feel their hearts tremble. To the right of Han Mountain City was another summit. The bundle of mist above it was white and looked like holy clouds surrounding the mountain. As the mist gathered together, there was also a cold and desolate air to it. The contours of a gigantic white scorpion would occasionally appear in the white mist. There seemed to be a black bell hanging off the scorpion's tail. The final summit was behind Han Mountain City. This mountain was surrounded by black mist that exuded an air of death. It looked eerie and gloomy, and there was also the faint outline of a black skeleton sitting cross-legged inside the mist. The black mist belongs to Puqiang Tribe, the red mist to Lake of Colors Tribe, and the white mist belongs to Tranquil East Tribe. Ming mumbled under his breath, and the shadow of the blood-red moon in his eyes disappeared. The 3 mountains may have been surrounding the mountain where Han Mountain City was built and did not seem too far away, but in truth, if a normal tribe member were to walk from Han Mountain City to one of the mountains, they would need to take a few days to do so. There were 3 seemingly fine chains connecting the mountain of Han Mountain City to the 3 mountains where the 3 tribes were. Underneath these chains were canyons that reached hundreds of thousands of feet downwards. Unless a person was at the awakening realm, then he would surely die if he fell. The 3 chains swayed in the mountain breeze, as if because they were hung too high up in the sky. The chains connected to the 3 mountains went past them and continued into the distance. Yet those places were all covered by a fog. No one could see clearly what lay ahead. It's clear that these 3 tribes scattered out to spread their might over Han Mountain City so that they could show off their power. Not only does it allow them to inspire awe and fear in other people, they can also attract powerful berserkers to become their guests. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he looked at the mountain surrounded by black mist behind Han Mountain City. That was where Puqiang tribe was located. Chapter 118, Han Mountain City. What Feng Mu said is right. Puqiang tribe is indeed the same as Wu San. They need the miasma from the dead to practice their ways of the berserker. However, from the looks of it, Wu San can't hope to compare to them. Su Ming mumbled under his breath and averted his gaze from that mountain after a long while. He looked at Han Mountain City instead and got up. He went down the mountain path, moving towards Han Mountain City, which basked under the evening sun. If I manage to create spirit plunder, then I'll really fit their descriptions of a fallen berserker. Su Ming's shadow was drawn out in the dusk. There was a lonely air around his person, but there was also a resolute and determined one too. The sun at dusk was slightly warm when shining on the land surrounded by mountain ranges. Su Ming welcomed that light of the setting sun on his skin as he walked towards the unfamiliar Han Mountain City. The city looked prosperous. As Su Ming got closer, it grew so large it was shocking. It was a city built on a mountain, hence the height of the mountain itself turned into a strong, oppressive might obvious to all those who stood at the foot of it. The 3 bundles of mist surrounding the city also created a daunting effect. Due to this, even the people who had extraordinary powers would take care of their actions if they came to this place. Su Ming looked at Han Mountain City and took a deep breath. His expression was placid as he walked up the mountain trail. There were 8 wide flights of stairs under Han Mountain City. They were like cyclones connected to the 8 gates located halfway up the mountain. If anyone wanted to go into the city, they would have to walk up the stairs. Only 4 of the 8 gates were open to public. 3 of the 4 gates were for exclusive use for the 3 tribes controlling the city. The remaining gate was known as the Guest's Gate. Only the guests of the 3 tribes could use that stairway and the gate connecting to it. The stairways looked solemn, which served the purpose of making the strength of the 3 tribes stand out. It would then attract powerful berserkers to become the guests of these 3 tribes. It was the first time Su Ming came to such a place. He walked up one of the stairways leading to the gates unhurriedly. No one was keeping watch around here. It was not until Su Ming was halfway up the mountain did he see one of the 8 gates of Han Mountain City. The gate was shaped like an arc. There were 2 huge stone statues about hundreds of feet tall set on each side of the stairs. These 2 stone statues were built in the image of those in the Berserker tribe. They looked as if they were out for blood. Although they stood there unmoving, there was a cold and stern air coming off them. The gate used the arms of the 2 stone statues as its frame, creating the shape of the gate. Lying high on top of the frames formed by the arms was a man wearing a gray robe. He lay on the frame with one leg dangling by the side. There was a plate hanging off the man's waist. It was blue, but there was also a hint of red on it. He had his eyes closed, as if he was taking a nap. There was a green gourd by his hand, and the fragrance of wine spread out in the air so strongly it seemed as if it would stay even if wind came by. As Su Ming looked at the gate, a bright glint flashed briefly in his eyes. This was the most majestic city he had ever seen with his eyes. He engraved this gate into his memories, and once he did so, Su Ming stepped through. The moment he entered Han Mountain City, a sluggish voice traveled into his ears. "Sir, don't you know the rules?" The person who spoke was a man. He had already opened his eyes and brought the green gourd by his side to his lips. He cast a glance at Su Ming with seemingly drunken eyes. When he saw the robe Su Ming wore, his eyes became slightly more sober. Su Ming's expression remained calm. As the man spoke, he flung his right hand outward and threw a white stone coin towards the man, who caught it cleanly. Su Ming had already understood a long time ago from Feng Mu that Han Mountain City was open to everyone, as long as they paid a sufficient amount of stone coins. The amount of stone coins they paid would increase the duration of time they could stay within the city. Once the man took the stone coin, he threw a gray plate to Su Ming before lying back down on the frame, dozing off once again while occasionally drinking the wine from the gourd. Su Ming hung the plate from his waist. The colors of the plates were categorized. Besides the tribe members of the 3 tribes, No one else could use the plates colored black, red, and white. The guests had blue plating under their plates, and an additional color would be added according to the tribe they joined. The people who entered the city without any social standing would be given gray plates. If the plate became dull, then it would mean that they could no longer stay within the city. Then if they didn't pay more stone coins to increase the duration of their stay and were discovered by the guards of the city, they would be severely punished. Those who entered the city had to wear the plates on their waists or at other obvious places. Ming remained silent. He hung the gray plate on his waist and walked through the gate into Han Mountain City. Sounds of bustling traveled into his ears almost immediately, as if the city itself was a completely different world compared to the quiet outside the gates. Ming was slightly amazed by this. There were a lot of people inside. In this city surrounded by mountains, there were a lot of stalls. It was a site that spoke of flourishing activities. The houses within the city were also built using stones from the mountain. The Mudstone City could not hope to compare to this. Ming looked at his surroundings as he walked within Han Mountain City. Almost everything in this place was strange and unfamiliar to him. The prosperous and lively atmosphere in this place made him feel like an outsider. There were houses, shops, and even gigantic buildings that spanned hundreds of feet tall. Ming practically didn't see anyone wearing beast skin shirts within the city. The lowest quality he saw was sackcloth, and even then, there was still a variety of colors for the sackcloths these people wore. There were also some who were like him. They, too, were donned in robes that seemed to be much more expensive and prestigious. It's about the size of 10 mudstone cities. Ming walked calmly along the mountain trails in Han Mountain City and swept his gaze across the pedestrians walking past him. There aren't a lot of normal people here. Most of them are berserkers, and they aren't weak. As Ming walked, he continued observing the things around him. Very soon, the sky grew dark, but the lively atmosphere within the place did not diminish. From his experiences in Windstream City and his understanding based on Feng Mu's words, Ming did not feel disoriented even though this was his first time in Han Mountain City. As he continued surveying his surroundings, he found a place that Feng Mu mentioned was specifically prepared for outsiders. The place bustled with activity at this hour. Ming's expression remained aloof when he entered and swept his gaze across the room. There were a lot of tables and chairs in the place. He went to an empty table calmly, and once he sat down, someone immediately came over with a smile on his face. With just a few words, Ming understood the purpose of this place. He reserved a room for himself to rest. Once he ordered his food, he also chose the wine that was mostly served on the other tables. Then he sat at his table and looked out the window, appearing to be thinking about something. However, he was listening to the people's chatter. Most of their discussions were useless to him, but there were still quite a lot of those discussions that provided some details of the city. For the next few months, Han Mountain City should be even more crowded. For some reason, Puqiang, Lake of Colors, and Tranquil East are taking in a lot of guests into their tribes. You haven't been here for long, so you don't know the details. These 3 tribes have been fighting and scheming against each other. Once in a while, they will invite guests to their tribes to become stronger, like the great tribe of Freezing Sky. They're doing so to increase their fighting power. But this is also a chance for us. I heard that Lake of Colors tribe is marrying off 10 of their women to the guests that enter their tribe. The women from Lake of Colors tribe are useful to our training. This time, Lake of Colors tribe has placed a lot of effort in this. It's a pity that we're not in the Awakening realm, or else we'd be able to obtain even more benefits. I heard that when Sir Xianluan joined Puqiang tribe, they gave him a statue of a god of berserkers. Time trickled by slowly. Ming sat at his place and frowned as he drank his wine. This thing was spicy, and he was used to the taste. Yet as he continued drinking, a strange feeling rose in him, and he gradually got used to it. He knew that everything here was unfamiliar to him. That was why he had been continuously observing and listening the moment he entered the city. It had almost been 4 hours. The sky was completely dark now. Yet there were still lights lit around Han Mountain City. Even a building was brightly lit with multiple candles set on candlesticks placed high on the walls. As he drank and listened to the people talking around him, Ming grew to understand Han Mountain City better. Feng Mu hinted many times that if I join Tranquil East Tribe and become a guest there, they will give me a lot of gifts and grant a lot of my requests. There must be a reason why they're taking in so many guests. Ming took a sip of his wine and listened to the discussions around him. When the crowd started leaving around midnight, and he was just about to go to his room to rest, his expression changed suddenly. He did not get up, but chose to take a sip of his wine once again. At that moment, Someone walked in through the door. That man was in his 30s, and he was different from the others. That difference was also why Ming did not leave. That man wore beast skins. This was the first time Ming saw clothes that he was familiar with since he came to Han Mountain City. That man's face was pale, and he was frowning. Once he came into the building, he sat himself at a table that was rather far away from Ming and ordered some wine before starting to drink quietly. There was uncertainty, hesitation, and a hint of panic on his face. At the very least, this man is at the 10th level of the blood solidification realm. There's a possibility that he has already reached the peak of the blood solidification realm. He's just a step away from awakening. Ming did not show any of his emotions on his face. The man might not have released his qi, but Ming could still clearly feel the pressure that was faintly coming off him. Another hour passed by. The man continued gulping down his wine without a word, but the struggle in his eyes became clearer and stronger. He would occasionally raise his head towards the door, as if he was waiting for someone. Yet as time passed by, when there was eventually only him and Ming left in the building besides the servers dozing off with their heads on the tables, disappointment colored the man's face. Once, he cast Ming a casual glance. After that, he continued drinking his wine without a word, but the hesitance in his eyes gradually turned into resolution and ruthlessness. Ming did not want to attract trouble. He got up and went to the backyard. From his observations during the hours here, he was already very certain that the backyard of this building was a place specifically prepared for outsiders to stay and rest. He had already reserved a room earlier. When he walked out, a gust of wind suddenly traveled from the entrance, causing the fire on the candles to flicker in the candlesticks. At that moment, a woman in a white shirt walked in slowly. That woman did not look old. There was a white veil covering her face, hence her countenance could not be seen clearly. The only thing visible was her eyes, which had a strange attractiveness like the stars in the sky. Chapter 119. It's him. When the man who had been drinking saw the woman, an elated look immediately appeared on his face. He stood up, looking like he was about to say something. The woman walked towards him and sat down with a calm and collected look. She cast her eyes around the building and swept her gaze over Ming, who was just about to leave, but she did not pay much attention to him. Did I pass? The man looked uneasy. He did not sit down, but chose instead to whisper. You did not meet our expectations, but I've bought you 1 day's time for you to prove your worth. Ming left. While doing so, he heard those words. These two people did not seem to be trying to avoid others eavesdropping on them. But Ming did not want to be involved in anything that had nothing to do with him, even if he could somewhat tell that there was some sort of secret between the man and the woman. Still, that had nothing to do with him. The night went by quietly. During the second morning, when Ming opened his eyes from his meditative state, he straightened his clothes and left the room. Han Mountain City was shrouded in a thin layer of fog in the morning. When he went outside, it was like walking on clouds. It was quite a strange feeling. After Ming spent the previous day observing and listening, he had grown to understand Han Mountain City better. While walking in the streets, Ming lifted his head and looked at the city. More accurately speaking, there were 4 layers of it. He was now at the 4th layer, which was located at the bottom of the city. The area within this level was also the biggest. The 3rd layer was only open to those with the appropriate level of cultivation. Those who did not reach that level would not be able to enter. The 2nd and 1st layers were only open to those with enough social standing. The peak is located above the 1st layer. It is also the place where the city's star gathering tower is located. Only those who are at the awakening realm and are guests of the 3 tribes can go in there. Ming cast his eyes at the top layer of the city and only looked away after a long period of time. He walked towards one of the shops selling herbs in the 4th layer. He did not buy the herbs needed to create Mountain Spirit and South Asunder. His main purpose of coming to Han Mountain City was to find a map that leads to the alliance of the western region and to find herbs required to create Spirit Plunder. Through the morning, Ming went to multiple shops. These shops were well supplied with all sorts of herbs, but the prices were also more expensive compared to Windstream. Fortunately, Ming's pockets were rather full with the stone coins given to him by Feng as a sign of respect. I still lack 5 of the herbs needed for Spirit Plunder, and when noon arrived, Ming fell into a thoughtful silence. He walked towards the entrance of the 3rd layer. There was also a magnificent gate there, and there was a dim light blinking within the door. There were dozens of people gathered near the door, and they were all there for the entertainment. Ming saw some of the Berserkers walking past the door, and some were expelled because their levels of cultivation were not high enough. Their faces might have been filled with anger, but they knew there was nothing they could do. They no longer tried, walking towards the watching crowd. There, it seemed like they bought something before returning to enter through the dim light in the gate. After a moment of observation, Ming moved towards the gate. The moment he arrived, the people who were watching for entertainment purposes looked towards him. Ming remained composed. He moved towards the dim light, but at that moment, he felt a strong repelling force falling on his person. It was as if someone pushed him with a great force. He staggered backwards a few steps and found himself unable to go through the gate. The limit is the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Ming frowned and moved backwards. He had managed to deduce the requirement to enter the 3rd layer based on the repelling force alone. It's another one of those without any abilities coming up to try again. Hey, I'm talking to you. Come here. The dozens of people watching by the side immediately called out to Ming. Ming looked over coldly. The person who spoke to him was a middle-aged man at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. When he saw Ming looking at him with a surly look, he immediately glared back, revealing the white plate hanging off his waist. You seem pretty stubborn. I usually sell this pass for 1,000 stone coins. But for you, if you want to pass through the 3rd layer, you'll need to buy this for 1,300 stone coins. The middle-aged man let out a cold harumph and brought out a palm-sized stone piece from his bosom, waving it in his hand. Ming averted his gaze and did not bother with the middle-aged man any longer. He looked towards the dim light on the gate instead and walked towards it once more. Not only did his actions cause the middle-aged man to laugh coldly, the other people from the 3 tribes selling the pass around them also looked over and started laughing mockingly. I haven't seen someone like this for a few days. Feng, don't sell that pass to him even for 1,300 stone coins. It's a pity Feng got to him first. He'll definitely earn big this time. If it were me, I wouldn't sell the pass for anything less than 2,000 stone coins. Either he'll have to buy it for an exorbitant price, or he wouldn't be able to go in. It's his fault for not being at the appropriate level. It was clear that these people were well acquainted with each other. As they laughed, an agreement was formed between them. None of them would sell the pass for a low price, all of them raising it. Their laughter caught the attention of people around them. It was especially so for those who did not manage to pass through the door. Most of them had pitying expressions on their faces. Ming got closer to the gate, but he did not step inside. He pressed his right hand against the dim light and once again felt the repelling force coming from it. 2,000 stone coins. Give me 2,000 stone coins, and I'll sell you this pass. Lad, I'm telling you, you're not the first to be causing trouble here. If you don't buy it today, then with our rules, even if I'm not here the next time, you'll still have to spend more stone coins too. The middle-aged man from Tranquil East tribe immediately shouted loudly, but before he could finish speaking, he swallowed his words as if he was cut off. The others were also stunned. They no longer laughed, but watched the gate as expressions of shock appeared on their faces. They saw Ming standing at the gate, unmoving. He had his right hand placed on the dim light, but that dim light was flashing brightly, as if there was an invisible force charging into it, causing it to seem like a cloth that was being pulled apart. A deep hollow appeared in the light, many ripples cascading off of it, as if it could not withstand the pressure. This sight made the people from the 3 tribes selling passes take in a sharp breath. The middle-aged man turned pale. They had been earning stone coins for years like this in this place, and they saw far too many people walking into that gate every day. It could even be said that they had seen many things. They had also seen this sight dozens of times, where a hollow was formed on the light, but every single time this happened, it was due to a powerful Berserker in the Awakening Realm. Whenever the Berserkers in the Awakening Realm entered the gate, the dim light would be pushed to the side, like it was being torn apart. Amidst the silence, a crack suddenly opened up in the dim light at the gate. Ming slowly retrieved his right hand and calmly walked into the crack. Once he did so, the dim light in the gate gradually returned to normal. There was only silence outside the gate. The middle-aged man pretended to be composed despite his nervousness. The other tribe members of the 3 tribes beside him were momentarily stunned before they all looked at him with pitying looks. You offended a Berserker at the Awakening Realm. Feng, good luck. I didn't think he'd be at the Awakening Realm. How old did he seem like? I've never seen him before. This person must have only just arrived to Han Mountain City. The middle-aged man was feeling slightly uneasy. He might be forcing himself to remain calm, but the fear in his heart made him not dare to continue selling passes. He quickly left, feeling incredibly regretful. He usually had a pretty keen eye, or else he would not be in this business. He had taken a guess at Su Ming's level of cultivation. That was why he had dared to speak. But he hadn't expected himself to make a wrong guess. Aren't you just tormenting me? You're my senior. Why couldn't you just go through? Why did you have to cause trouble for me? The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more he felt that he was wronged. At that moment, Su Ming had walked into the third layer of Han Mountain City. He looked at the dim light at the gate, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Looks like fine control is not something mastered during the blood solidification realm. I could enter easily once I used fine control to manipulate my chi the second time. The hollow created in the dim light is also a clear sign that my entrance was different compared to others. While thinking quietly, Su Ming walked up the mountain path. Not far into the distance was the entrance to the second layer of Han Mountain City. There weren't many buildings around this place, and the number of pedestrians were also fewer. Yet every single one of the people walking in this place was at the very least at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Even the buildings in the place exuded a mighty presence that seemed to be letting out a pressure of their own. It was clear that there were powerful berserkers staying in these buildings. It might be noon, but this place was not as lively as the 4th layer. Su Ming walked towards the shops when suddenly his eyes flashed. An amazed expression appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared. There was a shop that sold materials obtained from wild beasts. The stench of blood wafted through the air. There was an old man sitting cross-legged at the shop with his eyes closed. On his right wrist were several black bells. The shop was not big. On the right side of the wall were 9 black wooden pins. These pins were fixed on a spider the size of a millstone. The spider was entirely purple, and it was already dead, but it had 9 legs. The 9th leg was red, and it was clear that it was different from the other legs on the spider's body. This is one of the ingredients required to create the welcoming of deities. Su Ming averted his gaze and walked towards the shop. Yet the moment he was about to step into the shop, the 3 bundles of mist hanging in the sky above Han Mountain City suddenly changed. They started tumbling, and muffled booming sounds echoed in the air. The sudden change immediately made the old man in the shop open his eyes. He was not the only one. Almost everyone in the 3rd layer lifted their heads as their hearts lurched in their chests. The 3 bundles of mist tumbled even quicker. At the same moment, in Star Gathering Tower, located at the peak of the city surrounded by mountains, an old and aged bell suddenly tolled. Dong! The bell toll seemed to form several formless sound waves that rolled down the mountain. Not only did they attract the attention of those at the 3rd layer, it also caused a commotion among the people in the 4th layer. Even those within the 2nd layer all looked up with attentive looks. That's 3 bell tolls. Someone's attempting to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. It's been a long time since someone challenged the chains of Han Mountain. Most of those who fail will die, but if they're successful, then they can ask the 3 tribes to fulfill one of their requests. The request is not the main point. If they're successful, then they will definitely become the chief guest of that tribe. The status is much higher than that of a regular guest. I even heard before that this is one of the requirements for Freezing Sky Clan to take in disciples from Han Mountain City. Which chain of Han Mountain will this challenger take? Sounds of discussion rose up like a wave in Su Ming's ears. A person appeared in the center at the top of the mountain where 3 chains were connected. It's him. When Su Ming saw the person clearly, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 120. Feng. As that person stood at the top of the mountain, wind blew past his body, making his hair dance in the air. The beast skins he wore gave him a wild and rugged appearance. That person was the man Su Ming had seen the previous night. Blood veins manifested on the man's body, forming an incredibly powerful presence of qi that seemed to cause the air to tremble. The pressure brought forth by that presence was just a step away from transcendence. He had not transcended, but the dense blood veins on his body showed that he had surpassed the limit of 781 blood veins for a regular berserker. From the looks of it, he had more than 800 blood veins. At that moment, his expression looked grave and serious. There was resolution and determination on his face. There was also a fierce look and a resolve to place everything on the line in his demeanor. It's Feng. Him? I heard about this person before. He is already at the 11th level of the blood solidification realm, but he has failed 3 times to attain transcendence. Even so, this person's abilities are so great he can be counted as the most powerful person besides the 5 berserkers in the transcendence realm, and as long as we don't take into account the other people in the 3 tribes. He's one of the few people in Han Mountain City who came from a small tribe. For some unknown reason, he also likes wearing the beast skin clothes he brought from the small tribe. I think he's just doing it for attention, though. Besides, how could he be so stupid as to challenge the chains of Han Mountain? Besides Lan, who managed to walk up to the 6th section of the chain from Tranquil East Tribe 10 years ago and was received as a disciple in Freezing Sky Clan, no one has been successful in challenging the chains of Han Mountain. Ming looked at the man standing at the top of the mountain with a placid face, but his eyes were glinting. He did not hear from Feng Mu about the chains of Han Mountain. This was his first time hearing mention of them, and he collected all the information in his heart. For the past hundreds of years in Han Mountain City, 65 people have challenged the chains of Han Mountain. Feng is the 66th person, but from among those 65 people, only 5 succeeded. An old voice said from among the crowd gathered in the 3rd layer. The person who spoke was the old man from the shop Ming was just about to walk into a moment ago. The old man walked out slowly and looked at Feng, who stood above them, before he spoke languidly. Most of those who fail usually die, but not all, the old man mumbled with a calm face. At that moment, Han Mountain City was not the only one caught in a commotion where everyone focused their attention towards the top of the mountain. As the bell tolled, there were also the silhouettes of people moving in the 3 mountains surrounding Han Mountain City, which were located in 3 different directions and were connected by chains. It was clear that Feng's actions had caught their attention. Almost everyone was guessing which tribe's chain Feng would choose to challenge. At the intersection of the 3 chains at the top of the mountain, a brilliant flash went past Feng's eyes. He cast a glance at the chain connecting to Puqiang tribe, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. That was not his choice. He looked the mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was located. In his eyes, a thick red mist surrounded the mountain belonging to Lake of Colors tribe. There was the faint outline of a woman's face within that mist. He took a deep breath, and this wild-looking man lifted his feet before he moved towards the chain connecting to Lake of Colors tribe. The moment he moved, all the people in Han Mountain City who had their gazes trained towards the top of the mountain immediately went into an uproar. Underneath the countless pairs of eyes, Feng gradually walked towards the chain connecting to the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe. Just as he was about to place his feet on the chain, a mighty pressure that could oppress all the Berserkers at the blood solidification realm in Han Mountain City suddenly erupted forth from the 2nd layer of the mountain city. At the same time, a person in purple charged into the air, looking as if he intended to go to Feng, who wanted to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. Feng, the person in purple, flew out and let out a low growl. His voice was like thunder. It rumbled in the air, making all those who heard it feel their ears buzz, as if they were about to go deaf. Feng, who stood at the top of the mountain, trembled. He looked in that direction, and a complicated look of hate and panic appeared on his face. Transcendence realm. Ming stared at the person in purple and took a deep breath. He no longer felt the sort of awe he had when he first met a Berserker in the Transcendence realm. Sir Xianluan, one of the 5 in the Transcendence realm, not counting those within the 3 tribes of Han Mountain City. Cries of surprise echoed in the air. It was clear that most of the people here did not expect something like this to happen when someone was just about to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. The person in purple moved through the air. Just as he was about to reach the top of the mountain, a cold harumph came from the end of the chain connecting to the mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was hidden under the red mist, the place Feng wanted to go to. The cold harumph seemed to have traveled from a long distance, but the moment it fell on the person in purple's ears, his body jolted. Yet he did not stop. Continuing to charge forward, he closed in on Feng, who was at the top of the mountain. He raised his right hand and formed a claw with his fingers, swiping with it at Feng. Feng's face was pale, but he did not dodge. He stared at the person in purple approaching him instead. The panicked look in his eyes was gone, and it had turned entirely into hatred that seemed to be able to burn the sky. At the very instant the person in purple's claw touched Feng, a gust of red mist suddenly appeared out of nowhere from Feng's body, surrounding him to form a screen made of mist. The person in purple's right hand and the screen of mist collided with a huge crash. The Berserker in the Transcendence realm shuddered and tumbled hundreds of feet backwards. His face was revealed at that moment, showing that he was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. His face was resentful, and there was also a murderous look on his face. Yanluan, what's the meaning of this? I do not care what sort of grudge you have with Feng, but since he chose to challenge the chain connecting to my tribe, then you are not allowed to harm him. This is the agreement formed by the 3 tribes. I believe Puqiang tribe will not break the rules either. A cold voice belonging to a woman came unhurriedly from the distant mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was located. The entire Han Mountain city fell silent. Ming took in everything as he stood there. In his head, he recalled the scene of this person called Feng waiting anxiously for a woman in white wearing a veil over her face the previous night. It's not the same voice. Perhaps it's two different people. The woman last night did mention that she would try to fight for a day's time for him so that he could prove his worth. Looks like Feng is going to prove his worth by challenging the chains of Han Mountain. But what worth is he trying to prove? I don't think it's so complicated trying to join Lake of Colors tribe. After all, a lot of people died when they challenged this chain. Ming looked at Feng and the person in purple robes called Xianluan standing at the top of the mountain. He did not even need to guess. From their conversation alone, he could tell that the hatred between these two ran pretty deep. This Xianluan should know more about this, and he's most likely worried about it. That's why he's acting now despite the law that forbids fights set by the three tribes in Han Mountain City. There was a pensive look in Ming's eyes, but since this had nothing to do with him, he only chose to think about it for a while before deciding to ignore it. Xianluan's face became even more resentful, but it was also clear that he was wary of the woman who spoke. Nonetheless, if he had to give up then, he would also feel discontented. It was just as Ming thought. He did indeed have to act at that very moment, or else once Feng died, it would cause a setback for him to obtain the item he wanted. In his eyes, there was no way Feng would succeed. At that moment, from the other mountain, the one surrounded by black mist where Puqiang tribe was located, a dreary voice reverberated, coming from the skeleton that was sitting cross-legged in the mist. Xianluan, fights are forbidden within Han Mountain City. Fine, but this person killed my follower. You'd best get me his corpse once he's dead. The man in purple robes fell momentarily silent before he let out a cold laugh and landed at the top of the mountain with a swing of his sleeves. He did not take any further actions, but chose to sit down cross-legged and look at the man called Feng. As he did so, his smile turned colder. You are the chief guest of Puqiang tribe. We will do as much, the eerie voice said once again from within the mountains surrounded by black mist. As Ming watched this sight, his eyes fell upon the man called Feng. While he looked at this man attentively, Feng took a step towards the chain. When he moved, the people around Ming immediately forgot what had just happened. They trained their gazes at the challenger instead. After all, this sort of thing was uncommon in Han Mountain City. There were only 60-something people who had attempted this in the past hundreds of years. Even Xianluan looked at him coldly. There was a fierce and ruthless look in his eyes as he stared at Feng. He watched as the man walked on the chain, as the chain swayed, and the man looked about to fall off. The very moment Feng walked onto the chain, the land trembled. From the endless canyon underneath the chains connecting to the red misted mountain belonging to Lake of Colors, 8 gigantic stone pillars hundreds of feet in breadth shot up from the depths of the canyon and supported the chain. They also separated it into 9 sections. Time trickled by slowly. Ming could not tell what was the trick behind the chain, but he could see that Feng's face was incredibly serious and grave. He seemed to be using all his strength with every step he took. His body trembled, the veins on his face popped up, and he was panting heavily. Very soon, 2 hours passed by. The entire Han Mountain City was silent during these 2 hours. Almost everyone was looking at Feng. At that moment, Feng had already walked up to 3/10 of the first section of the chain. The man in purple robes who was sitting at the top of the mountain was frowning as his thoughts raced in his mind. Time continued passing by. 2 hours, 4 hours. When the entire afternoon went by and evening arrived, the light from the setting sun falling upon them, it caused Feng's body to turn into a silhouette. He had managed to walk halfway up the first section of the chain. At that moment, the man called Feng used some unknown method, and a powerful presence of qi burst out from his body. That presence instantly reached a level that was astonishingly powerful, and the faint presence of transcendence also arose abruptly. As expected of the man who has tried to reach the transcendence realm multiple times, he might not have succeeded, but there's already a hint of transcendence within his body. What's more, he's thinking of attempting to reach the transcendence realm once again here. If he had the courage to challenge the chains of Han Mountain, then he must have made preparations. Even if he failed in his attempt to reach the transcendence realm at this moment, that increase of power in that instant can allow him to walk quite a distance. I'm just a bit curious. Even if he can get an instant burst of power by attempting to reach the transcendence realm and walk past the first section, there are 9 sections on the chain. How is he going to make it through the rest of them? Low sounds of discussion rose up around Ming, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He felt as if he had caught on to something important. His face remained blank, but apprehension appeared in his eyes. He's not attempting to challenge the entire chain of Han Mountain. He's just going to finish the first section to prove his worth. But what is this worth he's trying to prove? Chapter 121. Han Fei Zi. On the top of the mountain, Xianluan's eyes flickered as if he had just realized something. His pupils shrank. With the sudden increase to the power of his qi, Feng suddenly became faster and dashed across the chain. He covered a dozen feet with every single step he took. Very soon, he neared the end of the first section of the chain. Judging by his speed, before long, he would reach the stone pillar at the end of it. He's not trying to cross the chains of Han Mountain. Xianluan's expression changed, and a thought appeared in his head, one that made him feel as if things were going to go south. No, that's not it. He's using this to prove something. Could it be? Xianluan widened his eyes. The idea lurking in his head became clearer. As he saw that Feng was almost to the first stone pillar, a venomous look surfaced in his eyes. He suddenly lifted his right hand and touched the center of his brows. After a tugging motion, 3 wisps of black mist were dragged out, turning into 3 faint, shivering outlines of people before him. The 3 figures were 2 old people and 1 girl. Their faces were filled with pain. They seemed to be screaming, but there was no sound coming from them. Yet when Xianluan pointed towards them with a finger, their restraints were broken, and the 3 figures immediately let out mournful cries. Their voices echoed in the surroundings. Feng Air, Big Brother. The sudden appearance of the voices made those watching momentarily stunned. At the same time, Feng, who had already given his all and was just a small distance away from the end of the first section of the chain, shuddered. He swiftly turned his head back and tears fell from his eyes as he looked at the 3 figures standing before Xianluan. When he saw Feng stopping, Xianluan let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He then let out a cold harumph and squeezed the girl with his right hand with deliberate slowness, making sure that she let out shrill, pained cries, as if her whole body was being torn apart and swallowed bit by bit. Her screams echoed in the air, making all those watching feel their hearts tremble. When Ming saw this, he frowned and sighed. He had already guessed that this Feng was a man with a sad past. Feng trembled as he glared at Xianluan, standing in the distance. The others could not see his expression, only seeing that he fell silent for a while before quickly turning around and continuing moving forward. However, his body shook more viciously with each step he took. Another shrill and pained scream traveled forth. It called out to Feng with a voice that could tear open people's hearts. Feng Air, save me. Once Xianluan crushed the girl's black form, he started slowly squashing one of the 2 old people. When the cries turned weak, and the purp-clothed man saw Feng trembling so fiercely he seemed like he could not continue onward and was about to fall, he turned to crush the final black form. As the pained cries that could tear people's hearts reverberated in the air, Ming saw Feng cough out a mouthful of blood on the chains. He did not manage to land his foot properly and slipped, falling into the canyon that spanned hundreds and thousands of feet below him. When Ming saw this scene, he was reminded of his own tribe. He remembered the devastating things that had happened during their migration, and remembered Baitu's viciousness. If a wild beast is not strong enough, then it would only end up as food for others. If a person is not strong enough, then he can only be manipulated by more powerful people. Even if they resist, they can't do much. This is the survival of the fittest. If I want to change it, then I have to become powerful. There was no pity in Ming's eyes, only determination and resolution. Feng laughed brokenly as his body rapidly fell towards the canyon below him. He closed his eyes. There were still too many things left for him to do. He had not exacted his revenge, but it seemed like he no longer had the chance to do so. Xianluan stood up and moved towards the edge of the top of the mountain with a few brisk steps. A cold smirk appeared on his lips. The moment Feng died, he would use Puqiang tribe's power to find his corpse. He knew full well that there was a frightening power within the canyon under the chains. Even he did not dare to go there rashly. Only the people from the 3 tribes could enter the canyon safely after a special ritual. Yet at that moment, a soft sigh suddenly traveled forth at an unhurried pace. A white figure walked out from the first layer of Han Mountain City. That gentle and endearing figure belonged to a woman. There was a white cloud underneath her feet that seemed to carry her as she turned into a long white arc and went towards Feng, who fell from the chains. She reached him in an instant, causing Feng, who had his eyes closed, to fall on that white cloud. A glint appeared in Xianluan's eyes. He glared at the woman, but did not speak, as if he was wary of her. In fact, Puqiang tribe also kept silent when the woman appeared and saved Feng, as if they expected her to do so. The woman was dressed in white, and there was a white veil on her face, which hid her countenance from others, but her eyes were gorgeous. It was as if there was some strange, enchanting power within that made those who looked into her eyes become enthralled. A memory was jolted in Su Ming's mind. This woman was the one he had seen the previous night talking to Feng. However, she seemed a little different compared to yesterday. Sir Xianluan, I know this person from a long time ago, so I hope you won't mind if I save him. The woman's voice was pleasant to the ears, but there was also a chilling tone in her voice. It sounded like the wind in winter, bringing a chill to all those who heard it. It's fine. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have interfered. This is just a misunderstanding. But there is animosity between us. I hope you understand. Xianluan forced out a smile, and a gentle look appeared on his face. I will not interfere with the matter between you and him. Once the woman finished speaking, she brought the unconscious Feng back towards the mountain belonging to Lake of Colors tribe in the distance. After they left, Xianluan remained silent for a while on the top of the mountain before he too returned to the second layer. The 8 giant stone pillars under the chain connecting the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe to Han Mountain City started to sink, letting out rumbling sounds, before they disappeared into the deep canyon. The chain started swaying in the wind once again. Everything returned to normal. While watching the woman leave in the dusk, Su Ming heard people mumbling to each other around him. It's Fei Zi. She's the prodigy of Lake of Colors tribe and is also regarded highly by one of the elders in Freezing Sky clan. She's already considered one of the disciples of Freezing Sky clan. It's said that she should have joined the school a long time ago, but she asked to defer, preferring to wait for the next time Freezing Sky clan took in disciples before she joined them. I heard about that too, but even so, everyone still calls her Fei Zi. That's a glorious designation. I heard that the elder from Freezing Sky clan gave her that name. Those aren't secrets anymore. Freezing Sky clan is incredibly strict when it comes to taking in disciples. In fact, since the past, only the 3 strongest disciples within the school will be given the title of saint. I heard that she already has 900-something blood veins. She's the type that's bound to reach awakening. Xianluan might be a powerful warrior in the awakening realm, but he's still respectful towards those of Freezing Sky clan. The white cloud underneath her feet should be the sacred treasure that has been passed down through generations in Lake of Colors tribe. It's said that that treasure changes its form constantly, and it's called Cloud of Colors. The discussions did not last long, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Perhaps it was because too many changes had happened in that day, so most of the people in the 3rd layer did not have the mood to continue trading. Very soon, the number of people in the 3rd layer decreased by a large margin. Some shops even closed early. Su Ming did not leave, but instead went to the shop that had previously caught his attention. The old man had already sat down in the shop. When he saw Su Ming coming over, he looked at him. I saw you wanting to come in during noon, but you were interrupted by the challenger trying to take on the chains of Han Mountain. The old man spoke calmly. Su Ming nodded his head and started looking around the shop. Speak if anything catches your fancy, but don't try to deceive me. There is nothing in this shop that I'm not familiar with. You won't be able to get away with trying to rip me off. The old man cast a glance at Su Ming and frowned. Su Ming nodded his head again and pointed towards the 9th leg on the 9-legged spider hanging on the wall. I want that. The 9th leg of the 9-striped spider. That limb contains all the essence of its body, and it's incredibly rare. I don't sell things for stone coins here. What can you trade with me? If it's a common item, then forget it, the old man said coldly, his eyes on Su Ming. With this, Su Ming did not bother with idle chatter. He reached into his robes with his right hand and brought out a black bone blade. The blade was completely black in color, but if anyone took a closer look, they would see a red line in it. This was the bone blade Feng Mu had given to Su Ming. He placed the blade on the ground and pushed it towards the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he gave it a few attentive looks once he grabbed the blade. A counterfeit Berserker vessel from Tranquil East tribe. The old man lifted his head and regarded Su Ming carefully, unable to ascertain where Su Ming came from. He knew that few outsiders could obtain this bone blade. Only those from Tranquil East tribe could obtain and create this. Anyone who possessed this blade definitely had some sort of connection to Tranquil East tribe. Besides the 9th leg from this spider, I also want this bone. Ming pointed towards a black bone the size of a fist on the shelf beside the old man with seeming casualness. Strangely enough, there was a layer of frost emitting a chilling presence on the bone. It was clear that this bone belonged to a remarkable beast. The shell of great brambles. You can only exchange an item with this blade. You can't trade two. The old man gave a faint smile. He could tell that this person before him wanted the shell more. It also seemed like due to the blade, the old man's expression was no longer as cold as it was before, but was starting to warm up. Please look at the blade carefully. Ming looked at the old man and spoke with an even-tempered tone. The old man was taken aback for a moment. Once he heard the words, he lowered his head and looked at the blade once more with his eyes slightly narrowed. He saw the red line in the blade. He held up the blade and gave it a swing. Immediately, a cold blast spread out, but within that cold air was a ball of heat. The cold and heat blended with each other as if they had fused together. After a moment, Ming walked out of the shop with the 9th leg of the 9-striped spider and the black bone in his hands. The old man had deduced correctly. The bone was what Ming had wanted. More accurately speaking, Ming wanted both. One of them was an ingredient for the welcoming of deities, and the other was for him to plant the herbs required for spirit plunder. I didn't expect this shop to contain both items. I may not be able to use them for now, and I even used my only counterfeit Berserker vessel in exchange for them. But a flash passed through Ming's eyes as he remembered the number of black bells on the old man's right wrist. Chapter 122. Ming's Test. That person is from Tranquil East Tribe. The tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe definitely knows that I'm treating Feng Mu. Ming continued moving forward quietly as he mulled this over in his head. He remembered that the elder had once told him to think whenever he encountered any problems. If he did not understand a particular problem, then he could choose to place himself in the other person's shoes and think in that person's position to attempt finding a new line of thought. If I was the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, I'd notice the changes in my son's health and behavior, and I'd follow him. But he hadn't showed up here, which means that the precautions I took by using fine control have worked. Similarly, if I was the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, I would have doubts and be unable to come to a conclusion about this person treating my son. When I'm in this state of uncertainty and hesitance, and see my son's injuries getting better, even if I wasn't completely sure, I wouldn't risk offending a Berserker in the awakening realm whom I suspect by trying to verify his level of cultivation. This will not do any good to me. In this sort of situation, if I see the bone blade that my child gave away as a gift being brought back by my people, what would I think? Ming massaged the center of his brows. Ever since he came to the strange and unfamiliar land of South Morning, he had to depend on himself for everything. It was difficult for a person to survive anywhere when he was alone in a strange place, and his power was not enough, unless that person was willing to live off his days being ordinary. Yet if Ming did that, he had no idea how long he would take before he could go back to his home. However, he had too little experiences in life. He could not do better, just think about things from limited areas and angles. He had to make sure he did not easily appear as a hostile entity, but if he had to, he would also make sure that he did so with unwavering determination. Tranquil East Tribe, I'll use Feng Mu as a start and continue healing him bit by bit. Once my powers reach a certain level, then I'll find a chance and make myself a place here. I haven't showed any animosity towards Tranquil East Tribe, and I'm also treating Feng Mu's injuries. I've already shown them my goodwill. Now, with this blade, I can test Tranquil East Tribe's reaction and know how I should treat them. Ming did not come up with these thoughts immediately. Once he saw the black bells on the old man's wrist before he Feng challenged the chains of Han Mountain, these thoughts began slowly brewing in his head for most of the day as he watched what transpired between He Feng and Xianlun. He still lacked experience, or else he would have thought of these in an instant. However, as of then, he needed time to think of all that. He was still not as cunning as foxes. For example, the incident where he used Feng Mu as bait. He might have seemed calm the second time he met Feng Mu, his actions seeming experienced, his words bringing about an oppressive effect as he probed for information, his behavior making him look calm and serious, but it was all due to time taken to prepare. He did not make too many mistakes, which allowed him to inspire awe in Feng Mu's father, making him not seem like a young man, only because he had used several months to analyze his situation and make preparations for the meeting. Only when he was 90% certain of his plan did he execute it. This was also why he chose to wait until Feng Mu had gone into the forest many times and called out to him for just as many times before eventually making himself known. If that had not been the case, he could have appeared before Feng Mu the very first time the boy returned to the rainforest. There wouldn't have been a need to make him for several months. It was the same now. Ming had to use time to cover up for his lack of experience. Even if the incident with He Feng challenging the chains of Han Mountain had not happened, Ming would have chosen to observe the place before leaving. Only when he had thought things through would he have returned. Right now, he was analyzing what had happened in his head once more. Once he was certain that he had made no mistakes, he left the third layer and returned to his lodgings in the fourth layer of Han Mountain City as the sky became dark. Ming sat down in the room that was several times more lascivious than the one in Windstream City and fell into contemplative silence. During the 2 years since he had come to the strange and unfamiliar land of South Morning, he had developed a habit of always thinking at some point. The teachings given to him by the elder over the years also gradually surfaced. I still need to maintain contact with Tranquil's tribe. My relationship with them isn't strong enough yet. I have to build up this relationship so that the tribe will eventually become one of the paths I can choose. But I can't just have one path available for me in Han Mountain City. I'll need to make other choices available for myself. Only then will I feel at ease. Ming sat quietly in his room. Besides searching for a map leading to the Alliance of the Western region, he also had to quickly set himself on firm ground here so that he could find out whether the elder was here. Although there was little to no hope of Ming finding him, and the elder might have already died, Ming still refused to believe it. Half of the map leading to the Alliance of the Western region will surely be in the land of South Morning. This sort of map is definitely not an ordinary item, and it's certainly not something a middle-sized tribe would have. This item should be incredibly valuable, and it won't be revealed so easily to others. Ming sighed. I'll still have to make sure I survive first before I can do all these things, and I can't just be like He Feng. I have to be like Xianlun and survive as a powerful berserker. An almost unnoticeable glint appeared in Ming's eyes momentarily. There are 5 powerful berserkers in the awakening realm within Han Mountain City. Xianlun is one of them. He's also the chief guest of Puqiang tribe. If that's the case, then the other 4 berserkers in the awakening realm should also be divided among the 3 tribes. Besides them, there are also a lot of berserkers in the blood solidification realm here. Most of them aren't members of the 3 tribes either. There must be a reason why so many people are willing to stay in Han Mountain City for a long period of time. Feng Mu once said that Freezing Sky Clan would always come to Han Mountain City to take in new disciples for their school in the past. This may sound like a really enticing deal, but I still think there must be something hidden within Han Mountain City that attracts powerful berserkers like Xianlun to stay here. Currently, I have 243 blood veins and am at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. In Han Mountain City, I can only be considered mid-tiered. With fine control, I can fight against those at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. But I can only be barely considered to have reached the peak of the middle stage of the blood solidification realm. Ming remained silent, but the vague shadow of the blood-red moon flashed in his eyes. But I have the souls of the wings of the moon with me. If I activate all of them under moonlight at the cost of heavily injuring myself like when I was at Dark Mountain. Ming closed his eyes and covered the shadow of the moon in his eyes. This is my finishing move. Unless I'm absolutely forced to and am driven into a life and death situation, I will not use it. Also, that Han Fei Zi is a really odd name. From the discussions, since the past, only the strongest 3 disciples in Freezing Sky Clan are given the status of saint. Ming only thought about it for a moment before he chose not to bother with it any longer. He did not want to spend too much effort in things that were unrelated to him. Once his mind gradually calmed down, he entered into a meditative state and circulated the qi in his body slowly. Midnight arrived without making itself known. The world was quiet. The entire Han Mountain City fell into deep sleep. At some point, muffled sounds of thunder traveled from outside, which was followed soon by the sound of rain falling on the ground, making all those who saw it to be unable to tell whether the rain was falling from the sky or bouncing off the ground. It was as if the two had blended together and formed a screen made of rain. This was the season of rain. As the rain poured heavily from the sky, it soon enveloped the entire Han Mountain City within. The wind also lifted the rain and lashed against the windows of Ming's room, beating the beast's skins on the windows until they let out thumping sounds. There was no candle flame in the room. It was entirely dark, But as thunder rumbled in the sky, lightning would occasionally strike, illuminating the room for brief periods of time. Ming opened his eyes. He stood up and walked forward before he opened the window quietly. Wind blew against his face and lifted his hair. He looked at the darkness and the rain outside, not moving and not making a sound. I wonder what season is now in Dark Mountain. It's been 2 years. Time sure flies, Ming thought. How is the tribe? Is the elder still alive? Ming felt bitter. He was alone in a strange and foreign place, and he felt lonely. This loneliness made him use silence to protect himself. He touched the scar on his face and stood for a long time, until his second night in Han Mountain City eventually passed by slowly. When morning arrived, the land was still covered by rain. There were few people walking in the streets. The rain on the ground flowed down along the mountain path, causing the roads to be slippery. Ming did not continue his stay in Han Mountain City. He had already bought a lot of herbs. Though he might still be lacking a few herbs for spirit plunder and only bought 1 beast bone from the required 3, there was nothing else that he needed from the 3rd and 4th layer. He might be able to find some at the 2nd layer. However, nonetheless, the requirements to enter that layer were not based on the level of cultivation alone. Entrance was only given to powerful guests of one of the 3 tribes. Ming pondered it for a while before giving up and leaving Han Mountain City. So ended his first journey to Han Mountain. It was a bland and normal trip. He might have brought some of the people's attention onto himself, but that amount of attention was just like a stone being thrown into a lake. It only caused a few ripples before the water became calm once again. When he came, the sky was clear. When he left, rain poured down from the sky. With his back facing Han Mountain City, Ming disappeared into the distance. He did not stop, but dashed into the rain towards the mountains located deep in the rainforest. He did not pay extra effort in searching for the map of the land of South Morning during his stay in Han Mountain City. Yet even so, as he walked through the streets, he paid attention to maps in the shops, but saw none. From the information he obtained from the conversations around him, he gradually pieced together that the maps of the region were all in the hands of the 3 tribes, and they were incredibly valuable items. Ming's path ahead was shrouded in fog and filled with difficulties. He had to become a powerful berserker instead of a normal person, but he did not know where his future lay. He only knew that he had to walk down his path with a level head and increase his power until it reached a certain level. Only then would the veil of uncertainties before him be torn away. He moved forward quietly at a moderate pace. As he ran, he did not go straight into the rainforest, but spent a few days going around in circles. Once he was certain that no one followed him, he returned to the familiar cave in the crack located in the deeper parts of the rainforest. It rained continuously, and the rain washed away his footprints, forming a natural layer of protection for him. When Ming returned to the cave in the crack several days later, his body was drenched, and raindrops slid down his hair. Once he entered the comparatively dry room, Ming circulated his qi and waves of heat emanated from his body, as if his qi had turned into fire. Very soon, wisps of white mist rose from his body into the air. His soaked clothes gradually dried up, but there were a lot of crinkles, making him look rather pathetic. Chapter 123. The Gift from the Tribe Leader of Tranquil East Tribe. As white mist surrounded him, Ming surveyed the area of the cave, paying special attention to a few special places. He had placed some thin beast furs over those places before he left. Those furs were very light, so light they could be lifted with just the slightest wind, allowing Ming to somewhat guess the strength of the wind with how far the fur was blown away. He did the same thing at the entrance of the cave. Once he made his observations, he became certain that no one had come into his cave while he was away. Thank goodness this method exists, or else it'd be quite troublesome. Ming ruffled his hair. As heat spread out from within his body due to his qi, his hair slowly became dry. He brought out a small torn bag from his bosom and opened it, taking out the herbs and ingredients he had bought in Han Mountain City. Only when he had checked them and was certain that the numbers did not dwindle did he feel at ease. There was a broken area in the dimension of the bag. That was why even though Ming had been using it often for the past 2 years, he would still feel worried. I should prioritize creating spirit plunder. Once I create this pill, it'll be of great help to me. I can use this as my finishing move when I can't summon the wings of the moon. But the demands to create this pill are simply too high. The herbs are not the problem. I found some at the 3rd layer in Han Mountain City, and now only have 3 left to get. Still, I only have 1 bone of a beast that has the power equivalent to a berserker of the awakening realm. Su Ming took the black piece of bone from among the ingredients on the ground. The chilling presence from this bone was very strong. It was freezing cold even if he just held it in his hand. Though it stated that I need the bones of wild beasts with power equivalent to a berserker of the awakening realm, no time requirement was given. I don't necessarily have to kill the wild beast and get the bone myself. If that's the case, then I should be able to buy them, even though there might not be a lot of these bones lying around. Besides these, I also need to look for a person near death. There might not have been any requirements set for the person's power, but since the ingredients for this pill are already so hard to find, then it's clear that the stronger the person is, the better the quality of the spirit plunder produced would be once the herbs are planted. I wonder how strong will spirit plunder be if I find a berserker at the awakening realm who is near death. Su Ming's eyes twinkled, but very soon he sighed. He knew that he was indulging in wild fantasies. Such a thing was impossible. I can't use regular fire to create this pill either. I need the miasma of corpses to refine the herbs. I can already think of a source to obtain the miasma of corpses. Puqiang tribe trains using the aura of death, so they must have an incredible amount of miasma of corpses stored in their tribe to assist their training. Su Ming mulled over it for a little while longer before he set the matter aside. After all, there were still a lot of materials that he had not gathered to create spirit plunder. This was a matter that required careful thought over a long period of time. My power has recovered. I should use mountain spirit to increase my power now. Su Ming took a deep breath. It might still be raining outside, but there was a wave of heat spreading within the cave. The source of the heat came from Su Ming's right hand as the flames in his hand gradually burned herbs inside. It was a dull process of creating pills and swallowing them one after another. Once the mountain spirits dissolved into his qi, Su Ming circulated it around his entire body, causing his blood veins to increase steadily. Once again, Su Ming seldom went out of the cave in the rainforest. He would spend entire days within, as if he had went into isolation. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Su Ming had never left the cave. He had enough herbs to create mountain spirit. After this period of time, the blood veins in his body had increased from 243 to 249. His training speed was moderate, but at the very least it was steady. Every single time an additional blood vein appeared, Su Ming would pause in his training. He would enter fine control with his mind and made sure his control over that new blood vein was complete before he continued with his training. That was why even though the number of blood veins did not increase exponentially, his power still increased as days went by. His periods of silence also increased. If anyone from Dark Mountain Tribe were to see him right now, they would be taken aback, because they would not be able to recognize him at first glance. His appearance was not the only thing that had changed. His presence itself had become vastly different from how he was before. This was a metamorphosis, a nourishing growth. There was a thin scar on his face parallel to his eyes, about 2 fingers away from his eyes. He could have healed that scar, but Su Ming did not want to. He always touched the scar on his face and silently looked into the darkness of the dark cave. On the day half a month later, Su Ming swallowed a mountain spirit and sat in the cave, circulating his qi. As the pill dissolved, and he absorbed it into his qi, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him from outside. Senior. Senior. Su Ming did not take action immediately. He waited until several hours had passed by. When the sky darkened, the moon shone in the sky, and the mountain spirit he had taken was completely absorbed into his body, did he open his eyes languidly. His eyes were placid as he stood up and put on the beast skin shirt that covered his entire body before walking out of the cave at a leisurely pace. Rain continued falling from the sky, albeit in a lighter manner. The deeper parts of the rainforest were not too far away from where Feng Mu was calling out to Su Ming. The drizzling rain caused the area around them to be moist. Su Ming stood on the branch of a big tree and surveyed his surroundings. This was the place he had chosen for them to meet in this time. Being a careful person, besides the first time he had went forth to meet Feng Mu, Su Ming always chose a safe place for Feng Mu to come forth and meet him for their subsequent meetings. By doing so, he could guarantee himself some level of protection and avoid traps that may or may not exist. He averted his gaze and swung his right hand before him. Immediately, the formless souls of the wings of the moon spread out and surrounded the area, causing the moonlight in the sky to also seem to become brighter. Feng Mu, come here. Once he was done, Su Ming spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it held a penetrating force that allowed his voice to echo in the surroundings. When his voice traveled out, Su Ming stood where he was in silence. hidden away in the darkness as he remained still. It did not take long before rustling sounds came closer. A person was quickly running towards Su Ming from the patch of rainforest at his side. It was Feng Mu. He was already used to Su Ming's mysteriousness and unusual habits. Locating him through the direction of his voice was not difficult for him. When he appeared, he panted harshly and looked at Su Ming. In his eyes, the stranger looked as if he blended together with the darkness. Feng Mu could only see the faint outlines of his countenance. "Greetings, Senior Mo." Feng Mu quickly wrapped one fist in the other hand and bowed towards Su Ming. Once he did so, he placed the big bag on his back down on the ground and opened it, revealing a large amount of cloud gauze grass inside. Su Ming swept his gaze across the bag and pressed his right hand on the tree beside him. The tree immediately shuddered, and part of the tree bark fell from the trunk. As Su Ming waved his fingers above it, a picture of 3 herbs appeared on the tree bark. "I will heal you 3 times if you can find any one of these 3 herbs. If you can find all of them and give me something else of equivalent value, I might be able to heal your injuries completely," Su Ming said languidly. Feng Mu jolted. His face revealed nothing unusual, but anxiety flooded his heart. That anxiety did not stem from fear, but from excitement. If this was his first time meeting Su Ming and Su Ming had told him these words, he would have definitely not believed him. However, by now, Su Ming's credibility had increased by a large margin in Feng Mu's heart. Feng Mu fell momentarily silent before he smiled, saying with pretended calm, "Senior, please don't joke with me. I understand this injury of mine. This is due to a Berserker art. Even my father and the Elder cannot get rid of it completely. They can only suppress its effects. Wanting to heal these injuries completely is far too difficult, unless you can find the person who injured me all those years ago and kill him. Come forward." Su Ming remained quiet for a while before speaking coolly. Feng Mu's heart trembled once again. He walked forward without any hint of hesitation. The moment he got close to Su Ming immediately lifted his right hand and grabbed Feng Mu's shoulder. A cold sensation seeped into Feng Mu's body from the palm. There was a chilling presence in that cold. It made Feng Mu shiver, but the moment the chill disappeared, it turned into a wave of heat that swam in his body as if it possessed a will of its own. Before Feng Mu could feel that presence in detail, Su Ming had already lifted his hand. Feng Mu knew that Su Ming had an odd quirk. He disliked other people getting close to him. So he hastily took a few steps back and looked at Su Ming while anxiety gripped his heart. "I don't have complete confidence. The likeliness is only about 7 out of 10, Su Ming said in a low voice. 7. Feng Mu took in a sharp breath and resolution appeared on his face. He nodded his head and looked at the 3 herbs on the tree bark, engraving their images into his head. "Also, you have to find 2 beast bones. They must be from wild beasts whose strength are equivalent to the level of awakening." Su Ming continued, speaking languidly. Feng Mu did not ask why Su Ming would need those bones. He only nodded his head and remembered them as well. When he saw Su Ming finish speaking and looking as if he was about to end their meeting, a respectful look appeared on his face, and he placed his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. "Senior, before I came here, my father told me to bring this to you. Please accept it." While speaking, Feng Mu brought out a black bell from his bosom and crushed it before Su Ming. Mist wafted out from the crushed bell and disappeared after a moment, revealing a white wooden box. The wooden box looked plain, and Feng Mu held the box out with both hands. Feng Mu was very curious about the contents of the wooden box. When he was about to enter the forest this time, his father suddenly appeared and gave it to him. He was escorted into the forest by his tribe members once Feng Mu was told to hand the item to Su Ming in the rainforest. "Open it." Su Ming's eyes landed on the wooden box. He was amazed by what had happened after the bell was crushed, but he did not show it. Once Feng Mu heard his words, he immediately opened the wooden box. He was momentarily taken aback once he cast a glance inside the box. There was a bone blade in the wooden box. The bone blade exuded a chilling presence, and there was a faint red line on it. It was the blade Su Ming had used to barter in Han Mountain City. Su Ming's face remained passive when he saw the blade. He grabbed at thin air with his right hand, and the bone blade flew up into his hand. "Thank your father for me." Su Ming took hold of the bone blade that was returned to him and grabbed the bag of cloud gauze grass. With one step back, he disappeared into the darkness. Feng Mu found himself baffled. He was familiar with that blade, but he could not understand how that blade, which was given to Su Ming as a gift by his own self, would appear in his father's hands, and why he would ask Feng Mu to deliver it to Su Ming once again. Chapter 124, Brother Sugo. The rainy season continued. After a few days, the rain started letting up. It would occasionally drizzle, as if the season was reluctant to leave. Ming had already gotten used to the humidity. He was no longer as uncomfortable with this place as he was when he came here initially a few years ago. The act of Feng Mu's father returning the bone blade to him confirmed Ming's guess, making him motivated. This motivation also allowed him to feel more confident in this strange and unfamiliar place. The act of luring out Feng Mu, exchanging the blade with other items, and finally having it be returned to him may seem normal, but it was actually a ploy of Ming's. He had slowly but surely built up his own influence while he was still stumbling around in the dark. He had just made short contact with Feng Mu's father under the premise that Feng Mu's fathers had his doubts about his level of cultivation. Ming had showed an appropriate level of goodwill, and the act of Feng Mu's father returning the bone blade to him was an answer to Ming's goodwill. It was also a form of acknowledgement. The blade itself may not be expensive, but the underlying meaning behind the gift was different. Once he placed the blade in the torn bag, Ming settled down and continued creating pills in his cave, increasing his power a little at a time at a steady pace. Several months passed by. The blood veins in Ming's body had increased to more than 260. On that day, he was sitting in his cave while his body gave off a blood-red glow. 7 mist dragons tumbled out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, circling above his head. It did not last long. The 7 mist dragons suddenly trembled for some unknown reason, and their stability was lost. In an instant, they crumbled with a bang above Ming's head, turning into multiple threads that scattered in all directions, causing Ming to open his eyes swiftly. A shocked look appeared briefly in his eyes. He swiftly raised his right hand and grabbed a large amount of mist threads. They stopped tumbling instantly and gathered together in Ming's right hand, slowly fusing into his palm until disappearing. Ming's face was dark when he got up slowly and went to the entrance of the cave. The sky was already dark as he stood outside. The moon hung high in the sky, but there were still some thin clouds, dimming out the moonlight that fell to the ground. Ming stood where he was, unmoving, but his expression gradually became more solemn. His chi was going out of control and showing signs of flowing backwards. His hair was flying in the air even though there was no wind. They weren't flying back, but went past his ears and face and were floating before him. It was as if there was a mysterious object that possessed absorbing powers sucking in Ming's hair. The sand and stones that were soaked in puddles of water on the ground were moving slowly, and ripples appeared in the puddles. Rustling sounds came as they moved forward. Some rotten branches and leaves floated in the air, tumbling around strangely before rising into the air even though there was no wind. A brilliant light appeared in Ming's eyes. He entered fine control and spread the area of influence around his entire body, quelling the agitation of his chi. As he stared at the sky in the distance, a contemplative look appeared on his face. This is a Berserker art cast by someone in the Awakening realm. Whoever he is, he's not far away, or else I wouldn't be able to feel the effects so clearly. Ming was just mulling over it when a muffled rumble suddenly came from the sky in the distance. That rumbling sound was like a thunderbolt in the night, bringing forth waves of echoes in its surroundings. It was soon followed by a long arc breaking through the sky, charging into the forest located behind the mountains in the rainforest, which was located slightly further away from Ming. That direction belonged to the deep parts of the rainforest. Ming had went there once, but the humidity there was much stronger compared to the other parts of the forest. The seasons did not matter in there either. The air would always make others nauseous and agitated the moment they breathed it in. The longer they stayed, the harder it would be for them to circulate their chi. There was poison in the air itself. That was why the moment Ming set foot in that place, he stopped and turned back, never going back unless he absolutely had to. There was a figure of a person in that long, charging arc. Ming could not see the person's face clearly, but the light from the arc was dim, a telling sign that the person was near death. That person also coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood as he continued onward. A presence that felt similar to awakening appeared faintly from the person's body, but it was incredibly unstable. It gave Ming the impression that this person was swinging in between the peak of the blood solidification realm and the initial stages of the awakening realm. This is... Ming's eyes flashed, and his expression immediately became aloof. Like a sharp sword that left its sheath, he swung his right hand before him. Immediately, the souls of the wings of the moon left, surrounding him. At the very moment Ming made that move, another long arc dived down from the darkness of the sky. The long arc looked as if it was covered by a thick layer of fog. As it charged down, Ming could see a person standing within. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the murderous look on his face could not be hidden. The moment he charged in from the sky, the black mist underneath his feet tumbled. That man raised his right hand and pointed towards Ming standing in the distance. His pursuit had not been easy, and he encountered a few people on his way, growing increasingly more annoyed. Those people were all killed without any hesitation, and their chi was robbed so that the fog underneath his feet could travel faster. He had already discovered Ming's existence while the latter was still in the cave. To him, a mere berserker at the 7th level of the chi consolidation realm was an easy kill. He did not think too much about it, and was about to snatch his life away with one point of his finger. Yet the moment he was about to point down, the expression of the person in the black fog changed. At that very moment, he could clearly feel a presence that made his heart jolt outside Ming's body as he stood at the mountain range below. That moment of shock made him unwilling to cause any more problems for himself. He let out a cold harumph and moved his finger away, focusing all his attention on the escaping man and giving chase once again. Cold sweat beaded on Ming's forehead as he stood there. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were as calm as still water. During that instant, if he had reacted a little slower in activating the might of the souls of the wings of the moon, then that one finger from the person in the black fog would have brought about great disaster to him. Even if he did not die from it, the end result would still be troublesome. That's Xianluan. Ming took in a deep breath, and his eyes sparkled. He had been unable to identify that man previously, but he was familiar with the cold harumph. Xianluan left a deep impression on him when he was in Han Mountain City, so Ming could still remember him in his heart. The person he's chasing after is most likely Feng. Ming fell into silence and cast his gaze to the deeper parts of the rainforest. He could clearly see the distance between the two long arcs closing. Then with a clash, the two people engaged each other in a battle to the death. Feng broke through. This person was taken away by Fei Zi previously. I didn't expect to see him again here. He's not only being chased down by Xianluan, he also reached a breakthrough here. No wonder Xianluan had to chase him to this place. If Feng did not break through, he would have died on the way here. Ming's face was sullen. This thing originally had nothing to do with him. Yet the rainforest had turned into the place for the two of them to clash against each other. If Ming had not been fast enough, then with Xianluan's ruthless behavior, he would have been dragged into their fight. Oh well, looks like I can't stay here anymore. Huh. Ming sighed. He quickly returned to his cave and put away all of his things into the torn bag, then dashed out of the cave before running into the rainforest located at the foot of the mountain. Feng may have just broken through, but from the looks of it, he's still not Xianluan's opponent. Once Xianluan kills him, it'll be great if he just leaves, but if he comes back and tries to cause trouble for me, I can't risk it. Ming made his decision. He ran through the forest, opting to bring forth his plan to go to Tranquil East Tribe. Although this will throw my plans into disarray. Ming felt depressed. This had nothing to do with him, but he was still caught in it because he was at the wrong place at the wrong time. This rainforest was a natural shelter, and there were a lot of herbs in it. Ming was reluctant to leave the place behind. Once this is over, perhaps I can come back. As Ming ran, he quickly put a stop to that thought. He understood Xianluan a little bit more from what had happened just now. It was clear that he was someone whose moods were erratic. While he ran, booming sounds reverberated from behind him, along with faint, shrill cries. This is a little odd. The rainforest is huge, and there are a lot of places to go. Why did Feng specifically come here? Let's hope this is just a coincidence. A cold glint appeared briefly in Ming's eyes. If this isn't a coincidence, then it means Feng lured Xianluan here intentionally. Could it be that there's something here that could help him in his battle? Ming could not obtain an answer no matter how much he thought about it. His feet moved at a faster pace, and he was about to leave this troublesome place when a distressed voice traveled from the deeper parts of the rainforest behind him amidst the booming sounds. It was clear that the voice traveled forth with a special berserker art. It contained a penetrating force that could spread far into the distance, far enough that Ming could hear it even though he was already far away from the location of the battle. I'll hold Xianluan back. Brother Sugo, I have one request. Take the item I hid at that place as my token of gratitude. The voice echoed through the surroundings, but it did not spread too far away. It traveled straight towards where Su Ming was running. How foolish. The moment Qianluan heard the words while fighting against He Feng in the deeper parts of the forest, a flash passed through his eyes. He smirked coldly and continued fighting. But he lifted his right index finger and pointed towards Su Ming in the distance. The moment he pointed towards him, the black fog by his side twisted and turned into a ferocious face of a malicious spirit. It let out a roar and charged towards where Su Ming was. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he continued running. He had already caught on to what was happening. That He Feng was vicious. He was using this to force Su Ming to help him. Else, even if he escaped, he would never be free of pursuit. There were far too many loopholes in his words. But Su Ming knew that He Feng was not worried about them. He just wanted Qianluan to hear it. Even if Qianluan was almost certain that He Feng's words were fake, he would be suspicious and would chase after Su Ming's life after he was done here. Bastard. Su Ming clenched his fists. Ever since he came to this unfamiliar place, everything had been going well for him. Yet no matter how careful and cautious he was still no match to the people who were well-versed in scheming. He swiftly turned his head back. Behind him, the face of the malicious spirit created from the black fog was closing in on him with a sharp cry. It was not even 1,000 feet away from his position. Chapter 125. He Feng. I'm here. He Feng, what a sinister man. But how could he be certain that I'll help him because of this? I've only met him once, and that's only that particular midnight at the inn. How did he know that I was in the rainforest? He also knew that I would be lured out due to Qianluan's personality. He must also have known that I would not participate in this. Either I would choose not to act, or choose to leave. The moment he realized that I was going to leave, he said those words. It's not that it's completely impossible that it was just a coincidence, but this is just way too coincidental. He's using me to distract Qianluan. He knew that I would definitely fight back, and predicted that there would only be two choices for me. One, once I destroy the face of the malicious spirit from the black fog, I will join hands with him to fight against Qianluan to protect myself and avoid future trouble. Even if I went against his wishes and helped Qianluan instead, He Feng must definitely have another backup plan to achieve whatever diabolical goal he has. My second choice would to leave once I defeat the face of the malicious spirit. By doing so, I would prove his words correct, and it'll create a lot of problems for me. It'll also distract Qianluan once again. In fact, He Feng might even have a way to make Qianluan change his mind and come after my life instead. Besides, when He Feng suddenly arrived in the rainforest and caught me off guard, I had to activate the might of the wings of the moon at the very moment Qianluan acted against me to deter him from the attack. Yet by doing so, I pushed myself straight into He Feng's plot. Now, even if I fake death, Qianluan won't believe me. This is a death trap. He Feng, there is no grudge between us, and yet you pushed me into danger to protect yourself. No wonder the elder always told me that people are evil by nature. This was the first time Su Ming understood the meaning of the elder's words so clearly. He had thought that as long as he did not show any hostility, then he could avoid all trouble and protect himself. Yet now, He Feng had used his actions to tell Su Ming that even if he did not show animosity, even if they were strangers, there were other reasons that could bring about his death. Compared to He Feng, Su Ming was still a little wet behind the ears. He might be able to devise strategies against others in some sense, but he had only experienced the devastation of his tribe and Shan Hen's betrayal. He had never had first-hand experience of the sinister nature lying within people. Before this happened, Su Ming had even pitied He Feng. All this happened because I was too weak. If I was stronger, then He Feng would not dare to use such a sinister plan against me. These ideas appeared in his head the moment the face of the malicious spirit from the black fog closed in. In the face of danger, Su Ming was forced to think with everything he had. His power could do nothing to help him. Only his quick thinking and reaction could save him from this trap. If I fight, then if I don't win, I'll be used. If I run and can't escape, I'll be killed. If I lose, unless I die, no one would believe that I'm dead. He Feng, since you sealed all three paths from me, then I'll create the fourth path on my own. Su Ming's eyes flashed. The moment the face of the malicious spirit closed in on him with a sharp roar, he raised his right hand, and the bone blade appeared in his hand. He did not retreat, but took a step forward. The moment he did so, the moon in the sky suddenly lit up and moonlight descended on Su Ming's body, turning into flames. It made him look like he was engulfed in flames as he moved forward, his body turning into a sea of fire. He swung the blade at the face of the malicious spirit, and the moment the blade went down, the souls of the wings of the moon appeared outside Su Ming and surrounded his body, causing Su Ming to stand on air. No one could see it, but there were souls of the wings of the moon underneath his feet, and there were many of their souls around him as well. Su Ming's blade and the face of the malicious spirit clashed with a bang. Su Ming coughed out blood and staggered backwards. The bone blade in his hands immediately shattered and turned into numerous shards that scattered into the air. The formless souls of the wings of the moon surrounding his body trembled, but did not dissipate. Instead, they all gathered tighter around him. When Su Ming coughed out blood and staggered backwards, the face of the malicious spirit let out a shrill cry, looking as if it was ripped apart into pieces by the wind, and turned into threads of mist that dissipated into the air. Brother Feng, run. I now understand the wrongs of my actions, and am regretful. I will hold back Xianluan for you even at the cost of my life. Su Ming's voice traveled forth, and he charged forward. The wings of the moon surrounded him as he dashed towards where the battle was in the deep parts of the rainforest. When Feng, who was fighting against Xianluan, heard those words, he frowned, but he was in danger and did not have time to think. Right before his eyes, Xianluan laughed coldly and used an unknown skill, causing the black fog to split in half and charge towards Su Ming. Shrill, mournful cries came from the other half of the fog. It turned into strands of hair that looked like they belonged to a dead person. They surrounded Su Ming and spread out before him, covering him up as if they were about to strangle him to death. The threads of fog were as dense as rain, and due to the darkness, it was difficult to see them clearly. As the countless threads of fog covered the sky and earth, they contracted, enveloping Su Ming within. It looked somewhat similar to Baitu's verdant berserk chains. Booming sounds immediately echoed through the air, and the many threads of fog contracted, wrapping up Su Ming's body in its entirety. They continued condensing until they turned into an object that looked like a ball of hair. That object was dozens of feet in size. There was a countless number of threads encircling its surface, sealing it up so tightly that nothing within was revealed. Only faint, shrill cries could be heard from inside. That voice belonged to Su Ming. Fresh blood dripped down from underneath the ball of hair. It may not have been much, but the sight alone was horrifying. That scene shocked Feng. He quickly withdrew, but Xianluan continued closing in on him with a cold sneer. He raised his right hand and pointed towards the ball of hair. I don't care whether or not he's your companion. Once he's trapped in my hair like silk, he'll. Before Xianluan had finished speaking, the floating ball of hair gradually dissipated due to the command given when he pointed with his finger. Yet Xianluan was stunned. When the ball of hair opened up, Su Ming was not inside. The ball was empty and void of anyone. There were only some drops of blood inside, falling from a ball of fur. Even Feng was stunned. Right before their eyes, Su Ming had disappeared without a trace, and neither of them had noticed it. It was as if he had vanished into thin air itself, a clear sign that he had used a unique method to escape from the ball. Because it had happened too suddenly, silence fell upon the two people who were fighting previously. Feng's expression immediately changed. Inwardly, he lost judgment of the situation, but he quickly put on a smile, as if he knew something and moved. He was just about to escape when Xianluan turned around and chased after him, his anger reaching its peak. Booming sounds echoed in the air. After a long while, a wretched cry rang out. Feng coughed out blood. His entire body was surrounded by red mist. His face was pale, a clear sign that he was near death. He fell to the ground with a crash. The moment his body landed, a bright flash suddenly appeared over his entire body. It was so bright that it made Xianluan narrow his eyes as he chased after with obvious murderous intent. At that very instant, Feng's chi seemed to burn amidst that piercing light, and he charged out, turning into a sun that kept giving out light in the darkness. His speed increased instantly by several fold, going so fast that it even made Xianluan amazed as he dashed into the distance. Xianluan's expression changed. He raised his right hand and jabbed at a few spots on his body before he quickly gave chase. Very soon, the two of them turned into two long arcs that went into the distance, disappearing from sight. Time trickled by slowly. 1 hour later, in the midst of silence, a hand shot out from the mud in the patch of rainforest shrouded by miasma. That hand was dried up like a dead person's hand. As it struggled, a person came out of the mud. This person did not have any hair, and his cheeks were gaunt. He looked like a skeleton, and his eyes were dull. Once he crawled out of the mud, he panted harshly as if he had just used up all his strength. As he continued panting, blood trickled down the corners of his lips. The blood was black, and there was a foul stench coming from it. Xianluan, you did not know that I had a backup plan. I was already fully prepared for you coming after my life. I might have wasted one of the scapegoat puppets that not even Fei Zi knew I had. I may have sacrificed a large amount of my blood and life when I used this, but I'm still alive, and that's enough. You will definitely die in my hands. Father, mother, and all my people, I'll take revenge for all of you. That dried-up person was Feng. He had not died. It's a pity that the mysterious young man used some sort of unknown method to escape, or else my plans would have been even more perfect, and I wouldn't be as weak as I'm now. I have to recover as soon as possible. With the scapegoat puppet speed, Xianluan will need several days before he can catch up to it. I won't have much time once he discovers that something is wrong and comes back. But I still got something out of this miserable situation. I managed to break through the blood solidification realm. The method Fei Zi spoke about really worked. Don't aim to make your blood veins as whole as possible, and don't aim to manifest above 950 blood veins. Then when you let all your power burst forth under danger and put yourself near death, you may have a chance to awaken. As long as I have a chance to recover my power, then I'll be a powerful berserker in the awakening realm and draw out my own berserker mark. With Fei Zi's help, I will finally obtain the right to be around the 16 Dark Souls sect. Feng took a deep breath. He could not move his body much at that moment and was stuck in an incredibly weakened state. If it were not because his power was recovering too slowly in the mud, and he was afraid that Xianluan would notice if he dragged out the time for too long, then he would not have struggled out. The only thing he could do at this moment was to lie on the ground and heal himself slowly. I'll need 3 days. Feng moved his right hand into his bosom with great difficulty. A light flickered from within his bosom, and he brought out a small bottle. That bottle was completely white, almost transparent. There was some liquid that could be vaguely seen inside. Just as he was about to use his teeth and pull out the cork of the small bottle, Feng froze suddenly. His entire body seemed to have stilled, and he froze, unmoving. The hairs on his body rose, and a great sense of danger attacked his senses. The source of that sense of danger which caused him fear was a voice that was so cold it sounded like the wind in winter. Feng, I've come to take what you promised to give me as thanks. As Feng's heart trembled, he saw a person walking out from the rainforest not too far away from him. That person exuded a freezing presence, as if he was ice that would never melt. When he came forward, an incredible pressure spread out. It was Ming. Chapter 126. One final question. The miasma in the deep parts of the rainforest was formed by being exposed to long periods of humidity and rot. If anyone breathed it in, they would feel weak and powerless. If they were exposed to it for a long time, then the qi in their bodies would lose its liveliness. Gradually, they would become lethargic. That was why the tribes around the area would usually only search for materials around the area and rarely venture in. Only the truly powerful berserkers that constantly circulated their qi when they entered could fend against the poison in the miasma and search within the deepest parts whenever they wanted. At that moment, Feng remained unmoving within the deeper parts of the rainforest that were thick with the formless miasma. His pupils shrank. His body was in an incredibly weakened state. He had no way of fighting back. After all, Xianluan was a powerful berserker of the awakening realm, and his intelligence was, of course, extraordinary as well. If Feng wanted to deceive him, then he had to pay a price. Only when he was exhausted would Xianluan let down his guard, and only then would Feng succeed. Now, when he saw Ming suddenly appear, Feng was stupefied. Yet he was not a simple person. He survived when disaster befell his tribe and went through all sorts of things after that. He had already trained himself to always think of what to do next. At that moment, he may have been nervous, but almost in an instant, he schooled his face to a blank expression. Even if someone scrutinized his face, they would be hard-pressed to find any changes. Brother, please don't joke around. I did that because I was forced to. Huh? Feng looked at Ming walking towards him and laughed bitterly. When he spoke, the latter did not stop and continued closing in on him. Feng's heart thumped against his chest, but his expression remained bitter with a hint of desolation. I know that no matter how I explain myself, you won't forgive me so easily, but before you kill me, could you listen to my explanation? I did not know Xianluan in the beginning, but I met his follower once by chance, and we became good friends. I invited him back to my tribe, but I did not expect that it would bring about a disaster. Xianluan appeared and killed my parents, my younger sister, and my entire tribe. We're sworn enemies now. I cannot die. Brother, I was forced to do what I did. The burden of revenge lies upon my shoulders. My life doesn't belong to me. Within my body lies the deceased spirits of all my tribe members. They're with me, waiting for me to take revenge for them. Brother, I know that what I did before was despicable, but I had no choice. If I had any other choice, I would not have dragged you into this. Feng laughed brokenly, and his expression was filled with desolation and a burning hate towards Xianlun. Ming stood dozens of feet before Feng, circulating his qi and looking at the person in front of him coolly. The first time he had met Feng was in the inn. His clothing had caught his attention and brought about a sense of familiarity that reminded him of home, which made Ming like him. The second time he had seen him was at the third layer of Han Mountain City. He saw this person challenging the chains of Han Mountain and saw his resolution and determination. He also saw Xianlun crushing the souls of this person's parents, and him coughing out a mouthful of blood in his sorrow and grief. At that moment, even though there was no hint of pity in Ming's eyes, but in his heart, he still felt that they were in the same boat, though that pity would not be revealed so easily. The third time they had met was today, when he saw that Ming fell silent, but was still circulating the qi in his body. Hundreds of thoughts crossed Feng's head rapidly. He still held the bottle that could heal his injuries in his hand, but he did not dare drink it, wary of Ming's reaction. He smiled bitterly and relaxed his right hand suddenly. That small bottle that he was going to use for healing fell into the mud by his side, but it did not sink. Brother, I was wrong. There is some healing medicine in that small bottle. I'll give it to you. As for me. Feng took in a deep breath and struggled to lift his head to look into the sky in the distance. My tribe lies in that direction, 1,000 li superscript 1 away, in ruins. Brother, I don't know your name, but if you must kill me to quell your anger, then when I die, please bury me there. You can take away all my belongings as compensation for doing wrong against you. If you will forgive my mistake and give me a chance to exact my vengeance against Xianlun, then I will sign the Pact of South Mourning with you and become your follower. My life is in your hands. Do whatever you want with it. Feng said bitterly and closed his eyes, which still contained reluctance and regret. He looked like he was waiting for his fate that lay uncertain. Yet in truth, he was using this time to gather his qi. He was doing so with a special method that others would find hard to notice. The speed at which his qi gathered was becoming faster. Behind his closed eyes lay a hint of killing intent, though no one else could see it. This person may be mysterious, but he seems to only be about 20-something. He's still too naive. With just a few words, I managed to buy more time. Humph, if he had immediately acted the moment he appeared, I wouldn't have had any time to resist and would have been killed. Now though, this person isn't the scheming type, perhaps I can continue using him. With his eyes closed, Feng's thoughts raced in his head without stopping. He laughed coldly in his heart. How did you know that I was here? And how did you know that I would help you when you fought against Xianlu? Ming asked in a dull tone, looking at Feng, who still had his eyes closed. Feng laughed coldly in his heart once again. To him, Ming was not only naive, he also had within him the foolish and pitiable pity and mercy. He was already moved by his words. That was why he chose to ask those questions, giving Feng a chance to gather up his strength for a bit longer. This person is akin to me from many years ago. Ah, it's a pity. It would have been better if he did not appear, but now that he has, then he has no chance of surviving. If he dies, it'll be easier for my future plans to make Xianlun hesitate. When Feng opened his eyes, there was an honest and sincere look in his eyes, without a hint of deceit. Also, there was still that same bitterness from before. I came from a small tribe. Most of my tribe members wear beast skins. We can't compare to a middle tribe, much less Han Mountain City. I've always begrudged those in middle-sized tribes. I begrudged them for not needing to wear beast skins, and begrudged them for having counterfeit berserker vessels. Feng spoke softly. But those are limited to feelings of resentment. I was never jealous. I only had a determination to make my tribe stronger. I wanted to make myself stronger. There's a special skill in my tribe. At that time, I thought I could become a guest in a middle-sized tribe with that skill and allow my tribe to gradually become stronger. The art had no name, as if it did not belong to the Berserker tribe. When we inherited the art, it was also vague and unclear. No one in my tribe knew where it came from, what were its uses, but we could sense whether a person was weak or strong without using our qi. These sensations would be like a memory. If we chose to remember it with our hearts, then it'd be like a brand. As long as the other person was not too far away, we could sense them. It's precisely because of that art that I've been able to avoid Qianlun so many times over these years. When we were in the inn that night, we were the only ones there drinking. I noticed you at that moment. You may have seemed like you were only at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, but with this art, I could sense a frightening presence from you that was equivalent to that of awakening. At that moment, I knew that either you had an incredible treasure on you, or you had hidden your real power. That was why I left the spiritual brand on you. This brand is very mysterious. It's largely different from the other Berserker arts we know of. That's why you didn't notice it. When Qianlun was after my life, I came here based on that feeling to seek your protection. This art may seem weak, but there are a lot of uses for it. You don't seem like you're from the tribes around the area. I have a bamboo slip regarding this art in my bosom. You can take it and check the truth of my statement. Feng was not lying. He was someone who thought a lot and in detail. Even if it was to drag out time, he would not reveal any holes in his words. He chose instead to put on an expression full of bitterness with a hint of nostalgia when he spoke words that would incite pity. To drag out time, he was aiming to touch Su Ming's emotions and use logic to make him understand by saying he would become his follower, by offering all his belongings, and by giving him the mysterious art. In Feng's mind, there was no way that Su Ming could remain unmoved. Do you have any other questions? If I know the answers to them, I'll definitely tell you. Feng put on a sincere expression and looked at Su Ming, speaking weakly. However, he was accumulating light within his body, and it was becoming stronger. The reason why he had the confidence to kill Su Ming with one move was because he had originally thought Su Ming would run far away after he escaped from Qianlun's attack, but instead the others still lurked around the place. From this, he could deduce that Su Ming was not hiding his real power, but had with him a powerful enchanted vessel. His level of cultivation was truly only at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. If they were far from each other, Feng would hesitate on acting, but if they were so close, he had the confidence that he could kill this person before he had the time to activate his enchanted vessel. However, he had to first make sure that this naive person who still lacked any processing abilities lost his wariness. This person should still ask me why Qianlun would come after my life so many times. After all, the power levels between Qianlun and I are too far. Anyone would see that there's something off about this. Even if he doesn't ask me that, he'll ask about my relationship with Fei Zi. When Fei Zi saved me, this person was watching underneath. Feng had already formulated his answers and how he would handle the situation. He was just waiting for Su Ming to ask him. As he answered the question, he would make this person lose his wariness and act at that moment. My final question is, Su Ming looked at Feng and let his question hang. Feng's expression remained blank, but nervousness flooded his heart once again. Are you done preparing for your counterattack? As the words fell lightly into Feng's ears, his heart trembled, but a baffled expression appeared on his face, as if he could not understand Su Ming's words. The moment the baffled look appeared on his face, Feng suddenly widened his eyes. They seemed to pierce through Su Ming, who was standing dozens of feet away from him, and looked at the sky behind him. An appalled look appeared on his face, and he shuddered. Qianlun. The moment his words left his mouth, Feng quickly opened his mouth wide, and a dim light flew out. That dim light let out a flash and closed in on Su Ming in the blink of an eye. Chapter 127. The Secret of Han Mountain City. Feng could only act rashly. Su Ming had already exposed his true intentions. He could not tell whether Su Ming was just testing him or if he really knew, but he did not have any time to think. He could only activate his attack beforehand. The dim light he had been accumulating in his body was already on standby. If Su Ming was tricked and turned back the moment the dim light appeared, then it would be difficult for him to avoid the attack. But Feng had underestimated his opponent. Su Ming did not turn back. The moment Feng attacked, moonlight descended upon his body and turned into a screen of faint light before him. The formless souls of the wings of the moon also enveloped his body. The small ball of dim light crashed into the screen of moonlight in an instant. It let out a bright flash, and its speed decreased slightly. Yet the dim light was Feng's desperate attack. Sign he had reached awakening. The power of his final attack was still powerful, even though he was currently incredibly weakened. The screen of light shattered. The dim light pierced through and landed on Su Ming's body, but strangely, it passed through him and went into the rainforest in the distance. There was no sound, but hundreds of feet away, the rainforest was turned into ashes and disappeared into thin air. As the dim light pierced through Su Ming's body, his figure shimmered slightly. Another Su Ming appeared by its side, and as it appeared, the figure that was pierced through turned into an apparition and disappeared. All this happened in an instant, and anyone who saw it would think their eyes were playing tricks on them. My specialty is speed, Su Ming said slowly, looking at Feng, who was in disbelief, and walked towards him one step at a time. Su Ming was prepared for what had happened. When the screen of moonlight acted as a momentary block, he had completely avoided the dim light. Feng fell silent and glared at Su Ming. He had already completely fallen into despair and did not bother hiding it. There was a ferocious and resolute look in his eyes. If you had seen through my attack a long time ago, why did you give me the chance? Feng asked with a sullen voice as he laid down on the ground. Because I need you to be near death, Su Ming answered, walking closer to Feng. Me? Near death? You grew up really quickly after getting caught in the trap, but you're still naive. Feng's pupils shrank, and he let out a vicious bark of laughter. He knew that he would definitely die this day, but if he had to die, he would drag the person who had killed him along to hell. The only thing he regretted then would be that he could not kill Xianluan with his own hands. What he had to do was to trigger his blood veins to explode without any care for consequences. He might be weakened, but no matter how weakened he was, he had already reached the awakening realm. His qi may be dull, but it was still lively. As long as his qi still had energy left, then if he threw everything out, he could still self-destruct. Yet the moment he was about to self-destruct, Feng's expression changed. A thing like this had never occurred before Su Ming's eyes. This change meant that Feng's beliefs were shattered. He stammered out his words. This, how could this? Feng's face was pale, just like a person who wanted to commit suicide suddenly discovering that the blade in his hands had turned into a soft piece of cloth. He discovered that his qi was not just dull, but had lost its liveliness. It was like dead water now. He had no way of making his blood veins burst and explode. Su Ming crouched down and looked at Feng, who had a baffled expression on his face, before he let out a sigh. In terms of intelligence, I can't compare to you. From the very first moment we met each other, you've been plotting against me right until now. Yet you forgot one thing, the miasma within the rainforest. I let you drag out the time because I was worried that if I drove you into a corner, you would choose to self-destruct. If that was the case, then I wouldn't obtain anything. The more you speak and think in this miasma, your heart will beat faster and your breathing will become quicker, and you'll breathe in more of this miasma. If you had been circulating your qi for a long period of time, then it would have been fine. You could have counteracted the miasma which you've been ignoring when you were at peak condition. Even if you healed yourself here, as long as you circulated your qi, then you wouldn't be injured by this miasma. Yet you did not dare do that before because you were too careful. Even if you had accumulated that dim light for a counterattack, you still breathed in too much of the miasma, which will cause your qi to lose its liveliness, making it hard for you to trigger self-destruction. Su Ming looked at Feng and spoke calmly. Ever since the beginning, he had been circulating his qi within his body. Feng noticed this a long time ago, but had simply thought that Su Ming was being cautious. He did not expect that it was due to the miasma. Feng laughed bitterly. This time it was real. He looked at Su Ming. His vision had begun to become blurry, but he was forcing himself not to fall unconscious. Looking at Su Ming still reminded him of his past self, but it was clear that this young man was much calmer compared to himself. I have no regrets dying in your hands. It's a pity that I can't exact my vengeance. I don't know your name, so I'll just call you Brother Su. Brother Su. Feng panted harshly. His consciousness was beginning to fade away. He struggled to bite his tongue, forcing himself to remain conscious. Brother Su, please help me kill Xianluan, then bring his head back to my tribe and offer it to the deceased spirits of my people. I will promise you everything you ask. Wanting me in a near-death state means that you want to create a puppet. If I'm doing this willingly, it'll be better for you. If you promise me to help me kill Xianluan, then I'll let you do whatever you want of me. I don't ask that you kill him now, but when your power is strong enough, please help me fulfill my request. Feng's breathing became even more rapid. As he panted harshly, he looked at Su Ming expectantly. I won't let you do this without any rewards. I have a valuable treasure to give you. Xianluan destroyed my tribe, then kept coming after my blood, and Fei Zi saved me for this treasure as well. I hid this treasure in a secret location, not daring to keep it on my person. Due to my tribe's branding art, even Fei Zi will find it hard to probe into my memories with Berserker arts. Xianluan and her also seem to not want more people knowing about this. Only I know about its location in this world. That's why I cowed move around so freely. Because they're stronger than I am, one of them showed kindness to me and the other came after my life, thinking that they could control me, but they underestimated me. I had long since seen that they were not as they seemed. The two had collaborated with each other and were just putting on a farce. Yet there was also conflict and suspicion between them. They're both hiding things from each other, and it created a chance for me. I only needed to challenge the chains of Han Mountain once to see through their relationship. Their acting was far too fake. One of them has Lake of Colors tribe behind them, and the other is from Puqiang tribe. These two tribes were once slave tribes. Do they think I'm dumb? They were plotting against me, but I was also using them. If it weren't because I needed Fei Zi's help to join the 16 Dark Souls sect and become a member in their outlying group, I could have obtained more benefits in Han Mountain City. Feng's vision had already become clouded. He had hidden these words in his heart for a long time. Now, in his despair, it was as if he had obtained an outlet, and in his dizzy state, he told Su Ming everything. Brother Su, I came from a small tribe. We didn't even number to 200 people. Very few know about this, but my tribe was a branch of the Han Mountain tribe that ruled over Han Mountain City hundreds of years ago. Han Mountain tribe was massacred by the 3 slave tribes, but we survived. But now, I am the only one left. The legends passed down in Han Mountain tribe told us that our ancestor from Han Mountain tribe was not originally one of the Berserker tribe. His background was incredibly mysterious. He settled down here, and thousands of years later, Han Mountain tribe was formed. That was why I had an art that was different from Berserker arts, one that allowed me to sense your presence. This is a technique left behind by our ancestor, who also left behind some great treasures for us, his descendants. But 3 of them were snatched away by the 3 slave tribes in the past. There's one left, and that's the great treasure I'm talking about. Su Ming looked at Feng, whose speech was beginning to muddle up. He listened to his words, who was gradually exposing the secret surrounding Han Mountain City. Han Mountain City belongs to Han Mountain tribe. It was built by my ancestor, who founded my tribe. There's also a place hidden in the deep canyons under the chains of Han Mountain and Han Mountain City. It is a place the 3 small slave tribes dream about going. That place is where the ancestor of Han Mountain City died. Feng mumbled, and as he looked at Su Ming, the expectant look in his eyes became stronger. I don't hate the 3 slave tribes. Tribes come and go, and the law of nature depicts survival of the fittest. I don't hate Fei Zi either. She may be aiming for the treasure, but she was kind to me. I had originally intended that if I could not make it, then I would give the treasure to her. The only one I hate is Xianlun. He killed my family and slaughtered my people. Kill him, promise me. Help me kill him. Su Ming fell into silence. There was no need for him to listen to the request of a person who was near death for him to create spirit plunder. In fact, if that person had a grudge, the effects would be even better, but at that moment, Su Ming looked at Feng and nodded. If my power becomes strong enough to kill him, then I promise you, I'll take revenge for you. Brother Su, thank you. Feng closed his eyes and mumbled out a sentence that only Su Ming could hear. Those words revealed the location where Feng hid the treasure. There's something else in my bosom. There were originally 3 of these. Xianlun snatched one away. I gave Fei Zi one of them as a gift, and the last, I'll give it to you. As Feng spoke, he sank into unconsciousness and became still. Su Ming took Feng's body in his arms and picked up the small bottle from the side. He did not linger around the area, dashing into the distance. He did not leave the rainforest, but ran further into the distance and disappeared without a trace. To him, compared to the areas outside the forest, the big rainforest was safer. When Xianlun returned, he would search this place with most care, but it would also be the place where he would miss the most details. As Su Ming ran through the rainforest, a complicated look appeared on his face. Feng was a person who thought and planned a lot. Su Ming had first-hand experience of his words and actions. The secret hidden in Han Mountain City also proved Su Ming's previous theory of why powerful berserkers gathered in Han Mountain City and why the 3 tribes kept taking in guests. Feng. Su Ming sighed. This person's plots left Su Ming with no choice. The only thing he could do was to walk down the path laid out for him. If he had not entered the dimension in the black piece of debris when he was in danger, who knew what would have happened to him then? Chapter 128. A Great Reward. Time was short. Xianlun could come back at any moment. All sorts of accidents could happen no matter how much Su Ming theorized and analyzed the situation. After what happened with Feng, He had to admit that there was still a big difference between his intelligence compared to those who have been plotting and scheming for a long time. Sometimes, the world did not work the way you wanted it to. He carried the unconscious Feng and ran into the miasma of the rainforest as he continued circulating his qi. As the sky gradually lit up, he used his speed and went deeper into the rainforest. The forest in these parts was very dense. The branches and leaves here were wide and big. Due to the density, even if it was daylight, the sunlight would be scattered by the leaves and branches, causing the rainforest to remain mostly in darkness. When Ming reached the deeper parts of the forest, the humidity also increased along with the miasma, causing some of the stranger beasts and bugs to increase. Ming saw centipedes the size of pythons swimming in the mud. Sight of them alone was terrifying. There were also a lot of strange plants that let out nice fragrances, but if he breathed in too much of the scent, he would feel as if he wanted to throw up his internal organs. That sweet and nice fragrance was uncanny. The sun was bright outside. It was already noon. Ming ran through the rainforest and heard singing voices that could not be described with words. The singing voice had a beautiful melody that sounded as if a young girl was humming, making Ming become enthralled by the sound. If he had not remained in constant alert and continued circulating his qi so that he quickly woke up from the trance, then the consequences would have been grave. When he snapped out, he saw that he had unknowingly walked towards a big rotten tree dozens of feet away from him. There was a white bird on one of the branches, and the 5 colors, yellow, green, white, red, and black, were shining brilliantly behind it. Yet there was an eerie big mouth looming under the 5 lights. Ming was alarmed. While traveling deeper and deeper, he saw a lot of things he had never seen before. When dusk arrived once again, a mountain range appeared before him. Behind the mountain range was another rainforest. There was no way of knowing where the deepest part of the rainforest lay. Yet Ming did not dare to continue. There was bound to be even more terrifying things in the rainforest behind the mountain range, and they were all things that he could not yet fend off with his current power. Ming's eyes flashed. He brought Feng into the mountain range in the rainforest and chose a naturally formed crack before crawling into it. This was originally the resting place of a wild beast. There was a layer of shed skin left behind, and there was a faint, foul stench in the air. Ming swept his gaze across the cave and was certain that this was the house of a reptile. The skin is dry, and the smell is faint. It should have been a long time since the snake came back. Maybe it died outside. Ming fell into contemplative silence. Once he placed Feng on the ground, he gathered up the shed skin and placed it at the entrance of the cave. He would use the smell to repel all those strange plants, beasts, and insects from bothering him. Although he did this, Ming's heart remained nervous. Yet once he mulled over it, he gradually relaxed. This place was far away from where Xianluan and Feng had fought each other. The chances of Xianluan finding this place were not too high. Besides, Ming could not think of a better place to put Feng. From another viewpoint, this was the only place that was marginally safe. Still immersed in his thoughts, Ming cast his eyes on Feng. The man was still in an unconscious state. On their way here, Feng had breathed in even more miasma. If it were not for his incredible power and having awakened, then he would have died a long time ago due to his grave injuries. He might be hanging on to his life for now, but he could not wake up. As time passed by, death would gradually close in on him. Besides avoiding Xianluan, Ming also chose this place to make sure that Feng would continue to be in a weakened state, using the miasma in this place. After all, this person's power was extremely great. Once he recovered, he would not be as sincere as he was before. Ming might not be afraid of this Feng, who was gravely wounded, but he could not stop him from self-destructing. However, if miasma continued invading his body, then he could prevent Feng from doing so. He said that he had something for me. Ming did not act rashly. Feng was a man of many schemes, and he had first-hand experience of it. At that moment, he sat down in the cave, recalling all of Feng's actions and words before he fainted, and waited for dusk to pass into night. It did not take long before the sky turned darker. The mountain range Ming was at was low. There were only a few ridges, and most of the mountain range was covered by dense trees of the rainforest. The sky above had turned dark. The moon hung high in the sky, but the moonlight was just like the sunlight during the day. The light was scattered as it fell upon the rainforest. Even so, Ming could still feel that his condition reached its peak during night. Only then did he stand up and walk to stand before Feng. Once he scrutinized him cautiously once again. He lifted Feng's clothes and saw a purple item lying against his bosom. The moment he saw the purple object, Ming's expression changed. A sharp and piercing look immediately appeared in his eyes. He stared at the purple object on Feng's bosom, and, gradually, a dazed and nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. This item, Ming mumbled. The image of a person who had been forgotten appeared in his head. It was an old man with a sharp mouth and the cheeks of a monkey. That old man sold a lot of strange herbs, and he even sold Ming a torn bag. Just what is it? After a long while, Ming crouched down and lifted the purple object from Feng's bosom. He placed it before his eyes and saw that besides the color, this purple object was practically identical to the torn bag Ming had. However, there were no torn parts on the purple bag, and it was in complete shape. Ming's bag could not hope to compare with this bag. The same bags. Feng snatched one away. One was given to Fei Zi, the ancestor of Han Mountain tribe, left behind 4 great treasures. Lake of Colors, Puqiang, and Tranquil East snatched one away each. There's one treasure left, and it was hidden away by Feng. In the canyons under Han Mountain City lies the greatest secret of the city. That place is where the ancestor of Han Mountain tribe died. If that's the case, then does it mean that these are all the inheritances left behind by the ancestor of Han Mountain City? Ming's eyes became even more clouded. He had a feeling that there was a bigger secret lying within that purple bag. He looked at the purple bag in his hand silently. If it was anything else that he had never seen before, he would need to ponder over it for some time before opening it slowly, but there was no need for him to do so with this bag. Ming's eyes flashed. He lifted his left hand and patted the bag. The moment he did so, a rebounding force immediately came from the bag. Ming was stunned. He had never encountered this before. However, the rebounding force was extremely weak. As he circulated his qi under fine control, the rebounding force dissipated in the span of a few breaths, allowing Ming's left hand to land on the surface of the bag. His mind shook, and an image of a dimension of hundreds of feet appeared in his head. Ming closed his eyes, opening them only after a long time had passed by. There was a look of pleasant surprise that was difficult to conceal in his eyes. As he lifted his left hand, a bright light flashed in his hand, and a bamboo slip appeared in his palm. It looked like an ancient artifact. It may not be broken, but there was an aged feeling coming from it. This was the item Feng said contained the art that was completely different from Berserker arts. It could allow Ming to have a clear grasp of another person's power and turn it into a brand. As long as he was not too far away from the branded person, then he could lock onto him. He placed the item aside, and another flash appeared in his left hand. In his palm lay a white bone. That bone was completely white, and when it appeared, there was a mirage above the bone, causing the person who saw it for the first time to be caught in a daze. Ming could even hear piercing and mourning cries echoing in his ears. Yet when he snapped out of his daze, all of these dissipated away. I don't know where this bone came from. Did this bone belong to a man or a beast? But since such a strange thing happened because of it, then perhaps I can use it to plant herbs. Ming stared at the bone in his hands before grabbing the purple bag with his right hand and turning it upside down by his side. With a crash, a large amount of items tumbled out of the purple bag, glittering on the ground. The light in the cave may have been lacking, but Ming could still see clearly. Most of the items were stone coins. There were not many white coins, and most of them were low-ranked ones tainted with other colors. Still, the large amount was shocking. This is worth at least tens of thousands. Ming took a deep breath. This was the largest amount of money he had ever seen in his life. Yet very soon, his eyes landed on the 2 red stones lying among the stone coins. The red hue of the stones was striking. Although the cave was dark, it was still difficult to dim out the light coming from the 2 red stone coins. Besides these, Ming also found several small bottles. There were different liquids contained within them. Some had a nice fragrance, some were odorless, some stank, and some let out a refreshing fragrance. It would have been fine if that was all, but lying among the items was a piece of beast skin. There were 2 Berserker arts written on it. When Ming read them, the light in his eyes became brighter. It's a pity there's no Berserker vessel, but that's to be expected. Feng must have used up most of the things that he could when he fought against Xianlun. While mumbling, Ming's gaze suddenly focused on 2 obviously unique objects lying among the pile of items. One was a white stone box about the size of a palm. The other was a black mask made from some unknown material. When Ming looked at it, he felt as if his gaze was about to be sucked in. He first took up the white stone box. After observing it with a couple careful looks, he was prompted to action. He did not know what was in there, but the box was made solely of melted and refined white stone coins. This stone box did not seem big, but it was actually quite heavy. Just how many white stone coins were used? Ming was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that stone coins could be used in such a manner. To him, they were just objects used for trading. However, the appearance of the stone box made him think that his previous assumption was somewhat wrong. Could it be that these stone coins can not only be used for trading, but also other things? Inspired, Ming opened the stone box. When he saw what lay inside, he was startled. This is Chapter 129, A Piece of Beast Skin. It was Ming's dream to reach the Transcendence Realm. Hence his knowledge regarding IR was not limited to the information provided by beast skin scrolls. He had also obtained the knowledge provided by the Elder over the years. Ming knew that transcendence meant that once the solidified blood veins reached a certain amount in the body, an earth-shaking change would occur. That change was like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. The solidified blood veins would spread out from the body and turn into Berserker blood. Then the person could use his Berserker blood to draw a mark on his own body. Everyone's mark was different. There was not a single mark that was identical to another in the world. Even if they looked similar, there were still differences. The Berserker mark would be drawn based on the individual's vague sensation of the mark he found within himself. However, if he could not find that sensation, then he had to deliberately draw a Berserker mark on his own body. Yet if that was the case, then that mark would be much weaker in terms of power. That was why there were some people who had already reached the Transcendence Realm, but still chose not to draw their own Berserker marks. They did not want to regret their decisions, so they rather were stuck in that stage and searched long and hard for that indescribable feeling. The moment the Berserker mark was drawn, it would be impossible to change it. On top of that, the more complex the mark was, the training would also become more difficult. Their training speed could not compare to those who had simple Berserker marks. Yet even though it was hard, if the Berserker succeeded, then the one with the complex mark would be much stronger than all the other Berserkers in the same stage. The success rate of reaching Transcendence Realm was related to the amount of solidified blood veins. The more blood veins a Berserker had, the more likely he was to succeed. In fact, the more blood veins the Berserker had, the stronger he would be when he reached the initial stage of the Transcendence Realm. In fact, if a Berserker had more than 950 blood veins, then once he transcended, the other Berserkers at the initial stage of the Transcendence Realm would be no match to that person. His power may not be as strong as of those in the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, but he would be a powerful existence among others in the initial stage of the Transcendence Realm. However, most people only had around 781 blood veins. Even if they could add to the amount of blood veins, it was difficult for them to manifest 900 of them. With that said, unless a Berserker had incredible determination, persistence, luck, confidence, and the protection by his tribe, then no one could continue manifesting the blood veins in his body without getting killed in the long run. Besides, once a certain amount of blood veins had been manifested, then time no longer became a factor for a Berserker's blood veins to increase. Sometimes, even if dozens of years passed by, it would still be difficult to add even one more blood vein. It was difficult transcending, yet if a Berserker was satisfied with the amount of blood veins he had, then it would also be easy to transcend. It would be easy if he did not seek to gain more blood veins. It was not as if there were no transcended Berserkers who only had around 800 blood veins. It all depended on a person's will. Once a Berserker transcended and drew his Berserker mark, then it did not matter what method he used. He had to use the onset power of the Berserker mark and synthesize an item with his own body. This item would become that Berserker's very first personal Berserker vessel. Berserker vessels were incredibly important to all those who reached the Transcendence Realm. That was why those who had reached the peak of the blood solidification realm and could transcend at any time they wanted would prepare the materials for this item beforehand. This was to prevent the situation where they could not synthesize their vessel once they transcended, which would serve to cause a lot of hindrances and regret later on. Unless, of course, that person was a prodigy that belonged to a strong tribe. Those prodigies had no need to prepare materials. There would be adults who would help them receive everything they needed beforehand. After all, transcendence was a big event for all middle-sized tribes. Ming had once heard from the Elder that if a Berserker wanted to prevent the item from denying him during the synthesis, then he would need to gather one drop of blood and place it on the item. This would have to be repeated every once in a while. Only then would a connection be formed between the item and the Berserker's chi so that accidents could be prevented in the future when the Berserker transcended. There was a white diamond-shaped leaf lying in the white stone box in Su Ming's hand at the moment. The leaf's shape may have been odd, but the veins on it were very distinct, making it clear that it was indeed a leaf. There was a drop of blood on the leaf, though there was not much left. About 3/10 of the veins of the leaf had turned red. This is the item Feng had prepared for synthesis during transcendence. Su Ming looked at the white leaf in the box, and his eyes sparkled. The value of this item far exceeded the stone coins. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that its value could not be determined. To those who had already made preparations for transcendence, this was not important. Yet for those who had not made adequate preparations, the value of this thing could make them empty all the coins in their possession. Since Feng had placed this item in this obviously expensive stone box, then it was clear that this was not an ordinary item. After all, he was once a member of Han Mountain Tribe. Even if Han Mountain Tribe was destroyed, if he could have that purple bag and a great treasure, then it was certain that he could also have an extraordinary item for synthesis during transcendence. Su Ming stared at the leaf in the stone box, then lifted his right hand to flick at it lightly. It trembled when his chi crashed into it, and the stained blood on the leaf immediately flew out, turning into a ball of fire in midair until it burned away into nothingness. Feng's blood may no longer be on the leaf, but some of it had still seeped into the leaf's veins. Su Ming could not force it out in a short period of time, but he had patience. Then he turned his attention to the black mask that seemed to attract his gaze. He lifted the mask and stared at it, but he could not find any clues about it. In his silence, he lowered his head and looked at Feng, who remained unconscious. He got up and walked towards Feng before slowly placing the mask on the man's face. His actions were cautious and slow. When the mask covered Feng's face, he kept an eye open for any changes that could happen on his body, but right until the mask covered the whole face, nothing happened. The mask was completely black. When it covered Feng, it made him look as if he'd changed into another person. It was especially so since the mask only had 2 holes where the eyes should be without any other features that a face should have, causing his face to seem rather ghastly. Su Ming frowned. He was about to take the mask off when his expression changed. Right before his eyes, Feng's body started fading out as if he was becoming indistinct. The only thing that could be seen clearly was that mask. Su Ming let out a small gasp and took the mask away from Feng's face. He examined Feng's body and his chi carefully. Once he was certain that nothing had changed within Feng, he relaxed and took a few steps backward. He was just about to try on the mask when he hesitated. He did not put the mask on his face, but chose to take a few more looks at it before returning it into the purple bag. Feng is a man of way too many schemes. I have to be careful. Su Ming fell into pensive silence. Among these items, he was the most skeptical about the mask, but he had no way to be sure. Once he placed everything back into the bag, he looked at Feng's unconscious body and brought out all the herbs needed to create spirit plunder before jabbing bloody holes into Feng's body and placing the herbs one by one in him, according to the method of creating the pill in his head. Su Ming could not tell what was so special about these herbs. Yet the moment they were placed in Feng's body, they withered right before his eyes and rapidly disappeared into the bloody holes. Su Ming was not surprised when he saw this. Instead, his eyes flashed. What happened was described in the procedures to create spirit plunder in his head. This meant that Feng's body was suitable for creating this pill. It could even be said that it was a very good vessel for the herbs to grow. These herbs may have seemed to wither, but in truth, they had left seeds in Feng's body, which would then use his body as a cauldron to slowly grow. Once they had grown to a certain level, they could be used to create the pill. Once he planted all the seeds, Su Ming sat down by the side and brought out the black bone he had bought in Han Mountain City along with the white bone from Feng's bag. He compared them and brought out 2 herbs from his bag. Then with the method to plant the herbs on the bones, he placed the herbs on them. He would not be able to find any clues on whether they worked in the near future. Hence, Su Ming placed the 2 bones beside Feng. If that white bone can be used, then I'll only need 3 more herbs and 1 beast bone to create spirit plunder. I wonder if Feng Mu can find those 3 herbs. Su Ming thought about it, then decided to leave it aside. He took out the beast skin and bamboo slip from Feng's bag instead and started reading them in the quiet cave. There's no hurry for me to go to the place that contains the treasure Feng told me about. Once it's completely safe for me, then I can go get it. I wonder what sort of treasure it is, though. Su Ming read the bamboo slip and thought at the same time. 2 days passed by quickly. During these 2 days, Ming would occasionally observe his medicinal cauldron, and on other occasions, he would look at the herbs planted on the bones. He would also keep an eye on any possible changes outside. All his remaining time was spent learning the branding art written on the bamboo slip. The art was just as Feng had said. It was very mysterious, but learning it was not difficult. However, this branding art did not require the use of qi. Even if Ming had already understood it, he could not grasp the gist of it. That was why he could not cast it. He raised his right hand and made a gesture stiffly, as if he was pinching his fingers. Then he pushed forward a few times, but he felt nothing. Just what is this art? He scratched his head and looked at the still unconscious Feng. He abandoned the idea of waking him up. The man's body was shuddering even though he was unconscious, as if he was in great pain. If Ming woke Feng up, then problems might arise again, especially since Xianlun might have already returned. Ming put away the bamboo slip and shifted his attention to the beast skin from Feng's bag. There were 2 Berserker arts recorded on it. Ming had briefly read them a few days ago, and now, he used his full attention to examining them more thoroughly. Yet very soon, doubt appeared on his face. I only need 20 blood veins to practice these Berserker arts? And with 99 blood veins, I can already bring about their full potential. There's nothing of use to me on this beast skin. Unless this is something from the tribble, and Feng's keeping it around as a memento, there should be no need for him to carry it around. Ming looked at the beast skin again before he placed it by his side. With a frown, he looked at the unconscious Feng. This person is extraordinarily intelligent. It's understandable if he was just bringing a memento around in remembrance of his tribe, but I feel that something is wrong. Ming grabbed the beast's skin by his side and cast his gaze on it again. Yet he still could not discover anything. Did I make a wrong guess? A sparkle appeared in Ming's eyes. He placed the beast's skin under his nose, and the moment he sniffed it, his eyes lit up brightly. Yet at that very moment, a muffled boom suddenly traveled from outside. The roars of wild beasts were mixed in that booming sound. Something had happened in the rainforest. Ming immediately put away the beast's skin, and a wary look appeared on his face. His heart pounded against his chest, and he went to the side of the entrance of the cave before looking out cautiously. Chapter 130, Red Meadow. It was not dark outside. Yet even so, the rainforest remained engulfed in darkness. Muffled booming sounds traveled from far away, mixed with the roars and cries of beasts and birds. It was as if a huge change had occurred in the rainforest in the distance. Ming stood at the side of the entrance to the cave and trained his gaze towards the location with a cool expression. Time trickled by. The booming sound continued traveling out, and it sounded as if it was coming from very close to him. As it became clearer, it made Ming think that there was someone closing in on him at a terrifying speed. He clenched his right fist, and a cold look appeared in his eyes, but he remained unmoving. It was as if he had turned into a statue at the entrance of the cave. After a long while, once the booming sound was not far from where he was, it started quieting down. Yet the moment it started fading away, a huge bang far stronger than the previous sound rang out suddenly. Ming's eyes fell upon the gaps between the countless wide leaves, and he saw a figure skidding through the sky. That figure was still far away from where Ming was, so he could only see him faintly. That figure roared at the skies. His roar contained an indescribable fury, and he turned into a long arc that sped into the distance. Very soon, he disappeared. That person was Xianlun. When the person left, Ming felt his body relax. The cold look in his eyes disappeared. He had also doubted his decision to stay in the rainforest, but while the rainforest was the most dangerous place for him to stay, it was also the easiest place for him to be overlooked. Besides, this place was too big. Even powerful berserkers of the awakening realm would find it difficult to search the entire forest. It was also highly feasible that it was not a possible feat. Ming watched Xianlun leave, but he did not act rashly. He chose instead to return to the cave without making a sound. He had already made up his mind to not leave the cave unless it was completely safe. In his silence, Ming sat down. He looked at the unconscious Feng with a complicated gaze. Once he went through the incident with him, Ming had a deeper understanding of the sinister nature of the human heart. Ming rubbed the center of his brows and fatigue appeared on his face as he sat in the dark and quiet cave. That fatigue did not stem from his body, but his heart. After a while, he made himself focus and took up the beast's skin which had borne him rewards during his observations just moments ago. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it once again. A stench of blood wafted into his nose. It's natural for beast skins to still contain the stench of blood, but as time passes by, this smell will grow fainter until it disappears. This beast skin has clearly been around for a long time. It's impossible for it to have such a thick stench of blood. Ming's eyes sparkled, and he mumbled under his breath as he looked at the beast skin in his hands. But if the owner of the beast skin always sprays fresh blood on it, then the smell will stay for a long time. If he is just keeping the beast skin as a memento for his tribe, he wouldn't need to do this. Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at Feng as a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Perhaps my guess is wrong, but if I'm right, then this item is definitely not as simple as it looks. Ming stood up and went beside Feng with the beast skin. There was a brief period of hesitation, but very soon, he jabbed Feng's arm with one finger resolutely and opened up a wound, squeezing out a little of the small amount of blood remaining in the body. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to use all of it. He only took a little and spread it on the beast's skin before withdrawing a few steps and focusing his gaze on it. The moment Feng's blood was spread on the beast's skin, it was immediately absorbed. When Ming backed away to look at it, the beast's skin had already completely absorbed Feng's blood. Bubbles appeared on its surface, and wisps of black mist spread out. It seemed to be covered by bubbles that quickly spread to all parts of the beast's skin, and the black mist also increased as the bubbles increased. Ming immediately let go and threw the beast's skin on the ground, his eyes sparkling. Right in front of him, the black mist became incredibly thick and enveloped the entire beast's skin within. Ming circulated his qi and remained alert, but as time passed by, the black mist did not seem to have sufficient energy to grow thicker. It gradually spread out and became smaller before it eventually dissipated, revealing an unchanged beast skin on the ground. Ming frowned and swept his gaze across the beast skin. With just one glance, he saw that the drop of blood he spread on the skin moments ago had disappeared. Was the blood not enough? He cast a glance at the unconscious Feng and recalled the sight of the black mist on the beast's skin. This time, he did not hesitate. He bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of his own blood on the beast's skin. The moment the blood landed on the beast's skin, a large amount of bubbles appeared. At the same moment, black mist spread out and enveloped the entire beast's skin. The time taken for this to happen was cut in half, a clear sign that this was because there was enough blood acting as a stimulant this time. In an instant, the black mist that had enveloped the beast's skin spread out and turned into a black ripple in the shape of a ring. Once it traveled dozens of feet outwards, the black mist disappeared into the walls of the mountain cave. At the same time, Ming's breathing became rapid. Right before his eyes, when the mist spread out, the beast's skin that had been hidden underneath was revealed. There were no longer any words on the beast's skin, only a complex picture. The picture itself was completely red, but there was no way of knowing what was drawn since it looked as if there were still a lot of missing parts. Just as Ming focused his gaze on the picture on the beast's skin, it started to strangely expand rapidly. It spread all around, and in an instant, it went underneath Feng's body and Ming's feet, covering an area of 100 feet around them, causing the area of 100 feet to turn into a red world. Ming did not dodge. He stood in the 100 feet covered in red. During that instant, he fell into a trance, and a strange image appeared in his head. When he saw the image, it was as if he had come to a strange world. He saw grass plains, and on the plains was a man whose body was obscured. He wore a long robe, and on his face was a black mask. He had his hands behind his back and looked as if he was staring at the sky. There were hundreds of long arcs whistling through the sky. In every single arc was a presence that was not weaker than awakening. Some of them even gave off a presence that far exceeded it. The hundreds of long arcs in the sky caused the sky to be lit in bright colors when they closed in. Rays of light appeared when the art was cast, and most of them descended upon the man down below. It was a shocking sight to behold. Ming's heart trembled. He looked at the sights before him at a loss. Yet immediately, he saw the man wearing the familiar black mask on the plains raise his right hand. A gigantic beast skin appeared in his hand. He held it with one hand and laid it out horizontally before pressing it on the ground as it floated in the air. The moment the beast skin was pushed onto the ground, the entire earth let out a rumble. The beast skin expanded rapidly and spread to its surroundings quickly. In an instant, it covered a circumference of 100 li. The plains, which were a 100 li area, were no longer a green grassland, but a red meadow. There were also red plants growing on it, causing the area of 100 li inside to be vastly different to the area outside. A ghastly presence spread out. The rays of light from the hundreds of the arts closed in on the man, but before they could even get near to the masked man, they faded away above him as if they landed on a formless barrier. At that moment, the masked man grabbed at thin air with his right hand. Immediately, an eerie beast Feng about 7 feet long appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it onto the red meadow by his side. The instant the giant Feng stabbed the earth, the Feng turned red. A 3-headed blood dragon took shape and sped towards the hundreds of long arcs in the sky, roaring. The masked man quickly brought out another sharp Feng and stabbed it on the other side of the red meadow. The Feng turned red instantly as well, and a shadow took shape. That shadow exuded a malicious presence, and it was somewhat similar to the fallen god of Berserkers Baitu had summoned a few years ago. The shadow took a step forward and charged towards the hundreds of long arcs in the sky. A booming sound echoed through the world, and Ming opened his eyes. There was sweat beading on his forehead. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes gradually became clear. He looked at his surroundings and found that he was still inside the mountain cave. Yet a red meadow had appeared in an area of 100 feet under his feet. Besides the size, the red hue of the meadow was exactly the same as in the illusion he'd seen when he was in the trance. Ming's heart thumped against his heart, and he took a long while before he calmed down. He looked at the red meadow that spanned the area of 100 feet, and a bright light gradually appeared in his eyes. He stepped on the 100 feet of red land and walked towards the entrance of the cave. When he looked back, there was not a hint of red in the cave, as if everything had been just an illusion. Even Feng had disappeared without a trace. The cave was empty. Ming withdrew and walked back into the area of the red meadow. Once he did so, everything returned to normal. Feng still lay on the ground, unconscious. No wonder Feng could survive till now after his tribe was destroyed and had escaped Xianluan's pursuit so many times. He may possess extraordinary intelligence, but if it weren't for this treasure, it would have still been hard for him to survive till now. This item might have really possessed the might I saw in the illusion, but now it's already torn. Even so, it still has shocking concealing powers. Feng is covered head to toe in treasures. Ming took a deep breath. This was the first time he had received so many precious items in his life, and all of these had originally belonged to Feng. But I wonder why he didn't use this treasure to hide himself when Xianluan was after his life. Ming looked at the red meadow that spanned the area of 100 feet. He walked out once again and left the cave. Before long, he dashed back, and behind him was a centipede about dozens of feet long. It chased after him ferociously. When Ming stepped into the area of the red meadow, that centipede, too, entered the area. Ming's eyes flashed, and he withdrew a few steps, training his eyes on the centipede that he had lured in. When the centipede entered the area of the 100 feet, it started circling around as if unable to see Ming standing before it. After a moment, the centipede let out a frustrated roar. An excited look appeared on Ming's face. He had already ascertained the concealing abilities of this beast's skin. They should be incredibly strong. At that moment, he raised his right hand and pointed at the centipede. The centipede's head exploded with a bang in an instant, and it died on the spot, its body twisting on the ground. Yet the moment it died, Ming's eyes flashed, and surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 131. The Change During Peaceful Times. He saw the carcass of the centipede melting after it died, wriggling strangely on the red meadow. Very soon, the carcass of the centipede melted and disappeared right before Ming's eyes, as if it was absorbed into the meadow. Ming was shocked when he saw this. Yet he did not feel any danger coming from the area. In fact, there was a warm and comfortable feeling radiating off it. He even had the feeling that this area of 100 feet completely belonged to him. That feeling was not distinct, but it made Ming feel very safe. He fell into silence and sat down cross-legged. His eyes fell on the unconscious Feng. That person may be on the meadow, but there were no signs of him melting. Could it be that it only melts dead beings? Ming stroked his chin, and the image of the masked man appeared in his mind. The mask he wore is the same as the mask in Feng's bag, but I have a feeling that there's still a difference between them. Feng mentioned before that the ancestor of Han Mountain tribe was not from the Berserker tribe. His origins were a mystery. Two of the things he used were on Feng himself. Could it be that the masked man is Feng's direct ancestor? Ming thought about it. But since there were no clues, he gradually stopped pondering over it. He sat in the cave calmly instead and brought out mountain spirits, swallowing them and silently increasing the power of his qi. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed by. During these 3 months, Ming felt the world outside trembling 4 times, a telling sign that Xianlun was still suspicious of the place and searched through the rainforest. Yet these 4 trembles all happened during the first 2 months. During the last month, the world outside was quiet. Perhaps it was related to the danger brought by Xianlun. But during these 3 months, Ming's training speed increased by quite a bit. He had now 291 blood veins in his body. The requirement for the 8th level of the blood solidification realm was 399. He only had to manifest 100-something more blood veins to attain that level. Yet during this time, Ming noticed a flaw in Mountain Spirit. Since he had been taking those pills for a prolonged period of time, the effects of the pill were gradually becoming weaker. Before long, it might completely lose its effects. Ming could do nothing towards this, but he also understood why it happened. If its effects did not decrease, then if he continued taking those pills, he could attain as many blood veins as he wanted as long as he had enough time. From the rate of Mountain Spirit weakening, this pill should completely lose its effects once I reach the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Ming sat within the area of the red meadow and mumbled under his breath as he sensed the circulation within his blood veins. Thank goodness the effects of South Asunder remain, and I can use it to heal my injuries. As for my training, it's not as if I can't continue training without Mountain Spirit. Resolution appeared on Ming's face. I still have 2 drops of Berserker blood. Apart from that, I could also cast the art of burning my blood. The moment he thought of the burning of blood, Ming took a deep breath. Practicing that art was incredibly difficult, and the process was painful. It was hard for a person to endure through it. The power provided when I performed the 4th burning of blood that year stirred up all the wings of the moon to appear, but my blood veins did not increase. If I want to perform the 5th burning of blood, I'll have to be careful since I'm in the land of South Morning. There are a lot of powerful berserkers around here. If I'm discovered, it'll be troublesome. Ming lifted his head and looked towards the entrance of the cave. A chilling look appeared on his face. Xianlun, I don't know whether you've left this place or you're waiting patiently outside the rainforest. I don't care whether you're still around. I'm going to stay here. Ming stood up and went to Feng's side. During these 3 months, Feng remained unconscious. Even if he showed signs of awakening, Ming would disrupt his qi once every few days and guide a large amount of miasma to surround Feng's body, making him continuously absorb it. Once he did that, it would cause Feng's injuries to never recover. Yet because Ming healed him as well, he could not die. There were no longer any injuries on his body, but the herbs Ming had planted in Feng's body were getting nourishment from his flesh and blood. They had already taken root within his body and were growing healthily inside. 2 shoots had also sprouted out of the black and white bones beside Feng. The white bone proved to be suitable for the herbs. I still lack 3 herbs and a beast bone. It's a pity I can't go out for the time being. But Feng Mu wouldn't give up so easily with his intelligence. Ming took care of the medicinal cauldron for spirit plunder and sat down cross-legged once again. He made an odd sign with his right hand and pushed forward a few times, but was left disappointed. Must I really wake Feng up and ask him how to cast the branding art? Ming had tried casting the art multiple times during these 3 months. He had already understood the art, but just could not cast it. Qi was not needed to cast the art. It seemed like it needed another form of power to be activated, but Ming did not have it. He had even specifically observed Feng's qi circulation in an attempt to find the reason, but he could not obtain any clues from Feng. Feng was the same as him. They only had the power of qi within their bodies. Just how did he cast this art? Ming thought about it for a long time, but could not find any clues. He could only place the problem aside and immerse himself in consuming Mountain Spirit. The rainy season had passed. The heat may still be around, but it had weakened by quite a large margin. The large leaves in the rainforest could not fight against time and started falling off the branches that formed the dense layers of the rainforest. Another 3 months passed by without notice. Ming had stayed within the rainforest for half a year now. During this half a year, he had to constantly circulate his qi. Only by doing so could he avoid the invasion of miasma. He also noticed the benefits of doing so. The speed of his qi increasing was much faster than when he was outside. During this time, the shoots on the black and white bones had grown into tiny shrubs. The light green color from the herbs let out a piercing light. Yet as they continued growing, the two bones gradually became duller. It was as if all their essence was absorbed by the two shrubs. As for Feng, he had completely turned into a medicinal cauldron. There were shrubs upon shrubs of medicinal herbs growing on his body. The herbs had broken through his skin a few months ago like they had just sprouted out of the soil. They were growing healthily. Feng's body was in a withered state to begin with. Now, it was even more obvious. He had been unconscious for half a year. Even if he had regained consciousness, his mind would remain in a muddled state. Besides, Ming did not allow him to have any chances of awakening. The invasion of miasma and healing that happened once every few days caused Feng to become a living dead person. Ming felt guilty, but when he thought about Feng's sinister plans and the things that happened half a year ago, if he had not entered the strange dimension inside that piece of debris when he was in danger, then even if Ming was not dead, he would also be in a terrible state. Ming gradually hardened his heart. In his eyes, Feng was no longer a person, but a medicinal cauldron. More importantly, Ming also slowly realized that if he did not prepare the medicinal pills to open the next door and forcefully entered the strange dimension, a repelling force would appear. He had thought that he could use this method to avoid danger during this half a year and tried multiple times, but he only succeeded once. That repelling force was incredibly strong, and as the blood veins in his body increased, it became harder. During these 3 months, the blood veins in his body increased to 337. The effects of mountain spirit had also become much weaker. Sometimes, he would need to take in a few pills before he could produce the original effects of one pill. Fortunately, Ming had enough herbs. By using the fire in his body to create the pills, he never ran out of them. Sometimes, Ming would venture out during this half a year to lure in some insects and creatures before killing them within the area of the red meadow so that it could absorb the carcasses. Besides wanting to see what would happen when the meadow reached its limit and could no longer absorb any more carcasses, there was another reason why he did so. Once every few months, the area of the 100 feet meadow would decrease, and the color would become dull. Once it absorbed the carcasses, the color would return. Sometimes, some insects and creatures would come into the cave on their own, a telling sign that they did not notice Ming had already occupied the cave and were just coming into the cave based on past habits of resting here. Besides doing all these, Ming also spent his remaining time on the branding art. He continued trying and searching for a way to cast it until one day, when he had already contemplated it for half a year and still had no clues, he thought of a way. He remembered there was a large amount of stone coins in Feng's bag. There was also the stone box that contained the leaf that would be used for synthesis during awakening, which was created using a large number of white stone coins. He had been uncertain and took a guess that stone coins could be used for purposes other than trading. Once he remembered it, an idea formed in his head. Could it be that external materials are needed for Feng's branding art? Ming took out the purple bag and brought out one white stone coin. The coin was round, and when he held it in his hand, there was some warmth coming from it. Ming never paid too much attention to it, but now that he scrutinized it, he gradually realized the difference in the stone coin compared to other stones. This type of stone is used among all Berserker tribes, and yet there has never been any previous record of a fake coin existing. It must be because there is a secret that people don't know about. I've always overlooked this. Ming's eyes flashed. Once he held the stone in his hand, he made the strange sign with his right hand with one well-practiced motion, then pushed forward lightly, just like how he did the previous hundreds of times he practiced this method. The moment he pushed forward, something changed in Ming's mind. He could clearly feel his body absorbing a foreign sensation from the white stone coin. That sensation charged into his right hand through a path completely different from the path taken when his chi circulated in his body. Once it went one round around his pinched fingers in his right hand, it immediately became much stronger before abruptly contracting and charging straight towards his head, faster than Ming could react to stop it. With a bang, the foreign sensation stormed into his mind. His vision blurred for a moment, and then he saw a completely different world. Within a circumference of 1,000 feet, all that existed appeared in his mind. He saw a centipede silently swimming in the mud 900 feet away. He saw a flying insect the size of his palm hiding under a large leaf 500 feet away. It was baring its teeth and staring at a small beast walking cautiously under the tree. He also saw a dim light in the unconscious Feng's head silently absorbing the medicinal properties from the roots of the herbs that were planted in his body and had now covered his body, as if it was using the power from the herbs to increase its own power. There was also one thread that went out of the cave from the center of his brows. When Ming saw it, the dim light immediately trembled, and he heard a faint, terrified scream. Ming narrowed his eyes. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and a strong sense of danger flooded his system. That danger did not come from Feng, but from the borders of the 1,000 feet area that he could now sense with his mind. It came from a woman walking into the rainforest. She was dressed in white and covered her face with a veil. Fei Zi. Chapter 132. Fei Zi. Feng, we did not know each other and had no grudges against each other. You were the one who provoked me first for your own personal gains. You wanted to use me and kill me, but I didn't kill you immediately. I even promised to take revenge for you. But even now, you still want to harm me. A murderous look appeared in Ming's eyes. He not only understood the sinister nature of the human heart from Feng, he also understood just how much he was lacking at that moment. There was no way he would believe that Fei Zi was just passing by. Feng must have done all of this secretly. Due to the branding art, Ming could see the ball of dim light in Feng's head. That dim light was trembling. Without the art, he could not hear that terrified scream either. Only when he was in this condition could he hear it. After what he saw, if Ming still did not understand, then he was no longer Ming. If he hadn't figured out the method to cast that branding art, then he would have still been in the dark even when Fei Zi came right before him. He would not have known how she had found him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Ming did not hesitate. He used the method to control the branding art and instantly contracted the 1,000 feet area till it was just 50 feet around him. He enveloped Feng within that area and took a step forward, jabbing at the center of Feng's brows harshly, immediately causing the dim light to become dull, as if it was heavily injured. Yet it did not scatter. Still, the fine thread that stretched out from the center of his brows became duller. Ming wanted to cut the thread off, but he stopped. His eyes flashed, and his thoughts raced in his head. Fei Zi is already 1,000 feet into the area. Even if I break the connection between Feng and the outside world, it'll still be useless. It'll instead alert her, giving her time to prepare. Feng is heavily injured. Even if he could connect to the outside world with this method, there's a 6 out of 10 chance that he's just maintaining contact to guide her here. There's only a 4 out of 10 chance that he told her everything about this place. Since he's heavily injured and worried that I'll notice his actions, the probability of her knowing is lessened by another 1/10 of the chance. It's highly possible that Fei Zi doesn't know about my existence. It's also not likely that Xianluan told her the details of this place. If that's the case, then to Fei Zi, Feng is the only one here. Since Feng definitely can't go out in his wounded state and is hiding from Xianluan, he's using this method to call her here so that she could heal him. If that's the case, then Fei Zi should not have told anyone about this. She might very likely be alone. From her expression when she entered the area within the 1,000 feet, she's not too cautious about this place. If that's the case, then that's another 1/10 chance less that she knows I'm here. So I have 8/10 of a chance that my analysis is correct. 8/10. That's enough. Ming was forced by the situation. In the span of a few breaths, he focused his mind to quickly analyze his circumstances until his head started hurting mildly, but he did not have time to dally. He immediately lifted Feng and moved his feet so that he was sitting cross-legged. Ming then crouched down, hiding behind Feng. He was originally smaller and thinner than a normal member of the Berserker tribe to begin with, so now that he hid himself, no one could see him from the front. At the same time, Ming commanded with his mind the red meadow under his feet to quickly contract. In an instant, it turned into a small piece that existed only under Ming's feet. Even Feng was positioned outside the meadow. Ming then quickly contracted the area of branding, but besides wrapping his own body inside its area of influence, he also enveloped Feng. That was to prevent him from alerting Fei Zi. If Feng tried to alert her, then with the branding, Ming could stop him immediately. Once he was done, Ming took a deep breath. A cold glare appeared in his eyes. He circulated his qi until it reached its peak condition. The soles of the wings of the moon spread out from inside him and stuck to his skin. This time, he used all the soles of the wings of the moon. He even lifted his right hand and sensed the presence of the 3 evils, waiting for the crucial moment before he struck. Within his mouth was a mouthful of blood. That blood was for him to cast dark blood dust. She hasn't transcended. It's not impossible for me to fight against her. Su Ming's heart rate gradually slowed down as he completely calmed down, remaining still. Outside the cave, Fei Zi, who was dressed in white and had a white veil over her face, was 700 feet away from the mountain cave. She looked calm and her movements were beautiful. Even if she was walking in the rainforest filled with humidity and miasma, and even if the ground was filled with mud and looked disgusting, she was an eye-catching sight that did not belong to this place. Nothing in this place could not stain her body. Fei Zi's eyes were like stars that enticed people, making them unable to look away. Although there was a veil over her face, all those who saw her would be caught in a daze as if they had just seen the beautiful woman of their dreams. She treaded lightly forward. Her beautiful eyes stared at a crack in the mountain before her. She could feel that the connection from Feng came from that place. To her, Feng himself was more useful compared to his role in helping her obtain the great treasure. That strange connection itself was already extraordinary. On top of that, this person was a schemer. He never shared that strange art with other people. This was also something Fei Zi admired about him. However, that was just pure admiration. Once this person lost his value, she did not mind taking him under her wing. When she entered Freezing Sky Clan, he could still be of use to her. As she moved forward, she suddenly frowned and lifted her hand. On her finger was a black ring. That ring might look like an ordinary ring, but there was a thread from the ring stretching out towards the crack before her, connecting her ring and the crack together. At that moment, the thread rippled suddenly and became a lot duller. That was the moment Su Ming jabbed at the center of Feng's brows. Fei Zi stopped and stood where she was. She still remained calm as she looked at the crack before her, seemingly immersed in her thoughts. After a moment, she floated towards the crack and stopped once again when she was 100 feet away. Brother Yin Fei, am here. Please come out. Fei Zi's voice was as cold as ice, but there was a strange attractiveness to it that made those who heard it feel restless. The cave was silent. Not a sound came out from within. A glint appeared faintly in Fei Zi's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted her hand and a light appeared in it. A small cloud the size of a palm appeared and floated forward, entering the cave through the crack. Su Ming hid behind Feng's body and remained still, as if he did not see the white cloud that entered the cave. The white cloud floated in midair. When it went around the cave once, it flew out of and landed in Fei Zi's hand. Fei Zi gently held the cloud while it dispersed. The sights that the white cloud had seen appeared before her eyes. She fell momentarily silent and walked into the crack. Once she went in, she surrounded her body with cloud mist in an act of precaution. Even as the sounds of footsteps got closer, Su Ming remained unmoving. However, the chill in his eyes became stronger. Very soon, Fei Zi appeared in the mountain cave and saw Feng sitting on the ground cross-legged. She also saw the herbs growing all over Feng's body. She narrowed her eyes. She stood where she was and did not continue forward. After a span of a few breaths, the cloud mist around her suddenly spread out and turned into a force that filled the entire cave, causing the mountain cave to seemingly shake. It was followed quickly by Fei Zi herself retreating hastily. Judging by her looks, she had already noticed something and was about to leave the mountain cave. The moment she retreated, Su Ming almost reflexively attacked. When Fei Zi entered the cave, he had focused all of his attention on her. She might have been standing there for a few breaths, but she stood at a location that did not allow Su Ming to have the best position to attack her. If she got closer, he would have a higher chance. Her act of retreating seemingly drew out his chi, causing Su Ming to almost attack due to his natural reflex, but he subdued his impulse. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Fei Zi is like Feng. They're both schemers. She had already used the white cloud to investigate the cave beforehand. There's no way she did not know that Feng was covered in herbs. There's no reason for her to be surprised when she entered the cave. Her retreat was a test. The woman's act of standing there was also very brilliant. During the span of a few breaths, she could make people pay full attention to her actions. Once they did so, and she retreated suddenly, she could make the person attack on instinct. You can do this as a test? Lesson learned. The reason why Su Ming did not fall into the trap was largely due to his experience during the Battle of Dark Mountain Tribe. That devastating battle made his conviction stronger. He had already decided to wait until the crucial moment before he attacked. There was no way he would change that plan easily. That was why he could subdue his impulse, and not because he got an inkling of what she was planning. Fei Zi retreated a few steps, and her eyes flashed. When she saw that nothing happened, She relaxed marginally and stopped before moving forward again. This time, her distance between Feng gradually closed down. Looks like Feng was attacked by some unknown Berserker art Xianluan had casted. His life is almost gone. He must have managed to escape after a lot of difficulty, but could only hide here. Before he fell unconscious, he contacted me so that I could save him. Fei Zi thought as she looked at Feng sitting cross-legged in the cave. She took another few steps forward, wanting to take a closer look. In her eyes, the space behind Feng was empty. There was no one there. As she continued onward and was only 10 feet away from Feng, a thought struck her head, and she widened her eyes suddenly before quickly withdrawing. That can't be right. This crack is right in the deeper parts of the rainforest. The miasma should be thick here. Feng is obviously unconscious and cannot get rid of the miasma, but the miasma here is thin. The cracks in the rainforest are usually the resting places for insects and beasts, but there's nothing here. Feng is unconscious. How could those insects and beasts not dare to come forward? This place is a trap. Fei Zi's heart trembled, knowing that she was not in a good situation. She was just about to retreat when Ming's eyes glinted where he hid behind Feng. The moment Fei Zi retreated, the red meadow under his feet spread out abruptly. Attack. Chapter 133, Learning Deceit. Both things happened almost at the same moment. When Fei Zi retreated, the red meadow under Ming's feet spread out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it went past Fei Zi and covered the ground past her feet, covering the area of 100 feet within the mountain cave. Fei Zi was within those 100 feet. She felt her vision blur for a moment. Everything before her instantly changed. No one could know what she saw, but from the shocked look in her eyes, it was easy to guess that she must certainly be stunned. Ming could remain still if he did not attack, but once he did, his strike was akin to a bolt of lightning. He had no grudges against Fei Zi, but he knew that if he had not known about the danger beforehand, then when she entered the mountain cave and encountered him, he would have definitely been caught off guard and certainly killed. This had nothing to do with strife, but was a battle stemming from gains. Feng himself was a gigantic gain. The benefits brought by the items in Ming's pockets alone were enough to make a lot of people go mad with desire, and that was not counting the great treasure. The moment Fei Zi was covered by the red meadow, Ming immediately lifted his right hand. He had already found the location of the three evils a long time ago, hence he swiftly slashed downwards towards the direction northwest. The moment his right hand slashed down, Ming's blood veins gathered into one and rushed out of his body in an instant towards northwest before disappearing without a trace. Yet the moment his right hand slashed downwards, killing intent appeared in Fei Zi's eyes, who was standing within the red meadow, and whose expression had changed. She raised her hand, and her body was immediately enveloped by clouds of mist. However, at that moment, the clouds of mist let out a loud bang, and a giant crack appeared in their center. Fei Zi could be clearly seen through the crack. Although her face was hidden by the white veil, it had become pale, and shock appeared in her eyes. She knew that the white mist she casted may look ordinary, but it was actually very difficult to breach. Even the seniors in the tribe would find it hard to tear through the cloud if they did not use a powerful Berserker art. Yet this invisible enemy used an unknown method to do so. She could not underestimate him. It was even more shocking for her when the clouds of mist were sliced apart, and a strong sense of danger came crashing forth, as if there was a formless vent coming to swallow her whole. Fei Zi did not have time to cast any powerful Berserker art. Everything happened in a heartbeat. During the moment of danger, she bit her tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood-red statue of the god of Berserkers before her. More accurately speaking, that statue was in the form of a woman. Her face could not be seen clearly, but the moment it appeared, a piercing light erupted forth from her body. As the light collided with Ming's execution of the three evils, a huge crash rang in the air. At the same time, Fei Zi raised her right hand and tapped the center of her brows. Immediately, a golden light shot out from her brows. As it showered down, her whole body turned gold. When the golden color appeared, she quickly retreated. With one step, she seemingly stepped on air and moved out of the 100 feet area of the red meadow that Ming had spread out. However, it was clear that using the golden light to move out created a great burden on Fei Zi. The moment she got out, blood trickled down the corner of her lips. Yet she did not stop. She rushed out of the mountain cave. She had already made her decision. As long as she could leave the trap laid down by her opponent in the mountain cave and regain her breathing outside, then she would definitely tear apart that person who had dared to ambush her. But there was no chance that Ming would let her leave so easily. The Red Meadow could not lock her in, and the execution of the three evils was dispersed by the female statue of the god of Berserkers. But Ming's attack continued. The instant Fei Zi was only dozens of feet away from the entrance of the cave, about to rush out, Ming took one step forward and closed in on her at an incredible speed. His eyes were cold, and as he moved forward, he pointed towards Fei Zi with his right hand. The moment he did so, the souls of the wings of the moon that surrounded him let out a howl that normal people could not hear and rushed out. They gathered together and formed a gigantic fist. This fist was invisible, but Fei Zi could sense it clearly. Her eyes flashed, and she quickly drew a circle before herself with her right hand. Immediately, clouds of mist appeared out of nowhere and formed a circle that was about to clash into the fist formed by the souls of the wings of the moon. However, at that moment, a cold smirk appeared on the corners of Ming's lips. As he rushed out, he quickly spread the branding art outwards. When the circumference of 1,000 feet appeared in his mind, he contracted that area towards Fei Zi. This was the only attack recorded in the branding art, though Ming could not tell what its effects were. It may be his first time using it, but he had no choice but to use it at that moment. The speed with which the branded 1,000 feet area shrank was so quick that it was done in the blink of an eye. The moment it completely covered Fei Zi's body, she trembled and a pained look appeared on her face. She felt as if there were needles stabbing into her head, and due to that sudden appearance of the pain, the cloud ring before her showed signs of dissipating. Before she could forcefully stabilize it, the fist formed by the souls of the wings of the moon crashed into it. A muffled bang rang in the air, and the cloud ring crumbled. The fist formed by the wings of the moon blasted through and crashed into Fei Zi's chest. The golden light shone on Fei Zi's body once again. Blood trickled out of the corner of her lips, but the cold glare in her eyes became stronger. She tumbled backwards and used that force to escape from the cave. The moment she managed that, Ming rushed out along with her. His figure was a blur in Fei Zi's eyes. This was connected to Ming's speed, but more importantly, it was also due to his branding art that was focused on her body right now. The only form of attack of this art was very powerful. It continuously stabbed into Fei Zi's head and caused her pain as well as made her vision cloudy. Her face was twisted by great pain. These two people rushed out of the crack one after the other, but Ming's speed was greater. Once he caught up to her, he did not say a single word, but swiftly spat out the mouthful of blood that he had kept within his mouth. That mouthful of blood was for Ming's Berserker art, dark blood dust. The moment he spat it out, the blood immediately turned into a large veil of red mist that covered the area before him. With a shocking scream and piercing strength, the mist charged towards Fei Zi. Fei Zi's expression changed. Only a few breaths had passed since she came out of the mountain cave. She had not even clearly seen her enemy's face yet, and she had already been injured multiple times. This sort of thing was unacceptable for her ego. Ming's mouthful of blood rushed towards her. As Fei Zi retreated, she swung her right hand forward. As long as she could block this for even a moment, then she could turn the tides of the battle and wrestle back a sliver of initiative instead of remaining defensive in the battle. As long as she could do that, she could counterattack. Nevertheless, she did not have the chance to obtain the initiative since the start. Her enemy's attacks were like a storm, and it looked as if there was no hint of it letting up. It was only growing stronger. If I can just get one chance. Fei Zi swung her right hand forward, and mist appeared abruptly, forming a mist of 5 colors. The moment it crashed into the blood mist, the latter let out sizzling sounds and instantly dissipated. Fei Zi was about to counterattack, but Ming had gone to great trouble to create this battlefield so that he could have complete initiative. He would not let her have the chance. When he coughed out the mouthful of blood earlier, he spread out his hands, and the surrounding souls of the wings of the moon gathered around him, enveloping him. It may have seemed like he was alone, but he rose into the sky as if he was stepping on air. He then clenched his fist and, without making a sound, threw a punch towards Fei Zi, who was behind the mist formed by the dark blood dust. Not only did that punch contain all the power of Ming's qi, but the formless souls of the wings of the moon outside his body had also turned into a giant fist that came down along with it. That punch crushed Fei Zi's chance to counterattack, forcing her to defend once again. Her entire body was surrounded by clouds when Su Ming's fist collided with her. Booming sounds echoed continuously in the air. Su Ming's body was unclear in the sky. Each of his fists thrown was faster than the last as they rushed towards Fei Zi, who was completely forced into the defensive. As she resisted each attack, she retreated. The cold glare in her eyes could practically freeze the sky, but she had to withdraw. She could feel that each punch thrown by the enemy contained two forces. One was the power of qi, which could be ignored, but the other was a power that was both strange and terrifying. That power did not attack her body, but her soul. It caused Fei Zi, who was in constant pain due to the branding art, have the feeling as if her soul was about to be scattered. At that moment, Su Ming threw a punch out, and the souls of the wings of the moon in his body moved together outward, forcing Fei Zi to once again retreat hundreds of feet away. Once he did so, he spoke for the first time, and his voice, which was ghastly and hoarse, echoed around them. Feng, you were the one who lured her here, and you're still not attacking. How long are you going to wait? If Feng could hear his words, then he would definitely call him a despicable person, but the man could not hear him. When Fei Zi heard those words, panic and anger appeared on her face. She had suspected that before, and now, without any hesitation, she retreated quickly on instinct, turning into a ray of golden light to charge out. She was of high status and did not want to take risks. The mysterious enemy that was at the level of awakening already made her lose her initiative and forced her into the defensive. If Feng attacked as well, then unless she gave up on attaining completion for her blood veins and immediately chose to awaken, she would find herself hard-pressed to win. Su Ming did not chase after her. His face was pale and blood trickled out of his mouth. He might have obtained the initiative during this battle, but every single time his attack landed on Fei Zi, the golden light outside her body would absorb and reflect his attacks with a strange force, causing Su Ming to continuously be injured. That woman was in constant pain due to the branding art, and she was also shaken by the souls of the wings of the moon. If adding the fact that she fell into the trap and was forced into defending only, she was thrown into disarray. She retreated due to that, and the shock of hearing those words I spoke regarding Feng. But she's definitely not a simple person. She'll soon realize that it was a lie. Su Ming charged back to the cave and put away the two bones into his bag before grabbing Feng's body and rushing out. He dashed deeper into the rainforest. After the time it takes for one incense stick to burn down, a cloud of mist whistled through the sky. Fei Zi's face was as cold as ice on the cloud. She landed where the battle had taken place and glared into the deepness of the rainforest. A ferocious look appeared in her eyes. Ever since she was young, she had never suffered such a great loss. This was also the first time she had been forced to retreat, and she did not even manage to see her enemy's face. It was unacceptable for her pride. This person's power wasn't great, but his attacks were very strange. The level of his attacks could compare with that of Awakening. He's also very intelligent, but no matter who you are, as long as you're around Han Mountain City, then I'll definitely find you. Fei Zi's expression gradually calmed down, but the anger she felt towards Su Ming remained in her eyes, and it did not leave even after a long time. Chapter 134. It's called a storage bag. It's called a storage bag. Su Ming held Feng and ran through the rainforest at full speed. As he continued running, he consumed South Asunder to heal his wounds. He continued moving for an entire day before slowing down. The deeper he was in the rainforest, the more danger he was exposed to. Once he was there, Su Ming saw numerous plants and wild beasts that made his skin crawl. Fortunately, he was extremely fast, which was why he could avoid them from the distance. Su Ming no longer looked for small mountains in the seemingly endless rainforest. There were mountain caves for him to rest, but there were a lot thick of tree stumps too. Some of those stumps were so thick that 10 people would need to hold hands, stretching out their arms, before it could be completely surrounded. Su Ming searched for a big tree like this, then emptied out its inside, forming a place where he could stay. Once he spread out the red meadow to protect himself, he placed Feng by the side and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed to heal his wounds. Yet as he healed his injuries, he held a stone coin in his hand and kept the branding art active in an area of 1,000 feet around himself, constantly remaining alert of his surroundings. When the sky darkened and the world outside was enveloped in darkness, Su Ming opened his eyes and glared darkly at the unconscious Feng. The man was entirely covered in herbs. If he was placed in the rainforest, he would look like a plant. Even if people passed him by, it would be difficult for them to recognize him as a living dead person. Ming stared at Feng for a moment before he jabbed at the center of Feng's brows. Immediately, a dull ball of light floated out from the center of his brows. Without the branding art, Ming would not be able to see that dim light. Yet now, right before his eyes, he could clearly see a small person in that dim light. That small person was obviously Feng. However, Feng's face was filled with terror. He trembled as he continuously prostrated himself before Ming, his acts of begging for mercy clear as day. I originally intended for you not to feel any pain. Once I was done creating the pills, I would have let you die, and I would have taken revenge for you. But now, I changed my mind. Ming spoke slowly. The small person trembled even harder. With a look of terror, he opened his mouth, and Feng's weak voice appeared in Ming's head. Brother Su, please have mercy. I was wrong. I really did wrong this time. Brother Su, please give me a chance. Please give me a chance. Feng's voice was weak, but the pleading tone in his voice was very strong. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you. Ming lifted his right hand, and on his index finger, he gathered a thread of the branding art. When Feng saw Ming's actions, he immediately let out a sharp cry. Every single time he got into contact with Ming, he would suffer great losses. He was now terrified of Ming, and now, when he saw the dark look on his face, a feeling of great danger overwhelmed him. Brother Su, if you kill me, then you won't be able to get that location for the great treasure. The location I gave you before is fake. Ming stared at Feng coldly and slowly pushed his right index finger forward. Precisely because his actions were so slow, it created a greater amount of stress for Feng. That sort of stress that stemmed from being caught between life and death made Feng's convictions crumble. He could feel that the young man before him was different from the first time he saw him. It was as if he had matured after experiencing all these things. Don't kill me. I'll give you the treasure. I'll give it to you. I also know some secrets regarding the place where the ancestor of Han Mountain died. Not even the 3 tribes understand these things completely. Feng quickly said, but Ming's index finger did not stop. It was now not even 7 inches away from Feng. That formless pressure made Feng fall into despair, and he immediately spoke once again. I know the correct method to use the red meadow. I also know the secret of the mask. I'm useful to you. I know the relationships between the 3 tribes in Han Mountain City and the important people within each tribe. I have a house in Han Mountain City, and I also have a cave abode nearby. It's hidden well, and other people won't be able to find it. I'll give it to you. Feng had already ran out of words. He trembled and saw that Ming's finger was closing in on him. There were only 3 inches between them now. I have more experience than you. I can help you. I know everything around this place. With my help, you can be like a fish in. Feng was shouting by the end, his eyes closed in despair. Ming's finger stopped when it was only 1 inch away from him. I don't trust you, Ming said languidly. Feng immediately opened his eyes, and the desire to live was evident in his eyes. It was as if Ming's words were the final straw he could cling onto before his death. He could not let go. You can believe me. I can acknowledge you as my master. This is very easy. You can gather the branding art into 1 mark and imprint it on my body. Once it fuses with me, I will become a part of your branding art. You will only need 1 single thought to kill me, and I will be unable to resist. Besides, I'm about to reach awakening. I'll be of great help to you. We can kill Xianluan together, and you can use his body as a puppet. Before Feng could finish speaking, Ming pressed his finger onto the center of the brows of the small person formed from the dim light. Feng let out a shrill, pained cry, and right before Ming's eyes, quickly faded away. In the span of a few breaths, the light would completely dissipate. Once it dissipated, Feng would truly die. Even if his physical body had signs of life left, there would no longer be a person called Feng left in this world. Up till now, you still want to harm me. Ming growled. I did not. I truly did not. As Feng cried out, his voice became weaker. Half of the dim light had already disappeared. A bitter expression appeared on his face, and he slowly closed his eyes. The moment the small person formed from the dim light almost completely dissipated, a light appeared in Ming's eyes, and he formed a small mark with the branding art, fusing it with the dim light. Feng immediately started stabilizing from his dissipating state. There was pain on his face, but the joy and desire to live was evident in his opened eyes. He did not struggle and let the light fuse into him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, His small form transfigured from dissipation stabilized, and he knelt down before Su Ming with a respectful face. At the same time, a new line of thought arose in Su Ming's mind. That thought seemed to be connected to Feng. With one thought, Su Ming could completely destroy it. I know that you do not want to resign yourself to this. Su Ming looked at Feng's small form and spoke unhurriedly. I wouldn't dare. Feng smiled wanly and looked at Su Ming before lowering his head once again. I'll give you a chance. If you assist me with a sincere heart, then after 100 years, I'll return you your freedom, Su Ming said coolly as he looked at Feng. When Feng heard those words, he immediately lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. Do you mean it? There is no deep enmity between us. You were the one who had been scheming against me, and I was only resisting. Why should I lie to you? Su Ming stated coldly. Feng fell silent. He felt bitter, but a moment later, a resolute look appeared in his eyes. Master, you can take the mask from my storage bag. The mask is an imitation of an item of my ancestor. It might not be able to compare, but once you wear it, you don't need to use spirit stones when you cast the branding art. Storage bag? Spirit stones. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. It's not strange that you don't know about this. Very few people know about this bag. I only learned it when I read about it in the ancient records in my tribe. It's an item left behind by my ancestor. It's called a storage bag. The spirit stones are the stone coins we members of the Berserker tribe use. Feng explained by the side. Su Ming cast a glance at Feng and took out the purple bag from his bosom, bringing out the mask from within. Master, you are indeed a cautious man. If you had worn this mask before. Feng laughed bitterly and spoke honestly. Even if he did not finish speaking, Su Ming already understood. He saw Feng struggling to lift his right hand to touch the mask. Immediately, the mask also let out a dim light from the center of its brows. Once it was absorbed by Feng into his body, it caused his dimmed body to have a lively hue. Master, please take a red spirit stone from the storage bag, Feng said softly. What's with your appearance now? Su Ming did not immediately take it out. He looked at Feng instead and spoke unhurriedly. I don't understand it clearly myself. This is what happened after I used the branding art for a long time. The ancient records left by the ancestors spoke about this condition as well. This is called a spirit body. It may be weak, but it only exists for those who practice this branding art and have reached the awakening realm. If we reach the bone sacrifice realm, then the spirit within people who practice this branding art will be known as a spirit infant. If the Berserker becomes stronger and reaches the legendary Berserker soul realm, it'll be known as a nascent divinity. It's a pity that a lot of ancient records were seized by the three tribes. The ones remaining were stolen by Xianluan, or else you could take a look at them, Feng said in a low tone. Why did you ask for the red spirit stone? Su Ming fell into a pensive silence for a moment, his eyes growing cold. Master, don't worry. I've already acknowledged you as my master, and we made the 100-year promise. I won't betray you. I want to use that red spirit stone so that I can fuse my spirit body in it, then use its power to fuse into the mask. Next time, when you use the mask, you won't need to use spirit stones to cast the branding art anymore. You will just need to get another spirit stone to replace it once that red spirit stone is shattered. That mask also has an effect of changing a person's presence. I've used it twice, and the people who saw me use it have been killed. Even if you wear it, you don't need to worry that people will make any connections between you and me. I can also attach myself to the mask and help you with my experience. Feng presented his case logically. It was clear that he had already recovered from his panicked breakdown and once again turned into the pensive Feng. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he stared at Feng. After a long while, he spoke suddenly. Don't need. I've already gotten used to using stone coins to cast it. I'll have other uses for the mask as well. As for your dwelling place. Su Ming swung his right hand in the air, and a large amount of souls of the wings of the moon appeared immediately. No outsider could see the souls of the wings of the moon, but the moment Feng saw them, his expression immediately changed. Yet he did not dare resist. He let the souls of the wings of the moon charge towards him with ferocious expressions. They entangled him and formed a tight seal before pulling back into Su Ming's body. With the large amount of souls of the wings of the moon, Su Ming was not afraid that Feng would cause any trouble. Besides, with the seal from the souls, he could make sure that Feng's connection to the outside world was completely cut off, allowing this person to not notice some of his secrets. Once he was done, fatigue appeared on Su Ming's face. All the things that had happened with Feng during the past few months tired Su Ming out. Not just his body, but his heart was exhausted, too. Chapter 135. the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. It should be safe here, Su Ming mumbled and put away the black mask. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in his meditation. Several days passed by. With the help of a large number of South Asunder, the injuries in Su Ming's body were healed. He fell into contemplative silence for half a day, then gave up on the idea to leave the place. Instead, he chose to stay in the trunk. The red meadow spread out into an area of 100 feet around him. Once it completely covered the place, Su Ming was hidden. Time trickled by slowly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. For months passed by, Su Ming did not venture too far from where he was. He took mountain spirit to increase his power within the tree trunk. During these past few months, he often talked to Feng and learned a lot of things. He also heard about Feng's deeds in the past few years, things which made the man proud of himself. The red meadow remained an area of 100 feet. Feng may have told Su Ming that the meadow would increase its area once it absorbed enough flesh and blood, but he also told him that the meadow would absorb the controller's chi rapidly once it was spread out. That frightening absorption rate was not something a normal person could endure, and the bigger the area, the more astounding the absorption rate would be. Feng could not withstand it. That was why he rarely used it. He also told Su Ming that the meadow that was transfigured from the beast's skin originally stretched out to a circumference of 10 li. Yet at that time, besides the elder and a few other people in Han Mountain tribe, no one else could withstand its chi absorption rate. They would practically die in an instant because all their chi was absorbed. Even the elder and the others could not use the red meadow for a long period of time. As time passed by, the red meadow formed from the beast's skin started withering, and more people from Han Mountain tribe gradually started to use it. However, as the area of the red meadow became smaller, its use was also reduced to merely defense and could not be used for anything else anymore. That made Su Ming curious. He had already used the red meadow for a year without stopping once, but not once had he encountered the situation where the red meadow would absorb his chi. Still, Su Ming was only curious about that in his heart. He did not ask Feng. Su Ming also learned about the origins of the red meadow formed from the beast's skin. As expected, that thing was one of the items left behind by the ancestor of Han Mountain tribe. But because few people could withstand the horrifying rate of absorption, it was slowly forgotten over time. Su Ming also discovered something he did not understand through a series of seemingly thrown-out questions. The illusion that appeared in his head during the instant he spread out the red meadow formed by the beast's skin was never experienced by Feng or by anyone else who had used the red meadow before him. It was the same for generations upon generations of people from Han Mountain tribe. They were all like Feng. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no clues left behind. Either Feng is hiding it from me, or I'm somehow connected to the red meadow formed by the beast's skin. Su Ming could not understand the cause of it, and could only find 2 reasons as to why it had happened. However, he remained cautious. He did not find creatures to expand the area of the meadow, but his interest towards the ancestor who had died in the canyon under Han Mountain City was piqued. During these months, the blood veins in Su Ming's body increased by quite a large margin. The reasons for that were not only related to the dangers lurking outside, but also due to the increasingly more thick miasma in the deeper parts of the rainforest, which affected Su Ming's chi circulation. Due to the constant circulation, the blood veins in his body had increased to 370-something blood veins. He had gotten closer to reaching the 399 blood veins required for the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Nonetheless, the effects of mountain spirit had become extremely weak. Based on Su Ming's analysis, the pill could at most help him increase around 20-something more blood veins before losing its effects completely. The herbs in the medicinal cauldron formed from Feng's body were growing healthily during these past few months, gradually fulfilling the requirement for him to use them for quenching. If it were not because he was lacking a beast bone and 3 more herbs, he could have already started seeking the miasma of corpses to begin creating the pill. His life in the deeper parts of the rainforest was very quiet. Ever since Su Ming came to the land of South Morning, he had spent most of his time alone and had gotten used to this feeling of loneliness. He quietly trained inside the tree trunk, and another 3 months passed by. On this day, the blood veins in Su Ming's body increased to 398. He had his eyes closed, and his body shone brilliantly with a blood-red light. The light was so bright it almost pierced through the big tree. If it were not due to the red meadow concealing Su Ming, those outside would have seen the light clearly. It did not last long before the 399th blood vein manifested on Su Ming's body. The moment it appeared, a strong presence immediately erupted forth from Su Ming's body. When that presence appeared, Su Ming opened his eyes, and there was a calm look on his face. He reached the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. For years, Su Ming mumbled. For years had passed ever since he woke up in the land of South Morning. He used 4 years to go from the 7th level of the blood solidification realm to the 8th level. This speed was not fast, but most of the time had been spent for him to heal his wounds. Mountain Spirit lost its effects a month ago when the 397th blood vein manifested. During this month, I did not rely on Mountain Spirit and increased 2 more blood veins at a very slow speed. Only then did I reach the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. The path of self-cultivation is indeed difficult. There was a resolute look on his face as he sensed the strength of his chi within his body. No matter what, there's a limit to how much the pills can offer me. I can't reach the peak with their help. It's also a good thing that Mountain Spirit lost its effects. From here on, I can avoid being too dependent on it. Besides, I have 2 more drops of Berserker blood. These 2 drops of blood should be able to increase my blood veins by a large amount once more. After that, I'll have to search for a place to perform the burning of blood. I wonder how many blood veins will I be able to increase once I perform the 5th burning of blood. Su Ming had first-hand experience of the overbearing might of the burning of blood. The last few times, his blood veins had increased by several fold, but at the same time, the level of difficulty and danger of the execution of the art was also incredibly high. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he brought out a small bottle from his storage bag. He looked at the small bottle, and the cold in his eyes melted, exchanged for a gentleness and nostalgia. The small bottle was personally given to him by the elder. There were 2 drops of Berserker blood within that belonged to Jing Nan, the elder of Windstream tribe. Su Ming held the bottle and closed his eyes. He could not help but remember the elder, his tribe, Lei Chun, Xiao Hong, and the petite figure who held his hand and smiled beautifully at him on the snowy land all those years ago. Su Ming, will we continue walking like this in the snow until our hair turns white? Su Ming trembled. The scar on his face seemed to be suddenly filled with blood, and it became clearer. It did not fade away for a long time. He opened his eyes, and there was dead stillness within. There was no longer any gentleness in his eyes. Instead, the placid look had returned. Yet hidden within that collected gaze was a pain that no one could notice. It's over. Su Ming lowered his head and uncorked the small bottle in his hand before tilting the bottle by his mouth. Only 1 drop of Berserker blood fell down and melted in his mouth. Once again, he sensed the elder protecting him, afraid that he would drink all the Berserker blood in an act of impulse. That was why he could only use 1 drop each time. Elder, I'm no longer as reckless as I was when I was young. Su Ming mumbled. He circulated his chi to absorb the strength of the 1 drop of blood so that his blood veins could increase once again. Days passed by. 1 month, 2 months. Very soon, 3 months passed by once again. On one of the mornings 3 months later, Su Ming retrieved the red meadow under his feet and put away the 2 bones that had completed their task of serving as fertilizer for the herbs along with the medicinal cauldron. Once he was done, he walked out of the tree trunk. He did not turn back as he walked farther into the distance. Every single time his feet landed, the mud on the ground would shudder, as if there was a pressure coming from Su Ming's body that caused the insects in the mud to run away from him. 1 year and 6 months passed by, and Su Ming looked as if he had been reborn. When he was forced to run away to this place, he only had 200-something blood veins in his body. However, with the help of Mountain Spirit, his blood veins had increased to 399. When Mountain Spirit had lost its effects, he completely absorbed the 2 drops of Berserker blood in the past 3 months. As of now, his blood veins. Feng, how far is the location where you hid the treasure? Every single step Su Ming took in the rainforest was about dozens of feet long. He wore a long blue robe, and as he walked, the strange insects on the ground avoided him. Some of the odd plants and creatures around him also did not dare approach him due to the pressure he exuded. Master, if you continue in this direction, then in half a month, you'll arrive at a cave abode of mine. But that place is well hidden. It'll be hard for people to find the place. Feng's voice echoed in his mind in a respectful tone. Besides respect, there was also shock and bafflement in his voice, as if he was surprised by the change in power within Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent. He did not say another word on the way and walked silently for a few days before eventually walking out of the deeper parts of the rainforest. As he walked out, The miasma also became thinner until it completely disappeared by the end. He could see the mountain cave in which he had settled down to cure his wounds a few years ago. Xianluan was not here. Fei Zi was also not here. The rainforest was very big, and there were multiple paths that could be used to exit the forest. Few people could completely monitor the forest. More importantly, once Feng was assimilated into Su Ming's brand, Su Ming could also feel the brands that Feng had previously left on Xianluan and Fei Zi. If the two of them got closer to him, he would notice them beforehand. If Feng had not listened to Fei Zi's words and plotted to use danger to awaken, he would not have been chased down by Xianluan and fallen into this state. Su Ming was about to walk out of the rainforest and head to the place where Feng hid the treasure when his footsteps suddenly faltered. He thought for a moment before leaping up a big tree and sitting down cross-legged on the branch. He closed his eyes and spread out the branded area around him before starting to meditate. Feng could see what Su Ming was doing, and he could not understand it, but he did not bother him. He had been very careful during this past half a year, but he was still gradually beginning to be unable to guess what was on Su Ming's mind. The sun rose and set, and days passed by. Su Ming continued sitting cross-legged, unmoving. It was as if he was waiting for something. Feng became increasingly curious, and there were a few times where he was tempted to ask, but when he remembered Su Ming's morose attitude during this half a year, he withheld his question. Half a month later, a voice traveled from a distance in the rainforest. Su Ming opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Senior. Chapter 136. The Great Treasure of Han Mountain. Feng Mu felt dejected. He did not know why, but the mysterious Senior Mo had been ignoring him for more than a year now. He had been calling out to him multiple times every time he came to the forest, but every single time, he would return dispirited. He did not know where he went wrong, and kept recalling every single thing that had happened the last time he met the man. No matter how many times he analyzed it, he still thought that it was related to the bone blade. He had brought this up to his father half a year ago, and his father fell silent. He did not speak, but several days later, his father told him that the man had already left the rainforest in a hurry, as if an accident had happened. When Feng Mu heard those words, he fell silent for a long time. He had thought about giving up, but the 17th chance Su Ming had spoken about during the last time they had met made Feng Mu reluctant to give up his chance to get cured completely. Even if his father had told him clearly that the man had left, Feng Mu still went there every month and called out to him for several days, hoping that one day he would get a response. Not once did he stop coming into the forest during the past year. He had a feeling that this was his only chance. Feng Mu knew that his father was aware of his actions. He knew about it since his father still ordered the powerful Berserkers in the tribe to accompany him to the rainforest and wait outside, just like every single time Feng Mu had come to the rainforest in the past. He recalled everything that had happened in his head, and Feng Mu let out a long sigh. He went into the rainforest alone and called out as per usual. Senior. Feng Mu went to the last place he had met Su Ming and looked around. A dejected look appeared on his face. Have you prepared the herbs I asked of you? A calm voice traveled languidly from behind him. The voice may have appeared suddenly, but it sounded as if it had existed in the rainforest from the start. It sounded as if it had blended into the place. Feng Mu was momentarily stunned. He turned around swiftly and saw the familiar figure standing in the same place as the previous year. Say, Senior. A shudder traveled through Feng Mu's body, and extreme joy filled his eyes. His breathing became rapid, and there was disbelief on his face. I've prepared the beast bones that are equivalent to the power of transcendence, but Feng Mu looked at Su Ming. He was afraid that the man would disappear once again. When he finally appeared, Feng Mu immediately explained anxiously. But the 3 herbs are rare items. My father searched for a long time for me, and only managed to obtain 2. The last is an herb named Skyflute Branch. It has gone extinct in the land of South Morning for a long time. Besides a few special places, it's difficult to find this herb elsewhere. As Feng Mu spoke, he immediately brought out a black bell from his bosom and crushed it before Su Ming. Black mist scattered out, and 2 purple beast bones appeared before Feng Mu, as well as 2 herbs that glowed brilliantly. Most of Su Ming's body was hidden in the darkness. He looked at Feng Mu, the beast bones, the herbs, and then fell silent. Senior, please give me some more time, Feng Mu's heart thundered against his chest. Nervousness flooded his body. I asked you to search for these herbs to create a medicinal concoction. That medicinal concoction is very useful to me. And it'll also allow me to get rid of the injuries in your body caused by the Berserker art, Ming said unhurriedly. If I lack even one of them, then it'll be difficult for me to create that medicinal concoction. Feng gritted his teeth, and with his fist against one palm, he bowed towards Ming. When he lifted his head, his expression was grave. Senior, my father once said that it's not impossible to obtain Sky Flute Branch. There are 3 hidden locations in the canyon under Han Mountain City. Decades ago, including the people of my tribe, the 3 tribes entered those places before and obtained a Sky Flute Branch from there. But that herb was taken by Lake of Colors tribe. I heard that it has already been used for another medicine. But according to my father's analysis, there should be other Sky Flute Branches in the canyon. It'll be the day of eternal creation half a year later, and it'll also be the day of the great fog of Han Mountain that only happens once a decade. Every single time during this day, the people of the 3 tribes will open the tunnel leading to the underground of Han Mountain, and the 3 tribes will send representatives of their tribes and their guests to go into the tunnel. My father will use that time to send some tribe members to go and search for a Sky Flute Branch. I ask of you, please wait for another half a year. Oh, Ming's expression remained blank, but in his mind, he was asking Feng about it. Master, the boy is right. There is a powerful seal on the grave of Han Mountain tribe's ancestor. It's not just the tribes, even I cannot enter the place during other times. Only during the day of eternal creation that happens once a decade will the entire land of South Morning be covered in fog. During that time, the seal on my ancestor's grave will be weakened by an unseen force, and only then can other people enter. The 3 tribes should have entered the place multiple times over the centuries. Their aim is to obtain the legacy left behind by my ancestor. After all, besides the 4 great treasures left behind by him, the other treasures are all resting beside him in his grave. I've only heard about this in the past, so I don't know the details. I only know that when Han Mountain tribe's ancestor died, the 3 tribes betrayed us, but it's not so easy to breach the grave of my ancestor, or else the 3 tribes would have taken away all the treasures a long time ago. They wouldn't have to go in that place so many times. It's clear that they haven't obtained a lot of rewards. Master, this might be a chance. If you enter my ancestor's grave, and with my help, you should be able to obtain the things you want. Besides, the 3 tribes have been taking in guests for a long time to prepare for this. The 3 tribes were, after all, affiliated with Han Mountain tribe a long time ago. I heard that my ancestor ordered them about and left the brand of slavery on them. To my ancestor, the 3 tribes would forever be slaves. That's why when they enter my ancestor's grave, they would feel uncomfortable. But if it's an outsider, then they would not feel that limitation. Feng's mood was slightly down as he explained. Even so, why would the 3 tribes destroy Han Mountain tribe in the past? Ming projected his thought in his mind. It's not just you. Even my tribe members and I have been wondering about it for a long time. But it's something that happened centuries ago. There are few people left who know about the details of what had happened that year. But my guess is that there were outsiders who participated that year. Feng fell silent for a moment before he whispered. A contemplative look appeared in Ming's eyes. He was not too interested in the grave of Han Mountain tribe's ancestor, but the mystery of the Red Meadow and the difference of its effects towards him and others not only made him amazed, but also allowed him to form some theories regarding Han Mountain tribe's ancestor. I'll wait for you for half a year. If you can bring me the Sky Flute Branch half a year later, then I'll fulfill my end of the promise. Ming looked at Feng and spoke coolly. Before you go to the 3 hidden locations, you can come here. I have some things to ask of you. Ming took one step forward, and Feng's vision clouded for a moment. He could not see Ming clearly, but he could feel a cold sensation in his mouth, as if a foreign object melted in his mouth and spread throughout his body. Once he reacted to the situation, all was quiet around him. Ming had already left, and the beast bones and herbs on the ground were gone. Ming turned into a long arc, but he did not travel in the sky. He was dashing through the rainforest instead. Master, why didn't you ask to enter the canyon? Feng could no longer hold it in and asked, You want me to go? Ming moved forward with big steps at an incredible speed as he asked in his mind, seemingly casual. Master, you misunderstand. I did not mean that. Feng shuddered and quickly shut his mouth. Feng no longer spoke about the matter on the way, but provided directions and told Ming the location where he had hidden the great treasure. Half a month later, Ming stood at one of the summits of a long and continuous stretch of mountain range located far away from Han Mountain City and looked down. This was a desolate area. There was no one around. The place was secluded, so few people came here. The wind was great, and as it blew against his body, Su Ming's long hair floated in the air. His robes let out ceaseless flapping sounds. Before him were various valleys formed by mountain ridges. There were a lot of valleys that were covered by plants and trees. This might not be a rainforest, but it was still a remote mountain. Master, my cave abode is the 7th valley from the front. Feng's voice echoed in Su Ming's head. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and after a momentary silence, he lifted his feet and ran towards the 7th small valley. The 7th valley looked sunken in the distance, and there were a lot of plants within, along with a large number of birds and beasts. Su Ming carefully went into the valley and surveyed his surroundings. His surroundings were quiet, and there were a lot of cracks on the mountain stones. Plants had made their home within those cracks. He swept his gaze across the valley, and a white stone coin appeared in his hand. Once he held it in his right hand, he made a sign, and all within the circumference of 1,000 feet appeared in his mind in an instant. All the movements of the wind blowing against the grass and the traces of the creatures in the valley appeared profoundly in his head. Very soon, he focused his gaze on the middle section of the mountain stone towards his right. There was a crack that was not too big. A brief sparkle appeared in his eyes. Su Ming saw 2 big eagles inside the crack. It was clear that the birds treated the place as their abode. You hid this place well. Is this the cave abode you spoke about? Su Ming asked flatly. It's easy for people to find the resting places of birds and beasts, but it's also very easy for them to overlook them, especially in a secluded remote mountain like this. There are a lot of eagles like these here. Feng's voice appeared with a cautious tone in Su Ming's head. Su Ming focused his entire branding art on the crack. After careful observation, he noticed nothing out of place. Only then did he charge into the crack. In an instant, he entered the crack, startling the 2 eagles inside. They flew up and were about to screech when Su Ming used the branding art to stab their heads. They struggled out of the crack and fell into the valley unconscious. Su Ming went to the right side of the cave and crouched down. He looked at the ground and smacked his right hand down. The moment he struck, the ground trembled and cracked open. There was a jade box the size of a palm hidden within. There was nothing unusual about the jade box. Only some decorative patterns were carved on the box. Su Ming did not pick it up immediately, but chose to observe it for a few moments. However, his expression gradually became more serious with each passing moment. The box was also created from stone coins. The great treasure left behind by Han Mountain Tribe's ancestor. Just what is it? Su Ming sat down and looked at the box. He had asked Feng about the treasure before. However, Feng's answer was rather ambiguous. He had opened it once, but only saw a ray of fluorescent light. Once the fluorescent light disappeared, the box also closed up on its own. After that, no matter how much he tried opening it, he could not. He was also worried that he would die because he did not have the power to control the treasure. That was why, after careful consideration, he hid the treasure over here, thinking that he would try opening it once again after he transcended. Chapter 137. A Difference in Treatment. Su Ming calmed his breathing and looked at the seemingly normal stone box before him with sparkling eyes. He sat down in the cave abode that once belonged to Feng, feeling nervous. He was looking forward to the item inside the stone box. He wanted to know what caused Lake of Colors tribe, Puqiang tribe, and Tranquil East tribe to rebel all those years ago. He wanted to know what was the last of the 4 great treasures wrested by the tribes. The 4 great treasures had made the 3 tribes massacre a tribe. Now, the last of these treasures was desired by Xianlun and wanted by Han Fei Zi. They did not even dare spread the news out. This made Su Ming even more nervous. This thing originally wouldn't have fallen into my hands, Su Ming thought in his heart. He only came here due to a strange coincidence. Feng's schemes dragged him into this vortex little by little, from avoiding Xianlun, to snatching Feng's body, to the various face-offs he had with Feng, and finally with the battle against Han Fei Zi. Up till then, he had not obtained the true location of this place. The place that Feng had mentioned before was completely different from the location Su Ming discovered now. Only when Feng became his slave did Su Ming obtain the true location of the treasure and came to this place. A complicated look appeared on Su Ming's face when he looked at the stone box before him. Over the past year, he may have not experienced a lot of things, but the troubles caused by that incident were great. When he thought about it, he would sigh in sadness. Su Ming took in a deep breath and quelled his emotions. He lifted his right hand and slowly placed it on the box. He was about to pick it up But when his right hand touched the stone box, a sharp scream came out from within the stone box immediately. That screaming sound contained a powerful penetrating force that caused a layer of invisible ripples to spread outwards the moment it began. Rumbling sounds echoed around him, and on the walls of the mountain cave, an innumerable amount of cracks appeared in an instant. The cracks ran deep. There were some that even extended right through the mountain stone, and sunlight shone through these cracks. That was not all. With the stone box acting as the center, the ground around Su Ming also let out rumbling sounds, and cracks also appeared before spreading throughout the entire mountain cave. The sudden change made Su Ming's heart shudder. Feng, too, was shocked. He was slightly baffled and did not know what had happened. When he touched the stone box in the past, and even opened it, this had not happened. Master, this is... He was afraid that Su Ming would misunderstand and wanted to explain himself. However, Su Ming ignored him. He closed his eyes instead and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He kept his right hand on the stone box and only let out a long sigh after a long while. I know, Su Ming said in a low tone. He believed that Feng would not have known about this. More importantly, when the scream suddenly rang out and caused the mountain cave to be filled with cracks and ravines, no harm was done to him. There was a scream coming out of the stone box. That scream was piercing Feng's ears, and he looked as if he could not even maintain his spirit body. But to Su Ming, for some reason, that voice was oddly familiar. That screaming voice seemed as if it was cheering in excitement, as if after the centuries of being sealed and waiting, the person who could finally awaken it had arrived. This was a strange feeling, but Su Ming could feel it clearly in his heart. He could feel that the item inside the stone box was calling out to him. His heart raced against his chest, and with each heartbeat, it would cause the item within the stone box to scream even louder until the stone box eventually started trembling. Banging sounds came from within, as if the treasure inside the box wanted to rush out. Fluorescent light shone through the slit connecting the stone box and the lid, causing Su Ming's face to be illuminated by it. Feng went slack-jawed in disbelief when he saw this. The moment Su Ming touched the box with his hand, the treasure that belonged to Han Mountain Tribe seemed to gain intelligence and acted in this manner. It made his mind blank and threw him into bewilderment. He even started to feel a little hurt. That feeling was as if the treasure that his people had been worshipping for centuries had chosen to ignore him. But when an outsider suddenly appeared, the treasure became so excited it was like it had found its owner. That absurd feeling made Feng completely stunned. As the fluorescent light from the box shone, the screams became stronger, as if they were anxiously urging Su Ming to open the box so that whatever was inside could come out. Su Ming could feel that the sound was calling out to him more and more strongly. He took a deep breath and with his right hand pressed on the stone box, he patted it, transferring the power of the brand with the method Feng had taught him. The stone box trembled and immediately opened. The moment the lid opened, the fluorescent light spread out abruptly, enveloping the entire cave abode. At the same time, an even stronger fluorescent light rushed out from within the box with a scream that whistled in the air. It turned into long fluorescent arcs and started flying around the cave abode. A strong piercing sensation rushed forward, causing cracks to fill the entire surface of the walls. That piercing presence made Su Ming's hair stand and his mouth dry up, making him have the misconception that he was facing someone at the awakening realm. The blood veins in his body immediately erupted forth as if wanting to resist against the force. In fact, he even had the vague feeling that the presence was growing stronger and had surpassed the power of awakening. Yet the moment Su Ming's chi was about to spread out, that fluorescent light that seemed to be gushing out of the box flashed and charged towards Su Ming. It was so quick that even Su Ming, who was usually fast enough, could not dodge. The moment he was taken aback, the fluorescent light appeared before the center of his brows as if it had just pierced through space. Sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead as he looked at the fluorescent light. This time, he could distinctly see what the great treasure was. It was a sword. It was a sword that could fly on its own. It was a completely fluorescent sword that had a complex picture engraved on it that Su Ming had never seen before. The sword was only about 7 inches long and could be held in his hand. It looked cold and frightening, and a piercing presence came from it. The blade was incredibly sharp and looked as if it could pierce through the center of Su Ming's brows like a leaf, with just one small move. Su Ming was not the only one nervous. Feng, too, was anxious. If Su Ming died, he would also die, and more importantly, His fear towards the sword far exceeded Su Ming's fear towards it. In fact, when the sword got closer, he had a feeling as if his spirit body was about to crumble, as if he could not withstand the frightening presence of the sword coming closer to him. It was quiet inside the mountain cave. The only signs of movement came from the fluorescent light as it flickered. Su Ming sat cross-legged, unmoving. The 7-inch small sword floated before the center of his brows. It, too, remained still. Feng's body and soul were overwhelmed with terror. This was a terror that he had never experienced before. It was even stronger than when he had faced death. It was as if he was facing his natural predator. The pressure that came from the sword made Feng tremble. Time trickled by. After about the time spent to burn an incense stick later, Su Ming quelled his nervousness. He looked at the small sword before him and was able to tell that there was no ill will coming from it. As he observed it, he had a feeling that it, too, was observing him, as if there was something about him that made it uncertain. After a long while, as Feng was strung high with nerves, Su Ming slowly raised his right hand and put his outstretched palm before himself. The small fluorescent sword seemed to be hesitating. Suddenly, it let out a flash and left the center of Su Ming's brows. It circled around a few times before charging towards Su Ming's right hand and slowly landing with a whistle. Only then did Su Ming let out a breath of relief. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and he held up the sword. Yet the moment he did so, he felt a sting of pain in his palm. The sword had broken the skin of his hand with one swift motion, and with a flash of fluorescent light, it slipped into Su Ming's body through this wound. A shudder ran through Su Ming's body. When the small fluorescent sword entered his body, the fluorescent light scattered and turned into a force that swiftly spread through Su Ming's body. The moment the force spread out, the souls of the wings of the moon that had been hiding inside him crawled out simultaneously. Even Feng flew out with a scream. He did not dare to get closer to Su Ming. In Feng's eyes, Su Ming's hair was moving without wind. His robes were floating on his body while he remained sitting. His expression may have been still, but there was a terrifying presence that seemed to be awakening within him. It was as if that presence should have belonged to Su Ming right from the start, but had been lying dormant. Now, when the small sword crawled into his body, the presence woke up from its slumber. Su Ming trembled, but there was no pain on his face. There was only a frown, as if he was not used to the feeling. He could clearly feel that the sword was weaving through his body, as if searching for something. Fluorescent light shone out from his body, causing Su Ming to look as if he was enveloped in green. Yet at that very moment, violent shudders suddenly shook his body. An indescribable pain suddenly rose up inside him like a tidal wave, possibly due to the little sword having found its place. It let out a sword aura as if ready to pierce through Su Ming's body. That sword aura traveled through him and forcefully opened a path of blood and flesh inside him. A course seemed to originally have existed for that path, but it was blocked in Su Ming's body. Perhaps it would have never been cleared, but now, as the sword aura moved through the path, it also forcefully broke past the originally sealed path inside him. A bang resounded through Su Ming's head. As he trembled, blood flowed out of his skin. A line of blood veins that should not exist in the body of a berserker appeared on him. The line surrounded his entire body, starting from his abdomen and ending on his head. The small fluorescent sword swam through the line several times before it finally appeared on Su Ming's head. Su Ming could feel its presence, but there was no pain. Instead, as the line was cleared, a warm, comfortable feeling spread through his entire body. It also seemed to be largely different from before. Even if he had his eyes closed and did not make the sign to maintain the branding art, in his heart, he could feel an entire area of a circumference of 2,000 feet clearly. The mark of a sword gradually appeared on his forehead. A mighty presence came out from it as it shone. Feng watched Su Ming by the side with a dumbfounded expression. He still could not understand why his own treasure would treat him and Su Ming so differently when they opened the stone box. Thankfully, he was now a spirit body, or else he might have possibly coughed out a mouthful of blood under a fit of distress caused by incomprehension and disgruntlement. Chapter 138. The later stage of the blood solidification realm. Su Ming opened his eyes. For the first time, his eyes shone with a profoundness that looked as clear as ancient stars. He might be sitting inside the cave abode, but it made Feng feel as if Su Ming had blended together with his surroundings. He could see Su Ming, but he could barely sense him. Su Ming's eyes especially made Feng's heart shudder. He had never even seen those eyes on Qianlun. Only a prodigy like Fei Zi could obtain this sort of feeling that made people feel as if they were drawn in when they looked into their eyes. Master. Feng was very nervous. As he looked at Ming, sharp pain wrecked his entire body. It was as if there was a swift and fierce presence coming out from Ming's entire body. He could not help himself but be afraid. Ming turned his head and looked at Feng. The moment his gaze met with Feng's, tremors suddenly shook the latter's body. He floated dozens of feet away instinctively, as if his body was about to crumble. He even felt as if a sharp arrow pierced through his heart. All his thoughts were exposed the moment Ming looked at him, and he could hide nothing. Master. Ming smiled faintly. The pressure coming from his body immediately dissipated. His eyes also calmed down and returned to normal. He moved his body, standing up and letting out a long breath. Let's go. Ming lifted his right hand and grabbed Feng's spirit body. Immediately, Feng was absorbed into Ming's body along with the cheering souls of Wings of the Moon. However, this time, there was no need for the souls of Wings of the Moon to be wary of Feng. Feng was docile, remaining still inside Ming's body. He once again felt the small sword and its pressure. Amidst his fear, he grew to be respectful towards Ming. This sort of respect stemmed from Ming's mysteriousness. Up till now, Feng still could not understand why his people's treasure would act as if it met its long-lost owner the moment it saw Ming. Feng could not even predict Ming's level of cultivation. He did not know how many blood veins Ming had, but he could vaguely guess that with the shining virescent small sword, even if he met Xianlun, he could still fight against him without losing. Ming walked out of the mountain cave. It was already noon. The sun was bright and felt warm against his skin. He stood outside. As he looked at the blue sky and the white clouds, a sparkle appeared in his eyes. Chances are hidden within danger. This time, to obtain this sword, I had to face danger. But it's all worth it. Ming lifted his right hand and touched the center of his brows. The mark of the sword was still flashing on the center of his brows, but as Ming touched it, the flashes became slower and then disappeared altogether a moment later. This sword gives me an intimate feeling. It doesn't reject me either. Also, that red meadow absorbs other people's chi, making it hard for them to maintain it, but not for me. In fact, it makes me feel safe when I stay inside it. These two things are the legacy left behind by Han Mountain Tribe's ancestor. Could it be that I'm somehow connected to him? Ming closed his eyes and felt the wind against him as he remained unmoving at the entrance of the cave. This sword opened up a path of flesh and blood within my body. This path should be able to let me absorb the power from the world necessary to maintain the branding art. Ming opened his eyes. This was the greatest reward for him from this incident besides the small sword. As he stood there, he could feel wisps of aura flowing towards him from all around him and crawling in through his pores. However, they were only flowing in like a small stream as of then. Though if he continued like this, someday, the flow would definitely come crashing in like tidal waves. This is a practice different from the practice of qi. I trained to gather my blood to turn it into the power of blood veins so that my body would become stronger and I would obtain incredible physical strength. That is what is meant by blood solidification. This practice is obviously not of blood veins, but one that is connected to the aura that exists in the world. If that's the case, then I'll call this practice aura convergence. Blood solidification allows me to have endless power and use my blood to cast various Berserker arts. There may only be 2 uses for aura convergence now, but it's really strong. Ming did not make any signs. Neither did he hold any stone coins. But with just one thought, everything that existed within the circumference of 2,000 feet appeared in his mind. At the same time, the mark of the sword that had dissipated flashed once again at the center of Ming's brows. The moment the virescent light appeared, the small sword charged out of Ming's brows like a bolt of lightning to the distance. It traveled so quickly it could not be seen with the naked eye. Virescent arcs surrounded Ming in an area of 2,000 feet. They continued moving, but were limited to that area of 2,000 feet. Once they left the area, the virescent light would become dull, as if no longer able to fly in a stable condition. Yet to Ming, those 2,000 feet were enough. However, using that small sword was not an easy task. In the span of just a few breaths, he began to feel his head hurting and his vision blur. The aura that accumulated after much difficulty in the path that was just cleared inside his body instantly emptied out, causing the area of 2,000 feet to continuously shrink in his head, a telling sign that it was due to large drainage. 5 breaths is just right for me. If I go over that time, it'll be hard for me to withstand it. Ming quickly called the small sword back to the center of his brows. His head was hurting badly at that moment, but he could not increase the rate of his absorption of the aura around him. He could only absorb it slowly into his body and store it in that path. This practice where I gather the aura around me should not be so slow. Perhaps it's because I don't have a method to absorb it that I'm currently like this. But Han Mountain Tribe's ancestor might have a method to increase the absorption rate. Ming touched the storage bag in his bosom with his right hand, and a white stone coin immediately appeared in his hand. When he held it, he could clearly feel that there was the same presence within the stone coin, and it was being quickly absorbed into his body. As he absorbed the aura, he could feel his headache disappearing and his head returning to normal. However, that white stone coin became slightly duller. No wonder Fei Zi and Xianluan are after this. If I can coordinate this completely different practice with blood solidification, then my power will be. Looks like I should really go to the grave of Han Mountain Tribe's ancestor. Ming moved forward and left the mountain cave. He did not turn back, but dashed into the deeper parts of the remote mountain. The effects of mountain spirit are gone, and I've finished taking in all the Berserker blood. Now, I have sufficient chi, and my blood veins have increased a lot. This is the time for the burning of blood. If I succeed, then my power will increase once again. From then onwards, I will no longer be a weakling. If I battle with all my power with the help of the small sword, aura convergence, and the souls of wings of the moon, then would I still lose to those in awakening? Expectation and resolution filled Ming's face. Ming continued charging nonstop for nearly half a month. By then, Han Mountain Tribe was already far behind him. He had arrived at a spacious place. The sky was very blue, mountains and mountain ranges were dispersed all over the land, and there were only cries of birds and beasts that could be heard. There were no signs of people around. This was a desolate place, and it was the place Ming chose for his isolation. He would perform the 5th burning of blood here and increase the blood veins in his body once again. During the burning of blood, a change would fall upon the sky and earth, but at this place where few people traveled, the possibility of people noticing that change would be largely reduced. Ming sat on one of the peaks of the mountain ranges for 7 days. During these 7 days, he did not move. He simply immersed himself in the circulation of his chi while he waited for the full moon. Another 3 days passed by. When night fell, the sky was dark, but in the sky was the moon, and the moon was not in a crescent shape, but round. The moment the full moon arrived, Ming, who had been sitting at the place for 10 days, opened his eyes. Feng had already been covered by the brand inside Ming's body. He could not see what was happening outside. Ming did not want anyone to know about his secret. The shadow of the moon was reflected in his eyes. He lifted his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Taking in a deep breath, he circulated his chi abruptly. Banging sounds reverberated through his surroundings. This was the first time Ming let out all of his chi after absorbing all the Berserker blood. 400 blood veins instantly covered Ming's body. Red light flashed brilliantly and dyed the summit in red. Ming's expression was grave. As the shadow of the moon became clearer in his eyes, more blood veins appeared from within his body once again. The number of blood veins increased from 400 to 460. They covered his entire body densely, causing the blood-red light around him to become stronger. But this was not yet Ming at his peak. He took a deep breath and red filled the whites of his eyes instantly. That red was not due to anger or excitement, but because Ming's chi had reached its peak. As he circulated his chi, it caused his eyes to be filled with blood, which was why his eyes were bloodshot. This was followed suit by more blood veins appearing on his body once again. 470, 480, 490, and when the number reached 510, a mighty presence erupted forth from Ming's body. This was his peak after absorbing all the Berserker blood. Originally, the Berserker blood would not have created such a huge effect, but the reason why Ming could increase such a large amount of blood veins was due to the large amount of mountain spirit that he had consumed over the years. Even if mountain spirit had lost its effects, the residue lying dormant in his body still contained some effects. Under the incentive provided by the Berserker blood, his body seemed to have been cleansed, and his potential was largely developed. That was why there was such a shocking effect. After the 8th stage of the blood solidification realm, there was no longer a set amount of blood veins required to reach the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels. However, Any Berserker that manifested more than 500 veins could be said to have reached the later stage of the blood solidification realm. Even if the designation given to them was the same, there was still a difference in every person in reality. 500 blood veins were considered the later stage of the blood solidification realm. 781 blood veins were also considered the later stage of the blood solidification realm, and 900 blood veins were still considered the later stage of the blood solidification realm. Even if a Berserker manifested 949 blood veins, he would still be known as having reached the later stage of the blood solidification realm. Only those who manifested more than 950 blood veins would be known to have reached completion of the blood solidification realm. However, these people were rare, and those who could manifest more than 980 blood veins, they would be given the legendary title of Great Completion of the blood solidification realm. But these people were rare even in big tribes. All of Su Ming's chi appeared. He looked at the moon in the sky. There was fire within his eyes, and his entire body seemed to be burning. From the distance, he looked like a man of fire. His expression was calm as he lifted his right hand slowly. Once he bit his finger and blood flowed out. He placed his finger on his left eye with one swift motion. That blood touched the fire and ignited Su Ming's convictions of a powerful Berserker. The burning of blood began at this moment. Chapter 139, Egress. The sun rose and set. Clouds came and went. 5 months passed by in the blink of an eye. During these 5 months, drastic changes happened multiple times in these remote mountains. Sometimes, the land would shake, and numerous birds and beasts would scatter far away, as if the place had turned into a forbidden land. There were also a large number of trees that suddenly turned white and withered away as if they had lost all their life, becoming dried husks. The area where the trees were affected was wide as well, covering almost a spherical area of dozens of li. From the sky, the land exposed under the withered trees was covered in innumerable cracks, as if there was a drought in the place. This strange sight was incredibly rare in the land of South Morning. Rain was abundant in the region. By right, drought should not happen. However, there was something more shocking than this. Every single time the full moon appeared on this land, howling would start. These howls did not seem to be made by humans, and they were difficult to hear with one's ears. Only those who had a certain level of cultivation could be able to feel them if they came near the place. These howls would become incredibly loud during full moon nights, and a lot of moonlight would descend upon the place then. Hot air would also rise into the sky from the ravines on the ground, as if the entire remote mountain was being burned and roasted. It was evening. In this area that seemed like a forbidden place, 4 figures appeared. These 4 people were very cautious, and they did not move forward. The leader of the group was an old man. He wore a blue robe, and his body was thin and dry. His frame was big, and his entire body exuded a sullen presence. Behind him were 2 men and a woman. They did not have the same presence as the old man, especially the woman. Compared to the sullenness of the old man, she was very beautiful. "Father, is this the place you spoke about?" Behind the old man, a middle-aged man in his 40s spoke cautiously. "That's right. 2 months ago, I passed by this place and saw the strange sights that happened here. Most of the plants here have withered and lost their vitality. Even the land itself has dried up. If I'm not wrong, then this phenomenon should mean that a treasure is about to be born." The old man's eyes were ghastly as he spoke slowly. His level of cultivation was remarkable. He might not have reached awakening, but he was already in the later stage of the blood solidification realm. As for the other 3 people behind him, 2 were at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. The 3rd middle-aged man was at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. I did not tell any of our people about the strangeness of this place. Our status in the tribe is normal, and we do not have the right to go into the Holy Land during the day of eternal creation. This has to do with me being unable to awaken with my level of cultivation. I've placed my hope on you. If I can obtain this treasure, perhaps it will do you good. The day of eternal creation is near. Fog has started surrounding the entire land of South Morning. The tribe is busy making preparations to enter the Holy Land. They won't notice our movements. The old man looked at the land in the distance. It was evening. There was a thin layer of fog far ahead. If they looked down at the earth from a high place, they would see that a large amount of fog was coming out and covering an endless area in the land of South Morning. The man took a deep breath and nodded. "As for Dao Air and Xuan Air, you 2 can follow behind. There might not be any aura of death coming out of this place, but the withered trees have lost their vitality. The aura of death is within them. You 2 can absorb them into your bodies. It'll be good for you. The old man looked at the sky and spoke in a low tone. Every single time night arrives in this place, there will be a change. I went in once after observing it for a few days, but I stopped after I traveling in 10,000 feet. However, with the tribe's death essence pearl, I should be able to venture deep within. There was an eager look in the old man's eyes. Father, the middle-aged man by his side looked rather hesitant. He cast a glance at the old man before saying with a low tone, Father, this might not be due to a treasure appearing, but a senior training in this place. If our assumption is wrong, then, haha, it's good that you have your worries. I thought about that too before, but when I entered this place last time, I did not meet with any misfortune. More importantly, the plants and the earth have only lost their vitality, but the aura of death did not spread out. If that senior is truly training in this place and caused such a huge change, why would he not use this aura of death? This phenomenon can only be explained by the birth of a treasure. As the old man spoke, dusk went by. The entire sky darkened. The crescent moon appeared in the sky, and moonlight shined onto the ground. Don't think so much. We will go now. The old man took a deep breath and led them into the withered forest. Behind him, the middle-aged man followed cautiously. As for the two youngsters, they followed behind with excitement as they continuously absorbed the aura of death from the trees that had lost their vitality. Their expressions were becoming more and more eager. They did not move fast. As they walked through the dead forest, the sight of the cracked earth and withered plants entered their sights. The old man may have looked unaffected, but the middle-aged man was gradually covered in sweat. If it was just withered plants, it wouldn't be so strange, but the land is also cracked badly. The land itself here has lost its vitality, and this has become a great place for us from Puqiang tribe to train. If I could just train here. It's a pity the aura of death is not lively here. It loses to the area in the tribe. The middle-aged man took in a deep breath and gave up on the thought. Instead, he too became eager to find the treasure. As for the male and female youngsters, they were stupefied. They were no longer excited or eager. They were beginning to feel nervous. At that moment, howls suddenly came from one of the summits in the distance. The howls were sharp, and normal people could not hear them. Only those with a certain level of power could do so. The old man's expression changed. It was clear that he heard the howls. As for the middle-aged man, he could vaguely hear them. His chi was circulating uncontrollably, causing his heart to race. If he was in this kind of state, then it was even more so for the two youngsters. The faces of these people were pale. They may not have heard the howls, but they had a feeling as if their hearts were being torn apart. The old man let out a cold harumph and brought out a black pearl from his bosom with his right hand. The moment the pearl appeared, the area was instantly filled with a black air that flew out from the plants and the earth. It charged towards the pearl and gathered within, turning into a screen of black light that enveloped the four people. I came up to this place last time. Now, with the death essence pearl, we should be fine, or else that howling will become stronger and it'll be an annoyance. As the old man spoke, he continued moving forward. The three people behind followed after him quickly. Under the protection of the screen of black light, they gradually moved into the deeper parts of the land, towards where the mountain was. Under the moonlight, the mountain was obscured and could not be seen clearly, but even with the screen standing between them and the howls, they still traveled inside, coming from the mountain. The treasure must be at the peak of the mountain. The old man quelled his excitement and took a few quick steps forward, bringing the other three behind him into the mountain as they moved quickly towards the top of the mountain. The top was barren. The plants here had long since withered into ashes. Numerous cracks covered the entire mountain, causing it to look ghastly. Yet the old man did not take note of these. As he continued moving forward, they soon reached the obscured part of the mountain. Yet at that moment, the old man suddenly faltered. The middle-aged man behind him paled in an instant, and a dismayed look appeared on his face. At the summit located 100 feet away from them was no treasure, but a person sitting cross-legged. They could see the figure of the person before them clearly. His face was obscured, but even so, a strong presence covered the surroundings, causing the old man and the middle-aged man's hearts to race uncontrollably. This was not due to agitation, but anxiety. In fact, the space around the person seemed to be twisting, and the howls were coming out from the twisted space. The old man's pupils shrank. Stunned, he was about to retreat, but at that moment, right before their eyes, the obscured figure sitting cross-legged opened his eyes unhurriedly. There was an aloof look within that profound gaze. With a freezing glance, the figure looked at the old man, and a banging sound rounded in the old man's head. His chi began circulating uncontrollably in his body. He quickly retreated and grabbed the pale-faced, middle-aged man who looked as if he was struck by lightning, as well as the two youngsters who could not withstand the pressure brought about by that gaze along with him as he withdrew. Yet when they had retreated to a distance not even 500 feet away, the four people trembled as a fierce, invisible presence appeared out of nowhere and locked onto them. Lots of moonlight descended around them, causing a huge sense of danger to fill their hearts. Awakening. This person is definitely a powerful berserker at the Awakening realm, or else he wouldn't be able to exude such great power with his gaze alone. The old man stopped and cold sweat broke out on his skin. He had a feeling that if he continued retreating, he would definitely die. Senior, I am from Puqiang tribe. Please forgive my transgressions. The old man quickly wrapped his fist in his other hand towards the person sitting at the summit. His expression was respectful, even though he was nervous. It was quiet all around them. The howls that he felt had also disappeared. Time passed by in this silence, causing the four people to become increasingly more nervous. Puqiang tribe, leave behind that pearl in your hands and go. Amidst the silence, the old man felt as if years passed by. When he heard the person's words, he took off the black pearl without any hesitation and placed it by his side before quickly bringing the other three people to withdraw. His heart raced against his chest with a feeling as if he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Even after they ran out of the withered area, they continued running for several hours before slowing down. The old man's face was pale. He turned his head back and a fearful look appeared on his face. To him, what had just happened was a life and death situation. The middle-aged man beside him was also breathing rapidly. He looked at the old man and asked in a whisper, Father, is he a awakened berserker? He's not just a normal powerful berserker who awakened. He should be at the middle stage of the Awakening realm, the old man said after hesitating for a moment. Middle stage of the Awakening realm? Then isn't he at the same level as the Elder? There are only 3 berserkers who are at the middle stage of the Awakening realm in Han Mountain City. The middle-aged man took in a sharp breath. The other 2 youngsters beside him were also shocked, and lingering fear swarmed their senses. Don't spread this out. We can't provoke powerful berserkers like these. We're fortunate that this person was not interested in killing us, or else. A shudder ran through the old man's heart. He quickly swallowed his words and led the other 3 people away. Ming sat quietly at the summit. In his hands, he held a black pearl. The pearl was the item left behind by the old man. He held the pearl for a long while before putting it away in his storage bag and standing up. The 5th burning of blood makes people fall into deep sleep. Ming mumbled and lifted his head to look at the land in the distance. It might have been dark, but he could still see that there was a layer of fog covering the land. Master, you've slept for more than 5 months. The day of eternal creation is around the corner. The entire land of South Morning will be covered in mist during the next few days. Feng cautiously said in Ming's mind. His contact with the outside world might have been limited during these 5 months, but as Ming fell into deep sleep and he could not leave Ming's body, he could still feel that Ming was gradually becoming stronger. This strength made Feng terrified, and the youth became even more enigmatic in his eyes. Chapter 140. Visiting Tranquil East. Ming's expression did not change. He sat at the summit calmly as he looked at the fog in the distance. The fog may have seemed thin, but because it had covered an area so vast, its end could not be seen. It left people the impression that they were in a sea of fog. This special weather was one Ming had never experienced. He had been in Dark Mountain for more than 10 years, but besides morning, it was rare for fog to cover the land, much less an area so huge. The day of eternal creation. Ming lowered his head. His long hair covered his face, and he sat there unmoving, as if he had once again fallen into deep sleep. Feng hesitated for a moment before he eventually spoke in a low tone. Master, the day of eternal creation is the day where the 3 tribes will open the tunnel to Han Mountain City. We can't make it there in time now. Ming did not speak. Only when another hour passed by and the fog became thicker did he lift his head. He rose unhurriedly and stood at the summit, his hair lifted by a breeze. As they flew behind his head, a faint scar was revealed on his face. He looked at the fog that covered the land and placed his right hand into his bosom, taking out a black, hooded long robe. Once he replaced his wrinkled clothes, he brought out another item from his storage bag. It was the black mask. Ming put it on. The moment he did so, his presence changed abruptly. making him seem as if he was not there. Unless someone directly searched for him, they would be hard-pressed to take notice of him. The mask was black, giving Su Ming a ghastly and uncanny air. His expression could not be seen, and neither could his face. Only his indifferent gaze shone out of the two holes where the eyes were on the mask. Su Ming's long hair and head were both hidden within the hood of his black robes. Only the eerie black mask was revealed, giving him an enigmatic presence. When Feng saw Su Ming, he was stunned. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that he had seen this Su Ming someplace before, but before he had time to think about it, Su Ming had already begun moving. When he first came to this place, while Su Ming might not have used his full speed, he still needed half a month for the traveling. Now, as he went back through the boundless fog, he only used 6 days. In 6 days, he arrived to Han Mountain City's territory from his isolation spot. He might not have arrived in Han Mountain City itself, but he was not far from the place. As he traveled forth, the fog in the region became thicker. He could no longer see into the distance. Everything in sight was covered by the fog. These days, the birds and the beasts hid themselves, as if they did not dare to venture out. The entire land was quiet. The only sound came from Su Ming as he blasted forward. Another 3 days passed by. Su Ming continued running towards Han Mountain City with a speed so quick it made Feng rife with suppositions. On the 3rd day, Su Ming stood at the same summit as when he had first went to Han Mountain City and looked at the city shrouded by fog and the 3 mountains surrounding it. A gleam appeared in his eyes, and he moved towards the mountain where Tranquil East Tribe was located. The mountain of Tranquil East Tribe was shrouded by fog, but it only surrounded the borders of the mountain. The fog was comparably thin within the mountain, and there was some visibility in the area. The mountain was huge and rose high above the ground. As the mountain was currently shrouded by fog, it made all those who looked up from the foot of it to feel as if they were minuscule in comparison. Su Ming stood at the foot of the mountain to Tranquil East Tribe. He lifted his head to observe the mountain for a few moments. Before him was a stairway that was about 100 feet in breadth which spanned all the way to the top of the mountain. This was the only way to Tranquil East Tribe. I broke my promise to meet Feng Mu, so I have to come here. Su Ming averted his gaze and lowered his head as he moved towards the steps. The moment his foot landed on the stairs leading to Tranquil East Tribe, a great pressure landed upon him. This pressure did not belong to any berserker, but was the pressure of the mountain itself. At the same time, a mighty voice traveled out languidly from within the mountain. Halt! Tranquil East Tribe is closed off for a month and refuses all visitors. Su Ming paused in his footsteps. His gaze was calm as he looked at the stairway leading straight to the top of the mountain. He could feel that the pressure contained an unquestionable might. If he opposed this might, then it was equivalent to him declaring the entire Tranquil East Tribe his enemy. Master, we should leave. This is the power emitted by the Berserker Protector statue from Tranquil East Tribe. It protects the entire mountain. The day of eternal creation is near. Tranquil East Tribe is definitely high on guard. They won't allow any outsiders coming into their tribe. We shouldn't trespass. If you want to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain City, I have a method to help you. Feng quickly said. He knew just how strong the 3 tribes of Han Mountain were nowadays. If it were him, he would definitely not come here, but would instead use other methods to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. Master, don't take the risk. We can't intrude into this place. When Feng saw that Su Ming was ignoring him, he quickly spoke once again. He was worried that Su Ming was young and did not have enough experience. Trespassing into Tranquil East Tribe was a meaningless act to him. Not only would he be injured by it, he might even enrage Tranquil East Tribe and not get anything out of it. Su Ming fell silent. After a long while, he averted his gaze from the stairway. I made my decision, Su Ming said unhurriedly and lifted his foot towards the stairway. The moment his foot landed the second time on the stairs, a booming sound seemingly echoed from the mountain. The mighty voice traveled outwards once again. Trespassers will have their powers destroyed, be expelled from Han Mountain, and their safety will no longer be our concern. The mighty voice gradually dissipated, but the pressure from the mountain became stronger in an instant, causing the fog around Su Ming to scatter as if it was avoiding the pressure. Master, Feng could not understand. He was just about to advise Su Ming against his actions when he moved once again and continued walking up the stairway. Feng could not understand Su Ming's actions. In his mind, sneaking into the tunnel of Han Mountain unnoticed was the best solution to the problem. This was related to his status. He did not want to expose his true identity and cause more unwanted trouble. However, Su Ming did not harbor that thought. The three tribes of Han Mountain had been in control of Han Mountain Tribe for hundreds of years. They had entered the hidden grounds multiple times, and it was impossible for them to enter the place with an uncertain amount of people with how cautious the three tribes were. Not only would their numbers be fixed, they might also know each other. If that was the case, once they encountered someone they did not know in the grave, then they would definitely attack the stranger together. Once this happened, then he would definitely become the mortal enemy of the three tribes. In fact, this sort of sneaking around was even worse than Su Ming intruding on Tranquil's tribe now. If he was discovered, it was the same as forcing himself into a dead end. Even if he could escape with the mask concealing his true identity, there would still be a possibility for his identity to be revealed. That was the true risk. Feng could choose that path. After all, he had a trade with Fei Zi before this. He was also the only tribe member left of Han Mountain Tribe. It was not surprising that he knew of other methods to enter the grave. However, Su Ming was an outsider. If he chose to take that path, it would be too dangerous for him. I'm still going in no matter the method. Instead of taking a risk and sneaking around, I might as well go in with pride and dignity. Su Ming said. With his mind set, he stood where he was and took a deep breath before letting his voice travel to the top of the mountain. I, Mo, have come to visit the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. His voice boomed and traveled through the surroundings into the top of the mountain, causing a large amount of echoes to reverberate around the mountain for a long time. Time passed by slowly until the pressure from the mountain suddenly disappeared. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and he lifted his feet to walk up the stairs. Tranquil East Tribe was a middle-sized tribe. There were a lot of people in the tribe. The mountain itself was part of the tribe and filled the entire area. As Su Ming walked in, he saw quite a number of people from Tranquil East Tribe looking at him coldly, but they did not come forth to stop him. To be exact, the mountain did not have a summit. The top of the mountain was flat, as if the summit was sliced off. There were buildings built on it and around it, forming a tribe in the mountain. There was also a large empty space in the mountainside. Buildings were erected on the mountainside as if they were entrenched on the mountain, and those buildings were erected along the mountain up to the very top. It was clear that this was not the only territory belonging to Tranquil East Tribe. As Su Ming stood there, he could see the faint contours of other summits in the distance from where he stood in the fog. Before Su Ming was a teenager. It was Feng Mu. When he saw Su Ming, he was first stunned. He had never seen Su Ming's true face before. When he saw the mask, he became uncertain. Senior Mo? Feng Mu took a step backward and looked at Su Ming warily. Lead the way. Su Ming's hoarse voice traveled forth. When he heard the voice, Feng Mu let out a breath of relief. Respect appeared on his face, and he wrapped his fist around his palm in a greeting towards Su Ming. Senior, you asked me to visit you half a year later, but when I went there, you were not around. As Feng Mu led the way, he spoke to Su Ming with a put-out voice. I had some matters that took up my time. That's why I decided to come straight to your tribe. There was laughter in Su Ming's voice. As he looked at the people from Tranquil East Tribe and the unique buildings, he could not help but remember Dark Mountain. As they moved forward, some tribe members greeted Feng Mu kindly, but when they saw Su Ming, their expressions turned aloof. Su Ming observed the tribe, noticing that there were a lot of Berserkers among the people of Tranquil East Tribe. The number of people who had reached the 7th level of the blood solidification realm also surpassed Windstream by quite a large number. Not much time passed by. Under Feng Mu's guidance and introductions, Su Ming was brought to a tower that was built within the mountain. The tower was hundreds of feet tall, had 3 floors, and exuded a great presence. From the distance, it looked like the head of a gigantic wild beast roaring towards the sky ferociously. My father is inside. He asked me to bring you here. Feng Mu stopped outside the tower. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered to Su Ming by his side. Senior, my aunt is back. She's from freezing. Before Feng Mu could finish speaking, a cold harumph from a man traveled out from within the tower. Feng Mu swallowed his words and laughed sheepishly before taking a few steps backwards. Brother Mo, my son was rude. Don't mind him. Please come up here and speak. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Feng Mu appeared from within the tower and looked at Su Ming with a smile. Chapter 141, Guest. The middle-aged man wore a virescent robe. He had a smile on his face, and he was built tall and strong. As he stood there, he looked like a small hill. His arms were long. Even if his chi was not emitted, there was still a looming might coming from him. As he looked at Su Ming too observed him. It's fine. I like Feng Mu, Ming said calmly and moved forward. There were about dozens of steps between him and Feng Mu's father. As he walked forward, the distance gradually shortened. Yet the closer he came, the more clearly he could feel the pressure from the man gradually becoming stronger. When they were just 5 steps away from each other, that pressure arrived at its strongest. This was a test, a clear test with no intention of being hidden. The man stood there and looked at Ming moving towards him with a smile. This tower was the domain of the tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe. Only powerful berserkers could step foot in there. The same applied for those in the tribe. Those who were not outstanding could only remain outside. When he was 9 steps away from the tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe, Ming suddenly took a big step forward with his right foot. That step alone breached a distance of 10 feet, and he arrived within the 5 steps of the tribe leader. The tribe leader's robes suddenly expanded, causing Ming's footstep to falter, as if he could not place his foot down. He looked as if he was about to withdraw. Yet at that moment, a strange light appeared in Ming's eyes. He met the tribe leader's gaze, and the man's body swayed. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in his head, and he had no choice but to lessen the pressure coming from his body. The moment he lessened the pressure, Ming's foot landed. I, greet the tribe leader of Tranquil East. Ming wrapped his fist around his palm and bowed towards the man before him. The expression of the man in virescent robes remained the same, and he took 1 step back, making a way to the tower. He too wrapped his fist around his palm towards Ming. Brother Mo, this might be our first meeting, but the moment I saw you, it is as if I met an old friend. If you don't mind, you can call me Feng Shen. Come, Brother Mo, this way. Feng Shen let out a boisterous laugh, and a friendly look appeared on his face. Brother Feng, if you please. Ming nodded and walked into the tower with Feng Shen. Feng Mu let out a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that scene from a distance. It was rare for him to see his father treat others this way, so it was clear that Senior Mo had once again obtained his father's approval. He pondered over it for a moment and chose not to leave, but instead waited outside the door. The inside of the tower was decorated in a simple manner. There were not a lot of luxurious items around, giving it a natural feeling. Everything inside was made of stone. Once Feng Shen invited Ming to sit at a stone table, he personally brought out some herbs. After boiling them in hot water, he poured the liquid into a cup and placed it before Ming. Brother Mo, thank you for treating my son's injuries over the years. I have nothing to repay you with. This grasswood leaf may be precious, but it's still not enough to be served to you. I hope you don't mind. Feng Shen looked at Ming with gratitude. Ming looked at the leaves floating in the hot water in the cup on the table. It looked very normal, but this was not the first time Ming saw something like this. He had seen the elder drinking a similar liquid with Jing Nan when he was by the elder's side in Windstream tribe, and he also took note of some of the actions the elder did when he drank this liquid. Feng Mu's injuries have been lying in his body for many years. I've only slightly lessened their effects. Ming might be looking now like how he usually acted, but in truth, he was rather nervous. He could already tell the tribe leader's power from that instant before. This person might not have transcended, but there were 900-something blood veins within his body. By right, it should not be a problem if this man wanted to transcend, but he had yet to, which meant that he was aiming higher. He wanted to wait till he obtained the full number for his blood veins before he transcended. If that was the case, then even if he was just at the initial stage of the Transcendence realm, he could still fight against those at the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. The blood veins were like a foundation. The more blood veins a Berserker had, the stronger the foundation was. The moment he let it all out, the effects would be shocking. However, this was not the reason why Ming was nervous. He was nervous because since young, and even after he came to the land of South Morning, he spent most of his time alone. He did not have too much experience conversing with people. It was even rarer for him to be in situations where he had to sit down and enter into talks akin to negotiations. Besides, even Jing Nan would have to be polite towards this man due to his status. Feng Shen smiled and grabbed the cup. He took a sip, but he did not like the leaves floating on the surface of the water. When some of the leaves went into his mouth along with the water, he swallowed it. This person's power is as hard to ascertain as usual. Let's say he hasn't transcended, but he has fine control, and his aura is hard to grasp. He also made me feel a strong sense of danger just now. But if I assume that he has transcended, he had a lot of trouble with those last 5 steps. Still, that one gaze just now was terrifying. It alone made me feel as if I was seen through, and it made my chi unstable. This person is mysterious. But why does he seem to be slightly nervous? Feng Shan put down the cup and looked at Su Ming. We are now nearing the day of eternal creation. The entire land of South Morning is shrouded in fog. It is also an important moment for the 3 tribes in Han Mountain. All entry to the tribes has been sealed off. I hope you understand. Why is it that you have come to my tribe? Feng Shan spoke with a smile. There was a leaf in his mouth that he did not manage to swallow. As he spoke, he brought up the cup to his lips once again and swallowed the leaf when he took another sip. This thing is really troublesome when I'm trying to drink it. Feng Mu's aunt brought it back, if you're not used to it. Air. Feng Shan swallowed his words. He saw Su Ming taking up the cup, and with one light swing of the cup, the tea leaves were scattered skillfully, causing some of them to sink to the bottom, and the others to get stuck to the side of the cup. Naturally, after playing around with it for a while, Su Ming did not drink the liquid, but chose to put down the cup. Feng Shan immediately noticed that Su Ming had 2 fingers around the cup and swung it with his palm acting as the center. There was a graceful air in his action, and it made Feng Shan blink. He saw this same action on his little sister before. In fact, his little sister had even taught him how to drink that liquid and how to hold the cup, but Feng Shan had thought it was troublesome and did not want to learn it. Yet when he saw Su Ming's actions and remembered how he held the cup, even drinking down the tea leaves, he felt a little awkward. I came here because I wanted to become Tranquil East Tribe's guest. Gradually, Su Ming's heart calmed down. He was imitating the elder's movements from that time and had a feeling that he had become the elder at that moment. Oh, Feng Shan lifted his head and looked at Su Ming with a polite smile. He was the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe and was not as rough and simple as he seemed to be. Su Ming knew that his ploys were child's play before this person's eyes. He knew that he was lacking, so he decided to keep some secrets to himself while being honest. I want to go to the hidden grounds in the canyons of Han Mountain, which is where the sky flute branch grows, Su Ming said calmly. An almost unnoticeable glint appeared in Feng Shan's eyes. He did not realize that Su Ming would be so straightforward. In truth, Feng Shan had already guessed why Su Ming had come here a long while ago. He did not reject Su Ming's request immediately. After all, this person was the one who had healed Feng Mu's injuries. Second, this was not the first time he communicated with Su Ming. The 2 of them had known about each other for the past couple years. They even came into contact during the return and the gifting of the blade. If it were not because of these reasons, if any other stranger would have come to him and made that request, Feng Shan would have definitely rejected them. Give me a reason. Feng Shan looked at Su Ming, and a serious expression came upon his face. He had researched Su Ming's identity in detail over the past few years. After all, this person was in close contact with Feng Mu. This fact alone was enough to garner Feng Shan's attention. The results of the investigation came out a long time ago, and by Feng Mu's descriptions and Feng Shan's own judgments, he had a 9 out of 10 certainty that this mysterious Mo Su was not from around Han Mountain. He came from someplace else and was not familiar with this place. The possibilities of him knowing about the secrets of Han Mountain City were also low. More importantly, this person did not seem to have any ill intentions. This was not a decision made based on observations done in 1 or 2 days, but the feeling Feng Mu and Feng Shan obtained from Su Ming's inconspicuous attitude and behavior during the past 4 years. His mysterious power, amiable attitude, status, and background that had nothing to do with Han Mountain were all things that made Feng Shan think highly of him. That was why he gave Su Ming a chance to persuade him. I told Feng Mu that I was a 7/10 certain that I could cure his injuries with the medicinal concoction I'm making. This medicinal concoction is very important to me. One of its effects will allow me to cure Feng Mu's injuries completely. Right now, I am lacking Sky Flute Branch to create this medicinal concoction. In truth, I asked Feng Mu to search for this herb for me to reduce the need for me to look for this herb in the future when I need to create this concoction again. If the hidden grounds of Han Mountain City has Sky Flute Branch, then there is a high possibility that other herbs exist in the place as well. If I can find more, then it'll be a great help for me when I create the medicinal concoction, Su Ming said languidly. He did not place emphasis on the effects of the medicinal concoction towards healing Feng Mu's injuries. If that was the case, then it would make the other party feel as if he was being pressured and would end up disliking Su Ming. It would not do him any good either. Instead, it would be better to emphasize the benefits of the concoction towards himself and subtly reveal some of his own thoughts that would make the other party wonder. Feng Shan fell into momentary silence before he spoke suddenly. There is danger within the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. What Berserker art do you practice? The Berserker art of killing. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and answered calmly. What sort of injury does my son have? An injury that is caused by an illusionary spirit materialized from a berserker mark of a powerful berserker that is at least at the middle stage of the transcendence realm. When Su Ming observed Feng Mu's injury in the past, he discovered this using fine control. That was why he was certain that spirit Plunder could cure that injury. He was not certain about it in the past, but as his power increased and he thought more about it, he obtained a clearer answer. As for how Tranquil East Tribe provoked a powerful berserker at the middle stage of the Transcendence realm and why it happened, Su Ming was not too curious about it. If you enter the hidden grounds and find other herbs, then how certain are you of curing Mu Air's injuries? If you can't, then what of your chances? Feng Shen asked once again. Su Ming fell into contemplative silence for a moment before he answered. For the former, I will judge according to the situation, but it should be more than 8/10. As for the latter, it is still 7/10. Brother Mo, since you're already here in Tranquil East Tribe, then stay here for the time being. I will need to think about this. Feng Shen fell silent for a while before he got up and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Su Ming. Su Ming stood up, and once he returned the greeting to Feng Shen, he walked out of the tower. A moment after he left, a woman walked down from the first floor of the tower. Song Lan, what do you think of this person? Feng Shen turned around and looked at the woman who sat down where Su Ming was sitting just a moment ago. Chapter 142, Those Disappeared Years. She was a woman in purple robes with petite features which made her look pretty. She was not tall, but her petite figure made her look attractive. She was also very fair, her skin looking as if it would be torn if wind blew against it. Her eyes were closed as she sat in Su Ming's seat. Her eyelashes were very long, and as they fluttered, causing her entire being to have a different air compared to Fei Zi. This demeanor was different from Fei Zi's cold attitude and Bai Ling's wild beauty. She gave people an impression of peacefulness, as if she was an orchid in a valley. She had a very beautiful face that did not reveal her age. Now that she sat there, she looked as if she had become one with the tower. Feng Shen looked at the woman before him with a doting look in his eyes. This was his only little sister. When she was young, the tribe did not pay too much attention to her, and her power was not great either. Her quiet attitude also made others neglect her most of the time. Yet no one expected that this seemingly fragile woman would challenge the chains of Han Mountain 10 years ago at only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, for a reason only Feng Shen knew in the entire tribe. For the 3 tribes of Han Mountain City, the chains of Han Mountain were something made for outsiders. It was no reason for the people of the tribe to take up the challenge. Every single time Freezing Sky Clan took in disciples, they would choose the prodigies from the 3 tribes. Even if less than 10 people had been chosen from the 3 tribes over the past hundreds of years, there was still hope. However, if they were not chosen and still wanted to enter Freezing Sky Clan, then they would need to obtain the right to enter the clan by challenging the chains of Han Mountain like an outsider. No one expected it. Not even Feng Shen expected his little sister, Feng Lan, to challenge the chains of Han Mountain at only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. The things that happened 10 years ago would often appear in Feng Shen's mind. This woman whom no one had really paid much attention to managed to go up to the 6th chain using an unknown method and obtain the right to become a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan with incredible determination and perseverance. Feng Shen looked at his little sister. He knew that she may look fragile, but in fact had an incredibly strong personality that he knew he could not compare to. He did not have the courage to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. For now, he hasn't awakened, Song Lan whispered after opening her eyes. For now, Feng Shen frowned. But he's not lying. He can indeed cure Mu Air's injuries. Song Lan lifted her hand and took the cup Su Ming had held previously, her voice calm. Feng Shen looked at Song Lan and said in a low tone, I've had my doubts about this. How could that medicinal concoction of his cure the injuries that even you can't heal? Song Lan lowered her head, and a desolate look appeared on her face. She closed her eyes. That's not what I meant. Feng Shen immediately spoke and tried to explain, but he did not know how to begin. Brother, this is my fault. But the world is a big place. There are plenty of strange people with different abilities. This Mo Su didn't seem to be lying. I can feel some of his thoughts by sitting here in his place. He's not lying regarding the healing. Song Lan opened her eyes, and the calm look returned. She looked at Feng Shen and said softly, This person is of a mysterious background. The way he drank the liquid formed by the leaves may seem simple, but in truth, I didn't even know about this until I entered Freezing Sky Clan. His actions may be stiff, but they were correct. He must have seen someone doing this before, and there are few who can do this in the land of South Morning. If it weren't because of my master's kindness, who asked me to brew this often for her, I wouldn't have learned how to do this. Feng Shen frowned, occupied by his thoughts. Also, Song Lan placed the cup in her hands down, and an amazed look appeared in her eyes as she mumbled, "He might not have awakened, but he's giving me a feeling that he's stronger than a normal berserker at the initial stage of the awakening realm. There seems to be resentment belonging to powerful berserkers of the awakening realm on him. This person might have killed people like that before, and it's not limited to one." When Feng Shen heard those words, he was stunned, and with an abrupt motion looked up at Song Lan. If this person wasn't his little sister, and someone whose berserker art he trusted, he would have definitely not believed her words. He killed more than just one berserker at the awakening realm. Song Lan closed her eyes and pressed her right hand to the center of her brows. Her form gradually faded out before Feng Shen's eyes, but after a moment it returned to normal. Song Lan opened her eyes, and a hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. There are 2 awakened auras of death on him. One of them is from around 50 years ago, and the aura is weak, but it hasn't dispersed. Strangely though, it's giving me 2 readings. One of them is from 50 years ago, and the other is from 4 years ago. I can't differentiate it. The second one is clearer. It's from around 1 year ago, but it's also very faint. Uncertainty appeared on Song Lan's face. She could not understand it. When he heard Song Lan's words, Feng Shen's expression became even more solemn. He knew his little sister's berserker art. This art could be said to be one of the 3 great berserker arts of Freezing Sky Clan. If it were not because Song Lan had the talent to learn it, and that her master had kindly taught her, it would have been difficult for her to obtain such an art. When Feng Shen thought of Song Lan's master, respect blossomed in his heart. That's why I'm uncertain. He might have reached the awakening realm before, but due to some accident, his level of cultivation fell. That's why he's giving me a muddled feeling. Song Lan said softly after hesitating for a moment. If it's as you say, then the mystery around this person is even greater than I initially thought. If that's the case, I'll have to think carefully whether I should let him join. Song Lan, go and rest first. I need to speak to the elder about this. The moment Feng Shen finished speaking, he made to leave the tower. Brother, Freezing Sky Clan won't choose a disciple from Tranquil East Tribe this time. Neither will they choose from Puqiang Tribe. They will only take one person away, and that's Yin Fei from Lake of Colors Tribe. This has already been decided. I cannot interfere with it. But the next time they take in disciples, I'll reserve a spot for Mu Air. As for Mo Su, I would suggest that you let him enter the place, but he would need someone to monitor him. If he can truly cure Mu Air, then he can become a true guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Song Lan said in a soft voice, touching the center of her brows. Feng Shen nodded, then turned around and left the tower. Song Lan was the only one left within the tower. She quietly sat on the stone chair and looked as if she was about to get up and leave, but after a moment of hesitation, she sat down once again. With a swing of her right hand, 3 white beast bones appeared in her palm. There were countless words on the 3 beast bones that were written down so densely that they could not be read. Those words let out a dark light and exuded an aged presence. It was clear that it was an ancient artifact. Just where did this Imosu come from? Master told me that my Sage's Genesis Berserker Art Superscript 1 has reached the 7th level, which is a rare sight within Freezing Sky Clan. And now this is the first time that I can't see clearly, and it's on this Imosu. How could a person, at the same time, have 2 different? There's only one explanation to this. In this person's memories, it has only been 4 years since the first Berserker who reached the Awakening Realm died. But in reality, it's not so. This is the first time I've encountered this. Song Lan thought for a moment before she bit her finger and wiped her blood on the 3 beast bones. The 3 beast bones immediately sucked the blood in. The dark light around them immediately became stronger, causing the entire tower to be filled with it. Song Lan's face, too, was illuminated by this dark light. If I can get to the bottom of this, perhaps it will enlighten me. There's no way that the 3 vessels of unspoken words that the master gave me won't be able to see through this clearly. A sparkle appeared in Song Lan's eyes, and she mumbled a few complex strings of words in a low voice. These words were spoken stiffly and were difficult to understand. Anyone who heard it would have been baffled, and if they listened to it for a longer period of time, they would have been confused. Time trickled by. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a dim light begun to shine in Song Lan's eyes. The three beast bones before her instantly flew up and started turning rapidly before the center of Song Lan's brows. Slowly, she closed her eyes and her body quickly faded out until she eventually seemed to disappear into the tower. A large space distortion appeared where she had been sitting. Yet this situation only lasted for the span of 3 breaths, and a drastic change immediately happened. This isn't 50 years. Song Lan's body immediately returned to its original state from its faded-out form, and a terrified look that was rarely seen on her usually calm face appeared. Amidst that terror was shock and disbelief as well. This isn't 50 years. This is... The 3 bones before the center of Song Lan's brows let out a bang and shattered, as if an indescribable force had come forth and put an end to Song Lan's actions. The moment the 3 bones shattered, muffled booms reverberated in the air and all the stone-made items within the tower crumbled to dust. At the same time, the entire tower let out a groan and started cracking inch by inch until it eventually turned to ashes. Song Lan coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards a few steps. Her petite face was pale, and she stood there stunned, as if she had lost her soul. The sudden change caused the entire Tranquil East tribe to be taken aback. All of them focused their gazes towards the tower, and they saw a few long arcs charging through the air. Some of the long arcs even came from the summits in the distance. The tribe leader of Tranquil East was the first to arrive. Beside him was an old man wearing a blue robe. The old man's eyes were bright, making all those who looked into his eyes lower their heads, not daring to look at him again. What happened? Feng Shun approached with anxiety on his face as he looked at Song Lan. The old man frowned instead. He looked at his surroundings closely before his expression suddenly changed and became grave. There is an indescribable presence here. Han Songzi, what happened here? Song Lan stood in the midst of the tower's ruins and slowly closed her eyes. She only reopened them after a long while, consciousness returning into her eyes. She looked at her surroundings. The tower was once part of the mountain. Now that it was ruined, it looked like a hole was dug out in the mountain. Numerous cracks appeared on the edges of the mountain, as if the mountain was no longer stable. Her heart trembled. She fell into momentary silence and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Over there, she saw Mo Su in the crowd with Feng Mu. It was clear that the drastic change just now caught his attention. It's nothing. I just saw something I shouldn't have. Brother, I'm begging you, please let him become a guest in Tranquil East Tribe. Song Lan did not give any explanation, but made a request instead. Once she finished speaking, she did not even look at the old man in blue robes before turning away and walking towards Su Ming standing in the distance with an exhausted air. Feng Shun was stunned. This was the first time he heard Song Lan using that tone. He fell into silence before he whispered a few words to the baffled old man beside him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. Regarding Shenke, translated as Sage's Genesis. Shan has the meaning of before, initial, ancestral. Yan has the meaning of words. He has the meaning of grain. Shan Yan combined together can mean ancestral words, or wise words left by the ancestors. I can't really use sagely grain though, so I went for synonyms for grain, which led to seed, which led to Genesis. As for sage, it was a toss-up between sage and ancestral, but since this art is one that looks into the truth, sage seemed more appropriate, hence Sage's Genesis. Chapter 143. What have I forgotten? Su Ming stood in the distance. He was just about to leave with Feng Mu to his temporary abode in Tranquil East Tribe when his attention was caught by the sudden resounding boom that came from where the tower was. When he saw the people of Tranquil East Tribe rushing over with shocked looks, together with Feng Mu, who also rushed back with anxiousness and agitation, Su Ming followed them back. He saw the tower turning to ashes and the woman amidst the ruins. She was looking at him with a complicated gaze, and then started walking towards him. Su Ming had the black mask on his face. Everyone else could only see his eyes shining through the slits in the mask from underneath the black robe. They could not see his expression. As Song Lan walked over, the people of Tranquil East Tribe standing around Su Ming greeted her respectfully. Su Ming's gaze was collected as he looked at the petite and pretty woman before him. She was very beautiful, and there were no signs of time be seen on her face, causing people to be unable to guess her age. Auntie, Feng Mu quickly greeted respectfully from his place beside Su Ming. Song Lan did not seem to hear him. She looked at Su Ming with a complicated look, seemingly wanting to speak, but at the same time not. That strange expression made Su Ming wary. After a long while, Song Lan spoke in a low tone, and there was a hint of frailty in her voice. Brother Imo, could you tell me your real name? A light crease appeared on Su Ming's brows. He did not speak. If someday you remember something, you can come to Freezing Sky Clan to look for me. Song Lan lowered her head and bowed slightly towards Su Ming. She cast a deep look at him once more, but here was no longer a complicated look in her eyes, just pity. She turned around and left. What do you mean? Su Ming was still frowning. The woman's strange words had not only baffled him, but for some unknown reason, an empty feeling arose in his heart. Song Lan did not turn back, disappearing into the distance instead. She did not answer Su Ming's question. Perhaps she was still confounded by it herself. Senior Mo, she is my aunt, Feng Song Lan. 10 years ago, she successfully challenged the chains of Han Mountain and became the disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. Feng Mu whispered after a slight hesitation. Su Ming nodded. As he looked at the place where Song Lan had disappeared, a bewildered look appeared on his face hidden under the mask. Tranquil East Tribe was huge. Even if Su Ming was only on this particular summit, he could still feel just how big Tranquil East was. Feng Mu originally intended to familiarize him with Tranquil East Tribe, but due to Song Lan's appearance, a strange agitation rose in Su Ming's heart. He went straight back towards the lodgings given to him by the tribe and fell into silence, wanting to be alone. Feng Mu knew that Su Ming was eccentric and loved silence. Once he had people send in food and fruits, he bid respectfully farewell and left. The room was not big. Since the tribe was built on the mountain, it was not humid. Sometimes, gusts of wind would blow through, making people feel refreshed. Yet Su Ming ignored all these as he sat on the stone bed. The image of Song Lan's pitying look came to his mind unbidden. That gaze made him puzzled, and at the same time, it also made him increasingly agitated. He could not control his agitation. For some reason, he had a feeling that Song Lan had not told him everything. When I was with Feng Xuan in the tower, that woman should have also been there. Once I left, something happened, causing the tower to collapse. The woman was also injured. Her expression did not seem fake, and, with her status, there's no need for her to pretend before me. Just what did she mean? If someday I remember something, I can go and find her in Freezing Sky Clan. What will I remember? Su Ming could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. His eyes shone, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Remember something. If I turn it around, then it means I forgot something. That's why she spoke about remembering things. But what have I forgotten? He closed his eyes. His mood should not have been affected by the woman's words, but for a reason that even he did not understand. Due to that sentence and that pitying gaze, he became agitated, as if he had suddenly lost his voice when he wanted to shout loudly. Su Ming closed his eyes and carefully went through everything that he could recall. He started with his slightly fuzzy memories of childhood to his memories of now. After a long while, he opened his eyes. Just a ton of lies. Su Ming laughed coldly. He was still agitated, but he forced himself to not think about it any longer and gradually immersed himself in his meditation so that he could calm down. Time passed by, and it was soon nighttime. Due to the fog outside, Tranquil East Tribe was no longer lively as it usually was at night. It was silent instead. During this night, Su Ming tried multiple times to enter a meditative state, but only when dawn was almost upon him did he manage to calm down his heart and get rid of the agitation caused by Song Lan's words. However, even if he did manage to calm down, the things that happened that day were buried in his heart like a seed. Sunlight should have graced the morning on the second day, but it was concealed by the thick fog, causing the land to be shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, due to the unique location of Tranquil East Tribe's summit, a person could still see clearly as long as he was on the mountain and was not looking too far away. When morning arrived, Feng Mu came. He brought with him a piece of news from his father. Su Ming was allowed to become a guest of Tranquil East Tribe and enjoy all the benefits given to the guests of Tranquil East. He would also join the group entering the tunnel of Han Mountain. Senior Imo, you don't actually need to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. I heard that the place is very dangerous. There are only few people from the 3 tribes going in, and most of them are guests. You'll usually be battling for your life in there. The 3 tribes may appear to be in a harmonious relationship, but in truth, we scheme against each other a lot. It's especially so within the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. Feng Mu led Su Ming to the top of the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe, where his father and the other leaders of the tribe waited, so that they could send the next batch of people into the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. Every single time the fog of the day of eternal creation comes, and the tunnel of Han Mountain is opened, a lot of people will die. You can tell me what herbs you'll need, and I'll ask my father to arrange people to get them for you." As Feng Mu led Su Ming to the top of the mountain, he continued mumbling lowly. There was restlessness on his face. Though his concern was linked to his own well-being, it was still precious. A gentle look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This young lad before him had entered his good graces during the past 4 years. "It's fine. I'll be careful when I go in." Su Ming's voice was no longer aloof. He lifted his hand and patted Feng Mu's head, just like how the elder would pat his head when he was younger. Feng Mu was stunned by Su Ming's actions. Clearly, Su Ming's indifference and unsociable attitude over the years left a deep impression on him, making him rather unused to it. When he heard Su Ming's reply, he quickly overlooked what had just happened and let out a light sigh. "If you've already made your decision, then I won't try to persuade you any longer. But senior, you have to be careful of the guests of the other 2 tribes. No one who enters the tunnel of Han Mountain is weak." While speaking, Feng Mu brought out a scroll of bamboo slips from his bosom and gave it to Su Ming. "Senior, you've helped to heal my injuries over the years. Besides searching for herbs for you, I couldn't do anything else in return. These bamboo slips have some information pertaining to the guests in Lake of Colors and Puqiang. I hope it'll be of some help to you." When Su Ming heard the words, he took the bamboo slips. Once he opened them and looked, he saw densely written words. There were also some portraits. Some wooden shards also remained on the bamboo slips, signaling that they were carved not too long ago. Also, all the guests who enter the tunnel of Han Mountain from Tranquil East Tribe can choose a counterfeit Berserker vessel. My father told me to tell you that when you choose the vessel later, remember to choose a whip. Feng Mu soon brought Su Ming to the top of the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe, his low voice never stopping for a breath. The ground was flat here, as if the top had been sliced off. The fog in the area was rather thick, though 9 figures could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged at the center of the place. 7 of them sat surrounding 2 people in the middle. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but the presence of qi could be felt coming off them. Once he sent Su Ming to the place, Feng Mu took a few steps back and took a stand in the distance. With how strict the tribe was in regards to statuses, even if he was the son of the tribe leader, he still could not get closer in these sorts of situations. Su Ming appeared collected while walking towards the 9 people. As he got closer, a serious look appeared in his eyes. All of the 9 people here were powerful berserkers. It was especially so for the old man sitting right in the middle of the circle of the 7 people. This man wore a blue robe and his hair was white. Even if he had his eyes closed as he sat there, his presence was mighty like that of a dragon or a tiger, causing Su Ming's heartbeat to immediately beat faster. To the old man's left was the tribe leader of Tranquil East. The man built like an iron tower looked at Su Ming with brilliant eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. To the old man's right was another strong-looking man, but that man was not built tall. Even if he was sitting, he was still slightly shorter than Feng Shan, though the presence coming from him was not weaker than that of Xianlun's. It was clear that he had already reached the awakening realm. Su Ming swept his gaze across the group. Among the 7 people sitting in a circle, besides the old and the slightly short man, there was also another person who had reached the awakening realm. This man was also an old man. He wore a black robe and had his back facing Su Ming. Tranquil East Tribe is amazing. From what I can tell, there are already 3 people who are in the awakening realm. That old man in the blue robes is also giving me a feeling that he has surpassed Xianlun. The qi from the others is also great. They most likely all have above 800 blood veins. Also, this shouldn't be the full strength of Tranquil East. Are the 2 people in the center the guests who will enter the tunnel of Han Mountain with me? Without even batting an eyelid, Su Ming stopped once he got closer. "Yurimo Su," a cold voice traveled forth slowly. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in red robes sitting beside the short man in the awakening realm. This person had an aloof expression on his face. Even with the fog in between them, the chill in his voice could still be heard as it traveled to Su Ming. "Yes," he replied calmly. "So you're the person who wanted to become a guest and joined Tranquil East Tribe halfway through, the one that made that ridiculous request to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain? Even if the tribe leader has agreed to this, a person who suddenly arrives like that must definitely have ulterior motives. He's even wearing a mask. What a joke. Unless he can prove his worth, then I won't agree to it." The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. After his initial glance at Su Ming, he ignored him, choosing to stare at the tribe leader of Tranquil East sitting across him instead. Chapter 144. Allow me to take a look. The middle-aged man's words were sharp and echoed around the quiet mountaintop. Beside him, even though the short man who had reached the awakening realm had a blank look on his face, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The others did not seem to have heard the words. All of them remained silent. As for the old man in blue robes sitting right in the middle of the circle, he continued to have his eyes shut, as if he was not at all concerned with what was happening. As for the other two people who were surrounded, they were just as Ming had guessed. They were not from Tranquil East tribe. They were the third batch of guests that were going to be sent into the tunnel of Han Mountain. One of the two people was an old man with red hair. The other was a man in his 30s. Their expressions were still, and they had their eyes closed, refusing to even acknowledge what was happening. Head of the guards. What sort of right should he have? My word is all the right he needs, the tribe leader of Tranquil East said slowly. With your acknowledgement, I trust that he doesn't harbor ill will towards Tranquil East tribe, but only a limited amount of people can enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. Because of him, Zhou was taken out of the agreed-upon list of 3 people who could enter. If he can prove himself stronger than Zhou, then I will agree to this. The middle-aged man still refused to look at Ming, looking instead at Feng Shan as he spoke darkly. He did not wait for Feng Shan's answer when he let out a low shout. Zhou, if you can win against this man, then no one can stop you from entering the tunnel. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, a long string of laughter appeared from the other side of the stage, which was soon followed by an big, ugly man, which was about 10 feet tall, walking from the end of the stage, laughing ferociously. This man did not wear a shirt, his strong body in the open for all to see. As he got closer, a strong presence of chi radiated off him, making a lot of fog around them to scatter away. His appearance made the tribe leader of Tranquil East frown. Even the 2 guests who were sitting cross-legged in the circle opened their eyes and looked towards the guest with grave expressions. With each step he took, the man's feet thundered against the ground. Once he came, he stood beside the smiling short man in the awakening realm and wrapped his fist around his palm in greeting towards the old man sitting in the middle of the circle. His voice traveled out like a roaring wave. Greetings, Elder, Chief of Battle Superscript 1, Head of the Guards. While speaking, the man bowed towards the short man in the awakening realm and the middle-aged man in red robes. The old man in blue robes still had his eyes closed, ignoring him. Yet Zhou did not dare to mind. He knew about the man's status. If the elder of Tranquil East really opened his eyes and gave him a nod, he would have been taken aback. Zhou, this is the person who took your place. Go and fight against him. The head of the guards of Tranquil East, the middle-aged man in the red robes, told sullenly, pointing at Ming. Head of the guards, I'm afraid I can't control myself if I attack, if I accidentally kill him. A fierce light appeared in Zhou's eyes, and he stared at Ming as if he was looking at a dead person, laughing viciously. It's fine. I believe the tribe leader won't mind. After all, if both parties fight against each other and no one ends up dead, we can't tell whether the fight was genuine. This time, the one who spoke was not the middle-aged man in red robes, but the short chief of battle in the awakening realm. Mo, you told me before that you learned the Berserker art of killing. Allow me to take a look at it today. Tranquil East tribe leader's face became sullen. They had already spoken and agreed upon what they would do about Ming the previous day, but now that they were about to start the ritual, his opponents suddenly counterattacked. Ming fell silent and did not speak. Zhou was stomping towards him. His body was incredibly tall, and his height far surpassed a normal person. As he came forward, it gave people the feeling of a small hill pressing down upon them. His ugly and ferocious face, coupled with the blood veins in his body expanding, turned into a great pressure. The fog in the mountain was dyed red under that flashing red light. Compared to him, Ming, who was frail to begin with, was far too different in height compared to the man, even with the black robes concealing his body. The two of them standing together would give people the feeling that the battle was unfair. How dare you steal my place? With a low growl, Zhou took one huge step forward and leapt at his opponent. He raised his right fist, and banging sounds came from within his body, as if his bones were clashing against each other. A shocking force erupted from his body. As he rapidly closed in on Ming, he threw a punch forward with a ferocious laugh. He had prepared this punch for an entire night to make sure that the moment his opponent was struck, he would have no room to counterattack. His body would explode, his flesh and blood would scatter, and Zhou would enjoy the feeling of this person bursting apart under his fist. In his experience, there were far too many people who died under his great strength. This frail-looking person before him would be the same. In fact, to prevent any accidents from happening, Zhou Yu used his full strength the moment he struck. Behind him, a gigantic illusion appeared. This illusion was that of a black ape roaring soundlessly, charging towards Su Ming along with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu has become stronger again. The eyes of the man surrounded in the circle flashed, and his expression became solemn. The old man beside him had a similar grave expression on his face. As he looked at Zhou Yu charging forth with that ferocious laugh, a pensive look on his face. The head of the guards from Tranquil East, the middle-aged man in red robes, looked towards the two fighters coldly. He did not think Zhou Yu had the ability to kill Mo Su with one punch, but in his mind, Mo Su would still struggle to avoid the attack. He would let this person know that in Tranquil East tribe, besides the elder, no one, including the tribe leader, could make the sole decision. The chief of battle beside him, the short man who was still smiling, had a different thought compared to the man in red robes. He did not have any intention to stop Zhou Yu. He could not grasp the true level of this mysterious person called Mo Su and hence wanted to use this chance to gauge his true ability. All of them harbored different thoughts. Even the people who remained silent looked over. Yet the moment Zhou Yu closed in on Su Ming, something shocking happened. Not only did Su Ming not avoid the punch, he firmly took one step forward and shortened the distance between him and Zhou Yu. The moment Zhou Yu's fist rushed towards him filled with killing intent, while the man laughed maniacally. Fully intent on enjoying the instant Su Ming's flesh and blood exploded, Su Ming lifted his right hand and hurled his fist against Zhou Yu's. A gigantic boom erupted forth. Zhou Yu's body descended down from midair, while Su Ming, in his black robes and black mask, stood his ground, his clenched right fist in opposition to Zhou Yu's punch. Rumbling sounds resounded instantly. Zhou Yu saw blood, but that blood came from his own body. His right hand exploded, and he screamed in pain. His ferociousness turned into bafflement, and his vicious laughter turned into fear. His face was aghast. He could clearly feel a fierce presence coming from Su Ming's fist. That presence was like a force effortlessly rushing up his right hand, as if it was splitting apart a bamboo. Once it shattered his entire right arm, that force rushed into his body. The moment the force spread out, his legs lost all sense. His left arm and his entire body seemed to have disappeared. His vision was filled with red, and within that red, he saw Su Ming pulling back his right hand to sweep the black robes on his body. This was the last scene he saw. After that, everything in his world froze forever. The breathing of the two guests surrounded by the people immediately turned rapid, their eyes going wide. What happened just now was too quick for them. In an instant, Zhou Yu's gigantic body crumbled inch by inch before the stranger, and a living person was gone just like that. This frightening sight made them sink into disbelief, and their gazes towards Su Ming became respectful instantly. He did not dodge, but chose to return the attack with a punch, and he even crushed Zhou Yu's body. He did not use a lot of chi, nor did his footing change. It's clear that killing Zhou Yu is nothing to him. No matter the place, powerful berserkers were respected. At this moment, Su Ming obtained this respect with his actions. A flash appeared in the eyes of the tribe leader of Tranquil East. A smile slowly lifted the corners of his lips, but he was also shocked. He knew that Zhou Yu had the blood of the remnants of towering mountain tribe, and he had great strength. He might have only had around 700 blood veins, but with his natural strength, it was still a relatively difficult task for those with more blood veins to win against him. More importantly, Su Ming only used one punch. The pupils of head of the guards from Tranquil East shrank. He felt as if he had just been humiliated in public. He hadn't expected that Zhou Yu would not even be able to handle a single punch from his opponent. He believed that even if he could withstand Zhou Yu's punch and fight back, at most, he could only force Zhou Yu back. He could not instantly kill him. The smile on the awakened chief of battle's lips beside him instantly froze. His pupils shrank, and a serious expression appeared on his face. His power was at the awakening realm. He could see some things that other people missed. Fine control, and a power that belongs to a berserker vessel. This person, the chief of battle's eyes shone, but he gave up on the idea of trying to understand the stranger's strength. Su Ming dusted his robes, and he looked at the red-robed head of the guards of Tranquil East indifferently through the mask. The moment the man in red robes met Su Ming's gaze, a chill swept his heart. The moment he felt that, Su Ming abruptly bounded forward. He moved so quickly, he closed the distance of less than 100 feet between them in an instant. Right before the eyes of the man in red robes, he disappeared. The man was momentarily stunned and knew that something terrible was about to happen. He quickly stood up, but the moment he did so, he froze, and his pupils shrank. He looked at Ming, who appeared before him at some unknown point of time, and who had his right index finger placed at the center of his brows. He could only see the mask on Ming's face. At that moment, he no longer found that mask hilarious. His heart was shaken, and a dumbfounded look appeared on his face. He was not the only one shocked. The awakened chief of battle was also taken aback. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he immediately circulated his chi. Su, what are you doing? Even the tribe leader of Tranquil East was stunned, standing up quickly. He did not see how Ming had appeared before the head of the guards. The others were also astounded, and all their gazes were trained onto Ming. Ming's right index finger was on the center of the head of the guard's brows, whose face was currently pale. Ming's eyes were aloof as he looked at the person before him. Have I the right now? You. The heart of red-robed head of the guards from Tranquil East was currently trembling. He rarely felt such an incredible sense of danger, incoming death. The pressure exuded by Ming's finger made him feel as if his body and mind were about to crumble, giving him the false impression that he was facing the elder. The cold look in Ming's eyes also made him indubitably certain of the killing intent that would burst forth at the slightest provocation. You have the right, an old voice slowly traveled forth. The elder of Tranquil East opened his eyes for the first time and looked at Ming. *****. Translator's notes. The words used were Don, war, shgu, and Nazi, hunters, gu. Asdon means battle or war. I thought this would be like a military title, hence the capitalized title. Chapter 145 Him. There was a profound look in his eyes, which looked like the stars in the sky at night. The moment Ming met his gaze, a booming sound instantly resounded in his head, and he staggered a few steps backwards, allowing the head of the guards of Tranquil East to move forward quickly. Once he left Ming's control, he stood beside the elder of Tranquil East with a pale face. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Ming. All right, Su, from now onwards, you are our guest in Tranquil East tribe. Feng Shan, give him the plate. The elder of Tranquil East said languidly and averted his gaze from Ming. Ming was stunned, but his gaze remained calm and collected. As Feng Shan looked at Su, praise appeared in his eyes. When Ming killed Zhou, he was only slightly shocked by the power within that punch, but he was not too surprised. Yet his speed made Feng Shan stunned. He could not even see Ming's body clearly. The pressure that came from that one finger especially made him reevaluate his new guest's power. The moment he heard the words, Feng Shan laughed boisterously and brought out a plate from his bosom. The plate was completely white, and there was a number on it, 15. Just as he was about to hand the plate to Ming, the elder of Tranquil East suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed at the air. The plate flew towards the elder, and he seized it. The number 15 was erased with his left hand, and he carved a new number onto the plate. 3. The moment they saw the number, a barely unnoticeable glint appeared in the awakened chief of war's eyes. The tribe leader of Tranquil East simply smiled, but the people around them, especially the two guests, looked at Ming once again. Ming was slightly confused, but he had an inkling of what was going on. When he saw that no one was going to explain anything to him, he did not ask. He took the plate from the elder of Tranquil East's hands instead and put the plate away in his bosom. Kindred Mo, please come sit within the circle. We will now open the tunnel of Han Mountain and send the three of you inside. The elder of Tranquil East said, without hurry, looking at Ming. The title of Kindred was a title given to the guests within a tribe as a sign of friendliness. Ming wrapped his fist around his palm as thanks and walked into the circle. The two guests quickly stood up and arranged themselves with Ming as the head. They only sat down once Ming did so. My three fellow kindred, we are not outsiders. Kindred Mo has just joined Tranquil East tribe, so there are some things he must know. Feng Shan, tell him. The elder of Tranquil East closed his eyes. Feng Shan nodded in agreement and swept his gaze across Ming and the others. His expression was grave as he spoke in a low tone. Brother Chun and Brother Dong Fong have some form of understanding towards the tunnel of Han Mountain, but Brother Mo's knowledge towards it should be limited. The tunnel of Han Mountain leads to the canyons under Han Mountain City. The area is quite big, and there are a lot of strong seals within them. These seals will only be weakened when the fog of the day of eternal creation arrives. Centuries ago, Han Mountain City belonged to Han Mountain Tribe. This tunnel was built by Han Mountain Tribe, and the canyons are the grave of the Han Mountain's ancestor. The power of Han Mountain's ancestor is shocking. I believe all of you should have heard of it before. Laugh all you want, but Tranquil East Tribe was once affiliated to Han Mountain Tribe. We may now be the rulers of Han Mountain, but we have yet to fully explore the ancestor's grave. This has to do with the seal and the short amount of time we are allowed in there. More importantly, the people of Tranquil East, Lake of Colors, and Puqiang are affected by the seal inside, and our powers are limited. Every single time we enter, only one of our own may enter from each tribe. If two of us enter, one of us will definitely die on the spot. Yet if outsiders without the blood of the three tribes enter, they will not have this limitation. This is the reason why Tranquil East Tribe is taking in so many guests. Over the years, many guests have entered the place. Some have died, and some have found serendipities for them to increase their power. A person's life and death is governed by his destiny, just as the heavens decide whether a person should be rich or poor. You are all guests in Tranquil East Tribe. We provide for all of you, and we also give you this chance. Everything that you obtain within, we will not interfere with. But there are 2 rules you must adhere to. 1. You must obtain at least one of the items from the list we will give you. If you can bring more of it, then we will reward you greatly. The approximate locations of these items are recorded on the bamboo slip. Choose one on your own. As Feng spoke, the people by his side brought out 3 pieces of bamboo slips and handed them to Ming and the other 2. 2. This place is, after all, the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. There are 2 seals inside. One of them is weakened due to the fog that comes during the day of eternal creation, which allows you all to enter the place. But the second seal is located right at the center of the canyons, and there is a tomb there. There are 3 towers outside the tomb. The white tower belongs to Tranquil East Tribe. You can go there and insert all your chi into the tower. You do not need to worry about danger after you insert your chi. Once you do it, you will be absorbed into the tower and transported back. Tranquil East Tribe won't do anything that harms you. After all, this is something that will continue on for some time. Once we break the rules, no one will be willing to help us anymore. There are only 2 rules. As for the rest, everything that you obtain and the serendipities you gain lie with your fate. I can tell you that there are a lot of burial items belonging to Han Mountain's ancestors scattered in the canyons. Whether or not you can obtain them depends on your luck, Feng said sternly in a low voice. You are the 3rd batch of people who will enter the canyons. With our agreement made with the other 2 tribes, we can only send 10 guests into the canyons every single time we open the tunnel. A few more people will enter the place after you a few days later. The danger in the canyons stems not only from the seal on you that limits your power, but also from the other 2 tribes. Take care of yourselves. Feng cast a look at Ming. He lifted his right hand, and 3 gentle balls of light flew out from his sleeve. There were 3 Berserker vessels floating inside those balls of light. One of them was a gray, dried-up twig. One was a white bone blade with numerous, soundlessly screaming souls of the wrong surrounding it. And the final one was a black whip. The whip was coiled together and looked like a poisonous snake. Tranquil East Tribe will reward all those who enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. These 3 items may only be counterfeit Berserker vessels, but their might is great. Once the 3 of you have made your choice, we will open the tunnel and send you into the canyons. While speaking, Feng glanced at Ming once again. The black mask on Ming's face allowed no one to see his expression as he sat in his spot. They could only see the cold look in his eyes. The other 2 people beside him hesitated for a moment before the old man smiled and wrapped his fist around his palm before he sang, "Brother Mo, please choose first." That's right. Brother Mo, please choose first. The other guest, the man whose surname was Xuan, also spoke with a smile. If that's the case, then I thank you. Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the whip that looked like a poisonous snake. The whip immediately shuddered and charged towards Ming, coiling around his right hand as it let out faint waves of heat. Once the old man and the man named Chun chose their vessels, the elder of Tranquil East opened his eyes and lifted his hands before slamming them down on the ground. At the same time, the other people did the same thing. Even the head of the guards of Tranquil East, who had grown fearful of Ming, returned to his post and took a deep breath before slamming his hands against the ground. Once everyone pressed their hands to the ground, the entire mountain immediately trembled and gusts of white mist came out, charging towards them. In an instant, the stage at the top of the mountain was surrounded. When Ming focused his gaze on the white mist, he saw that it was quickly gathering up before a large bundle of it abruptly turned into a gigantic statue of the god of Berserkers. The statue of the god of Berserkers was around 1,000 feet tall, and it floated in the air. It was not in the shape of a person, but a gigantic bull. On its horns were two bells. One of them was black and the other white. As it materialized and moved, bell chimes echoed in the air. The moment the white bull appeared, the tribe members of Tranquil East Tribe knelt down on the ground and worshipped the bull in the sky. Mumbling sounds also spread through the air. Song Lan knelt on one knee on the ground among the crowd when she lifted her head and looked at the white bull. She knew that this was one of the 4 statues of the god of Berserkers of their tribe, Heaven Bull. Even if she had become a disciple of Freezing Sky clan and saw the many statues of god of Berserkers within the great tribe of Freezing Sky, she was still respectful towards the statues within her own tribe. Yet at that moment, besides the respect she had towards this statue of the god of Berserkers, she also had a complicated and pitiful feeling towards Ming when she saw him performing the ritual at the top of the mountain. You forgot your own memories, or perhaps someone erased them. A shudder ran through Songlan's body. She remembered what she saw, and her face became pale once again. The people of Tranquil East Tribe who were on the mountain were not the only ones worshipping. All the people from the various mountains belonging to the tribes in the territory of Tranquil East Tribe walked towards the bull and worshipped it. The gigantic Heaven Bull lifted its head and let out a roar towards the heavens. A strong light immediately flashed at the top of the mountain where the elder of Tranquil East and the others were. The light lasted for the span of a few breaths before gradually disappearing. Ming and the other 2 people disappeared with it. After a long while, the Heaven Bull turned back into a bundle of white mist, dissipating into the air, and everything returned to normal. On the stage at the top of the mountain, the 7 people, including the elder of Tranquil East, lifted their arms and remained silent. A few moments passed by before the white-haired elder of Tranquil East spoke with a hoarse voice. I know what all of you are suspecting. This person called Mo Su killed Zhou Yu with the power of the Berserker vessel within him. Right till the end, I did not feel that he used any spirit stones. He should have no connection with the remnants of Han Mountain. As long as he doesn't have any connection with the remnants of Han Mountain, then it's fine. But this person's power is strange. He hasn't awakened, yet he already has an origin Berserker vessel, the art of fine control that belongs to a Berserker in the awakening realm, and his speed. The person who spoke was the chief of battle. He was baffled by what had happened. Song Lan once said that this person might have reached the awakening realm before, but due to an accident, his level of cultivation fell, Feng Shun said calmly, interrupting the chief of battle's words. The chief of battle cast Feng Shun a look before he fell silent. Han Songzi's judgment is the same as mine. This person might very well be just as she said. Oh well, no matter where he came from, as long as he doesn't have any ulterior motives, we can let him stay. You can all leave now. The elder of Tranquil East spoke unhurriedly, a profound look in his eyes, as if there was an emotion hidden within that no one else knew about. The people obeyed and left. A person who caught Han Songzi's attention, besides him, another one appeared. I wonder if this Mo Su will be as astounding as he was. Also, I can feel his presence from this Mo Su. The elder of Tranquil East stood alone on the stage and mumbled as an enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 146, Reencountering Xianluan. On the day of eternal creation, fog covered the land of South Morning. It was thickest at the center of the land of South Morning and would spread outwards from that spot. The fog that spread out may be slightly thinner, but it would still cause a person's vision to be clouded. Han Mountain City was shrouded in fog. Those who stood at the top of the mountain city and looked down would not be able to see the canyons that were once visible. They would only see a sea of fog. In fact, if they looked at the fog for an extended period of time, they would sink into the false impression that they were stepping on it. Right underneath the mountain of Han Mountain City was a gigantic chamber. The chamber was about thousands of feet in size, but there were few who knew about it. Stacks of bonfire were burning dimly and quietly around the chamber, and they looked as if they would continue burning forever. It caused the place to flicker in various shades of light, giving the room an eerie feeling. Gullies covered the floor, forming a giant circular picture. That picture looked rather complex and had an aged feeling to it. It was clear that it had been there for a long time. The place was quiet. Besides the light crackling sounds coming from the burning fires, there were no other sounds. 3 tunnels could be seen connected to the walls of the chamber, looking like 3 silently gaping black mouths. At that moment, A white light suddenly flashed on the gigantic picture on the ground. The light became stronger, and in the span of a few breaths, the firelight in the room was overwhelmed, the entire chamber having been engulfed in white light. After a moment, when the white light reached its brightest, 3 human figures could be seen materializing as they gradually appeared within the light. When the 3 figures appeared, the light shining from the picture faded away, causing the chamber to fall into the darkness once again. Among the 3 figures was a man in his 30s. This man was the guest from Tranquil East tribe by the name of Xuan. His face was pale as he fell to his knees and began dry heaving, but nothing came out. Yet it was still clear by how his body trembled that the relocation process was incredibly harrowing. Beside him, while the old guest by the name of Feng may not have been dry heaving, his face was similarly pale. Sweat formed on his forehead, and he stumbled a few steps forward to the borders of the picture on the ground. Once he did so, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to recover his breathing, he saw Ming. Ming stood at the center of the picture. Since he wore a black mask, no one could see his face. At that moment, he had his eyes closed while his heart raced against his chest. A strange red flush appeared on his face under the mask. Coincidentally, he opened his eyes at the very same moment the old man looked towards him. When their gazes met, the old man was stunned. In his eyes, Ming remained aloof, completely unaffected by the transportation, as if he did not suffer during the process of relocation. "Please recover your breathing. I will protect you," Ming said calmly. The old man immediately forced out a smile, and after nodding towards Ming, he closed his eyes and started meditating. The man named Chen also struggled up to the old man's side with harsh pants and smiled wanly before starting to recover his breathing. Ming did not say a word. He walked out of the picture on the ground and stopped not too far away from his 2 companions. A pensive look appeared in his eyes as he observed the picture on the ground. The picture was incredibly complex, causing the people who look at it to feel mystified. "Brother Mo, your power is extraordinary to be able to withstand the pressure of the relocation. I'm impressed. Thank you for protecting us." The picture was carved by the tribe members of Han Mountain Tribe with the will of Han Mountain's ancestor. There are few who know the details of its functions. After the 3 tribes conquered Han Mountain City, they used the power of their statues of the god of Berserkers to modify it, so that it became a relocation circle when the seal in the hidden grounds becomes weaker during the day of eternal creation. The old man explained after opening his eyes. "You're welcome. Since we're here, we'll have to take care of each other. I've only just become a guest of Tranquil East, and there are many things I don't understand. I will need to trouble the 2 of you to explain things to me." Ming averted his gaze from the picture on the ground and looked at the old man. The old man looked at the man named Chen beside him. When he saw that he was still recovering his breathing and would be unable to recover within a short period of time, he wrapped his fist around his palm politely towards Ming, and with a smile, said, "I am Feng. Brother Mo, you may only have just become a guest in Tranquil East, but since the elder of Tranquil East gave you a plate with the number 3 on it, it's clear that the tribe places a lot of value on you. In the future, there might even be times where I have to trouble you." A plate with the number 3? Ming had made some guesses about it previously. Now that he heard the old man's words, he became even more certain of his theory. "That's right. Brother Mo, the numbers on the plates given to the guests in Tranquil East tribe are ranks based on our power." As Feng spoke, he brought out a plate from his bosom. "This number on this plate of mine is 7. It means that before me, there might be 6 other people whose power surpass mine." Feng pointed towards the man meditating beside him and said, "Brother Chin's number is 11. As for Zhou Yu, his number was 8. Then who was the one who had the plate numbered 3 before me?" Ming suddenly asked. "I'm not entirely sure. The people with the top 3 numbers don't usually mix with us." Feng laughed bitterly. "Brother Mo, I know some things about this." The man named Chen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He got up and wrapped his fist around his palm as a salute to Ming before speaking in a low voice. "There aren't many guests in Tranquil East tribe. The number is maintained around 20-something guests. The person who had the plate numbered 3 before you should have died, and he most likely died here, or else the elder of Tranquil East wouldn't have modified the plate. The dangers and serendipity in this place coexist. The tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe did not lie to us. If we're lucky, then we may find serendipities here that cannot be found outside. This is also why we became guests and are willing to do things for Tranquil East. Brother Mo, it's best not to travel alone in this place." Once you're left behind and the guests from other tribes find you, it'll be dangerous. The man named Chin's facial parlor returned to normal, and he looked at Su Ming as he spoke in a low tone. All right, since Brother Chun has recovered, let's leave this place quickly. We're the third batch of people who entered this place, but we don't know what has happened here. There should be guests from Tranquil East receiving us outside the tunnel. We have to meet up with them quickly. The third batch of people from Lake of Colors and Puqiang will be here soon as well. The three tribes are wary of each other, and that is why the guests from the three tribes are sent to locations close to each other. There might be a seal in the transfer circle that prevents the remnants of power from spreading out before we leave the tunnel, and the three tribes have prohibited us from fighting against each other to prevent accidents, but it's still best to avoid them. Dang Fanghua urged them forward. When the man named Chun heard it, he nodded his head and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Su Ming before briskly moving towards one of the tunnels that looked like a gaping mouth. Su Ming followed behind him quietly with Dong Fanghua at his side. At the very moment he and the other two were about to enter the tunnel, the picture on the ground in the chamber suddenly flashed brightly. Yet this time the light was not white, but dark. It illuminated the chamber in an instant. The expressions on Dong Fanghua and the man named Chin's faces changed. It's Puqiang tribe. Su Ming's pupils shrank, and he looked over subtly. The dark light only lasted for a short moment, then quickly disappeared. In the chamber, three people appeared. The person leading the team wore purple robes and had a dark expression. He had his hands behind his back and looked incredibly relaxed. In an instant, his eyes fell upon Su Ming and the other two people. Once he swept his gaze past them, he gave Su Ming a scrutinizing look before letting out a cold harumph, no longer taking note of them. Xianluan, the chief guest of Puqiang tribe? I didn't expect him to be in the third batch and not the first. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun were both stunned and instinctively took a few steps backwards. Their gazes were respectful as they looked at Xianluan. The two people behind Xianluan both looked to be in their 40s. As of then, their faces were pale and they struggled out of the picture on the ground with Xianluan sitting down immediately to meditate once they reached the side. Xianluan stood by the side with his hands behind his back, frustration evident from in between his brows. He had been searching for Feng and the man named Su for a long time, but had no clues. His temper grew worse, and he would kill with just the slightest provocation. When he saw the three guests from Tranquil East tribe, he would have killed them if it were not for the wave of power that would be activated on the seal from the transportation circle if someone was killed. If any accidents happened, even he as the chief guest of Puqiang tribe would not be able to withstand it. Get lost, Xianluan barked out harshly. Even if he was not looking at Su Ming and his two companions, they understood who it was meant for. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun did not dare speak. They lowered their heads and quickly retreated. Su Ming was behind them. He was just about to leave with Dong Fanghua. Wait, I've seen all the guests of Tranquil East tribe before. Who are you? Take off your mask. Xianluan pointed at Su Ming. Dong Fanghua's footsteps faltered, forcing the man named Chun to stop as well. Su Ming frowned, and Feng's alarmed voice immediately appeared in his head. Master, don't leave immediately. From what I understand about Xianluan, he's not testing you. He's just throwing the question out of frustration. You can put on an arrogant air. He won't think too much into it if you do that. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He stopped and turned to meet Xianluan's gaze with aloof eyes. If you want me to take off my mask, you'll have to win against me. Su Ming's words were spoken coolly. Once he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the tunnel. The hearts of Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun trembled when they heard Su Ming's words. They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before quickly following after. Xianluan's eyes shone when he heard the words. He laughed coldly, but did not speak again. However, the murderous look in his eyes became clearer. Su Ming and his two companions moved quickly through the tunnel. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun widened the distance between them and Su Ming on the way. They had wanted to invite Su Ming to explore the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor, but after what happened with Xianluan, they changed their minds. Not much time passed before they reached the end of the tunnel. There was a crack at the end of the tunnel, and dark light shone through it. The hidden grounds of Han Mountain City were outside. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun were about to walk out, when Su Ming's eyes glinted, and he stopped. Brother Dong Fang, you said before that there would be guests from Tranquil East receiving and protecting us once we got out of the tunnel? Su Ming asked coolly. Chapter 147, That Starry Sky. That's right. This is an agreement made in Tranquil East tribe to avoid any accidents from happening. We'll all Dong Fanghua was stunned. As he was making his explanations, his pupils shrank and he looked carefully out of the crack. It was quiet outside, and it was clear that no one was there to receive them as per the agreement. Something's wrong. The man named Chin's face became dark, and he took a few steps forward before placing his right hand on the wall by the side of the crack. He closed his eyes and reopened them after a while. There's no ambush outside, but the guests that should be receiving us aren't here either. As he spoke, he channeled power into his right hand and dug out a mountain rock. Then he bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood on the rock before throwing it out of the crack. The moment the rock crashed on the wall, it turned into a silhouette who looked exactly the same as the man named Chun. It went out of the crack cautiously and walked around before it returned. There's no ambush lying around, but why aren't they here? The man named Chun looked at Dong Fanghua while speaking in a low tone. Wait a bit more. Dong Fanghua frowned as he looked at the silhouette formed by the Berserker art outside the crack. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the silhouette loitering outside turned into blood mist and became a piece of rock once more. Ming saw this and became cautious of the man named Chun. Brother Mo, Brother Chun, there's something wrong. When we go out later, it's best that we don't separate from each other. We have to rush northwest. I remember that place to be Tranquil East Tribe's gathering place. There was a hint of alarm on Dong Fanghua's face when he hissed out the words. When he saw Ming and the man named Chun nodding, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth before charging out. The man named Chun followed suit, with Ming behind him. The three men charged out of the crack, and a gust of wind with the smell of blood rushed towards them, lifting Ming's hair. The area was dark with a thin layer of mist, but otherwise empty and desolate. Black mist rose from the ground and gathered in the sky above. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chun turned into long arcs as they dashed northwest. Ming originally wanted to follow, but the moment he charged out, he instinctively looked at the sky in this place. The moment he did so, he suddenly trembled, and the calmness and aloofness in his eyes were instantly replaced by shock. He stopped. Brother Mo? The man named Chun running ahead was stunned and turned back to look at Ming. Don't bother about him. Something must have happened here. We can't stay. Dong Fanghua quickly spoke, and without any hint of stopping, he ran ahead. The man named Chun hesitated for a moment before hastily leaving as well. Gradually, these two people disappeared ahead without a trace. Ming stood where he was, dumbfounded as he looked at the stars in the sky. Even if Feng was calling out to him in alarm in his head, he did not seem to hear his voice. It was as if he had forgotten about everything around him. As he looked at the stars in the sky, bafflement filled his eyes. He had gone through the devastation in Dark Mountain, the feelings of disorientation in the land of South Morning, the loneliness in the past few years, and the things that had happened with Feng. All of them had made him used to staying calm, familiarizing him with indifference, and keeping his silence. Although such an expression of shock might not be rare on him, it was still uncommon. He was also currently in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. In a place filled with danger, his mind became blank for a span of a few breaths due to shock. He looked at the sky. It might have been shrouded by fog, but his eyes could see through it and to the stars glimmering in the black sky. If it were not because the four man-made cracks in the sky, which made the fog continue slipping through, Ming would have not been unable to differentiate whether the starry sky was real or fake. It's fake, Ming mumbled. He looked at the four cracks. Their existence told him clearly that the starry sky was fake and created by man. It did not exist. But he had seen this piece of starry sky before. Ming, remember this sky. The elder's voice echoed in Ming's head like a desolate wind. He stood there, unmoving, as his face filled with bafflement. He looked at the sky, and his eyes became blank. The area was quiet, but there was a voice mumbling in his heart. Why did the sky the elder told me to remember appeared in this place? Why do his treasures incite feelings of familiarity within me? Why couldn't Feng take out that treasure, but when it saw me, it fused into my body? Why did the sword open a path of flesh and blood once it entered my body? This path of blood also gave me a feeling like it had originally existed within me, but was sealed up. Why does the red meadow of Han Mountain's ancestor absorb other people's chi when they use it, but is completely different when I use it? Why, Han Mountain's ancestor, where did you come from? Did you come from the place where this piece of starry sky belongs? Then where did I come from? The voice in Ming's heart eventually turned into a roar, but it was only in his heart, and no one else could hear it. They would only be able to see that he was standing stunned outside the crack, as if he'd lost his soul while looking at the sky, with a dumbfounded expression. Thousands of feet away from Ming was a small hill. There were two people sitting cross-legged there. One of them was an old man in black robes. His eyes flashed when he pressed two fingers on his right eye. From the three people of Tranquil East tribe, Dongfang Hua and Qin Nuo are heading northwest, most likely to Tranquil East tribe's gathering place. We don't have to bother about those two. If they go there, they're just rushing to their deaths. There's one person left. He's staring at the sky unmoving, like in a trance. His power is no more than 800 blood veins. I've never seen a person like this in the information provided about the guests of Tranquil East tribe. If he doesn't even have 800 blood veins, then we can just take his head and get enough blood from him. Our tribe has been preparing for this for many years. It's impossible that Tranquil East tribe took note and planned for it. This might be a new guest they took in. Lin Dong. Attack, a man in his 40s said coolly. Do it quickly. We still have to ambush the gathering place of Puqiang tribe. The moment the man in his 40s finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He was dressed in red robes, and the face of a woman loomed on his clothes. These type of clothes were only given to the tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe in Han Mountain City. It was clear that this man was a blood descendant of Lake of Colors tribe. The old man in black robes called Lin Dong nodded once he heard the words. He lowered his left hand from his right eye and stood up, then dashed forward so quickly that he disappeared without a trace before long. Ming continued standing on the spot with a baffled look in his eyes. He had a strong feeling that there must be something in common between him and Han Mountain's ancestor that was incredibly similar. Yet it was as if there was a veil before him that obscured his view when he wanted to see clearly. He could only make guesses regarding everything about this. I have to go to his tomb. I have to see him. Ming closed his eyes and lifted his right hand abruptly before slamming it down on an empty space beside him. There was a muffled boom, and ripples immediately appeared in the space beside him. An old man in black robes materialized with a pale face. Once he showed up, blood flowed out of his mouth. There might have been shock in his eyes, but he did not retreat. He seized the air with his right hand, and immediately black mist surrounded his hand, turning into a black claw, which he swiped at Ming. Ming might have still been in a baffled state, but the moment he stepped out of the crack, he had activated the branding art. Everything in the area of 2,000 feet could not escape from his senses, not even the grass moving in the wind. He had sensed the stranger the moment the old man in black robes appeared. Ming did not even look at the old man rushing towards him with the black claws. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the small hill not far in the distance. At the very moment he cast his gaze at the hilltop, fluorescent light suddenly flashed before the old man that was closing in on him at a fast speed. A fluorescent light appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the center of his brows, bringing with it a trail of blood that splattered behind the old man. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. The light in his eyes faded out, and he fell 30 feet away from Ming. His body convulsed on the ground a few times before he lost his breath and died. This had happened too quickly. The man in red robes abruptly stood up on the hilltop. His expression changed, and shock appeared on his face. He did not pay too much attention to this fight, because he knew Lin Dong's power well. He might only have 800 blood veins, but his Berserker art was mysterious. He could make his body fade away, and it would be difficult to notice him as he quietly approached other people. With this Berserker art, Lin Dong had built a name for himself. Thus, the man in red robes did not expect Lin Dong to die so easily. He did not even manage to see the entire process clearly, only seeing the person staring at the sky in a trance hurling out a fist. Lin Dong might have been forced back after suffering that one punch, but he still continued trying to kill him, and at that moment, Lin Dong suddenly died. A shudder ran through the heart of the man in red robes. Coincidentally, the moment he stood up was the exact moment Ming turned his gaze in his direction. Their gazes met. Retreat. The man in red robes was taken aback. Ming at that moment was shrouded in mystery in his eyes. As a tribe member of Lake of Colors, he did not want to take the risk. As he spoke, he quickly withdrew and was just about to leave. Don't even think about it. Ming's eyes were cold, and he bounded forward at full speed. He turned into a long arc that stuck close to the ground as he charged towards the hill. The moment he saw Ming's speed, the man in red robes was alarmed. The hill was 4,000 feet away from him, but as the masked man closed in, the distance between them rapidly closed up. Even if he wanted to escape, that person would still catch up to him before long. This person killed Lin Dong with ease. He must be a powerful berserker who hid his true power. I'm no match for him. A resolute look appeared on the face of the man in red robes as he retreated. He quickly brought out a palm-sized red box from his bosom. Once he crushed it, a spherical stone appeared in his palm. The stone was entirely red, and there were dense marks covering its surface, forming a complex picture. The moment the man brought out the stone, a strong red light appeared on the surface of the stone, which swiftly spread outwards. The man in red robes gradually faded out, and as he stared at Ming closing in on him, still 3,000 feet away, a cold smirk surfaced on his face. Lin Dong might have died, but we discovered another powerful berserker in Tranquil's tribe. We can consider this mission a success. You want to kill me? Humph. Chapter 148, Within Sight. Relocation. Feng's sharp voice resounded in Ming's head with disbelief. Ming did not make a sound. He continued closing in on the man in red robes. He had already seen the red stone in his right hand and the person's body fading out rapidly, even the cold smirk on his lips. 3,000 feet, 2,700 feet, 2,400 feet. The moment there was only 2,000 feet between them, half of the man's body had faded away, and he had become so indistinct that there was just a moment before he would disappear completely under the bright red light. Ming then lifted his head and a chilliness entered his eyes. He was never weak-hearted towards those who wanted to kill him. This was what the elder had taught him. He must kill all of those who posed a danger to him. If a beast showed its fangs and threatened him, then it must pay the price. When there was only 2,000 feet between them, the mark of the small sword at the center of Ming's brows activated and turned into a ray of fluorescent light that could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. With a sharp whistling sound, it charged towards the man in red robes. The man was already almost completely transparent. The red light was flashing brightly as it enveloped his body. Disdain appeared in his eyes, and he closed them. In his mind, when he reopened his eyes, he would not see the man who killed Lin Dong, but the people of his tribe. Yet at the very instant he closed his eyes, a shudder racked through his body. He opened his eyes quickly to see a small fluorescent sword closed in on him, cutting across his transparent body. A sharp and pained scream ran through the air, and the man's body was split in half. His upper was transported out of the place under the flashing red light, but his lower body was sliced in half by the small fluorescent sword, forcefully made to stay here. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the body of the man in red robes fell to the ground. The red light gradually faded away, and the surroundings returned to normal. The only proof of what had just happened was the body sliced in half lying on the ground. Ming came forward and swept his gaze across the body. Feng, what did you say? There was a hint of fatigue on Ming's face. The power of the small fluorescent sword was too great, and the price to use it was just as great. Ming had almost used up 7/10 of the spirit power stored within the path of blood when he activated the sword. Yet Ming could feel that the spiritual aura that could be absorbed in this place was much thicker compared to the world outside, which allowed him to recover much more quickly. It made his desire to see Han Mountain's ancestor even stronger. Master, the man in red robes just now was a tribe member from Lake of Colors. He's definitely not a guest. I don't know what was that stone he held just now, but it's definitely used for relocation. The markings carved onto the stone should be a relocation rune. It's just like how you were sent in with the power of the statue of the god of Berserkers. But Tranquil East tribe needs the help of the statue, and they must use the relocation rune in the tunnel. It's a forced relocation. But the person from Lake of Colors was different. He held a smaller relocation rune in his hand, and with that, he can use that stone to relocate himself anytime he wanted. He would be able to reappear in a few set locations in Lake of Colors tribe. This proves that Lake of Colors tribe has discovered the essence of relocation. Feng had already calmed down and was analyzing the situation in detail for Ming. Not even Han Mountain tribe had been able to fully understand the framework of the relocation rune left by the Ancestor. We could only use what was left behind and could not make new ones. Lake of Colors tribe took away a jade scroll. There are some arts my ancestor used in there. It also has some records regarding the changes and placements of the relocation rune. Lake of Colors tribe must have obtained a great breakthrough in their research. Master, this trip is dangerous. The guests from Tranquil East tribe did not come as promised. Something must have happened to them when they were here. You mustn't go. Dong Feng Hua and the man named Chun must have fallen into their trap since they left as well. As Feng continued with his analysis, his words came out faster and faster. Ming fell into momentary silence before he suddenly spoke. You once said that when the people of the 3 tribes come here, they will face a great pressure because they are the slave tribes of Han Mountain. A thought arose in Feng's mind, and he immediately said, Master, I understand what you mean. Lake of Colors tribe must have an incredibly wild ambition this time. They must have sent a lot of people from their tribe. Besides their guests, most of them are definitely the people of their tribe. I may have never seen the man in red robes, but I could feel that the limitation on him wasn't great. If that's the case, could it be that Lake of Colors tribe has found a way to counter the limit? It should be a temporary resistance. Ming's eyes fell on the broken corpse of the man in red robes. The corpse was gradually withering away with cracking sounds. The bones were being crushed in a strange fashion, more of the cracks appearing as time passed. As the body withered, wisps of black mist spread out. This time, Lake of Colors tribe will definitely take great action. They might really have enough power this time to open the path to my ancestor's tomb that they've never managed to crack before, and all right under Tranquil East tribe and Puqiang tribe's eyes. Feng mumbled. Feng must have thought of something, since he immediately said, the situation in Han Mountain City is about to change. Master, we have to stop this. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Ming left the place and went towards the corpse of the old man in black robes. Once he got closer, he fumbled through the body and found a few items, which he put away in his storage bag. He did not bother with Feng. Master, When Feng saw Ming's actions, the thoughts in his heart grew lively. I won't stop Lake of Colors tribe, nor do I have the ability to do so. Ming stood beside the corpse of the old man in black robes and spread out the branding art in an area of 1,000 feet before walking into the distance. But Master, if Lake of Colors tribe opens the tomb of the Ancestor, they will become the masters of Han Mountain City, and your safety will be affected, also. Ming looked around silently. The hidden grounds underneath Han Mountain City seemed to be formed naturally. It was dark all around them, and there were multiple barren hills that rose up from the ground. There was also fog everywhere, creating a gloomy atmosphere within the silence. Besides, it's unknown why Lake of Colors tribe wants to enter the tomb of the Ancestor. But once they obtain the Ancestor's legacy, their power will definitely increase exponentially. Still, I think those treasures should belong to you. Master, you've already obtained the Virescent Sword and the Beast Skin. With my help, within a few years, we could enter the Ancestor's tomb alone. Feng had no choice. His heart was filled with anxiety, and he could only place his hopes on Ming, praying that he could persuade him. Feng, what else are you hiding from me? Ming asked calmly while walking forward. The moment his words left his mouth, Feng immediately swallowed his original words. Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm worried about the goal of Lake of Colors tribe. If they obtain the legacy of the Ancestor. Feng was just about to explain when he was cut off. You don't know the goal of Lake of Colors tribe? Are you sure you don't know the goals of the tribes of Lake of Colors, Puqiang, and Tranquil East? Ming's speed was incredibly quick. While speaking, he had already arrived at the top of one of the barren hills. He stood there and felt the melancholy breeze against him as he looked into the distance. There were a lot of barren hills in this place, and as they rose from the ground, a large number of valleys were also formed. Ming saw a plain surrounded by multiple valleys as far as his eyes could see. The plains were a land filled with sand. There was a sandstorm stirring up that connected the heavens and earth. Deep within the sandstorm, Ming could see the vague contours of a gigantic building. It seemed quite far away, and if he walked there, he would find that the place was located even further away than what it looked like. At the moment, at the end of where Ming could see, he could vaguely glimpse 3 stone altars nearly 1,000 feet tall, built around the gigantic building deep within the sandstorm. The 3 altars were built far apart from each other, and their colors were clearly different from each other as well. They were black, red, and white respectively. Behind the gigantic building was the red stone altar. Right now, there were dozens of people in red robes sitting on top of the altar. The differences in their status could also be seen by how they seated themselves around each other. The one sitting at the top of the circle was a young married woman who looked incredibly pretty. Her eyes were closed and her hair danced in the air. There was a red mole at the corner of her lips, causing this woman to have a charming air around her. If anyone looked at the woman, they would recognize that her face was almost exactly the same as the looming face in the red mist surrounding Lake of Colors tribe. This woman was the owner of the voice Ming had heard a few years ago in Han Mountain City, and whose face he did not manage to see. She was the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe Xianluan spoke of, Yin Luan. Behind Yin Luan were two people. One of them was Fei Zi. This woman was also wearing a red robe at the moment, but there was still a veil covering her face, the icy expression. Beside her was a man. He did not seem to have reached his 30s and had a dignified air around him. He was built big and tall, and when he occasionally looked at Fei Zi by his side, a loving look that could not be concealed would appear in his eyes. These people sat on the altar quietly, as if they were waiting for time to pass by. Yet at that moment, red light suddenly gathered on the altar. When the people looked over, a shrill cry resounded out of nowhere, and as it echoed around the altar, a blurred outline of a person formed. This person only had his upper body as he quickly materialized from a faded-out state. When his body became clear, the person who appeared before the crowd was the man in red robes who was sliced in half by Ming. The man's face was pale, and when he appeared, he fell to the ground, trembling. There was no trace of his body below the waist. Only half of his body remained, and his life was rapidly disappearing. His mouth was filled with blood. He opened it, as if wanting to say something, but could not make a sound. His appearance made most of the expressions of the people in Lake of Colors tribe change, including Fei Zi's. Yin Luan, the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, focused her gaze on the man in red robes and pointed towards him. Immediately, a gust of red mist charged forward and crawled in through the man's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, causing him to immediately regain some liveliness. Tribe leader, Tranquil East tribe has a new guest. That person killed Lin Dong instantly. The man in red robes only managed to utter out a sentence before his face became dark. The blood flowing out of his body instantly gathered together and flew out of the body. It floated in midair for a second, then turned into a figure of a person made of blood. The features of the man of blood were very clear. It was Ming with his mask on. Chapter 149. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead. Tribe leader, it's him. Take revenge for me. The moment the man in red robes let out his final sentence, he fell to the ground dead, unable to hold on any longer. His corpse quickly withered and turned into ashes that were swept away by the wind blowing around the altar. I will take revenge for you. Yin Luan looked at Ming's figure formed from the man's blood floating in the air and nodded her head. Fei Zi frowned as she focused her gaze on the person. There was something familiar about him, but she could not tell where that feeling came from. Tribe leader, let me handle this person. He killed my people. I will bring him here. Fei Zi said softly with her usual cold voice. All right, but you will only have 2 days. Don't be late. The married woman smiled faintly and tucked away her hair that were being blown by the wind as she spoke softly. Her actions held an indescribable allure, causing the tall man beside Fei Zi to stare at her, but he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her any longer. Yin Guang, go with her. If this new guest in Tranquil East can instantly kill Lin Dong, then it means he must have some power. Yin Luan turned her back and looked at the man who had his head lowered. She lifted her right hand and caressed his face. A shiver ran through Yin Guang's body, and he quickly stood up, obeying. Go. The man of blood will guide you to him. Ming looked at the sandstorm and the blurred-out gigantic building in the distance. He might not be able to see the building clearly, only its faint contours, but he could feel a strong pressure coming from within the sandstorm. He lifted his right hand and tapped at the area above his heart. Immediately, his flesh and body began trembling and a dim mist was forced out of his body. It turned into a small person the size of his palm. It was Feng. You don't know? Ming averted his eyes from the sandstorm and looked at Feng. His eyes were not bright, but when his gaze fell on Feng, it made the little person's heart tremble. He knew that he had been too anxious and in turn had caused Ming to be suspicious. He also no longer looked down on Ming after the things that had happened to him. At the same time, he grew to respect him, having a feeling that he was seen through as the other's intelligence grew. I really don't. Feng started to answer cautiously, but he only managed to utter half of his sentence. Under Ming's calm gaze, he found that he could not continue with his sentence. The goal of Lake of Colors tribe might perhaps be the legacy left behind by your ancestor from Han Mountain tribe, but they're aiming to dissolve the brand of the slave tribes. Puqiang tribe and Tranquil East tribe have opened the tunnel of the canyons over the centuries without any care of consequences for this as well. I can understand if the others don't know about this, but if you don't, Ming smiled, but in Feng's eyes that smile was cold. Master, you have great vision and intelligence. These were just my guesses. About that, because I wasn't sure, that's why I didn't say it. Feng licked his lips. Understanding and respect appeared on his face as he looked at Ming and quickly spoke. Ming looked at Feng. He had never seen Feng speaking this way and putting on this sort of expression before. Feng blinked nervously under Ming's gaze. He was just about to speak. I know what you're hiding, Ming suddenly said, and his words made Feng's heart tremble. Ming averted his gaze from Feng's body. He looked at the sand plains surrounded by the valleys in the distance, and at the building that was shrouded by the sandstorm that connected the heaven and earth. He could not hear the sounds from the sandstorm from where he stood, but he could feel the shocking power coming from within it. I'm not hiding anything from you. Please don't be suspicious of me. I'm really not hiding anything from you. I've already told you everything that I could. My life is also in your hands. I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. Besides, Master, you're intelligent and powerful. You can see through my thoughts with just one glance. I wouldn't dare. Feng immediately laughed bitterly, but he was laughing coldly in his heart, thinking that he had seen everything in his years. There was no way he would fall for Imosu's lie. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead, Imosu mumbled while looking at the building in the sandstorm. Feng's heart trembled violently. He wanted to originally hide this fact, but Ming's words were like a bolt of lightning striking down on him, causing everything that he had been hiding to completely crumble, revealing the true secret that he had been hiding within his heart. This secret was his everything. It was his most important secret, and Ming had just mumbled it out. More importantly, Ming did not speak as if he was asking a question. He did not even ask Feng. He was simply talking to himself. Master, are you joking? How could this be? Feng took a deep breath. His expression might have changed drastically, but this was not proof of his guilt. He could use disbelief to cover for himself. How could the ancestor not have died? If the ancestor hasn't died, then how would the 3 tribes dare to rebel? If the ancestor hasn't died, then the 3 tribes would be in a state of fear and wouldn't dare to stay in Han Mountain City. Disbelief filled Feng's face. When he saw that Ming was not paying any attention to him and had his eyes fixed on the building within the sandstorm in the distance, he knew that Ming knew that place was the tomb of the ancestor. I got it. Master, you must be thinking that the 3 tribes are still slave tribes and are still affected by the limits set on them. That's why you think the ancestor hasn't died. If that's the case, you're wrong. I know from the ancient scrolls that the ancestor took the blood from the 3 tribes and gathered it on the 3 stone altars in the past. If the stone altars aren't shattered, then the 3 tribes will forever remain as slaves. The 3 altars are connected to the ancestor. If the ancestor hasn't died, then with just one thought, he could cause the destruction of all the blood descendants of the 3 tribes. How could they still be around if that was the case? A baffled look appeared on Feng's face, and he quickly explained, though with a certain hesitation, as if he was making his explanations while thinking at the same time. He did not reject Ming's words immediately, but through his words, he was hinting that he was thinking and analyzing the possibility of whether this could be true. Feng, I can feel his presence, Ming said slowly, eyes closed. He did not lie to Feng. As he stood there and looked towards the building in the sandstorm, he could feel a thick spiritual aura coming from inside it. He would not have been able to sense that spiritual aura before the path of blood in his body was formed, but right now, he could sense it clearly. The small virescent sword in his body was also acting slightly differently. The spiritual aura flowed out powerfully, and it was filled with endless signs of life. This was definitely not a tomb. His words made Feng's heart tremble once again, and the latter fell silent. Just how long are you going to hide it from me? Ming opened his eyes, and within them was indifference and killing intent. He stared at Feng floating before him and closed in on him with a step. Feng trembled and was just about to retreat when a virescent light flashed and the small sword flew out of the center of Ming's brows. It circled around Feng once, which not only prevented him from retreating, but also stopped him from moving in any direction as it froze with its tip pointing at his forehead. Cold air blasted out from the sword and threw Feng's mind into a state of chaos. Under the fear caused by the might of the sword, he slowly began to laugh bitterly. Master, you have great vision. I was too anxious, and I gave my game away. Indeed, the ancestor is not dead. Feng's expression was complicated as he spoke bitterly in a low voice. This is the greatest secret of Han Mountain tribe. An accident happened to my ancestor when he was training, hence he built this tomb and isolated himself inside. He once said that if he could egress within 100 years, then it meant that he reached a breakthrough. But if he did not, then we, his descendants, were not allowed to bother him. As time passed by, rumors that the ancestor died gradually spread. Once the three tribes prodded this a few times, they suppressed the limit of the slave tribes placed on them with the help of outsiders and took over Han Mountain tribe. Yet even then they could not tell whether the ancestor had died. Over the centuries, they've opened the tunnel to the canyons multiple times to indeed get rid of the brand of the slave tribes, but they also wanted to check whether the ancestor was truly dead. I've been investigating in secret behind the three tribes' back, and I found traces of Freezing Sky Clan helping them. I believe that Freezing Sky Clan helped during the rebellion in the past as well. Since the three tribes are controlled by three different factions in Freezing Sky Clan, it's only natural that they're hostile to each other. This time, Lake of Colors tribe has mastered the relocation art, and their ambition grew. If they could open the ancestor's isolation grounds, it would be fine if the ancestor had truly died, but if he had not. When Feng spoke to this point, his expression fell, and he paused. If Han Mountain's ancestor hasn't died, then with Lake of Colors tribe's actions this time, the power and Freezing Sky Clan behind would definitely also learn about it. And if that's the case, then they will appear and kill Han Mountain's ancestor, Ming stated languidly. Feng silently agreed to his words. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Ming as if he made his decision and spoke in a low tone. Master, I have a method with which you can enter the ancestor's isolation grounds without needing to break the seals. If you can go in earlier, perhaps you can gain more benefits than Lake of Colors tribe. Ming's gaze landed on Feng. He did not speak. Feng Mu's aunt, Feng Lan, is a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. If she can return at this moment to Tranquil East tribe, then the power behind Han Fei Zi and Lake of Colors tribe can also send people here. No wonder Han Fei Zi asked to defer even though she could already enter Freezing Sky Clan. It's highly likely that it's related to this place. A pensive look appeared in Ming's eyes. He looked at the obscure building in the plains surrounded by the numerous valleys. He took one move, but he did not move towards the plains in the distance, but rather to his left instead. A change will definitely happen in this place. If I go to the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor too early, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Even if Han Mountain's ancestor really hasn't died, the subsequent moves that will be taken by Lake of Colors tribe against me for entering the place will be difficult to handle enough by themselves. And that's not accounting for the troublesome fact that I'll have to explain that I didn't enslave the three tribes. It's better if I search for Sky Flute Branch first and gather all the herbs necessary to create Spirit Plunder before making my decision. Ming fell silent and spread out the brand to an area of 2,000 feet, then disappeared into the mountain range. Time passed by. An hour later, a white cloud appeared within the fog in the sky, whistling past. Han Fei Zi had her face covered with a veil, but her eyes held an air of elegance and lightness. Behind her was the tall man called Guang. Before them was a person of blood, their guide. Han Fei Zi lifted her hand and pointed at the person of blood with her eyes closed. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke coolly. This person stopped here an hour ago. Chapter 150, Pursuit. The area surrounding the place, which may be the grave or the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor, could be said to be hidden hundreds of thousands of feet in the deep canyons under Han Mountain City, but it could also be said to be connected to the city with a secret tunnel. It was a strange dimension that was created by people. This place was not too big, but if someone wanted to travel through this entire place, they would still need at least 10 days even if they traveled with Ming's speed. This place was covered by mountain ranges, but it was not too humid. The air was incredibly dry, but there was an extremely thick spiritual aura within it that normal people would not be able to feel clearly. This spiritual aura enveloped the entire place, and Ming could feel it tumbling around like waves in the air. As for the others in this place, they would feel refreshed to the point they could almost forget their fatigue. Perhaps it was precisely because of the spiritual aura in the air why there were a lot of plants growing in the mountain ranges. These plants also seemed to be more spirited and livelier compared to the plants in the world outside. There were even some precious herbs here that would be difficult to find in the world outside. The locations of some of the precious herbs were stated clearly in the list that was given to every guest in Tranquil East tribe, and the map of the place was also drawn alongside the list. This map, it would prevent people from getting lost in the place. Su Ming held the bamboo slip given to him by Tranquil East tribe and memorized everything drawn on the slip in his heart. Then he dashed forward cautiously along the mountain ranges. As he traveled, Su Ming spread out the brand and kept an eye out on all the movements in the area. He knew clearly that something had happened in this place, and he might run into danger at any moment. This danger came from Lake of Colors tribe, and he did not know whether Tranquil East and Puqiang had formed an alliance. If they did not, then this place would eventually fall into chaos. Among the guests of Tranquil East, the strongest is the chief guest, Nentian. This person has already transcended, and he was best described in the bamboo slip Feng Mu gave me. He was among the first batch of people who had entered the place. I wonder where and how he is now. Tranquil East tribes Nantian, Puqiang tribes Xianluan, and Lake of Colors tribes Kujiosi. These three people are the strongest guests among the three tribes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. His feet made no sound as he traveled, and after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he saw a gigantic ravine that looked as if it was formed by a mountain that was split in half. Serene spirit grass is here. In the list of herbs Su Ming had memorized from the bamboo slip Tranquil East tribe had given him, nearly 7/10 of the herbs were that he did not know about, and in that list, besides Sky Flute Branch, the other herbs were useless to him at that moment. However, since he was already here, Su Ming did not want to give up the chance to collect a much wider variety of herbs. After all, they might prove useful when he needed to create other pills that would come after Spirit Plunder. As he looked at the ravine in the mountain, Su Ming became more cautious. When he approached the place, he focused the branded area of 2,000 feet and scanned it multiple times. Once he did so, he charged forward and turned into a long arc that stuck close to the ground. With a flash, he rushed into the ravine. The ravine was very deep, its end impossible to see, which made it seem like it went down to the very center of the earth. Su Ming touched one of the walls when he was in the ravine and took a deep breath. This is man-made. By the looks of it, it's as if it was sliced in half by a person using a blade. Just what level of cultivation did the person have to reach to be able to do this? Su Ming quietly walked down the ravine, and as he moved, he calculated the distance he traveled. After a while, he stopped. He saw a crevice within a rather deep part of the ravine. That crevice was not big, but dark inside. It looked as if it had been a tunnel once, but was cut apart by this ravine. This is the place. Su Ming walked forward carefully and spread out the brand before slowly making his way into the crevice. He took a step forward, and the moment his foot landed, a faint white mist spread out from inside. That mist appeared out of nowhere and immediately enveloped Su Ming. He did not dodge, but immediately brought out Tranquil East tribe's bamboo slip. The descriptions given regarding the location of the various herbs were very detailed. These herbs were gathered and planted by Tranquil East tribe in certain locations over the years of entering this place. They also protected these herbs and did not take them all out in one go. They would instead allow the herbs to grow in these locations before they came and collected them next time. The bamboo slip was necessary for locating and entering the place. With this item, he could open the seals Tranquil East tribe had placed over the locations where they grew the herbs. Yet over the centuries, it was unavoidable that there would be times when Tranquil East tribe's bamboo slip would be snatched away by the other two tribes. However, cases where Tranquil East tribes snatched away the other two tribes' bamboo slips also happened. With this happening often enough between these three tribes, almost 9/10 of the places where the herbs were planted were known to all the three tribes. However, to avoid the herbs going extinct over all the fighting and snatching, a strange balance was formed between the three tribes. Besides a few locations where incredibly rare herbs grew and it was necessary for the three tribes to fight over them, the rest of the locations were divided equally amongst the three tribes before they opened up the hidden grounds. The white mist tumbled before Su Ming, and once it touched the bamboo slip in his hand, it gradually dispersed and the path inside was revealed. Su Ming lingered around for a moment before he went in cautiously. He did stay inside for long before charging out of the crevice in a flash. He dashed towards the exit of the ravine and soon arrived outside. He stood by the edge as a glint appeared in his eyes. After a moment of pensive silence, he lowered his head and looked at the ravine underneath his feet once again before making his decision. He did not leave, but rather charged into the ravine once again. This time, he did not go into the tunnel in the crevice, but went down at a rapid speed. It was dark deep below in the ravine, but with Su Ming's branded area, he could still sense the things around him, even if his eyes could not see. Time trickled by. After a moment of running, the ravine before him started narrowing down, though the end still could not be seen. In fact, there were a lot of places that were so narrow he needed to position his body sideways before he could go through. At that moment, Ming saw something within the branded area. I knew it. Ming stopped before he started moving towards the object he had sensed through the branded area. Before long, a corpse without a head appeared in front of him. It was stuck in between the walls of the ravine. He did not have a head, and he wore a blue robe. Many wounds covered his body, and there was one slice on his chest that had almost cut through the body. There was a plate on his waist, and it was one belonging to a guest of Tranquil East tribe. Ming observed the corpse for a few moments, then searched his body, but there was nothing left behind. However, he could tell that this person had only died a few days ago from the signs on the corpse. He lost his head and his blood. Ming stayed silent, then charged forward. Very soon, he left the ravine. He did not stop, but quickly moved further into the distance. A few hours passed by, and Ming had already gone to 5 of the locations where the herbs grew, his expression growing darker. As he stood by a gigantic mountain rock, he touched the bamboo slip in his hand and fell into contemplative silence. All of these places have herbs. This was not a good thing for Ming. This meant that the 2 batches from Tranquil East tribe that had come to the hidden grounds before him did not have much time to collect the herbs. Even if they did manage to find them, they ended up like the person in the ravine, as corpses. Ming's eyes flashed. After a moment of pensive silence, he made his decision. He was just about to continue onward when the whistling of a sword echoed in his ears. He turned around abruptly and immediately saw a white cloud charging towards him from the distance. There were 2 people standing on the white cloud. One of them, the one with the alluring body, was Fei Zi. Ming's pupils shrank, and without further ado, he immediately withdrew and hid behind a mountain rock. He did not want to meet Fei Zi. In his mind, her presence in this place was not exactly a surprise, but if he could, he still wanted to avoid her. As the white cloud whistled through the sky and got closer to him, its speed gradually slowed down. The person of blood floating before Fei Zi suddenly let out a piercing red light. The moment the person of blood let out that red light, it instantly caught Ming's attention. He thought Fei Zi was just passing by, but the speed of the white cloud under her feet was slowing down as if it was going to stop. He also saw the person of blood letting off that red light. When he trained his eyes on it and saw its face, Ming's heart trembled. It was him when he wore the mask. This is bad. Ming immediately knew that Fei Zi's presence here was not an accident. She was using a strange, unknown Berserker art as a guide to look for him. It must be that man in red robes from Lake of Colors tribe. Ming immediately retreated, yet the moment he withdrew less than 30 feet, the mountain rock he was previously hiding behind instantly let out an oppressing chilling air. A few rumbling sounds resounded, and the rock was instantly covered in frost. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice block. The ice block exploded with a boom and turned into countless ice shards that charged towards Ming. At the same moment, a chilling glint appeared in Guang's eyes, who was the tall man standing behind Fei Zi on the white cloud in the sky. He took a large step forward and turned into a long arc using the force of his descent from the sky to charge towards Ming. Guest from Tranquil East tribe. You killed one of my people. Now do you dare fight against me? Guang's voice was clear as it spread through the area. As he closed in, a piercing sound rose up and a long spear materialized in his hand. That spear was entirely blue and let out a mysterious light. He held the spear in his hand and charged down with it. In an instant, he closed in on Ming. The later stage of the blood solidification realm, around 850 blood veins. As Ming retreated, he saw through the man's power from behind his mask. If he had encountered this man alone, he had the confidence that he could win, but Fei Zi was right beside him. Ming could afford to not be bothered by the man, but he had fought against Fei Zi before. This woman had a lot of skills and tricks. If they both attacked at the same time, he would have no way of fighting back. Various thoughts passed through his mind in a flash while he dashed backwards. He lifted his right hand and hurled his fist towards Guang, descending from the sky. At the same time, a black snake appeared in Ming's left hand. That snake hissed and charged out towards the ice shards closing in on him from the front. The moment Ming's fist connected, his body immediately trembled, and he staggered a few steps back. His face, which was hidden behind the mask, became slightly pale. Guang, who was still in the sky, was in an even worse shape. A strong force came crashing towards him as he descended, causing him to tumble hundreds of feet back before he managed to stop himself. Chapter 151, Counterattack. Booming sounds echoed in the air and the shards shattered. Yet with a shudder, cracks also appeared on the black snake's body. The moment the cracks appeared, Ming retreated once again. His gaze was freezing as he spat out one word. Fog. The black snake berserker vessel he had just obtained immediately let out a large amount of black fog. It instantly spread outwards, causing the area to be shrouded in black. The expression on Fei Zi's face immediately changed. The instant the black fog spread out, she instantaneously lifted her right hand and pointed towards Yin Guang. The white mist cloud instantly appeared around Yin Guang's body, who through his shock, had a grave expression on his face in the black fog. The white mist cloud formed a tight defense around his body. Once she helped Yin Guang with his defense, a golden light flashed outside Fei Zi's body. It was the same light that had appeared when she faced Ming previously. The strange art that allowed her to remain largely unscathed even after the numerous ambushes Ming had laid on her. The moment Fei Zi made her moves, Ming's eyes flashed in the black fog. The mark of the sword of virescent light charged out. Its target was not Yin Guang. Neither was it Fei Zi, but the person of blood standing right before her. That person of blood was Ming's target. If that thing was not destroyed, he knew that even if he managed to escape, there was still a possibility that he would be chased down. If that was the case, then it would be better if he destroyed it. The virescent sword sliced through the air and turned into a strong pressure as it charged towards the person of blood floating before Fei Zi with a might that could even make those in the awakening realm shudder in fear. Fei Zi's heart immediately trembled. She could not see that virescent sword, but she could feel a terrifying presence closing in quickly from the fog before her. It even gave her the false impression that she was under the threat of death. Her expression changed once again. Fei Zi quickly retreated, and once she did so, she surrounded her body with mist clouds. The golden light shone through the mist clouds, and an ancient mirror about the size of her palm appeared in her hand. As light shone from the mirror, it let out banging sounds, and 6 other mirrors operated around her body, situated on her sides, her front and back, and the top and bottom of her body, protecting Fei Zi inside. Just as she retreated, the small virescent sword closed in on the person of blood under Ming's control with the brand and sliced through its head. The moment the sword slashed down, the person of blood let out a piercing cry as if it possessed intelligence and split in half before shattering and crumbling apart. A murderous look appeared in Ming's eyes. He was just about to control the small virescent sword to charge at Fei Zi when his heart suddenly jumped and his face instantly darkened. A red mist spread out from the 2 halves of the crumbling person of blood and turned into a complex red picture that was about 100 feet in size. The moment it appeared, a piercing red light flashed. That red light contained a pressure that made Ming tremble, and when it appeared, it caused the black fog in the area to fade out. In an instant, the black fog was gone without a trace. At the same time, the red picture started shifting and turned into a face of a woman. This woman was incredibly beautiful. She had her eyes closed, and as her eyelashes fluttered, she opened her eyes. The instant she did so, the small virescent sword immediately trembled as if it could not get closer. A dim light shone from within the woman's eyes, and a tinkling chuckle echoed in the air. There was a strange force within that chuckle, making those who heard it feel like their hearts shook like endless rippling water. It made people restless. As the chuckles echoed in the air, the woman opened her mouth and blew at the small virescent sword. Her breath was like fragrant air, and the moment it touched the small sword, it let out a sharp sword whistle. The sword trembled and tumbled back towards Ming before quickly entering his body. A red flush immediately colored Ming's face. When the fragrant air rushed into his face, a mystified look appeared in his eyes. He could see a blurred figure of a beautiful young married woman. That woman's beauty gave the feeling as if his heart was going to race out off his chest. It was a feeling that made him think that if she just said the word, he would give his life for her. The woman was looking at him with a bewitching look at that moment, as if she was calling him to go to her. Ming's expression under the mask was one of bewilderment. Yet at that moment, the mysterious black piece of debris hanging over his chest let out a chilling presence into his body, just like the time when he was stunned when the fallen god of Berserkers descended. Ming's body jolted, and immediately, his eyes became clear. The moment he regained consciousness, Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his eyes became dull. Shock appeared on his face, and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. This might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it only lasted for an instant. Interest appeared in the giant face of the woman in the air. As she watched Su Ming hasty retreat, she suddenly laughed. Fei Air, Yin Guang, I want this person alive. Go. He is already heavily injured. He won't be able to do much. Bring him to me. As the giant face spoke softly, it gradually disappeared. Yin Guang immediately complied. Fei Zi did not speak, but remained frowning while looking in the direction Su Ming had escaped in. She still felt that there was something familiar about Su Ming, yet she had only managed to cross hands with him for a short period of time. She could not find any clues from him. Su Ming held his chest, the part where it hurt the most at the moment. It was as if his heart had been broken. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and the mark of the small sword at the center of his brows also became dull because of it. There was a looming red mark on the sword. That's Yin Luan. This was not the first time Su Ming had seen the gigantic form of the woman's face. He had seen this woman before, when Feng challenged the chains of Han Mountain a few years ago. She's definitely not any common powerful berserker in the awakening realm. The berserker art she cast just now could definitely kill a person without anyone even realizing it. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, and as he staggered forward, he brought out South Asunder with his right hand from his bosom and placed the pill in his mouth before continuing charging forward. Fei Zi and Yin Guang were pursuing him non-stop at full speed behind him. Master, Yin Luan's power should be around the middle stage of the awakening realm. She's one of the very few tribe leaders from all the tribes in the world that has power that surpasses the elder of her tribe. Lake of Colors tribe is also very distinctly different from other tribes. The elder is not the head of the tribe leader is. To think that she's here as well. There was obvious fear in Feng's voice. When Su Ming heard Feng's words, his face became darker. He gritted his teeth and continued dashing forward without regard for his injuries. As he ran, he continued taking in a large amount of South Asunder, which allowed him to maintain his speed, but due to this continuous charge, he could not calm down and heal his injuries quickly. Fei Zi and Yin Guang became increasingly more stunned as they pursued him. The both of them had though that with Su Ming's grave injuries, he would not be able to run too far away or for too long. Yet 4 hours had already passed by, and this guest from Tranquil East tribe was still dashing forth at an incredibly fast pace. Su Ming's face was pale under the mask. Even with the help of South Asunder healing his wounds, the hours of escaping still made it hard for him to recover because he did not have time to sit down and meditate to heal. It was especially so for the sharp pain in his chest. Not much of it had went away. As he continued running, it even became much more painful, as if his heart was about to break completely. Lake of Colors tribe. Su Ming carved the name of the tribe into his mind, but he could not stop. He was worried that Yin Luan would appear once again. Once she did, he would have a difficult time escaping. Master, I think Yin Luan won't appear again. Feng's cautious voice echoed in Su Ming's mind with an anxiety that could not be hidden. He did not want Su Ming to die. If Su Ming died, it would be difficult for him to survive as well. Continue. Su Ming knew that his intelligence and experience could not compare to Feng's. When he heard Feng's words, a vague but important thought appeared in his head. Yin Luan's power is so incredible it's shocking. If she could appear at any time she wanted, then none of the guests from the other two tribes who entered the hidden grounds would have been able to survive. In fact, there would be no need for them to send people to investigate the place at all. Feng's mind moved at an incredible pace, and he spoke as he continued with his analysis. But since she sent Fei Zi and Yin Guang to kill you, and since we met the man in red robes and the other person when we came out of the tunnel, this means that either Yin Luan's power is largely limited in this place, or there's something else that's forcing her to be constantly in one place, and she cannot leave. She can only use the method like just now and attack through apparitions, Su Ming immediately said. Incredible, Master. Also, the attack from Yin Luan's apparition was not simple, or else she could just summon the apparition again and you wouldn't have been able to escape for such a long time. Feng first praised Su Ming before he spoke his thoughts. A sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew he could not last much longer. He might still have an ample supply of South Asunder, but if he left that sharp pain in his chest alone any longer, his body would not be able to withstand it. Feng, I know you still have some tricks hidden up your sleeve. If I die, you won't be able to survive either. Don't hide anymore. Can you hold on Fei Zi and the other person for a while? Ming took a deep breath and sent his thoughts to Feng. Feng fell silent for a moment, as if he making his decision. Master, with my current condition, I can only stall them for half the time it takes to burn an incense stick. That's good enough. Ming stopped and immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground. He brought out a few pills of South Asunder and placed one in his mouth before closing his eyes and immediately starting to circulate his qi. Time passed by. Very soon, a white cloud whistled through the sky behind Ming. When the white cloud was 1,000 feet away from him, a dim light flashed around his body, and Feng's small form dashed out. His face was obscured. He did not want Fei Zi recognizing him, which would only cause Ming to be displeased with him and in turn suspect him. Once he appeared, Feng lifted his right hand and hurled his fist towards the white cloud approaching from the sky. Ripples appeared between where Ming sat and the approaching white cloud. The ripples quickly spread out. Feng charged out swiftly, and the dim light around his body spread outwards. The dim light instantly enveloped an area of 500 feet around Ming. Feng sat down cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed. His entire body blended together with the light, and he disappeared without a trace. With this method, he could stop Fei Zi and Guang to gain some time for Ming. A thunderous boom appeared in the air. It was Guang, who had a murderous look on his face as he continuously attacked the dim light with a long blue spear in his hand, causing the dim light to waver, looking as if it was about to be torn apart at any moment. In just one glance, Fei Zi saw Ming sitting within the dim light. A strange light appeared in her eyes, and she took action. White clouds surrounded the dim light and closed in with a great pressure, causing the area enveloped by the dim light to continuously shrink. Chapter 152. Could not understand this woman. 400 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet. When the area enveloped by the light shrunk to just 100 feet, the screen formed by the light became incredibly dull. At that moment, Guang let out a low growl, and the long spear in his hand flashed with a bright blue light before he stabbed the dim light screen with the spear. The light screen immediately shattered and turned into countless shards that tumbled backwards. They gathered in midair and turned into the Feng who had his face obscured. Feng shuddered. The moment he appeared, the spear in Guang's hand let out a sharp whistle as it charged towards Ming. Fei Zi's eyes were cold as she stood beside him. She lifted her hand, and the mist clouds surrounded each other before turning into a giant hand of mist clouds that plowed forth. Feng was overwrought with anxiety. He understood full well that if Ming died, he would immediately die with him. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Dim light shone from his entire body once again, and it gathered in an area of 30 feet around Ming's body. The moment it crashed against Guang's long spear, it exploded once again, unable to withstand the force. This was Feng's limit. His body immediately became dull, as if he was about to scatter away. He let out a broken laugh. The moment he fell into despair, a strong absorbing force spread out from within Ming and enveloped Feng's body, pulling him inside in an instant. The same moment, Ming opened his eyes. A chilling glint flashed briefly through his eyes, and killing intent appeared. The moment he opened his eyes, a red light appeared under Ming's feet, and a red meadow spread out swiftly. As the meadow covered an area of 100 feet, it formed a layer of protection that blocked Guang's long spear and Fei Zi's giant hand of mist clouds. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky, and Guang's long spear was fended off. The moment it stopped, Ming stood up swiftly and took one step forward. He ignored Fei Zi and charged towards Guang so quickly he closed in on him in an instant, hurling his fist towards him. Guang clashed fists with him, growling softly. With a boom, he staggered back and coughed out blood. A murderous look appeared in Ming's eyes. He charged forth to chase the man down and kill him. When Fei Zi saw the red meadow, she was momentarily stunned. For some reason, she thought she'd seen this meadow before. Yet the things that had happened within the cave in the rainforest happened too quickly that day, hence she did not see everything clearly. She was just about to take action after recovering from her shock, when Ming swung his right hand towards her, and that black snake immediately appeared once again, turning into a small layer of black fog. The head of the snake appeared within that fog and launched itself towards Fei Zi with its mouth wide open to swallow her. All of this happened in an instant. Fei Zi revealed a cold smirk, and the golden light flashed around her entire body. She did not pay any heed to the snake formed by the black fog. Instead, she took a step forward and charged into the fog with the intention of preventing Ming from killing Yin Guang and then capturing him alive along with her partner. Feng, you were the one who lured her here, and you're still not attacking? How long are you going to wait? Ming's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had to kill Yin Guang first, before he could deal with Fei Zi. He could not let these two people join hands. When he saw Fei Zi charging through the fog without care, he immediately made his decision and said those words in a hoarse voice. The moment the words were spoken, the calm look on Fei Zi's face immediately changed. She instinctively stopped and lifted her head. With an explosive bang in her head, the answer as to why she had the sense of familiarity when she faced this man appeared. Yet there was a price to be paid for this answer. This price was Yin Guang's life. The moment Fei Zi was taken aback by Ming's words and faltered, he caught up to the backpedaling Yin Guang. The mark of the sword at the center of his brows flashed, and the small virescent sword let out a whistle as it charged out towards Yin Guang. It traveled so quickly that it closed in on Yin Guang in an instant and pierced through the center of his brows. The man let out a shrill and pained cry. There was a bang in the air, and Yin Guang staggered a few steps back due to the remnants of the charging force from the small sword before he fell to the ground, with his legs convulsing uncontrollably. His breath left his body, and he died. Ming panted harshly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Blood also came from his mouth. His face was pale, and the pain in his chest grew stronger. The chain of actions Ming had taken used up a large amount of his energy. When he killed Yin Guang, he almost used up all the spiritual power stored within the path of blood in his body. Right now, he held a red spirit stone in his hand, and the red Meadow traveled with his feet to cover an area of 100 feet around him. Within Ming's body, the souls of the wings of the moon spread out and surrounded the area as they let out soundless roars. The small virescent sword became dull. There were even some red spots on the body of the sword, looking as if they had seeped into the sword itself. It was a terrifying sight to behold. As of now, the sword floated beside Ming, letting out a faint and weak sword aura. Fei Zi stood hundreds of feet away from Ming. As she stared at him, a vicious look appeared in her eyes. She had been searching for the person before her for a long time, but had been unable to find any clues. She did not expect to meet him now, in this place. You are Tranquil East Tribe's guest. Then that small person in the dim light just now should be Feng. As for this thing, a flash appeared in Fei Zi's eyes, and she stared at the small virescent sword. This should be Feng's great treasure. Who knew? Xian Luan and I have been fighting over it for such a long time, and you were the one who obtained it in the end. This is the second time we meet, and your powers have changed drastically. You should not be some insignificant person. Who are you? Tranquil East Tribe's guest, Mo Su. Ming said hoarsely as he looked at the veiled Fei Zi through his mask. Mo Su. Fei Zi looked at Ming, silent. Ming did not speak either. He could only pant harshly as he stared at Fei Zi. You're gravely wounded. I'm a 7/10 certain that I can kill you here. After a dozen breaths passed by, Fei Zi spoke softly. I am also a 7/10 certain that I can take you down with me. Ming stated coolly. The small virescent sword beside him let out a light sword whistle. I trust you. A smile suddenly appeared on Fei Zi's face. Even if her smile was concealed by the veil, it could still be seen vaguely. It looked as if her face that was covered by the veil contained an unparalleled beauty with the addition of her smile. Now that I know who you are, it's enough for me. I'll give you a chance. I won't reveal your identity, but if you can walk out of this place alive, then you will have to fulfill one request of mine. Fei Zi laughed softly. She did not even ask whether Ming agreed to her words before she floated into the air with the white cloud underneath her feet. Her clothes danced in the air as she disappeared into the distance languidly. Ming frowned. He could not understand this woman before him. When Fei Zi disappeared into the horizon, Ming momentarily fell into a pensive silence. He cast a glance at Yin Guang's corpse and searched through his body. Once he found his things, he took the blue long spear and quickly left the place. 2 hours later, Ming sat down cross-legged in a secluded area within a mountain range. The pain in his chest had become stronger. At this moment, he closed his eyes to meditate and took south asunder to heal his wounds. He had to heal quickly. This place would only become more dangerous. That piece of starry sky still dominated the sky in the isolation grounds belonging to Han Mountain's ancestor. Daylight would never arrive. However, this place was not dark. There was a gentle light in the area that was no different from daylight in the eyes of a berserker. Ming woke up from his meditation a few hours later and let out a shaky breath. His face was still pale underneath the mask, but his injuries had mostly healed. The most grievous injury on his body was on his heart. If it were not for the protection of the mysterious debris, Ming's heart would not have been able to withstand the laughter of the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, which had been part of her berserker art. His heart would have shattered into pieces. He might have recovered somewhat now, but he could still feel the pain in his heart. As he sat there, Ming lifted his right hand and pressed against the center of the mask's brows. Immediately, a green light flashed on the center of his brows, and the small virescent sword appeared. Ming brought it before his eyes. There were 3 small red spots on the sword that had corroded its body, causing the aura of the sword to become corrupted and its might to be greatly reduced. A powerful berserker in the middle stage of the transcendence realm. Ming mumbled. He lifted his left hand and tried wiping away the red spots. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. He could not wipe the red spots off. In his silence, Ming's expression suddenly changed. He felt someone moving closer to him in his branded area. It's him. Ming narrowed his eyes. It was quiet in the mountain range. Dongfang Hua moved forward cautiously. His body was laden with injuries, and his robes were soaked in blood. His face was pale, and as he moved forward panting harshly, he would continuously turn his head back with a lingering fear in his eyes. This accursed place. Who would have thought Lake of Colors tribe would attack on such a large scale? The excavation this time is far too dangerous. It's a good thing I found some herbs. I should be able to obtain protection now. Dongfang Hua laughed bitterly and moved forward quickly but cautiously. As he walked forth, a calm voice suddenly reached his ears. Brother Dongfang. Who is it? Dongfang Hua's expression changed. He did not stop as he spoke, but instinctively ran a few steps forward. Only then did he realize that the voice he had heard just now was rather familiar. Brother Emo? Dongfang Hua was momentarily stunned. He stopped, but remained alert. As he looked around his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a person walking towards him from the distance. Ming walked unhurriedly to Dongfang Hua and stopped 100 feet away from him. He looked at the currently miserable-looking old man. It was clear that the old man did not have a safe trip after he entered this place. When Dongfang Hua saw Ming, he let out a breath of relief and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Brother Emo, I embarrassed myself when you suddenly spoke because I was too nervous. Please excuse my poor behavior. It's fine. This place has been taken over by Lake of Colors tribe, and it's very dangerous. I acted too rashly just now. Ming shook his head. He could understand Dongfang Hua's fear. Brother Dongfang, why are you alone? I remember that Brother Chen was with you. Ming looked at Dongfang Hua and spoke in a collected tone. Brother Chen. He was killed. Brother Emo, this isn't a good place to talk. We can't stay here for long. If you don't have another place to go, why don't you come with me to the gathering place? With your power, you won't need to be like me and gather herbs to get protection from Sir Nantian. Dongfang Hua quickly said. Gathering place? All right, I'll go with you. Ming was moved by the idea and nodded his head. Under Dongfang Hua's lead, the two of them quickly left the place and charged into the distance. More than half of the guests of Tranquil East tribe died. Right now, besides you and me, there are only 2 other survivors left. One of them is Sir Nantian, Tranquil East tribe's chief guest. The other person is Cho Nu. He has a short temper and is Sir Nantian's follower. He's also Tranquil East's guest. When Brother Chun and I went to the gathering place, we ran into trouble. Brother Chun died, and I was saved by Cho Nu when I was in danger. On the way, Dongfang Hua spoke to Ming in a low voice of the things he had experienced once he arrived to this place. Chapter 153, Sir Mo Su. Sir Nantian is injured and needs the herbs in this place to recover. Cho Nu is protecting him. That's why he can't come and search for the herbs himself. He saved me so that I can look for the herbs out here. He promised me that if I take the risk and find enough herbs, then he'd bring me to meet Sir Nantian. He also promised that once Sir Nantian's power recovers, they'll escort me out of this place safely. Dongfang Hua told his story softly. He knew that Ming was incredibly powerful and made the decision to follow him in his heart, since they were currently in a dangerous place. That was also why he told Ming everything he knew in detail. Ming nodded. Feng's soul had fallen into deep sleep in his body due to his previous exertion. He would not be able to wake up anytime soon. And without Feng to help him analyze situations and make judgments, Ming had to rely on himself for everything. The two of them charged forward for 4 hours under Dongfanghua's lead. On the way, they found 3 groups of people from Lake of Colors tribe and hid themselves beforehand with the help of Ming's branding art. Once they avoided these people, they arrived outside a valley. The valley was not big, and it was so secluded the area was covered in silence. There was not a hint of sound. "Brother Imo, this is the place. Nu promised me that once I brought the herbs here and called out to him, he will appear," Dongfanghua said softly and looked at Ming, seeking his opinion. When he saw Ming nodding his head, he took a few steps forward and stood outside the valley, using his chi to send his voice forward as he hissed out, "Brother Nu, are you there?" The valley was silent. After about the time it takes for half of an incense stick to burn later, Ming suddenly noticed something and turned his body to look back. The sounds of footsteps appeared in the air, attracting Dongfanghua's attention as well, and he quickly looked over. A big man walked over from the distance outside the valley. That man was half naked and built like an iron tower. He took big slow steps until he was 100 feet away from Ming and Dongfanghua, before he stopped and stared coldly at Ming. This man had a hideous appearance. His face was marred with scars, and he had neither a nose nor lips. Just seeing his face would make people terrified. His eyes, however, shone with a brilliant light. "Dongfanghua, how dare you? How could you bring outsiders here?" The man's voice was like a tidal wave, and as he spoke, his words held a chilling and frightening tone. Dongfanghua's expression changed, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain, but the man refused to listen to him. He stared at Ming instead and pointed at him with a finger. "Who are you?" "Tranquil East Tribe's guest, Mo Su," Ming answered slowly. "I've seen all guests in Tranquil East Tribe. Why have I never seen you?" the man asked with a cold sneer. "Brother Nu, don't be angry. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Mo just became a guest recently. We were both in the 3rd batch and came together, but were separated later. I saw him today when I came back. That's why I invited him to come with me. I had indeed acted too rashly. I hope you don't mind," Dongfanghua quickly explained. "Oh, take out your guest plate." Nu's expression warmed up slightly as he looked at Ming. Ming did not waste any time with pleasantries. He took out his plate and with a swing, threw it towards Nu. The man lifted his right hand and caught the plate without even moving an inch, remaining completely unaffected as he withstood the force of Ming's throw embedded in the plate. He lowered his head and scrutinized the plate for a moment before a pensive look appeared on his face, but he soon threw the plate back to Ming. "I can't be certain of your identity yet. Gather 10 herbs and come back here to see me. As for you, Dongfanghua, did you get the herbs?" Nu looked towards Dongfanghua. The called man quickly brought out a number of various herbs from his bosom. After a moment of hesitation, he said softly, "I only managed to find so much. There are quite a number of people from Lake of Colors tribe here. If I continued searching for more, I might have run into them. Then I wouldn't have been able to bring a single one back. I'm worried about Sir Nantian. That's why I came back earlier." That man had been glaring when he saw that the herbs were not enough, but when he heard the old man's words, he hesitated for a moment before he nodded his head. "You pass. Come with me. With his protection, we can escort you safely out of this place." As Nu spoke, he turned around and started moving back, completely ignoring Ming. Dongfanghua hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at Ming. Ming's expression remained passive. He stood where he was and wrapped his palm around his fist, bowing in the direction where the man was heading. "I am Mo Su. Sir Nantian, may I come see you?" Ming's voice was not loud, but his voice was manipulated with fine control. As it echoed in the area, his voice formed rings upon rings of invisible ripples that spread out. Dongfanghua was momentarily stunned by Ming's actions. As for Nu, he turned around and looked at Ming spitefully as a vicious glare appeared in his eyes. "Shut up. If you're not gone within 3 breaths, then today you'll..." Before Nu could finish speaking, a gentle voice suddenly reached them languidly and cut his words off. "Cho'er, don't be rude towards Sir Mo Su. If an important guest is here, then it is only natural that I meet him. However, I am currently healing my injuries and cannot come forth to welcome you personally. Brother Mo, I hope you don't mind." "Brother Nan, it is my pleasure." Ming smiled. He had infused his voice with the power of fine control when he spoke just now. Berserkers in the blood solidification realm would not be able to sense it. Only those who have awakened would be able to feel the change in his voice. Sir? Emosu, Cho Nu was stunned. He could hear the implications in those words. Besides, he could tell that Nantian was speaking amiably towards this man, as if he was addressing an equal. His heart instantly trembled, and he wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing deeply towards Su Ming. I have been disrespectful towards you, Sir Emosu. Please punish me. It's fine. Do lead the way, Su Ming said coolly. Thank you, sir. This way, please. Cho Nu's expression was extremely respectful, his attitude completely different from before. At that moment, he had his body slightly bowed as he acted as Su Ming's guide by his side. Dongfang Hua sucked in a deep breath. After remaining stunned for a moment, his gaze when he looked at Su Ming became even more respectful. His estimation of Su Ming's power was originally high enough, but he did not expect that with just one sentence, he could make the chief guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Nantian, reply to him like an equal. He quickly followed behind Su Ming. By the looks of it, he looked as if he wanted to become the other's follower. The three of them did not walk too far as Cho Nu led them into a valley nearby. Su Ming saw a middle-aged man sitting on the ground. The man was very handsome. He wore a white robe and looked calm. 6 black beast bones were floating and turning slowly by his side. Every single time they took a turn around him, a wisp of black mist would seep out of the man's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, which would then be quickly absorbed by one of the beast bones. The moment Su Ming stepped into the valley, the man opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming with a profound gaze. Su Ming too looked at this man. Their gazes met in the air, and a baffled look appeared on the man's face. Once he observed Su Ming, he lifted his right hand, and the 6 beast bones by his side fell to the ground. Brother Emo, your powers are a little strange. The man smiled and spoke with a gentle tone. With just one glance, he could tell that Su Ming had not awakened, yet he still addressed him as an equal. He could feel a dangerous presence coming from Su Ming. This threat was not because the man harbored any ill will against him, but from the mutual awareness they had of each other. The only people who made him feel as if he was in danger were either those who had reached great completion in the blood solidification realm or those who had reached the awakening realm. Cho Nu took a few brisk steps forward and stood by the man's side respectfully, with his head lowered, a typical picture of a follower. Dongfang Hua hesitated for a moment, but did not follow him. He stood behind Su Ming like Cho Nu instead, with his head lowered and with a respectful expression. Su Ming smiled and sat down with his legs crossed. He was also observing the chief guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Nantian. This person's level of cultivation was similar to Xianluan's, yet Su Ming could feel a calm and relaxed air around him. It was different from the sullen air around Xianluan. Brother Nan, aren't you worried that Lake of Colors tribe will come here when you're healing your injuries? Su Ming asked with a smile. A smile appeared on Nantian's face, and he shook his head, saying, those who can make it here will eventually arrive. Instead of hiding around, why don't I sit here and see whether Lake of Colors tribe would come? If they want my life, then they'll have to pay a price. A cold glint appeared in Nantian's eyes. Of course, that cold look was not aimed at Su Ming, but Lake of Colors tribe. You aren't injured. You have absolutely no need to hide, Su Ming said slowly, smiling faintly. Nantian's eyes focused on Su Ming, and he laughed after a moment. I can't hide anything from you, Brother Emo. You're right, I'm not injured, but I'm one against many. I don't want to get into this mess and a world of trouble. Aren't you here because you had the same thoughts, Brother Emo? If that's the case, then this place will become even livelier in the next few days. Su Ming fell into a moment of silence before he laughed. Talking with you is a pleasure. You're right. I leaked my current location and had no intention of hiding myself to tell Lake of Colors tribe to not provoke me. If they don't come, I won't stick my nose into the affairs of the 3 tribes either. I was also telling the other guests that they could come here to avoid trouble, but they have to pay a sufficient price to avoid trouble. I was originally waiting for Xianluan. If he came here, then this place would become much safer. But it's also a joyous occasion that you're here. We might be able to get a much better gain from the trip this time. Nantian spoke languidly with a smile. He stole a look at Dongfang Hua standing respectfully behind Su Ming and continued speaking with an insipid tone. Since Dongfang is your follower, then I won't receive his price. As for the others who will come later. Nantian smiled. He looked at Su Ming and kept his silence. Su Ming had come into contact with a lot of powerful berserkers in the awakening realm. He was no longer as emotionally affected as when he first met Windstream's Jing Nan. At that moment, when he saw Nantian looking over at him once he finished speaking, he fell into a momentary silence before lifting his right hand. The souls of the wings of the moon in his body flew out in their invisible forms and spun around the area rapidly until they turned into an invisible sandstorm. Chou Nu and Dongfang Hua could not feel that sandstorm clearly, but Nantian could sense a power that was equivalent to that of awakening. However, this strength was only similar to awakening. It was not the source of the danger he felt earlier. If that's all. Nantian frowned slightly, but the moment his brows creased, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. That pain came without warning. It made his expression change, and he also saw an enchanting look that seemed to be able to capture all those who looked into Su Ming's profound gaze. This feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them once again, everything returned to normal. Let's share equally. What do you say, Brother Imo? Nantian said with a smile, his spirits lifted. When he saw Su Ming nodding, that smile grew wider. Brother Imo, are you interested in the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor? Chapter 154, God of Berserkers. Brother Nan, what do you mean? Su Ming looked at Nantian, remaining seated. Dongfang Hua's face was filled with respect as he stood by the side with his heart racing against his chest. He knew that he had just obtained a huge chance. That chance was not of him obtaining any treasure, but it came from Mo Su sitting right before him. He actually made Sir Nantian treat him as an equal. By how Sir Nantian is acting, he's definitely treating him very courteously. This person, if I can follow Sir Mo Su, then it'll be serendipitous for me. Dongfang Hua took in a deep breath and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Brother Mo, our forces are thin, and it'll be difficult for us to fight against Lake of Colors tribe. But if Xin Luan comes here as well, the three of us will obtain great power in this place. Lake of Colors tribe has sent all of their forces here. Before this, they covered up their tracks and did not reveal any clues, which means that Tranquil East and Puqiang are most likely in the dark. This is a chance for us. It'll be a waste if we don't obtain something good from the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor, no? Nantian looked at Su Ming with a polite smile. There is room for discussion about this. Su Ming fell into momentary silence. He did not immediately agree to it. Nantian only smiled when he heard Su Ming's reply. He nodded his head and no longer spoke. Instead, he closed his eyes, and the beast bones lying around his body rose into the air once again, spinning around his body slowly. By his side, Chou Nu sat down as well to protect him. Silence gradually fell upon them. There was a faint breeze blowing in the valley. As it blew past, the wind would lift up strands of their hair, which would tickle their faces, causing them a faint itch. While Su Ming remaining seated, he lifted his head and looked at the starry sky over the valley. His expression was calm as he became troubled by his thoughts. Sir Mo Su, these are the herbs I found when I was outside. Dongfang Hua looked at Su Ming at his side. There was a calming effect coming from Su Ming, but for some unknown reason that Dongfang Hua himself could not explain, he could sense a hint of sorrow from that tranquility. Dongfang Hua brought out almost all of the herbs on his body before he placed them respectfully before Su Ming. I can't promise you that you can leave this place safely, Su Ming said dully. Dongfang Hua let out a sigh before he spoke softly. It's fine. Staying here is at least better than being outside. Su Ming did not speak any longer, but chose to look at the sky instead as he healed his wounds in silence. The injuries on his chest were the worst, and he would not be able to heal them within a short amount of time. However, he could still absorb the spiritual aura around him and store it into the path of blood in his body. Yet when he made it flow around his entire body, the flow would be slightly jerky when it arrived at the center of his brows. He could feel that the 3 spots on the small verscent sword were the reason why the flow of the spiritual aura had slowed down. Time trickled by. The 4 people in the valley fell into silence. No one spoke. As followers, until Nantian and Su Ming spoke, Chou Nu and Dongfang Hua would also maintain silence. It was about 20 hours later. Another day almost passed by, yet the starry sky stayed up and did not change. Su Ming continued looking at the sky. These stars had already been carved into his mind. Brother Mo, you seem to be very interested in this piece of sky. Nantian broke the silence. He had been observing Su Ming discreetly for a long time. He could tell that Su Ming had not awakened, yet that sense of danger did not diminish even one bit. It caught his attention. That was why he had been observing silently. This piece of sky does not belong to the night sky of the land of South Morning, Ming stated slowly. Of course, this sky was created by Han Mountain's ancestor by using an art. From what I know, this sky has a direct connection to the mysterious place Han Mountain's ancestor came from. It's said that Han Mountain's ancestor came from another world. Perhaps the stars in this sky belong to the other world, Tian said in a low tone, seemingly moved by the story. Other world? Ming mumbled. I heard that the other world is a mysterious and strange place. I've never been there, but I've heard some rumors about it. Brother Imo, if you're interested, I can tell you about it to spend time. Tian smiled, and a deep emotion seemed to be stirred within him. When I first came here a few years ago, I was also taken aback by this sky. When I went back, I searched through a lot of ancient scrolls that spoke about this, and I gradually grew to understand it somewhat. If we speak about the other world, we must also talk about the god of the Berserker tribe, the god of Berserkers. The god of Berserkers is the most powerful person in the Berserker tribe. He is worshipped by all of us in all our tribes. He is our deity and our protector. There is also a legend that says that the power of the first god of Berserkers has reached a level that is unimaginable by our standards. At that time, the entire Berserker tribe was at its most glorious time. He led brave warriors from an innumerable amount of tribes and left our world. It was also at that moment that we obtained news of another world. There were a lot of other places outside other than the land that belonged to us Berserkers. I can't imagine it, and a part of me still doesn't believe the things about the legendary era that were described in the ancient scrolls. There was a hint of uncertainty on Tian's face, but there was also excitement. Brother Imo, I read this in the ancient scrolls. There was one sentence that described that legendary era and the age where all detailed records were gone. The worship of all worlds. Ming's heart lurched. He lifted his head swiftly to look at Tian. He was not the only who did so. It was clear that this was the first time Cho Nu heard about it as well. Only Dong Feng Hua had his head lowered, his expression impossible to be seen. The worship of all worlds. Ming mumbled. Those simple 5 words held a domineering and mighty force that seemed to lift a veil off a canvas in his mind. On that canvas, he seemed to see the legendary era. The god of Berserkers floated in the sky, and an uncountable amount of people from other worlds knelt down and worshipped him. I find it unbelievable, but I also regret not being born during that era. Tian laughed bitterly. But all glorious moments would eventually fade out. The first god of Berserkers died mysteriously, causing this worship of all worlds that is described within the ancient scrolls to only be a short moment of glory. Yet after many years went by, the second god of Berserkers appeared. His appearance immediately brought forth a disastrous event. It is said that the land of the Berserker tribes was divided into 5 parts because of him. He died and his body was divided into 5 parts, which were buried in the 5 continents of the Berserker tribes. His head was taken away by those in the other world, and we have no idea where it went. That's how the day of eternal creation came by. It is said certain people could hear a roar from far away in the land of the Berserker tribes on the last day of the day of eternal creation. That is the mournful cry of the second god of Berserkers. The fourth god of Berserker might come from among those who can hear the roar. All of us Berserkers have been waiting for the fourth god of Berserkers. But those are just legends. I've never heard the roar, and neither has anyone around me heard it, Tian said in a low tone. What about the third god of Berserkers? This is what I'm curious about. Perhaps my power is not enough for me to obtain more ancient scrolls, but among the records I found that spoke about the gods of Berserkers, the third god of Berserkers is missing. It's only said that he died not long after he appeared. The only records about him are regarding the land where he came from, the Great Yu Dynasty, the central land of Berserkers. Tian shook his head. When Ming heard it, light shudders ran through his body. He could not control these shudders. Tian immediately noticed and gave him a questioning look. Brother Imo, what's wrong? It's nothing. Ming closed his eyes to hide his shock and fear. So there's not just one god of Berserkers, but there were generations of them. But why didn't he mention the Fire Berserkers? Which god of Berserkers sealed the Fire Berserkers? Which generation did he belong to? Why didn't Tian speak about the big event that shocked all Berserkers? Perhaps this is a difference between regions. It must be. Panic rose in Ming's heart, a sight that was rarely seen. He did not know why, but Song Lan's pitying and complicated gaze as she looked at him appeared naturally in his head. If someday you remember something, you can come to Freezing Sky Clan to look for me. Su Ming opened his eyes, which became filled with a lot of red in the span of a few short breaths. He turned his head to look outside the valley. An almost unnoticeable glint appeared in Nantian's eyes. He felt that something was wrong with Mo Su. While he was mulling over it silently, his expression suddenly changed, and he lifted his head to look outside the valley, which was soon followed by a shock in his heart, and he looked at Su Ming from the corner of his eyes. What shocking senses! He should have been affected by my words just now, but even so, he sensed that there were people outside the valley before me. If he had been calm, I should establish a good relationship with him, Nantian decided in his heart. At that moment, a ghastly and cold voice that seemed to tear through the space outside the valley forcefully traveled in. Nantian, I, Xian, am here. That voice was like a rumbling thunder. As it traveled inside, two people appeared outside the valley and walked in. The person walking in front was Xianluan. His face was dark, and there was a frown between his brows. Behind him was an old man. That old man was covered in fresh blood. There were many wounds on his body, and his face was pale. It was clear that the fights he had endured until he reached this place had been incredibly devastating. I'm honored that you could come here. Nantian smiled and stood up, wrapping his fist in his palm towards Xianluan. Xianluan's face had been dark since the time he came to this place. As he walked towards them, his gaze fell on Su Ming, and a freezing glint appeared in his eyes. You were spreading out your presence without care here. You gained the courage to do so not just to tell Lake of Colors tribe you're here, but also to tell me you're here. No? How could you be so sure that Lake of Colors tribe won't find you first and kill you? Xianluan let out a cold harumph. Besides those in Lake of Colors tribe, if I was the only one who reached the awakening realm, I wouldn't dare to do this. But with you here, I would naturally have the courage to do so. Nantian smiled, not at all bothered by Xianluan's tone. We can talk about your schemes later. This isn't a bad place, but there are too many people here. Either you take off your mask or leave. Xianluan's tone was terrifying and cold as he looked at Su Ming. He just found this person to be an eyesore. It did not matter whether it was during the first time he met him in the tunnel or just now when he met him in this place. That feeling of dislike was still there. Nantian was momentarily stunned. His eyes went back and forth between Xianluan and Su Ming, who remained seated. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke to Xianluan in a low tone. Brother Xian, do you have any personal grudges against Brother Mo? Chapter 155. There are some words that should not be heard. No, I just can't stand people who hide their identity. A glint appeared in Xianluan's eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and strolled towards Su Ming. As he walked over, murderous intent immediately appeared from the old man behind him. He glared at Su Ming and went forward as well. Su Ming did not move, but remained seated in his place. Beside him, Dong Fanghua gulped, his heart racing. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat and avoid this, but when he saw the calm look on Su Ming's face, he remembered his decision and gritted his teeth despite his hesitation. He knew that he could not run away from this. If he did, then it would be impossible for him to become Mo Su's follower. He might even lose the right to stay in this place. I'll risk it. I have to risk it. Once he made his decision, Dong Fanghua clenched his fists. The blood veins in his body erupted forth, and he stood beside Su Ming without any signs of retreat. You want to fight against me? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Xianluan walking over. There was a deepness in his eyes, which shone with a strange light as he spoke slowly. Xianluan stopped, and his pupils shrank. The moment his gaze met Su Ming's, a sense of danger rose within him abruptly. This sense of danger came suddenly, but it could still be felt clearly. That profound look in Su Ming's eyes was like stars. When Xianluan saw it, he was shocked. If he reacted this way, then it was even more so for the old man behind him. The moment the old man saw Su Ming's eyes, a thunderous rumble immediately appeared in his head, and there was a baffled look on his face, as if he had just lost his consciousness. I may have been injured by the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, but if you want to fight, then so be it, Su Ming said unhurriedly. His words were spoken slowly, so slowly that it gave people enough time to think about the meaning of his sentence. Yin Luan, the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe? She's here too. Nantian's expression immediately became serious, and he asked with a growl. I don't know whether she is physically here. The people who fought against me were Fei Zi, Yin Guang, and the face that was formed by a small part of Yin Luan's Berserker mark, Su Ming calmly said and lifted the robes over his chest. There was a pink picture over his heart. If anyone took a closer look, they would see that the picture formed a vague face of a woman. The moment they saw the picture, Nan Tian's pupils shrank, while Xian Luan's eyes flashed. You escaped from the apparition of Yin Luan's face? Brother Imo, I respect you, Nan Tian said gravely. He knew the might of Yin Luan's Berserker art, and that if he ran into her, even if he escaped from her, he would be gravely wounded. He would not be like Mo Su, who could still fight. Brother Xian, the only people who have the battle power equivalent to that of awakening is the three of us. If we fight among ourselves, then we might very well die here. I didn't think Yin Luan would be here as well. Wasn't she trying to break into the later stage of the awakening realm? Nan Tian's expression was incredibly sour. He now knew that he had not thought through his previous act of spreading out his presence. When he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his skin. Xian Luan fell silent. He stared at Su Ming for a long moment before he let out a cold harumph. How should I address you? Mo Su, Su Ming said in a dull tone. Xian Luan gazed at Su Ming with a scrutinizing look before turning around and going to the other side to sit down. He did not talk about fighting anymore. This place had become dangerous due to Lake of Colors tribe, and Xian Luan did not have enough confidence to kill him without getting injured. If it was simply because he was an eyesore, then he would not fight with him under these conditions. Brother Xian, Brother Mo, there are still 7 days left before this place closes. Unless Yin Luan comes personally from Lake of Colors tribe, then the three of us will be safe here. But I think that Yin Luan must be aiming for something big since she appeared in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. As long as we don't get involved, she won't attack us. After all, she might be in the middle stage of the awakening realm, but if she fought against all three of us, it would be impossible for her to not be injured. This will put her in a disadvantage if she wants to obtain the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor. Nan Tian fell into pensive silence for a moment before he swept his gaze across Su Ming and Xian Luan. Nan Tian, what are your plans? Just say it, Xian Luan said with a low voice. With our power, it would be impossible for us to join the three tribes for empty fame, common herbs, and berserker arts. I won't hide my thoughts from all of you. I joined Tranquil East for the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor. The reputation of Han Mountain's ancestor was too great in the past. His legacy is highly valued and sought after by the three tribes. I'm not a talented person, that is why I want a portion of his legacy. It might be dangerous here, but this might perhaps be our last chance. Nan Tian's eyes sparkled as he spoke quietly. I know of a few secret tunnels that will lead to the plains. If Brother Xian and Brother Mo have the same thoughts as I do, then we can try taking this risk. We can share what we obtain equally. Secret tunnel? Yin Luan is definitely at the altar in the plains. If we go there, it'll be difficult escaping her notice. We might as well be marching to our deaths. Xian Luan frowned. I have the confidence to not be discovered by Yin Luan. These tunnels might lead to the plains, but they branch out within. One of these branches leads straight into the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. I went there once, but I could not open the seal. That was why I had to give up. This time, Lake of Colors tribe has definitely obtained the way to open the seal to the tomb. That's why they're making the move. When the seal is broken, we can enter the tomb secretly. Besides, due to the seal, unless Yin Luan's level of cultivation reaches the bone sacrifice realm so she can connect with the heavens and earth, then she won't be able to detect us. Oh, if such a tunnel exists, you could go there on your own. Why are you telling us this? Xian Luan's expression remained passive, but he was moved. He instinctively looked towards Su Ming, who remained silent. Brother Xian, I won't hide it from you. Even if I couldn't open the seal, I could still feel a pressure coming from within the tomb. There is a great threat in the tomb belonging to Han Mountain's ancestor. With my own power, it'll be difficult for me to walk to the end. After all, no matter how great the treasures are, our lives are more important. But if we work together, we can cover each other's weaknesses. We might even be able to obtain serendipities. I've told you the truth of my plans. What will you choose, to stay or to hide? It is up to the two of you whether you want to leave this place safely 7 days later or to take a risk, Nan Tian explained unhurriedly. The valley gradually fell into silence. Xian Luan was quiet. He had his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. Su Ming lowered his head and a glint appeared briefly in his eyes. He might want to see Han Mountain's ancestor, but he wanted to see his corpse and where he died, not an ancestor who was alive and kicking. This small virescent sort of mind belongs to Han Mountain's ancestor. The Meadow, too, belongs to this person. It would be fine if he died, but if he's truly not dead, then everything that I do will be useless before him. This was the biggest reason for Su Ming's hesitation. It was also the main reason why he did not choose to use Feng's method when he said that he knew of a way to enter the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. But this might be a chance. These two people will be with me, and Lake of Colors tribe come in force to enter the place. Even if Han Mountain's ancestor hasn't died, he'll be busy taking care of himself. Should I go, or should I not? Nantian is saying all these because he saw that Xianluan and I are not amicable towards each other. Su Ming frowned. He could not make up his mind. He previously wanted to enter the place because he wanted to find an art that could allow him to absorb the spiritual aura from the world more quickly. At that time, he had been under the belief that Han Mountain's ancestor was dead. Yet the moment he stepped in, a lot of things changed, and after experiencing those things, that desire was no longer as strong. As Su Ming remained silent, Xianluan's gloomy voice traveled into his ears. We don't have to make our decisions immediately. It still won't be too late for us to choose once we enter that secret tunnel you speak of and see the seal that leads to the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. Nantian nodded. All he had was empty words. He could understand why Xianluan was being cautious. After all, people would only believe after they saw the truth with their own eyes. He shifted his gaze towards Su Ming. Brother Mo, what are your thoughts? I am injured. Even if I want to go, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Su Ming did not reject him. Instead, he spoke slowly in a roundabout manner. Xianluan did not speak, but a chill seeped into his eyes. Nantian fell silent for a moment as he stared at Su Ming. In truth, it was risky for him when he spoke of those words. If everyone went, they would be safe, but if one of them did not, then they would face the risk of being exposed. This isn't a problem. Yin Wan's art disturbs the mind and injures the eclectic energy in your heart. Brother Mo, your injury seems to be mainly on your heart's eclectic energy. As Nantian spoke, he pointed at the black beast bone floating before him. That bone charged towards Su Ming, stopping before him. Brother Mo, I'll use this bone to heal you. It can reduce the pain you feel in your heart. Su Ming looked at the beast bone before him for a long while before he nodded. His expression remained passive, but he grew cautious. He focused the branding art on the bone. When Nantian saw that Su Ming agreed to it, he lifted his right hand and bit his finger before he pressed it against the center of his brows. The moment his finger touched his skin, the black bone before Su Ming instantly let out a dim light. Wisps of pink mist seeped out of Su Ming's chest and were absorbed by the bone. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the black bone turned pink. Nantian lowered his right hand from the center of his brows and pointed at the bone. The bone immediately withdrew and flew back to Nantian's side. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He could distinctly feel that the injury over his heart had become much better and the pain had lessened. Brother Mo, can you go now? Nantian asked in a low tone and narrowed his eyes. Xianluan smiled coldly and looked at Su Ming. Going there won't be a problem, Su Ming said calmly, not affected by the proceedings. Great. Nantian smiled. He understood Xianluan and knew just how greedy he was. As long as you gave enough incentive to these people, they would be moved. Yet Nantian did not understand Su Ming. Unless he absolutely had to, he did not want to become enemies with him. He only did what he did after he saw that Xianluan and Su Ming were not in good terms with each other. That was why that thought appeared in his mind, and he said those words. He believed that Su Ming would not reject him once he used such a forceful method. There were some words that should not be heard. Once you heard them, then you must join. We shouldn't dally. We must leave now. This trip is dangerous. If we want to obtain serendipities, then we must be honest. I will open the path. Brother Xian, Brother Mo, please protect me. Nantian stood up and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Xianluan and Su Ming. We are not too far away from the tunnel. With our speed, we should be able to arrive in 4 hours. As for our 3 followers, let them follow in case they leak our plans, Xianluan stated coldly. Dong Fanghua and the other 2 people did not dare speak up. They merely nodded their heads and obeyed. The 6 people left the place in a hurry under Nantian's lead. In the distance were the plains surrounded by mountain ranges. Fog obscured the building that Han Mountain's ancestor had chosen for his isolation grounds. It looked like a giant looming mouth that seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Chapter 156. There are some things that should not be said. The starry sky where day and night would never arrive made people lose all sense of time. They could only count it silently in their hearts so that they would not lose track and prevent accidents that they could not control from happening. For hours later, Nantian and the other 5 people arrived unannounced at one of the numerous valleys located outside the fog-covered plains in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. Their arrival in this currently clandestine place might have been noticed by others, but at the same time not. This is the place, Brother Xian, Brother Imo. I discovered it by accident in the past. It was originally a place where herbs grew, but I subtly stopped the herbs from growing here. After that, people rarely came here. Nantian stood outside the inconspicuous valley and spoke gently to Xianlun and Su Ming beside him. Go take a look. Xianlun's gaze fell into the valley. There was a thin layer of fog inside that enveloped the entire area, causing others to be unable to see clearly. As Xianlun spoke, the old follower hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and charged into the valley. When he saw how cautious Xianlun was, Nantian smiled. His gaze fell upon Cho Nu. Cho Nu had been following him for years, and hence could understand Nantian's thoughts. Once Cho Nu gave him a nod, he went into the valley with Xianlun's follower. Dongfang Hua still followed behind Su Ming. At that moment, he was looking at Su Ming uncertainly. When he saw that Su Ming remained passive and his mannerisms did not change, he found that he could not figure out Su Ming's thoughts. Yet since he had already decided to follow Su Ming, he had to do something to show his worth. Dongfang Hua took a deep breath. He was about to head into the valley along with the other 2 people with a grave expression to investigate the area, but the moment he took his first step, the ground suddenly shook. Muffled rumbling sounds came from afar, causing the ground to seem to rise and fall. At that moment, it seemed like the earth was moving and the mountains were shaking. The rumbling sounds reverberated in the air for a long time and did not disappear even after a long while. Some stones broke off from the numerous mountains around them and fell. The sudden tremors made Nantian and Xianlun's gazes travel towards one similar direction, a place that lay far in the distance. Sir Mo Su, the 4th batch of guests has arrived. This is the aftermath of the activation of the relocation in the tunnel, Dongfang Hua explained in low voice. Su Ming nodded his head slightly. His eyes were calm. Interesting. None of the people from the tribe came with the first 3 batches from Tranquil East tribe. With the limits set in this place, only one from Tranquil East tribe can come here. This time, the person who came is most likely Han Songzi. A smile appeared on Nantian's face as he spoke amiably. Puqiang tribe has already sent their tribe member with the first batch. He has already died. I have no idea who came with the 4th batch. Xianlun said darkly after retrieving his gaze from the distance. No matter who it is, I now understand why we didn't face any obstacles on our way here and why we didn't meet any guests from Lake of Colors tribe. Looks like they've all gone to the tunnel. Nantian smiled. At that moment, from the valley, Cho Nu and Xianlun's followers charged out and whispered in Nantian and Xianlun's ears. Su Ming remained as usual. Dongfang Hua might not have been able to go in with them, but Su Ming's branding art covered an area of 2,000 feet. He had seen everything within the valley. Brothers, this way. Nantian cast Xianlun and Su Ming a glance before he walked into the valley with a smile. Xianlun and his follower followed suit. Su Ming remained silent, but he went in nonetheless. The valley was not big, but there were dozens of giant cracks on the walls, giving them a desolate look. Nantian took a few steps forward briskly as his gaze swept past these cracks. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand to push at the air. Immediately, the black bones that spun around him spread out, and a strong dark light shone brilliantly outwards. Under this dark light, Su Ming immediately saw 8 cracks on the right wall twisting like ripples in the water. Gradually, these 8 cracks disappeared one by one until there was only one left. The only crack left on the right wall was not too big, just large enough for a person to enter. It was dark inside, and no one could know where it led to. Xianlun's eyes flashed. The old follower behind him sighed. He took a step forward and charged quickly into the only crack on the wall to their right. Dongfang Hua did not have time to explore earlier. He was about to follow suit, but the moment he was about to take a step forward, Su Ming, who was standing before him, raised his right arm and blocked his path. Sir Mo Su? Dongfang Hua was stunned. When Xianlun saw this, a light crease appeared on his brows, and he looked towards Nantian. Nantian blinked and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He let out a sigh towards Xianlun and spoke with a helpless tone. Brother Xian, your follower was too impatient. Nantian, what's the meaning of this? Xianlun's face grew dark, and when he spoke, his voice became terrifyingly cold. Almost at the same time he uttered his words, a shrill, pained cry traveled out of the only crack on the right. The voice was quickly cut off. Xianluan's expression instantly changed, and he glared at Nantian. However, he was a powerful berserker in the awakening realm, which meant that he had great self-preservation and would not lose his temper without reason. He spoke coldly instead. Give me a reason to not attack you. Brother Xian, I didn't say that this was the crack. The crack on the right is a trap to prevent others who stumbled upon this place from discovering my setup. This crack is fake. Anyone under the awakening realm who enters will die without fail. As Nantian smiled wanly, a hint of apology appeared on his face, and he moved a few steps towards where Su Ming stood. The moment he took those steps, Xianluan's pupils shrank almost unnoticeably. He was regretting his decision at this moment. He should not have revealed his killing intent and showed a hostile attitude when he saw Su Ming. Xianluan was not a simple man. He could already tell that Nantian had used his influence to form a pressure on Mo Su so that he had no choice but to join them. Right now, he was using Mo Su to create pressure on him, causing him to be unable to hold Nantian accountable even though his follower had died. After all, Nantian did not tell them to walk into the crack. If we aren't supposed to walk into the crack, then why did you open it? Xianluan growled, forcing down his anger. Brother Xian, don't be angry. This is my fault. I did not explain this to you beforehand. I didn't have time to stop your follower after I casted the Berserker art. But there's a reason why I opened the crack on the right wall. If I didn't, then we wouldn't be able to go into the real tunnel. Nantian wrapped his fist in his palm towards Xianluan and bowed, his face laden with regret. Cold sweat broke out on Dong Fenghua's forehead. He was not young, and he had an abundance of experience. At this moment, he saw the complicated relationship that surrounded the three men. He remembered Nantian's slyness, remembered Xianluan's ruthlessness, and remembered Su Ming stopping him. Gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Xianluan glared at Nantian, then at Su Ming. As a powerful berserker of the awakening realm, he seldom met something that made him so aggrieved, and what was more, he could not even say anything about it, because everything that happened was due to his own doing. In his silence, veins gradually popped up on Xianluan's face. He glared at Nantian and narrowed his eyes. Nantian maintained a regretful look and bowed with his hands folded before him. You? Xianluan took a step forward, but he only managed to utter one word before he was cut off by Su Ming's aloof voice. There are some words that should not be said. Once you say it, you will commit wrong, and you must pay the price for your wrongdoings. Xianluan, your follower might not be dead as well. After all, we haven't seen his corpse. Xianluan stopped and his expression changed, but a moment later, he took a deep breath and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Nantian. Brother Nan, I acted too rashly just now. Please lead the way. Nantian smiled and quickly returned the greeting. He made a few more explanations with an apologetic look and subtly glanced at the calm Su Ming. Uneasiness boiled in his heart. This person saw that there was something wrong and prevented his follower from going in. From this I can tell that he's a careful person and is not one to let his people take risks, and he could also use this to obtain his followers' gratitude. This is something I can do as well. But did he truly see that there was danger here, or is he, as I guessed, just cautious? I can put this aside first. From what he said before, I can tell that the murderous intent between this person and Xianluan from before is not fake. But he was clearly reminding Xianluan just now. This is the second time he used my actions in this matter to warm up his relationship with Xianluan, which unknowingly increases the probability of the two of them cooperating. Damn it, this completely disrupts the next steps I set up for Xianluan and my plans to win him over. In fact, this will make Xianluan become even more wary and hostile towards me, and Mo Su will just be an outsider in this. Nantian did not reveal any of his thoughts. He smiled and nodded towards Su Ming once more before he looked at the 7 cracks on the wall to the left. With one single move, Nantian charged towards the 3rd crack. Chou Nu followed quickly and entered the crack after him. Xianluan looked at Su Ming. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded towards Su Ming and stepped into the crack. Su Ming followed after them calmly. He did not manage to see through Nantian's thoughts. He simply thought that before they went into the tunnel, Nantian would not want to cause any arguments that would be detrimental to his plans. Yet an accident like this had happened. It was something that was worthy of second thoughts. Su Ming could not guess what Nantian was thinking, but he could destroy it. Compared to Xianluan, I should be more cautious of Nantian's calculative nature. Su Ming was quiet as he followed behind the crowd, walking into the 3rd crack. The crack was narrow and long. No one spoke on the way, and they moved forward silently. After a long while, a small tunnel appeared before them. This tunnel expanded to the deep depths of the ground, the path twisting around like a serpent. There were ample clues lying around everywhere that hinted that the path was man-made, making it clear that the path was hewed out by people. This path would not appear unless a unique method is used to open the cracks on the right side of the valley. Even if someone entered this place accidentally, a maze-like path would appear in this place. It would be difficult for them to find the correct path. This is the unique art that belongs to my tribe, Lost Cloud's tribe, Nentian explained softly. This path is connected to the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. There is a seal blocking our path at the end. Once the seal is broken, we will then be able to enter his tomb. As Nentian spoke, he moved forward quickly. The path was dark, but when Ming and the others looked in, they did not see darkness. Their vision might have been slightly obscured, but they could still see rather clearly. What caught their attention the most was the ground in the tunnel. It was red, which was completely different compared to the path in the crack connected to the tunnel. It was as if these two places were two completely different worlds. An unnoticeable glint appeared briefly in Ming's eyes when he saw the red patch on the ground in the tunnel. He moved forward, but the moment his foot landed on the red patch of ground. You are finally here. Chapter 157, Aloof Eyes. A shudder ran through Ming's body, and a boom immediately echoed in his head. That voice was aged with the endless vicissitudes of life, as if it contained eternity, as if it had been floating in the rivers of time for many years, as if it reverberated in the soul itself. It made Ming's soul tremble. In an instant, his eyes became clouded with perplexity. The hoarse and aged voice lingered in his mind and spread throughout his entire body like a layer of ripples, causing his body to freeze momentarily. You are finally here. Han Mountain's ancestor. Ming's expression immediately changed. It was fortunate that he was currently wearing a mask and had his head lowered, so no one noticed his strange behavior. That voice continued reverberating in his head until it eventually sounded like thunder rumbling, causing Ming's face to pale as if he was experiencing nightmares. Sir Su? Dong Fenghua's anxious voice traveled into Ming's ears from his side. Dong Fenghua was the first who noticed Ming's peculiar behavior. He saw him becoming still the moment he stepped onto the red ground, as if he had frozen up. It's nothing. The ground in the tunnel is just a little strange. Ming took a deep breath and moved forward on the red ground. Before him, Nentian and the others were looking at him with a questioning look. Nentian narrowed his eyes and took a close look at Ming. He did not believe in his words completely, but could not find any clues about anything wrong either. This is your first time here, so it's natural that you're baffled. The ground becomes even redder the further we go into the tunnel. It'll be as if we're looking at blood. It's highly likely that it'll be the same when we arrive in the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. As Nentian spoke, he turned around and continued onward. Dong Fenghua followed beside Ming with his heart racing against his chest. He was standing closest to Ming just now. That was why he could feel something that Nentian and the others did not sense. During that instant, he seemed to have seen Ming's hair floating without wind. There were also some strange changes on the mask over his face. He could not explain that feeling, but it was as if the mask had suddenly come to life. He did not dare say more. Instead, he followed behind Ming, moving forward cautiously. Ming did not say a word during the entire journey. He did not even need to ask. Dong Fenghua, Nentian, and Xianluan's expressions alone were enough to tell him that they did not hear the aged voice just now. He was the only one who had heard it. It was faint, but Ming could feel a weak sensation as if he was being summoned. That sensation traveled slowly towards him from the end of the tunnel. As he got nearer, that sensation as if he was being summoned became stronger. I knew it. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead. That voice definitely belongs to him. But why did he say, finally? Ming clenched his right hand. His fingernails dug into flesh, and it hurt. Yet compared to the confusion that was brought by the huge mystery that existed in his heart, that pain made him feel that he was real, that he existed. He needed pain so that he did not feel empty. He did not want to think about Han Songzi's pitying and her complicated gaze. He did not want to explore why Nentian did not mention the god of Berserkers who sealed away the Fire Berserker tribe with the eternal creation art. He especially did not want to ponder why that aged voice said, finally. Just what happened to me? What have I forgotten? I didn't forget anything, but... Ming tightened his fist even further. It was just as Nantian had said. As they moved forward, the red ground became more vivid until it eventually reached a startling shade. It was as if they were walking on a dried-up sea of blood. Nantian might have come to this place many times before, but every single time he walked on the red ground, a feeling that was akin to terror would arise uncontrollably in his heart. Even if he knew that there was no danger within the tunnel, he could not help but stay on full alert and be incredibly vigilant. Behind him, Cho Nu's face was pale, his heart thumping against his chest. The red ground gave him a vague sense of agitation, but he could still resist it. Xianluan was the same as Su Ming. This was also the first time he came to this place. He tried not looking at it, but when he walked further into the tunnel, he found that he could not ignore the red ground. A vicious look appeared on his face as he continued looking at it. It was faint, but he seemed to see an innumerable amount of murdered souls emerging from the surface of the ground screaming at him in hatred. Xianluan let out a cold harumph, clearly unbothered. He was cruel by nature and had killed far too many people in his life. He made his decision. He wanted to see just how many illusions would appear on this path. You must focus when you travel on this path. It won't cause any real harm to us. This place is strange in the sense that it'll create different illusions in everyone's eyes, though they aren't powerful illusions. I've experienced this many times before. Just bear with it, and it'll soon be over. Nantian's voice traveled into their ears as if it came from a far distance, through thousands of mountains and rivers. A smile appeared on Dong Fenghua's face. It was an incredibly complacent smile, showing a hint of obsession. He walked past Su Ming with huge steps, and as he looked at the red ground, the smile on his face grew wider. On the red ground, he saw himself successfully reaching awakening. He saw himself successfully sacrificing the 13th piece of his spine, reverting it into a real Berserker bone, then continuously reaching breakthroughs until he reached the Berserker soul realm. He saw himself standing between the heavens and earth, laughing with his head thrown back at the sky. Once he became a Berserker soul, he saw countless people from all sorts of Berserker tribes kneeling and worshipping on the ground. These people looked at him respectfully. They were watching him, Dong Fenghua, creating his own statue of the god of Berserkers the moment he reached the Berserker soul realm. Su Ming walked silently onward. There was a dazed look in his eyes. As he continued forward, the red ground allowed him to see his tribe and the familiar dark mountain. He saw Lei Chen laughing boyishly. He saw Lu Di leaning against a house with his eyes closed as he played a song with his son. He saw Chen Xian holding Bei Ling's hand with a beautiful smile on her face. Bei Ling's back was positioned towards him with the wind blowing against his hair. He saw Wu La. The girl who was not considered very beautiful had her face covered in blood as she laid in his arms mumbling Emo Su's name. He saw a little girl holding on to Pippi. She was blinking, and with the naive voice of a child, she whispered into his ears, "Big brother Su Ming, I have a secret. Once you're back, I'll tell you." He saw the elder. He saw Bai Ling standing alone in the snow and wind. He saw her hair gradually turn white. She was looking at a Feng in her hands. The snowstorm was too great, and it blocked his vision, but it did not manage to cover his eyes from seeing the tears on Bai Ling's face. Su Ming bit his lips as he took in those sights. All these wonderful and sad moments were shown to him one by one on the red ground. At that moment, he suddenly shuddered. He saw a giant black hand descending from the sky on the sights on the ground. With one mighty swing, all those familiar people and familiar sights turned into smithereens. Behind the broken shards was a dark void, and within that void was a pair of eyes. Those eyes were looking at him coldly. They were heartless, as if all the emotions that existed in the world did not exist within them. There was also an aloofness that seemed to belong to a ruler. "You truly disappoint me." Su Ming's mind trembled. A wave of anxiety that he had never felt before surged forward, causing him to instantly wake up from his stupor. He was still on that path, and the ground was still red underneath his feet. Nantian had his eyes closed as he stood unmoving. His expression was incredibly strange. Sometimes he would smile. At other times, a twisted look would appear, and occasionally, he would look incredibly smug, as if he was enjoying the fruition of his schemes. Xianluan leaned against the wall with a vicious look on his face. There was a hint of cruelty within that look, but also a hint of powerlessness. Cho Nu knelt on the ground and could not stop panting harshly. The murderous gleam in his eyes seemed to say that he was burning with anger, but there was also a hint of weakness within that rage. Dong Fenghua seemed to have gone mad. He was walking back and forth repeatedly with his arms outspread as he laughed loudly with a satisfied and boastful look on his face. He was immersed in his own world and did not want to wake up. As he looked at these people, an urge rose in Su Ming. If he attacked them now, he could kill all these people without a hitch, including Xianluan and Nantian. Nantian would not allow himself to sink into a hopeless situation, but right now, he lost his awareness and sank into the illusion. He came to this place many times before. He wouldn't make such a mistake. If that's the case, he's either doing this on purpose, or a change that he doesn't know about has come to this place. Su Ming closed his eyes. He remembered the aged voice that had appeared in his mind when he first stepped on the red ground. He also remembered the things he saw when he was trapped within the illusion, all of which eventually came to a stop when that pair of aloof eyes appeared within the darkness along with the words that seemed to have come from a distance. Did the change in this place happen because of me? Han Mountain's ancestor, for what reason did you do this? Su Ming opened his eyes and looked before him. They were already at the end of the tunnel. Right in front of him was a smooth stone wall. A complex picture carved out by numerous ravines covered the wall. Waves of dark light shone out of the stone wall. When Su Ming looked at it, he felt a strong repelling force coming from it. This should be the place where the seal is, Su Ming muttered. He swept his gaze over Chou Nu, Dongfang Hua, Nantian, and Xianluan. Somehow, he kept having the feeling that there was something within the four people's expressions and attitudes. They're the same as me. They saw something unique to their sights from this red ground. Su Ming fell silent. That pair of eyes and the words left behind a deep impression in his mind. You truly disappoint me. There was no hint of emotion in that voice. It was cold, like ice that would never melt. Those words, and that gaze, why did they appear in my illusion? Why did I become nervous after I heard those words? I was really nervous, and very afraid. Su Ming did not choose to kill. He stood there instead, and looked first at Dongfang Hua. He watched him walking back and forth with a distinctly complacent look on his face. What we see is different, but what we experience is the same. Perhaps I can find an answer from them. Chapter 158, Destiny. Dongfang Hua was pacing back and forth before Su Ming. His loud bursts of joyful laughter were completely different from his usual careful demeanor and acts of relying on the strong. As of then, it seemed like he had become another person. That prideful look on his face and sparkling eyes revealed the secrets in his heart. Today, I have arrived at the Berserker Soul Realm. Since you have all come to attend my ceremony, then I will let you see how a Berserker of the Berserker Soul Realm creates his own personal statue of the god of Berserkers. Dongfang Hua spoke loudly and lifted his arms, flinging them around wildly. Su Ming looked at Dongfang Hua quietly. He did not have a deep understanding of this person, but from the contact they had during the past few days, Su Ming could tell that this was a nobody who was as cautious as Su Ming was. He wanted to become stronger, and at the same time had the desire to be praised by those weaker than him. His actions right now reflect his true self, but what about this is similar to the illusions I saw just now? Su Ming quietly observed Dongfang Hua. After a long while, he shifted his gaze to Chou Nu. Chou Nu knelt on the ground as he panted harshly with a ferocious look on his face. His low growls gave people the feeling that he was in a bout of raging madness, but the weakness and flickering light in his eyes clashed against his expression. If what we show here reflect our true selves, then Chou Nu. I wonder if he was born with the word Nu, Tian meaning anger, in his name. If it's not, then it means that he believes that he needs this sort of rage the most. Since he needs it the most, then it means that he lacks that rage. Su Ming mumbled. He had a feeling that he had caught on to something, but it was still vague, as if the thought was still covered by a veil. What do I need the most? Su Ming closed his eyes and only opened them after a long while to look at Nantian. Nantian was standing with his eyes closed. His expressions constantly changed. Pride, disgust, sullenness, cold sneers. These expressions fused together, but most of the time, his face showed pride. This is a person who likes scheming and plotting against others. I haven't been around him for long, but from the things that happened, I can tell that he is a person who is very confident of his intelligence. He always feels that he can control others with clues that he discovered about them. They would have to follow his will, and they would have no choice but to do so. Su Ming looked at Nantian and the expressions on his face as he mumbled to himself. And him. Su Ming's gaze fell on Xianluan. He is a cruel person. This is evident from when he brought out the souls of Feng's family and crushed them one by one when Feng challenged the chains of Han Mountain. He's cruel, ruthless, and would kill others when opinions don't match. He's a powerful berserker in the awakening realm, way above those in the blood solidification realm. With his personality, he must have killed a lot of people in his life. Su Ming saw ruthlessness on Qianluan's face, as if he loved killing and was passionate about slaughter. Yet underneath that ruthlessness was an unexpected hint of helplessness. I understand now. Su Ming mumbled under his breath bitterly. He was highly intelligent to begin with. There was in no way he would not find the answer he was searching for when he combined all the expressions and actions showed by the four people. Whatever you brag about the most is what you lack the most. Whatever it is that you want others to know that you own the most of is what you want to possess the most. Qianluan is cruel and ruthless. His thirst for blood is ingrained within him. This is what he is proud of and also what he wants others to know about. Yet in truth, this is what he lacks the most. He might have killed a lot of people, but all of these are to cover up his helplessness. He doesn't have a sense of security. He doesn't feel secure. That's why he feels that he needs to boast about his kills and let others know that he loves killing so that they'll know that he is cruel. It helps him to cover up the fear he feels in his heart. He needs cruelty. That's why he saw cruelty. He is afraid and desires safety. That's why there's also a hint of helplessness on his face. Su Ming mumbled under his breath bitterly. He understood now. Nantian flaunts about and wants others to know about his shrewdness and intelligence the most. Yet in truth, that is what he lacks the most. He wants others to know that he's very calculative, but this also shows that this is what he desires. Cho Nu's name has the word anger in it. He also presented himself as a person with a violent temper. This is what he's prideful about and wants others to know. It's also what he desires, because in truth, he's very weak and faint in heart. Su Ming looked at the terror hidden under the angry expression on Cho Nu's face as he mumbled. I truly understand now. Through them, I know what's on my mind. Su Ming leaned against the stone wall by his side and smiled wanly as he looked at the roof of the tunnel. I've always been aloof and made myself remain calm. This is what I lack and desire. I've always refused to think about the tribe, using indifference as a cover, but in truth, this is the most fragile memory within my heart. Perhaps I've truly forgotten some of my memories. The illusions I saw on this path of blood, the eyes that appeared at the end, and the words I heard. Why did they make me so nervous, so aware, so afraid? Perhaps this is what I don't want others to discover the most in the depths of my heart. Just like Qianluan's fear and Cho Nu's weakness. Then what do I need the most? Su Ming asked himself, but he found the answer very soon, because when he asked himself that question in his head, the image of the eyes and the words appeared in his mind. You truly disappoint me. So this is the real me. Then I want to know whose gaze that belonged to. Why did he say those words? What are the memories I lost? In fact, if I truly lost some memories, then could my memories have also been altered by someone? I want to know whether it happened. Su Ming closed his eyes. His heart was clenching in pain and fear. He was afraid that all of his memories of Dark Mountain were changed, that some might have disappeared, that they were fake. He had a feeling having been baptized when he walked through this path. It was as if he had transformed and changed. It was a vague feeling, but it existed. After an unknown amount of time passed by, Dongfeng Hua stopped laughing boisterously. Instead, a shudder ran through his body, and after a moment where he remained stunned, he silently sat beside Su Ming with his head lowered, a baffled look on his face. Cho Nu also stopped growling and howling. The anger on his face disappeared and turned into a blank look as he sat by the side mulling over something. Nantian trembled and slowly opened his eyes. There was a dazed look in his eyes, which only disappeared after a long while, replaced by shock and alarm. He had recovered, and some memories of what had happened returned. From among these people, he had a vague feeling in his memories that Su Ming had seemed to have acted differently compared to himself. That man had calmly stood before him and looked at him. At that time, he was completely powerless to resist. Nantian trembled. He did not know whether it was a mistake on his part. He would rather believe that all of it had been an illusion and it was not real, but when he looked towards Su Ming and saw him looking at him calmly, a shudder ran through Nantian's body. He changed. Nantian's breathing became rapid. He could not describe clearly what had changed within Su Ming, but there was an incredibly terrifying feeling coming from him now. The fear did not stem from Su Ming's power, nor from his intelligence, but from his eyes. In Nantian's view, Su Ming's gaze held an imposing look that was not intentional, but seemed to have been ingrained within him since birth. He had never expected that someone would be able to cause his heart to race in anxiety with just one look. Is there something wrong? Su Ming asked softly. No, nothing. For the first time, Nantian felt uneasy when he heard Su Ming speak. He quickly replied back. Su Ming no longer spoke and closed his eyes. Xianluan looked at Su Ming with mixed feelings. He woke up at the same time as Nantian. The feelings he had experienced were incredibly similar to Nantian's. He also felt that Su Ming had looked at him calmly as he was caught in the illusion. In fact, when Su Ming looked at Nantian, Xianluan also felt his heart trembling and his breathing quickened. Yet there were still some differences between him and Nantian. He believed that everything that happened to him was due to him waking up from the illusion, not because Su Ming had changed. He simply felt that something was wrong with himself. Yet no matter what, Xianluan still chose to fall into silence and sat down without a word. Time gradually passed by. 2 hours, 4 hours. Silence still reigned at the end of the tunnel. Dong Fanghua and Chou Nu had completely woken up, but the dreamlike memories remained in their minds and refused to disappear. Dozens of hours passed by. Suddenly, a tremor shook the tunnel. Muffled booms arrived from above them. Dust floated down as if the entire tunnel was about to collapse. The stone wall at the end of the tunnel shone brilliantly, as if it had suddenly become incredibly unstable and was going to crumble at any moment. The sudden change immediately filled Xianluan with vigor, and he trained his gaze on the seal. By his side, Nantian too looked at the stone wall with a grave expression as desire grew in his heart. The stone wall was a door. It was a door that led to either the isolation grounds or the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. That door had been around for centuries, perhaps even longer, and it had never been opened. The existence of the seal blocked off all outsiders, but now, Lake of Colors tribe was carrying out a large-scale operation. They were using an unknown method outside, trying to break the seal and rush into where Han Mountain's ancestor was. Muffled rumbling sounds came from above them. The dark light on the stone walls flickered even more strongly, as did the one on the faces of people in the tunnel. Chou Nu, Dong Fanghua, Xianluan, and Nantian all had their eyes trained on the stone wall. Once Lake of Colors tribe broke the seal outside, the seal in this place would also disappear. Only Su Ming had his eyes closed. It was not that he did not want to open them, but at that moment, the aged and hoarse voice appeared once more in his mind. Come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Destiny. Chapter 159, Break the Relocation Seal. Fog shrouded the sky. The strange stars shone dimly. Giant cracks tore the sky, telling all those who lifted their heads to look that the starry sky was fake and it did not exist. There was a gigantic building in the plains surrounded by the numerous valleys under the starry sky. That building could not be seen clearly because the fog surrounding it obscured the view of all those trying to see it. Yet if someone got closer, they would see that this building was a gigantic object shaped like a sword. That object pierced into the ground diagonally, and the part that was revealed was about thousands of feet tall. It was entirely black and made from an unknown material. Dense scale-like objects covered its surface. It looked like a sword, yet it was also rather similar to a ship. 3 tall altars shaped like towers surrounded 3 sides of the swordship object. The altars were colored white, black, and red, and they were each different from each other. Compared to the aged feeling coming from the swordship object, those 3 altars in the shape of towers were clearly built later. At that moment, the white altar was empty, and so was the black altar. Only the red altar was shining with a red light. That strong light pierced through the fog and surrounded the area, causing all those who saw it to have their vision entirely covered in red, even if they were standing far away. A few dozen people floated around the red altar. One of them was Yin Luan. She wore a red robe, and her hair floated around her as she looked at the swordship object with sparkling eyes. Fei Zi followed behind her quietly. No one could see the changes in her expression due to the veil covering her face. They could only see that her eyes were glowing. The area was silent, yet there were occasional muffled rumbles traveling forth from afar. If anyone searched for the source of the voice, they would see the people from Tranquil East, Puqiang, and Lake of Colors tribe fighting against each other in 2 spots located rather far away from the place. We won't be able to hide from Tranquil East and Puqiang for long. They should have already noticed the changes in this place. Our time is short, Fei Zi whispered. Even if Han Zi and the Berserker from Puqiang tribe are held back by the previous tribe leader and the elder, she's still a member of Freezing Sky clan. We mustn't kill her, nor can we kill her. Fei Zi's gaze swept past Yin Luan. I'll be careful. I won't cause delay for your entering into Freezing Sky Clan. Yin Luan chuckled and turned around to look at Fei Zi. I'm curious how that new guest of Tranquil East tribe attracted you. So much so that you would spend your last wish to make me let go of my interest in him. Yin Luan may have been smiling beautifully, but only those who knew her would be able to see the chill in her eyes. You do not lack mates, but I lack a companion, Fei Zi said softly. Her voice may have been pleasant to the ears, but there was chill to it as well. Companion? Are you perhaps thinking? Yin Luan covered her mouth and laughed, but she did not finish speaking. She cast a profound look towards Fei Zi instead. It's time. It would be best if you open the seal and break the mark of slave tribes so that I can leave in peace, Fei Zi said softly, closing her eyes. Yin Luan smiled faintly and turned back to look at the swordship object. A strange light appeared in her eyes. She lifted her right hand and pressed it over her heart before she fell to her knees in midair. Her face was no longer enchanting, but filled with pious devotion. Align the runes, Yin Luan said softly. The moment she spoke the words, thunder rumbled in midair, and multiple bolts of red lightning appeared out of nowhere. They intersected with each other and pervaded the sky as they continuously traveled about. At the same time, the dozens of people from Lake of Colors tribe behind Yin Luan floated up as if their bodies were pulled in by the lightning in the sky. They sat down in midair with respectful looks on their faces. The traveling bolts of lightning were originally rather chaotic when they appeared and shone in the sky, but when the dozens of people from Lake of Colors tribe floated in midair, all of the bolts surrounded them with these people acting as the center. Once the lightning connected to these people, a complicated picture was formed in midair. That picture was the relocation rune. Fei Zi, Yin Luan called out softly. Fei Zi did not say a word, but took a step forward and charged towards the picture. She sat down in the center of the picture and let out a deep breath, then closed her eyes. Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us. Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us. Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us. These words fell out of the lips of the dozens of people in the sky one after another. Their voices blended together and turned into a growl. As it echoed in the surroundings, in the outside world, at the mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was located, which was situated beside Han Mountain City in the land of South Morning, all tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe sat down with their legs crossed. Some of them were Berserkers, while the others were normal members of the tribe. They all sat down with their eyes closed. At that moment, all of them bit their tongues at the same time and coughed out fresh blood. Every single drop of their blood rose into the sky and rapidly gathered in midair. A giant contour of a face formed by blood appeared at the summit where Lake of Colors tribe was located. It was the gigantic face of a woman filled with a dignified might. The moment she appeared, the light of relocation appeared outside the woman's face, causing her face to begin fading out despite the fact that she had just appeared. The mountains where Tranquil East tribe and Puqiang tribe were located were strangely silent as their people looked at this sight. They did not show any signs of wanting to investigate. At that moment, on the stage situated at the summit of the mountain where Tranquil East tribe was located were the tribe leader of Tranquil East, the elder, and the many powerful berserkers of Tranquil East tribe. Among them were 3 old men who seemed to have crawled out of their coffins. Their bodies were letting out a rotten stench as they stood with their tribe members silently. They did not look at Lake of Colors tribe, but were looking instead at the middle-aged man wearing a blue robe before them. The man's hair was very long. He had his hands behind his back, and there was the picture of a mountain of ice sewn on his robes. I know that your hearts are unwilling. The man was very handsome. As he looked at the summit of Lake of Colors located in the distance, he spoke languidly. But this is the decision made by clan elder son within the clan. You may feel unwilling, but you must obey. We would not dare to. We will definitely comply with the orders given to us by the envoy, but Han Zi is still inside. The one who spoke was one of the 3 rotting old men. His face was calm as he spoke hoarsely. Would anyone dare to harm her? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. The same scene appeared on the mountain where Puqiang tribe was located. The leaders and powerful berserkers of Puqiang tribe stood respectfully before a middle-aged man in black. The man had the mark of a scorpion on his face. The scorpion looked vivid, as if it was a living creature. Leader Wang has given the orders that Puqiang is not allowed to interfere in this matter. At the same moment, within the hidden grounds under Han Mountain City, Fei Zi and the others were sitting down cross-legged as they activated the relocation rune formed by the red bolts of lightning. As red light shone into the sky, a strange pressure gradually appeared. The woman's face that appeared on the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe slowly descended upon this place. As it appeared, a large amount of ripples appeared in the sky and reverberated in the area, causing more and more powerful tremors to shake the world with each passing moment. Very soon, at the moment the light of the relocation rune in the sky reached its brightest peak, the gigantic face of the woman appeared completely in the sky. That woman's face was about thousands of feet in size as she looked at the land indifferently. Open the Tranquil East door. Yin Wan's face was piously devoted as she lifted her right hand and pointed towards the white tower-shaped altar that belonged to Tranquil East tribe in the distance. The moment she pointed, a red light immediately shone outside Tranquil East's altar. Four people in red appeared out of nowhere. In their hands they held several heads of people who were glaring furiously even in their deaths. These 4 people acted at the same time. They threw the heads onto the altar and slammed their hands on them. The moment they did so, the heads exploded and turned into a large amount of blood that dyed the white altar red in an instant. These heads belonged to the guests from Tranquil East tribe who had entered this place. Once they were killed by Lake of Colors tribe, their blood was gathered in their heads using a unique method. At that moment, their heads exploded, and their blood dyed the entire tower red. The bloodstained Tranquil East tower rumbled, and a large amount of cracks appeared. Roaring sounds traveled out from within, and a vast amount of energy spilled out abruptly. The moment the energy appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to change their color. This was the power of all the chi that had been accumulated over time by the guests in Tranquil East tribe over the centuries, when the 3 tribes opened up the hidden grounds. Once enough energy had been accumulated, Tranquil East tribe originally intended to use it while working with the other 2 tribes to open the giant swordship object. Yet at this moment, all their energy was taken away ingeniously by Lake of Colors tribe. The gigantic woman's face in the sky opened her mouth and sucked in a breath in the direction of Tranquil East Tower. Immediately, this energy charged towards the woman's face and was completely absorbed by it. Open the Puqiang door. Excitement appeared in Yin Wan's eyes. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. For this day, they had poured in too much blood, sweat, and tears. The originally black Puqiang Tower was dyed in red as the heads exploded. It crumbled as Tranquil East Tower had done, and the vast amount of chi that the guests accumulated over the centuries spilled forth, all of which were instantly absorbed by the woman's face in the air. The final wave of energy absorbed was from the altar belonging to Lake of Colors tribe. Thunderous booms echoed in the air, and cracks appeared on all 3 altars. The moment they exploded because they lost the chi that had been stored within them, the woman's face in the air became distinct. Yin Wan took in a deep breath and charged towards the woman's face, fusing with it in an instant. She appeared at the center of the woman's brows. Break the relocation seal. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the gigantic woman's face before it descended abruptly from the sky and charged towards the swordship object that was stuck diagonally on the ground. As the face rapidly closed in, the swordship object immediately let out a dim light. The dim light was the seal itself. It did not spread out, but flowed around the swordship object like running water. With a loud crash, the statue of the god of Berserkers from Lake of Colors tribe crashed into the giant swordship object. The seal from Han Mountain's Ancestor would be extremely difficult to break if we didn't understand its principles. This is a completely different energy compared to us Berserkers. Even if Lake of Colors tribe understood the relocation art and used the power of the entire tribe, it'd still be difficult for us to break it. But with the power of the statue of the god of Berserkers, the power of relocation, and the research Lake of Colors tribe conducted over the past few centuries, we've predicted that we can cause this seal to disappear for an instant using rune against rune. At that short moment it disappears, we will enter. Chapter 160, Hong Kong. The sword ship that was stuck on the ground shone with dark light that looked like flowing water. The moment the gigantic woman's face formed by the statue of the god of Berserkers crashed into it, the dark light immediately shuddered and gradually stopped flowing. It started showing signs of freezing. At the same moment, the color on the giant woman's face started rapidly darkening. It looked as if it had used up most of its energy in the span of a few breaths. Judging by the rate of its color diminished, it looked like it could not completely make the dark light on the giant sword ship stop flowing. The speed of the dark light freezing had also started slowing down. Some of the spots that had already frozen up even started showing signs of recovering, beginning to flow once more. Yin Luan's eyes flashed where she stood at the center of the woman's brows. There was a regretful look in her eyes as she lifted her hands and touched the woman's face with her fingers. The instant her fingers touched the woman's face, it shone with a strong red light and turned into a strong red flare that rushed into the sky. The red flare charged into the starry sky, resulting into a huge impact that created a large amount of ripples that spread towards all areas. In an instant, the ripples covered almost the entire sky. A long string of laughter traveled forth. The vague outline of a person appeared within the red flare that reached the skies. That vague outline quickly became clear, becoming almost completely distinct in an instant. That person was an old man wearing a red robe. His hair was entirely white, but his face shone with a healthy red glow. A huge gourd could be seen on his back as he stepped out of the red flare. The instant he appeared, the entire world shook. The starry sky looked as if it could no longer withstand the tremors and was about to crumble. The earth also trembled, causing a large amount of valleys in the area to collapse under this rumbling. "Greetings, Left Preceptor Zhou," Yin Luan said respectfully. The moment the old man appeared, the woman's face which had merged together with Yin Luan had faded away and disappeared. The relocation art that breaks the four-dimensional layers is indeed mysterious. Lake of Colors, since you've understood this art and offered it to me, your tribe will claim all credit for this. The old man in red robes laughed loudly with sparkling eyes. He stared at the dark light surrounding the sword ship, which was already rapidly recovering its flow. "Hong Kong, did you think that by hiding here, Freezing Sky Clan won't be able to touch you? Did you think that because Berserkers don't understand the seal of the four-dimensional layers, that's why we can't kill you even though we know you are here?" The old man in red robes let out a long string of laughter and lifted his right foot before taking a step towards the giant sword ship on the ground. "If it's a complete seal of the four-dimensional layers, then I would definitely not be able to break it. But Lake of Colors tribe has understood your dimensional seal, and now, your seal has a flaw. I can now open it." The old man in red robes approached the sword ship and lifted his right hand before swinging it in the air. A red demonic claw appeared above the sword ship and seized it. There was no way a normal living being could own this demonic claw. The moment it appeared, a strong look of desire and respect appeared on Yin Luan's face. She was not the only one. Fei Zi and the other tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe also looked over with respect when they regained their freedom after the woman's face disappeared. Berserkers Soul Realm. By condensing and creating my own statue of the god of Berserkers, I will become the Berserk, and the Berserk will be me. Fei Zi's eyes were bright as she mumbled. The demonic claw closed in and seized the sword ship. The dark light that flowed upwards on the object shuddered and let out a booming sound. The dark light shattered like shards and droplets of water. It fell off the giant sword ship and tumbled to the side. As the sword ship trembled, the seal placed on it abruptly disintegrated. "Hong Kong, you came to us Berserkers 8,000 years ago and had your powers limited by the second god of Berserkers. You could only use your powers up to the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, which would mean your level is at Soul Transformation in your immortal realm. You're ranked in 147th place on the kill list shared among the worlds. Today, I, Xuan, Left Preceptor of Freezing Sky Clan, will take your life on orders left behind by the third god of Berserkers." The voice of the old man in red robes sounded like thunderbolts raining judgment. The moment his voice spread out with a boom, his body turned into a long fire-red arc as he charged towards the sword ship that had lost its seal. With a loud crash, the old man rushed inside. The light in Yin Luan's eyes flickered. She too charged in, and closely followed by Fei Zi and the other people from Lake of Colors tribe. Buried deep under the ground was a part of the sword ship. One of the parts of the section buried underground had cut through a tunnel many years ago. As of then, at the end of the tunnel where the part of the sword ship was, the stone walls crumbled and turned into countless shards that quickly tumbled backwards as the seal was broken. It disintegrated. Tian's face was filled with excitement. He took a step forward quickly, as if he wanted to be the first to go in. Yet the moment he moved, Xianluan had already charged in at lightning speed, overtaking him and becoming the first to enter. Tian and Cho Nu followed closely behind him. The both of them rushed into the entrance that was revealed once the stone wall crumbled. Ming opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot. He silently stood up and looked at the entrance that led into the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's Ancestor. There was an expression filled with mixed feelings on his face, though hidden under the mask. The voice summoning him was now filled with anxiety as it called out to him incessantly. The voice of Han Mountain's Ancestor is completely different from the voice I heard when I fell into the illusion when walking through the red path. They're clearly not the same person. Ming closed his eyes and uncertainty appeared on his face. Sir Emosu? Dong Fanghua asked in a low voice. He originally wanted to go in, but when he saw Ming keeping still by his side, he hesitated for a moment. I need a moment to think. If you want to go in, then go, Ming said coolly. Dong Fanghua struggled in his heart. He looked at the entrance, and a yearning look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to become stronger, and there was a chance lying right before him at this very moment. If he gave up on it, he would definitely be dissatisfied. He waited for a little while longer. When he saw that Ming remained in pensive silence, he gritted his teeth and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Ming before dashing through the entrance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the place. Ming was the only one left at the end of the tunnel. He stood there quietly as the anxious voice calling out to him echoed in his ears and mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Should I risk it, or should I not? Han Mountain's Ancestor isn't dead, and it's strange that he's summoning me like this. Also, from the bizarre things that had happened on the red path, I can tell that if I go in, it'll be incredibly dangerous. Ming mumbled. But this might be my only chance to know just what memories I lost, and to know what exactly happened to me. Ming paced back and forth at the end of the tunnel with a brilliant shine in his eyes. Feng once said that we can create a spirit body if we practice the art of Han Mountain's Ancestor. And once we have that spirit body, we can cast a strange art. If I didn't completely subdue Feng and wear that mask, I would have been caught under Feng's art. He told me about this art later. It's called possession. Only those with spirit bodies can cast this art and take over someone else's body. During the possession, they can look through the other person's memories. A person can only create a spirit body once they have practiced the branding art. Besides Feng, only Han Mountain's Ancestor has one. Ming paused in his footsteps and a resolute look appeared on his face. I can take the risk, but I cannot put myself in jeopardy. I won't ask to be able to completely protect myself, but only when I have a certain amount of confidence in this can I take this risk. My memories may be important, but the thing about me losing my memories is just my guess. If my guess is correct, then it's fine, but if it turns out that I was just overthinking things, then it's not worth it to lose my life over. Putting aside the possible connection between him and me, Han Mountain's Ancestor is calling out to me, so urgently mostly due to the breaking of the seal in this place. Besides, I don't think he'd be summoning me to simply just end my life. Then besides some other reason I don't know of, there's only one possibility as to why he's doing this. He's going to perform the possession Feng spoke about. The elder once taught me that when I don't understand certain things, I can try putting myself in the other person's shoes to guess his thoughts by going through the things that person had experienced. If I am Han Mountain's Ancestor, and I haven't gone out of this place for many years while having to watch the 3 slave tribes rebelling to the point that I can't do anything, then he must be injured, and it's not a light injury. Now that Lake of Colors tribe has broken the seal and Freezing Sky clan is supporting Lake of Colors tribe, then those from Freezing Sky clan must also be in this operation. Han Mountain's Ancestor is most likely going to die. There's a high possibility that he's calling out to me for the possession Feng spoke about. He's going to possess my body and avoid being killed. The reason why he chose me is perhaps because I have the path of blood within me. Then could it be that the small Virescent sword, the red Meadow, and the other things chose me because of this as well? He drew me here step by step. A chilling look appeared in Ming's eyes. He won't live for long. If Lake of Colors tribe dared to break the seal, then they have full confidence in killing him as well. The safest way for me is to wait here and not go in. Before long, Han Mountain's Ancestor will die. This is the safe way, but if I do that, then I won't be able to obtain Han Mountain's Ancestor's training method, and I won't be able to obtain the answer I want. I won't be able to know just how many memories I lost. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Ming's lips. He sat down cross-legged and lifted his right hand before tapping his chest. Immediately, his chi tumbled within his body like a furious wave crashing around inside him. Almost at the instant he tapped his chest, a ball of dim light was forced out of his chest. Inside that dim light was Feng's spirit body. He had his eyes closed as if he was in deep sleep. Ming looked at Feng's spirit body before he lifted his right hand and touched it. A wave of ripples spread out. Once they traveled over the small figure, a shudder ran through his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. Moss. There was a dazed look in Feng's eyes, who had just recently woken up. Once he took a good look at his surroundings, especially the entrance at the end of the tunnel, a violent shiver ran through his body. This. Ming said slowly. His voice was low and deep, and there was an intimidating force behind it. I need you to do something for me, he stated, looking at the small figure. Master, please speak. As long as I can do it, I won't dare to decline. Feng quickly adjusted his mind to the situation and spoke cautiously, yet there was a slight nervousness in his heart. He did not know what Ming wanted him to do, especially when he was forcefully awakened in this place. ****. Translator's notes. Some of you might already know that Pursuit of the Truth, Renegade Immortal, and Ancestor share the same universe. Because of this, Pursuit of the Truth is more affected than you would think by Renegade Immortal. The people from the land of South Morning use a lot of concepts and terms from the world in Renegade Immortal and Ancestor. Yingban, Soul Transformation, just happens to be one of the many concepts and terms. When I was translating this chapter, Renegade Immortal was at chapter 530++, and Ancestor chapter 1580++. I think, can't really remember, wrote this TL note later, whoops. To maintain some sense of continuity, I ripped off those terms from Renegade Immortal and Ancestor if they had translated it. And if their RAWs had that term, but it was at that moment of time not translated, I translated the names myself. There will be some differences. In my free time, I'll check Renegade Immortal and Ancestor to see whether the terms have been translated, and I'll change it accordingly. That said, since plagiarism is the root of all things evil in the world of creating stuff, and I had to use other people's work in my own translated work, my leader said he'll inform Rex and Deathblade in private, and since he is a good man, he must have informed them. The point is, here's a disclaimer, because disclaimers are important. I used Rex's and Deathblade's terms in Renegade Immortal and Ancestor in Pursuit of the Truth.